Chapter 61. Near the EC sect, at the intersection of Financial Avenue and Ben 3rd Road. What are you thinking about? Hearing his colleague's voice, Yang Kui, who had been lost in thought for a while, snapped out of it and turned to see a pure and lovely face. It was the sect leader's daughter. I was thinking, perhaps I know what choice I should make. Having seemingly figured something out, Yang Kui let out a long sigh of relief. Before his colleague could ask further questions, he pulled him to find the sect leader. Tonight, their sect was ordered by Huang Hai to ambush Suan at Sanwan Wharf. Yang Kui hadn't originally planned to participate in the operation against Anxia sect, but now that the time was right, he couldn't remain uninvolved. He was worried about the sect's safety and concerned about Suan's situation, and inexplicably, he went with the sect. Finally, they arrived here from Sanwan Wharf, cooperating with the police to set up checkpoints and block the roads. Sect Master, let's switch sides. Upon seeing the sect master, Yang Kui cut to the chase. The sect master was taken aback by his sudden words. What did you say? Yang Kui took a deep breath to compose himself, quickly organizing his thoughts and speaking eloquently. Everyone saw clearly tonight's battle. Anxia sect wasn't fighting alone. Suan has steadfast allies. Two of Detective Huang's core allies have been wiped out, leaving only the Yinhua sect, and now, even the Yinhua sect is at war. Suan not only has allies, but many allies. What does this mean? It means Suan isn't without a chance of victory. Looking back at tonight's events, Suan was the one taking the initiative, while Detective Huang was constantly on the defensive. The former achieved consecutive victories, while the latter suffered heavy losses. The difference in their abilities couldn't be clearer. Since that's the case, why don't we go with the flow and ally with the Anxia sect to help Suan deal with that old scoundrel Huang Hai? The sect master was stunned by Yang Kui's words. He had never considered the possibility of betraying Huang Hai before, and in this sudden realization, he couldn't quite process it. Are you crazy? Just because Suan saved your life. I know Suan saved your life, and you want to repay that favor, but that's not how things are done. Where do you place the sect? Have you thought about the consequences? Yang Kui gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master, I thought it through very clearly, and now please think about it seriously. Who is Huang Hai? A vicious and ruthless government tyrant. Haven't we offered him enough money over the years? Yet, when has he ever treated us kindly? He's always treated us like lackeys. Even this operation was ordered directly, without even consulting you, Sect Master. What future is there in following him? It's just him constantly leeching off our sect. Suan saved my life, and I want to repay that favor. But it's precisely because I fought alongside him that I know his true character. I didn't know him at all, yet he risked his life to save me on the battlefield. The Qingyan sect members offended him before the battle, but he forgave them, and still offered assistance on the battlefield. Isn't such a person 100 times better than that old scoundrel Huang Hai? If we ally with him, our future will be much easier, and we even gain indirect protection from the Demon Extermination Bureau. These words left the sect leader speechless. He pondered for a moment, and realized Yang Kui's words made perfect sense. Suan had already thoroughly thrashed Huang Hai, and he was likely to win tonight. And if Suan won, wouldn't all the sects that fought alongside Huang Hai face retaliation from the Anxia sect? How will the sect's interests be protected then? They might even perish. Dad, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So many sects have allied with the Anxia sect. What reason do we have to be buried with Huang Hai? The sect leader's daughter chimed in. The sect leader nodded. But what exactly should we do? The police are watching right here. Are we just going to abandon our posts and go to the Yinhua sect to join the battle? Seeing that he was about to change his mind, Yang Kui quickly offered a plan he had thought of for a long time. With our limited strength, we wouldn't be of much use there. It's better to do something more effective nearby. I just thought of a perfect solution. Yang Kui's solution was simple. Open a gap in the blockade he had set up, allowing the Anxia sect, Shinxian sect, and Liuli sect forces gathered near the Donghai sect to go there. Why was it a perfect solution? On one hand, the Anxia sect and other sects had stronger fighting power, making them more useful than directly supporting the Yinhua sect. On the other hand, they wouldn't have to take too much risk. At this moment, Yang Kui and his group were unaware that the battle within the Yinhua sect was extremely tense, and the situation was not as Yang Kui had imagined, with Suan's side not necessarily in a position of victory. Having finalized their plan, Yang Kui and his group immediately sprang into action. First, they sent men to buy wine, meat, and snacks. Then, they struck up conversations with the officers at the nearby police station, inviting them for a late-night snack. It was getting late, and the police officers were also hungry. Faced with this normal act of courtesy and flattery from the sect, they, as usual, sat down with Yang Kuei and his group to drink and chat. However, some were reluctant to leave their posts. Yang Kuei persuaded them. Those people from the Anxia sect wouldn't dare to break through the checkpoint. If they wanted to, they would have done so already. Why would they wait until now? We're just here to keep an eye on them, like clocking in for work, making our presence known. We don't need to actually watch them. Besides, having a late-night snack doesn't affect our ability to keep watch. Persuaded by Yang Kuei, the other party immediately sat down to eat and drink with them. While ostensibly monitoring while eating, everyone was actually enjoying themselves and naturally delegated the tasks to Yang Kuei's sect. With sect members watching, if the Anxia sect and other sects really tried to break through the checkpoint, wouldn't they notice? Soon after, Yang Kuei contacted the Anxia sect, the Shinxian sect, and the Liuli sect. The core figures of the three sects were not present, and no one could make a decision, mainly because they didn't know if Yang Kuei was trustworthy. They could only report the matter. However, the Yinhua sect was engaged in fierce fighting, and the three sects couldn't contact their respective sect leaders for the time being, leading to a stalemate. Just as things were about to stall, Li Anqin and Xiaomei called, inquiring about any unexpected events that might have occurred at the Anxia sect and the Shinxian sect. Upon learning of Yang Kuei's situation, Li Anqin and Xiaomei immediately made a decisive decision. Both sects would select elite personnel to accompany Yang Kuei out of the blockade. Xiaomei had fought alongside Yang Kuei, witnessed Suin rescue him, and seen Yang Kuei express his gratitude to Suin. Li Anqin, on the other hand, only heard about the incident afterward. Even the arrangement for Suin to drink and confide in Yang Kuei and ask him to gather information was not kept from her. They both knew Yang Kuei was trustworthy. Of course, necessary caution was still required. For example, they would first send someone to verify the facts of Yang Kuei's account, and check if the police officers had been led aside to drink and chat. They would also send a small number of people to test the waters, and see if they encountered any unusual activity. As the large contingent passed through the blocked streets, Li Anqin and Xiaomei had already arrived on the scene, personally overseeing the operation. Anxia sect and Shinxian sect had both mobilized, so Liuli sect naturally couldn't stand aside. They too selected elites to accompany them. The reason for choosing only elites instead of the entire group was that a full-scale deployment would be too conspicuous. If Donghai sect were to be left unattended, it would be difficult to avoid detection. A covert operation is more effective in maximizing surprise and maximizing benefits. Thus, under the cover of Yang Kuei's sect, the core combat personnel of the three sects successfully infiltrated the predicament and rushed towards the Yinhua sect's base. To prevent leaks, Li Anqin and Xiaomei ordered the signal jammers to be reactivated even before arriving at the scene. After arriving, they rechecked the signal jamming devices and personally carried them throughout the operation, keeping them activated at all times. Get down! 5 soldiers rushing towards Su-An's room split into 2 groups, bursting through 2 windows. Su-An, crouching to the side of one window, suddenly attacked as they leaped halfway. With a single sword strike, he cleaved the head of a level 4 soldier, then with a backhand slash, he slit the throat of another level 4 soldier, finally kicking him away. The other 3 soldiers successfully entered through the other window. One level 5 soldier led 2 level 4 soldiers. They practically watched as Su-An slaughtered his comrade. The distance was too close for rifles. Both sides had switched to melee weapons. Without a word, the 3 attacked Su-An in a triangular formation. The leading level 5 soldier, wielding a battle axe, roared as he advanced and brought his weapon down, a roar like a tiger's howl, truly awe-inspiring and terrifying. Su-An remained unmoved, not raising his sword to parry. Instead, he seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, causing his long sword to strike the descending battle axe with tremendous force. If he had parried, Su-An would have at most blocked the axe from a level 5 soldier. In the instant his movements froze, the 2 soldiers behind him would have seized the opportunity to attack, leaving Su-An with no way to block or dodge. As sword and axe clashed, a look of astonishment flashed across the level 5 soldier's face. He knew Su-An was strong and was mentally prepared for his power, but he never expected the force from the axe to be so terrifying, sweeping his battle axe out of control and flinging it sideways. A level 4 soldier beside him was already thrusting his sword diagonally at Su-An's ribs. His movement was already complete when the suddenly swung battle axe struck him in the face, instantly collapsing his nose and causing him to bleed profusely before falling backward. Luckily, he was struck by the axe blade, not the frontal blade. Otherwise, this soldier would have died on the spot. The level 4 soldier on the right and the level 4 soldier on the left attacked simultaneously. He swung his knife upwards, aiming for Su-en's thigh, seemingly unaffected by his comrade, and was about to strike. The three attacked in a coordinated manner, one in front and two behind, their attacks targeting Su-en's head, ribs, and thigh respectively. Their coordinated and multidimensional attacks were not only skillful, but also incredibly difficult to defend against. With a clang, the level 4 soldier's blade missed Su-en's thigh, instead being deflected by Su-en's pistol. The soldier's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized the danger and tried to retreat, but a strange sensation, like a bee sting, struck the side of his neck. His face turned ashen instantly. He clutched his neck and staggered back, but blood gushed from his carotid artery. It turned out that after Su-en swept away the level 5 soldier's axe with his sword, he still had the strength to immediately counterattack the level 4 soldier on his right. If the opponent hadn't already dodged, this strike wouldn't have just severed his artery, but would have decapitated him, having landed a blow. Su-en immediately raised his left arm, aiming his pistol at the level 5 soldier in front of him. Before he could pull the trigger, the level 5 soldier had already stepped forward and closed in. He didn't have time to retract his axe-wielding right arm, so he used his left hand to parry Su-en's gun-wielding hand, and then slammed his head forward, making intimate contact with Su-en's forehead. Bang! Thud! The first sound was Su-en's gunshot, but the bullet was destined to miss. The second sound was the impact of a headbutt. Su-en and the level 5 soldier simultaneously threw their heads back, their steps uncontrollably backward. The solid collision inevitably left both of them momentarily dizzy, unable to see anything clearly, let alone make any movement. If the two level 4 soldiers were still in good condition, they could have easily attacked Su-en from both sides, leaving him either dead or crippled. Unfortunately, one was knocked unconscious by an axe, and the other was severely wounded in the neck by a long sword, making it impossible for them to launch a quick attack on Su-en. The next moment, Su-en and the level 5 soldier regained their senses simultaneously. Their eyes met, and in that instant, they both saw the intense killing intent in each other's eyes, and immediately launched a new attack. The level 5 soldier raised his axe and charged with a roar. Su-en raised his left arm and smiled slightly. "Goodbye, my friend." Bang, bang, bang. Su-en was knocked to the ground by the burly level 5 soldier. Blood splattered on the ground. The level 4 soldier, who had been hit in the face by the axe, barely managed to stand up, drew his sword, and approached the two. Just as he was about to thrust his sword at Su-en again, Su-en raised his pistol first. Bang! A bullet struck him between the eyebrows. The level 4 soldier's sword clattered to the ground, and he swayed twice before collapsing. Su-en pushed the level 5 soldier aside, scrambling to his feet, covered in blood. He glanced at the level 5 soldier, calmly raised his gun, and fired 2 more shots at the back of the head. The soldier's body convulsed for a moment, then fell still. Because of the head collision, both men had staggered back several steps, creating some distance between them. Before the level 5 soldier could close that distance, Su-en's pistol fired 3 shots in quick succession, accurately hitting the level 5 soldier in the left and right chests and face. But the soldier's momentum was too fierce. He didn't stop despite the gunfire. Su-en, who had fired, didn't have time to dodge and was knocked down. With a sword to the neck-wounded soldier's end, Su-en reloaded his pistol, picked up 2 grenades from the enemy, and left the room for the next room. He wasn't fighting alone. His men were in the 2 rooms next door. As he left, one of his own men rushed into the room on the left, only to be sent flying back out, crashing heavily against the corridor wall. This was a level 3 combat soldier, quite strong, but clearly unable to cope with a deadly trap specifically designed to kill Su-en. A level 4 enemy followed, sword raised high, aiming a heavy blow at the level 3 ally's forehead. In the nick of time, Su-en stepped forward, delivering a powerful front kick to the enemy's lower back, sending him flying. Then a pistol fired 2 bullets, striking the enemy in the head, sending him home. Peeking into the room and assessing the situation, Su-en slipped inside. 2 shots rang out, knocking down a level 4 enemy whose sword was embedded in the waist of a friendly soldier. Su-en then shifted his body, dodging a warhammer that came crashing down beside him. With lightning speed, his right hand flashed out with his long sword, ripping a large chunk of flesh from the opponent's carotid artery. Ignoring the level 4 enemy still grappling with a friendly soldier, Su-en pushed off with his toes, leaping backward and darting out of the room, like the wind. Rat-a-tat-tat, a burst of bullets struck the wall next to where he had just been standing. The level 5 enemy, rifle in hand, lost his target and took 2 steps to give chase, but stopped abruptly a step from the door. As a veteran, he certainly wouldn't rush out. What if Su-en was hiding behind the door, waiting to deliver a fatal blow? Just as he stopped, a dark object rolled in, and landed at his feet. The level 5 soldier's eyes widened involuntarily, and he cursed angrily. The force grenade exploded with a deafening roar. The level 5 soldier reacted swiftly and decisively, immediately diving back, but the distance was too close. The shockwave knocked him to the ground. The soldier didn't even try to get up. He immediately rolled over, raised his gun, and aimed at the doorway. However, before he could complete the movement, 4 bullets struck him in succession, each exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The level 5 soldier's body twitched a few times, then he died on the spot. Having dealt with the remaining enemies, Suin left the office and headed to the room on the right. Chapter 62. Just as Suin stepped out, a dark shadow flashed in the corridor, and a level 4 soldier charged at him from the room on his right. Suin had sensed this. He abruptly retracted his forward step, turned his body to avoid the impact, and simultaneously drew his sword. As the soldier flew past him, the blade grazed his neck. Blood gushed out. However, before Suin could return his sword, a second level 4 soldier pounced. He opened his arms and lunged, catching the unresponsive Suin in his arms. The soldier had expected to knock Suin down, but when their bodies actually made contact, he felt as if he had crashed into an iron tower. Suin was as solid as a rock. Suin merely took a step back to regain his footing, absorbing the force of the impact. But the opponent was clearly also ruthless, holding on to Suin tightly and refusing to let go, creating an opportunity for their teammates behind them to attack. A level 5 soldier rushed out from the room on the right, taking down the Xingxing sect's extraordinary individual in the opposite room, who intended to come out to support Suin with 2 shots. He then turned, sheathed his gun, drew his sword, and quickly rushed towards Suin. Suin was unable to break free from the level 4 soldier, who was holding him tightly. The opponent was an experienced veteran. When he grabbed him, he clamped both of Suin's arms, rendering his hands immobile. In a flash, Suin slammed his head forward, striking the level 4 soldier's nose with his forehead. A dull thud echoed as blood spurted from his nose, and the force binding Suin immediately weakened. This soldier was only level 4, and his force was weaker than the level 5 soldier who had previously collided forehead to forehead with Suin. Furthermore, since Suin had struck the soldier's nose this time, the backlash he suffered was not significant. Seizing the opportunity to break free, Suin kicked out with his right foot, striking his opponent's shinbone. As the opponent lost his balance and fell, Suin swiftly swung his long sword, the blade grazing the opponent's throat. Suin's movements were numerous and time-consuming, resulting in him being unable to retreat in time when the level 5 warrior arrived. Instead, he was struggling to cope with the warrior's long sword attacks. Thud. The level 5 warrior swung his long sword, unleashing a fierce barrage of slashes and hacks. By the time he finished a combo, Suin's arm had been slashed open. The level 5 warrior pressed his advantage, his movements relentless, attacking relentlessly with one strike after another, forcing Suin to hastily retreat. He possessed immense strength, but his techniques were constrained, forcing him to parry each attack with difficulty. Unable to break free of his limitations for long, he could only unleash 7/10 of his full potential. His gaze sharpened. Suin noticed another level 4 soldier following behind a level 5 soldier. Moreover, a scream of agony came from the office behind him. A level 4 force aura was about to emerge. He was about to find himself caught in a pincer attack by 3 enemies. Suddenly, Suin caught a glimpse of a grenade out of the corner of his eye. Feigning weakness, he continued to retreat, calculating the enemy's footsteps. Using the corpses as cover, he subtly kicked the grenade forward. Just as the level 5 soldier was about to step on the grenade, to ensure the soldier didn't notice the anomaly, Suin deliberately created an opening, sacrificing a slash to his shoulder with a long sword to allow the soldier to successfully step on the grenade. The level 5 soldier stumbled, his movements becoming erratic. Suin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his shoulder, and seized the opportunity to close in, his long sword plunging into the soldier's chest. The level 5 soldier's eyes widened, bulging, his face frozen in terror and resentment. Withdrawing his long sword and kicking the level 5 soldier to the ground, Suin suddenly turned, preemptively striking before his enemy could attack him from behind, decapitating him with a single sword stroke. The level 4 soldier behind the level 5 soldier seized the opportunity, slashing at Suin's back. Although Suin reacted in time, rolling on the ground, his movement wasn't quite in sync. The level 4 soldier changed his attack in time, causing Suin's thigh to be grazed by the blade. A spurt of blood and flesh flew, but this was the level 4 soldier's final blow. Suin's rolling motion wasn't a retreat, but an attack on the level 4 soldier. Before he was even fully up, he swept his longsword horizontally, the blade instantly severing the opponent's calf. As the opponent screamed and fell backward, Suin leaped up and thrust his sword down, pitting the opponent to the ground. Looking around, he saw no more enemies. Suin focused his senses. Although fighting continued on the third floor, there were no enemy experts. He breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy's 3 elite combat teams targeting him consisted of 3 level 5 soldiers and 12 level 4 soldiers. Such a force, concentrated at any point on the battlefield, would have been enough to achieve considerable results. But they had all died at Suin's hands. Now, the 3 teams were gone, but Suin was still alive and able to continue fighting. This wasn't entirely Suin's doing. Many friendly forces on the third floor were fighting valiantly, relieving Suin of a significant amount of pressure. The reason the 3 groups didn't all enter from the same room was to avoid being cornered in a small space by Suin's allies, who could then concentrate their firepower on them. Otherwise, Suin alone wouldn't be able to withstand a simultaneous attack from all 3 groups. The wounds on his left arm, right shoulder, and outer thigh burned unbearably like fire. Suin saw a dead friendly medic nearby and quickly pulled bandages from the body, applying them to his left arm and thigh. The wound on his shoulder was harder to treat quickly, but fortunately it wasn't deep, and he couldn't worry about it for now. After catching his breath, Suin retrieved his falcon rifle and went to the window to continue holding off the advancing enemy. Bang! The falcon rifle fired, and a level 3 enemy fell while running forward. Suin moved to a new position, calmly reloading his weapon, and casually taking a grenade from the enemy's corpse. Going to another room, he detonated the grenade and threw it out the window, leaning against the wall and listening to the pig-like screams of the enemies in the front yard. By now, Suin's force was almost depleted. The constant fighting tonight had taken a toll, and the continuous bleeding from his wounds accelerated his stamina loss. His condition was deteriorating, his mind was growing increasingly weary, and his body felt increasingly heavy. He took a moment to inject himself with a force potion. The attacks on the third floor continued relentlessly, but their numbers and quality were no longer comparable to before. Suin's allies were also dwindling, the majority wounded. Both sides had experienced a significant decline in combat strength. At this point, it was a battle of endurance. Whoever could hold out longer was closer to victory. The 2 mercenary sects were truly formidable, their combat skills and fighting spirit clearly surpassing those of the legitimate sections. Furthermore, with 3 of their sects being 3-star sects, their battlefield advantage was obvious, and sects like the prosperous sect suffered heavy casualties. For a typical army, a quarter casualty would risk a collapse in morale. But these mercenary sects weren't armies, they were all just workers. If casualties didn't reach that level, morale would waver. The fact that Xingxing sect and other sects hadn't collapsed in morale by this point was entirely due to their high-level combatants holding the line and stabilizing the situation, while also taking on a significant portion of the enemy's elite forces. Although Suin was on the third floor, he could hear the battle raging on the first and second floors. In his spare moments, he could focus his senses and roughly assess the situation there. In short, Zhang Yueying was like a war goddess. Thanks to her, everyone had been able to hold their ground. However, Suin couldn't be happy or optimistic. If the stalemate continued, and casualties mounted, the Xingxing sect and other sects members would be the first to succumb. If it weren't for the constant enemy attacks on the third floor and his own significantly weakened state, Suin would have wanted to go to the first and second floors to provide support. Gradually, Suin became anxious. The enemy, realizing it was difficult to defeat them quickly, had changed tactics, shifting from a direct assault to a suppression, reducing the intensity of their attacks, but continuing their offensive relentlessly. Sniper fire from various treacherous locations and sudden, unpredictable attacks were frequent. The office building was the main battleground, but the battlefield extended beyond it. Friendly forces elsewhere were in dire straits. The enemy, with 2 mercenary sects as their core fighting force, had transformed from an army into assassins. They created danger everywhere, sometimes launching a sudden, devastating attack. Although they might only kill 1 or 2 people, the terror they instilled in their own troops was immense. These assassins would immediately flee after a successful strike, denying the combatants of the Xingxing sect and other sects a chance to retaliate. Sometimes, even if their attack failed, they would retreat immediately, leaving their own soldiers helpless and feeling utterly defeated. With each attack, each sniper shot, each grenade, their accumulated gains were considerable. Casualties on their side continued to rise, and the pressure steadily increased. Suin clearly sensed that the morale of his men was dwindling. In this situation, if anyone succumbed to fear and fled first, it would inevitably trigger a mass exodus, ultimately leading to a chain reaction of complete collapse. Suin was acutely aware of how formidable the 2 assassin sects were. No wonder they could make a living this way. No wonder their prices were so high. No wonder they could survive as illegal sects despite official crackdowns. This combat power was truly terrifying. Bang! The Falcon strike fired, but this time it missed. The target soldier had just peeked out from behind the wall cover when he quickly retreated, seemingly not to observe anything, but simply to lure and toy with it. Suen clenched his fist. He missed 3 shots in a row. For any other sniper, this would be perfectly normal. A 50% hit rate, let alone 100%, only exists in the boasts of those in the tavern. But Suen hadn't encountered this situation since starting the newbie missions. He had to admit, the assassins from this sect were slippery and disgusting. Although Suen had killed quite a few enemies, with the help of his allies, he was only a level 3 soldier and couldn't win a battle single-handedly. Against truly powerful groups of enemies, his effectiveness was limited. In the end, I'm still not strong enough, Suen thought bitterly. Taking a few deep breaths, Suen calmed down. He realized his thinking was flawed. Even someone as strong as Zhang Yueying couldn't break the stalemate, could she? Brute force wouldn't work. He needed to use his brain. Suen quietly pondered a way to break the deadlock. The fighting forces of the Anxia sect, the Immortal sect, and the Glazed Tile sect are all idle at the EC sect. If we could mobilize them to support us, wouldn't we have already won this battle? Thinking of this, Suen took out his phone, intending to contact Li Anxin and ask her to think of a way to mobilize some forces to break through the blockade and provide support. Holding the phone in his hand, Suen was both amused and exasperated. His phone had long been smashed. He didn't even know when it broke. His phone was broken, but there were so many friendly forces on the 3rd floor. Surely someone had a working phone, and borrowing it wouldn't be a problem. But there was a problem. Suen didn't know Li Anxin's number. What era is this? Who memorizes other people's phone numbers? They just save them in their contacts, and that's it. A glance is considered a sign of affection. What do I do now? Is there any other way? Suen racked his brains. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his spirits lifted. He heard gunfire, explosions, and shouts erupting from the direction of the gate. He quickly got up, peeked out the window, and in one glance, Suen's heart leaped with joy. Someone was launching an attack on the enemy from outside the base. Judging from the flashes of fire everywhere, the gunfire from all directions, and the densely packed, shifting figures, it was clear that a large number of people were coming. Only his own people could be attacking the enemy. Soon, Suen spotted a familiar figure among the valiantly fighting, advancing crowd. The figure was at the forefront, moving with incredible agility and speed, vaulting over armored vehicles like a dragonfly skimming the water, dodging and weaving like lightning, his 2 pistols firing alternately, killing enemies as if they were being picked off. Wherever he went, the enemy was either killed or wounded. Soldiers scrambled to take cover wherever he went. One of them charged into the enemy ranks, tearing a bloody path through the enemy lines. His soldiers followed, their spears flashing like stars, pitting nearby enemies to the ground. That man was none other than Li Anxin. Li Anxin, who had recently broken through to the 5th level warrior realm. Previously, Suen only knew Zhang Yueying as a war goddess, but he never imagined Li Anxin could also be called a female warrior. Chapter 63. The moment to defeat the enemy is here. Follow me and charge out. Seeing the enemy in disarray due to the fierce attack from both sides, Suen decisively discarded his gun, drew his sword, and leaped out of the window. His allies on the 3rd floor responded in unison, except for the seriously wounded, flying out of the windows one after another, like hawks pouncing on their prey, howling as they charged towards any enemy they could see. Even the most valiant and skilled assassins from the sects trembled with fear at the sight of such an offensive. They dared not continue to fight Suen, Li Anxin, and the others head-on. That would be suicidal. Seeing their own side in a life-or-death situation, they scattered and fled without any orders. Crossing the front yard littered with shell casings and craters, they fought their way to the charred and collapsed walls. Amidst the continuous explosions and flying bullets, Suen and Li Anxin met amidst the haphazardly scattered corpses. The enemy here is collapsed. Follow me and charge back. In this emergency, Suen didn't hesitate and immediately called for Li Anxin to follow. Okay. Li Anxin nodded immediately. The two, leading a group of elite armed personnel, fiercely charged back to the office building. After noticing the change in the battlefield, the enemy here didn't sit idly by. Countless superhumans chose to retreat immediately. Zhang Yueying and Zhao Shukui led their left and right infantry in pursuit. They locked onto the Yinhua sect. Why was the Yinhua sect locked onto? The reason is simple. 2-star sects and assassin sects are outsiders. They run for their lives at the first sign of trouble, without any hesitation or burden. And this, after all, is the Yinhua sect's base. Yi Yan didn't immediately order a retreat, and his superhumans all had a subconscious reluctance to easily abandon their home base. Yi Yan? Suen shouted upon seeing Yi Yan, charging at him with his sword, "Come here and die." His vigorous and aggressive appearance showed no sign of exhaustion or fatigue. Yi Yan, trying to shake off Xiao Xiaokui's entanglement, suddenly heard a shout behind him, and sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. He quickly feinted a strike to force Xiao Xiaokui back, and turned to face Suen. In the instant their swords clashed, both men froze briefly. Lianqing, standing beside Suen, fired without hesitation. With a bang, the bullet pierced Yi Yan's chest. Yi Yan's face immediately contorted with fear and despair. He staggered in pain, and before he could regain his footing, Xiao Xiaokui had already thrust her sword from behind, the blood-stained tip protruding from his left chest. Yi Yan shuddered, frozen in place, his face contorted with agony. Seizing the opportunity, Suen swung his long sword, severing the opponent's head at shoulder level. This Flamefire Sect Master, a level 6 Transcendent, was thus wiped from the world. Yi Yan is dead. Flamefire Sect members, surrender on the spot, or be killed without mercy. Suen, his long sword dripping with blood, coldly surveyed the enemies before him, issuing an unquestionable order. The Flamefire Sect members, already demoralized, felt as if granted a pardon upon hearing this. Without hesitation, they dropped their weapons, covered their heads with their hands, and squatted on the ground. Their movements were incredibly swift, giving an impression of perfect uniformity, as if they feared Suen might change his mind, or perhaps they simply didn't want to give the Anxia sect and other sect members even a moment to kill them. After the battle, Suen realized that Zhang Yueying was not present. He was about to look for her when he saw her carrying her long sword, strolling leisurely back from the direction of the backyard. Seeing Suen's questioning gaze, Zhang Yueying raised an eyebrow, and said nonchalantly, "Both level 6 assassins have fallen to my blade." It turned out she had gone to pursue the 2 assassin sect leaders. Having single-handedly taken down 2 sect leaders, she was clearly very pleased, but deliberately omitted their sect leader status to show their insignificance and indirectly highlight her own strength. With all 3 enemy level 6 sect leaders now dead, it was a complete and utter victory. Suen enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Sect leader Zhang is truly awe-inspiring. Xiao Xiaokui leaned closer to Suen and whispered, "Those 2 sect leaders were injured by our combined efforts earlier. Their combat power has been reduced." Her voice was soft, but everyone heard it. Zhang Yueying blushed instantly, and Suen, Lianqing, and the others were amused, all smiling gently. "Where is sect leader Sun?" Suen thought of Sun Zongsheng. If Sun Zongsheng hadn't warned him beforehand that Huang Hai might hire assassin sects, Suen would have led his men to besiege the enemy and ambush reinforcements. In that case, they would definitely have encountered the enemy outside. Without the base's defensive structures as cover, the battle situation would have been far worse than before. Now that he hadn't seen Sun Zongsheng, Suen couldn't help but worry. Zhang Yueying had gone to pursue the enemy, but where had Sun Zongsheng gone? Could he have been killed in battle? "I'm here." A weak voice came from the office building entrance. Suen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Sun Zongsheng being helped over by 2 soldiers. The man was pale and covered in blood, looking seriously injured. "Sect leader Sun, what happened to you like this?" Suen quickly stepped forward, concerned about his injuries. Zhang Yueying and Xiao Xiaokui were both fine, but he seemed to have lost half his life. Sun Zongsheng, realizing his performance hadn't been good, blushed slightly under everyone's gaze and coughed twice to explain, "I'm, well, a strategist-type sect leader, not good at fighting." This made everyone burst into laughter, especially Xiao Xiaokui, who laughed the loudest. Suen, however, found Sun Zongsheng's words very convincing. "If it weren't for sect leader Sun ordering us to capture the base and set up defenses, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold out until the end. By the way, how did sect leader Sun know about mercenary sects?" Zhang Yueying and Xiao Xiaokui were both senior sect leaders, but neither of them had mentioned this at the time. "Well, I don't have many other strengths. I just like to associate with all sorts of people, so it's normal to have many friends and know things that others don't," Sun Zongsheng said modestly. The reasoning was simple, but not everyone could do it. Suen expressed admiration, while Xiao Xiaokui looked thoughtful. "Gentlemen, the battle of the Flamefire sect is now over. Our victory over Huang Hai is undoubtedly a resounding one." After checking on his friends, Suen surveyed the crowd and, without hesitation, took the lead in summarizing the victory. "Huang Hai's core sects have been almost entirely wiped out, his strength has plummeted, and his influence is no longer what it once was. This means that from this moment on, he is no longer a mountain weighing down on the many sects of Dongping district. From this day forward, none of the sects present will need to pay a single penny to the police. As he spoke, everyone surrounding him stared intently at him. After his resounding words, all the extraordinary individuals, including Zhao Xiukui and Sun Zongsheng, revealed genuine smiles of victory, and many even cheered on the spot. They all understood that Su En's words weren't just announcing the outcome of tonight's battle, but a declaration to everyone that he, Su En, would henceforth establish his own power base in Dongping district, standing shoulder to shoulder with Huang Hai and the police force. This wasn't solely due to the demon-slaying bureau behind him, but also to his own absolute strength and the numerous extraordinary individuals from various sects present. They would unite to establish a new order in Dongping district, and any sect that recognized their order would receive their group's protection, no longer needing to defer to the police force when operating their businesses. What is assertiveness? This is assertiveness. With just a few simple words, Su En had pointed out the future path and direction for their temporarily allied group. It was precisely because of his words that the sects wouldn't scatter after tonight's events, but could potentially remain united, becoming a powerful new force in Dongping district, as long as everyone agreed. Everyone agreed, of course. No one could find a reason to disagree, because Su En's proposal was the best choice, bringing them the greatest benefit. I agree to form a stable alliance, uniting the many sects in Dongping district, and completely erasing Huang Hai's tentacles from Dongping district. Zhao Xiukui was deeply moved by Su En's words. She was inherently ambitious, full of ideas and quick to act, and immediately spoke eloquently. The police, relying on their position as the law enforcement agency, have been openly and secretly extorting all sorts of benefits from us. Since Huang Hai took office, their demands for money have only increased. The big bosses want money, and the smaller ones act arrogantly. Our situation is getting worse every day. At this rate, when will it end? We must change this situation and pull all the sects out of the quagmire of oppression and exploitation. In the past, we haven't had the opportunity for a large-scale alliance. Since we fought side by side until now, it proves we are all trustworthy comrades. We should seize this opportunity to build a ship that belongs to everyone, allowing all sects to shed their heavy burdens and set sail lightly. Zhao Xiukui's words were powerful and resonated with all the extraordinary individuals present. Sun Zongsheng clapped his hands in approval, his pale face regaining its radiance. Sect leader Su, sect leader Zhao is right. We are all friends, and we should share the same boat. I agree to establish a strong alliance. Another 3-star sect leader promptly echoed, this is good for every sect. I agree. Zhang Yuang looked at Su En, then at Zhao Xiukui, her mind somewhat dazed. In her memory, tonight was merely a job hired by Su En to go on a combat mission to alleviate the sect's financial pressure. Why are they all swearing a blood oath and establishing a new power base in Jizhou City after just a few battles? It seems Su En, as the initiator of the alliance and the leader of tonight's operation, intends to become the boss of this power. She was just helping Su En. She never intended to acknowledge him as her elder brother. Shouldn't she be the boss? Zhang Yuang called Xiaomei over and asked in a low voice, what do you think? Of course, I say yes. Xiaomei replied matter-of-factly, as if accepting someone's confession or marriage proposal. What is all this nonsense? Zhang Yuang was speechless. She thought hard for a moment, but couldn't find a reason to refuse. Tonight, Su En displayed exceptional tactical skills and comprehensive abilities. If the Divine Immortal Sect joins this alliance, it will undoubtedly gain considerable financial benefits from Su En, perhaps even escaping its years of industrial losses. At least, it won't cause any major harm. Yes, I agree too. Zhang Yuan cast her vote in favor. With the leaders of a 4-star sect and several 3-star sects all agreeing, the leaders of the 2-star sects participating in tonight's operation were naturally happy to align themselves with the big shots, quickly and firmly expressing their support for the alliance. Everyone's opinion is aligned, so it's settled then. We hold a meeting another day to formally advance the relevant processes, Su En said in high spirits. The power of a single sect is limited, and the Yin Kingdom still imposes many restrictions on the development of sects in society. But if a large number of sects advance and retreat together, will they still fear entities like Huang Hai in the future? With everyone working together for development, the road ahead will likely become wider and smoother. Su En quickly gave the next instructions. Tonight's events aren't over yet, we need to wrap up this chaotic battle. Zhao Xiukui immediately chimed in, yes, now we should attack those 2-star sects in the Yellow Sea. Su En's gaze sharpened slightly. That wasn't what he meant earlier. Those 2-star sects might not even need to be attacked. Several 3-star sects had already been destroyed, and anyone with a brain would know to surrender. But Suen didn't voice this thought, because he noticed everyone's eager and impatient expressions. Clearly, Zhao Xiaokui's suggestion was exactly what everyone wanted. The matter could have been ended, so why were they continuing to fight? There had already been many casualties tonight. Why were they willingly increasing their own losses? Suen pondered for a moment and quickly understood the reason. In short, the various sects needed to make a fortune. Of the 8 sects fighting for Huanghai, Mingcheng sect was taken by Anxia sect and Shenxian sect, and Donghai sect only had Liuli sect's assistance. The spoils of war from these sects went unrecognized by Xingxing sect and others. How could a mere Yanhua sect possibly feed so many sects? Moreover, the battle at Yanhua sect was fierce, with many sects suffering heavy casualties. If they only divided up Yanhua sect's assets, the wealth gained by Xingxing sect and others might not even compensate for their losses. Therefore, the remaining 2-star sects were the best targets for everyone's greed. 2-star sects were inherently weaker and less powerful. 3 of them had just been defeated by Yanhua sect, leaving their morale unstable. If Xingxing sect and others mobilized together, they could easily defeat them. High returns, low risk. How could anyone let such a lucrative opportunity pass them by? Since they were enemies anyway, why not fight them? Suen's thoughts raced as he noticed everyone's eyes were on him. Realizing they were waiting for his permission, he didn't hesitate any longer. Action! Zhao Xiaokui, Sun Zongxing, and the others were immediately overjoyed and quickly gathered their men to assign tasks. Just now, Suen had considered not letting the Anxia sect participate. But considering this was their first collective mission since forming the alliance, a kind of team building, the Anxia sect members should be present to show their presence, so he dismissed the idea. How did you break through the blockade, and how did so many of you manage to get out? Everyone dispersed to prepare for the next battle, leaving only Suen and Li Anqin in the field. Because of Yang Kui, Li Anqin explained the whole story. After listening, Suen was filled with emotion. I never imagined that the casual act of saving me on the battlefield that day would yield such a great reward tonight. Indeed, doing good to others will never lead to anything bad. Before the fighting team left, Suen told them to avoid the Yang Kui sect. Chapter 64. It's over, all over. Stunned, Huang Yuwen hung up the phone, his face a picture of utter despair. From the very beginning of the battle at the Flamefire sect, he had considered that he might not be able to kill Suen tonight. The best-case scenario would likely be defeating him, driving him out of the Flamefire sect, and then the situation reaching a stalemate. But he never expected that they would suffer such a complete defeat at the Flamefire sect. Just moments before, Yi Yin had been reporting to him that the battle was progressing smoothly, that sects like the Prosperity sect in the base were being crushed and would soon collapse in morale. The next moment, he received news that the Flamefire sect had been completely annihilated. Yi Yin had been killed on the spot, 2 mercenary sects had been routed, and even their sect leader had perished. This news had a tremendous impact on Huang Yuwen, rekindling the fear within him. It was a fear of the future, and also a fear of Suen. 3 3-star sects were wiped out, and sects like the Xingxing sect had already moved on to other 2-star sections. It's very likely that by tomorrow's sunrise, they have no sectary support left in the Dongping district. This is a complete and utter defeat. Huang Yuwen didn't dare think about what would happen next. After receiving Huang Yuwen's call, Huang Hai could no longer control his anger and unleashed a torrent of abuse into the phone. What the hell are you doing, you piece of trash? How many times have I told you to seal off the Donghai sect base? What kind of work have you done? Why did you send so many people to support the Yanhua sect? You're such a piece of trash. How could I have such a useless son? You completely disgrace me. His tirade against Huang Yuwen didn't fully vent Huang Hai's anger. After hanging up the phone, he smashed the table with his fist and kicked over the sofa in a fit of rage. His behavior was unsurprisingly erratic and lacked any semblance of composure. The losses this time were simply too great. Without the sect's support, his police station in Dongping district was practically a lone commander, making everything much more difficult and significantly diminishing his control over the district. As for his prestige and reputation, this defeat had completely destroyed him. He would never be able to show his face in public again. All of this left the impotently furious Huang Hai red-faced and visibly irritated. He had never encountered such a setback in his life, never felt so humiliated in decades, and the one who had made him a loser was a teenage high school student. How could he accept this? As a spy, Qiansen always prided himself on his exceptional abilities, considering himself an undisputed elite in the field. Although his current cultivation level isn't high enough to be considered top tier, given time, he's sure to become a leading figure in the industry. Therefore, Mission failure is something he finds both novel and foolish, absolutely intolerable. He's always believed only idiots fail missions. Unexpectedly, this has happened to him today. The contest between Suin and Huang Hai is over. On the way back to the Anxia sect base, the extraordinary individuals around him are cheering their victory, but Qiansen alone feels no joy. The excitement belongs to others, he feels only loneliness. Huang Hai lost, Suin won, and as Huang Hai's spy, he is naturally a loser as well. As a spy, one cannot show joy or anger when defeated, much less panic or lose one's composure. Qiansen understands very well that the most important thing right now is to protect himself. The mission failing was one thing, but to lose his life as well would truly be a sign of incompetence and utter embarrassment. Reflecting on his actions tonight, Qiansen felt the chances of being exposed were extremely slim. He only needed to keep a low profile, and once he was free to move around, he would immediately leave Anxia sect. Then he would be safe. It was almost dawn when he returned to Anxia sect. Although there hadn't been fierce fighting during the attack on the base, the attackers were ruthless, damaging the infrastructure and furnishings. The group received orders to quickly clean up the scene and tidy things up before resting. Before they finished, Li Anxin suddenly called, asking him to go to the sect leader's office. Why does Suin want me at this time? Qiansen wondered, but he couldn't refuse. Upon arriving on the third floor, Qiansen met Li Anxin, who said Suin was meeting with someone else and asked him to wait in the small conference room. A man was already seated in the small conference room. Qiansen recognized him, but that was all. The man, surnamed Gao, was a team leader like himself, quite capable, and seemed shrewd. Team leader Qian, do you know why the sect master summoned us here? Before Qiansen could speak, team leader Gao asked the question he wanted to ask. No, I was just about to ask you that. Qiansen shook his head. At first, the two acted normally, passing the time with casual conversation. A moment later, they saw a superhuman emerge from Suin's office, looking dejected and filled with despair and unease, followed by Xiao Mei and Tai Ta, their destination unknown. Qiansen sensed something was wrong, a strong premonition rising within him. He noticed that team leader Gao's expression was also unusual, but before Qiansen could say anything, team leader Gao was summoned to Suin's office by Li Anxin. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Xiao Mei and Tai Ta returned to the third floor. 2 or 3 minutes later, they left with team leader Gao, who also looked terrified and dejected. Thieves are inevitably guilty, always afraid of their shameful deeds being discovered. Qiansen's heart pounded, and his mouth went dry. He considered escaping. But he knew he couldn't get away. Li Anxin and 2 others were right outside the door. With his abilities, he couldn't leave safely, especially since Suin was next door. As Li Anxin led him to the sect leader's office, Qiansen felt like he was going to a funeral. However, his face remained expressionless. He was a professional spy. He wouldn't show his true feelings, no matter what. Upon entering, Qiansen flashed a perfectly normal smile. Sect master. Before he could speak, Suin gestured to the chair in front of the desk. Sit. To avoid appearing guilty or anxious, Qiansen sat down without asking any questions, simply waiting quietly for Suin to speak. But when Suin finally spoke, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Suin calmly said, Qiansen, I know you are a spy planted in my sect by Huang Haiyan. You have 3 minutes to raise objections, but if you cannot prove your innocence within that time, I will immediately arrange for your execution. In an instant, Qiansen felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He immediately understood why the 2 people Suin had summoned earlier had left looking so sinister. It seemed they were also spies, their identities confirmed by Suin, and had been dragged out and executed by Xiao Mei and Tai Ta. You, Huang Hai, you actually planted several spies within the Anxia sect. Before this, Qiansen had no idea that others were doing the same work as him. However, Qiansen didn't lose his composure. He quickly realized, perhaps those 2 were cooperating with Suin in a charade, their aim to trick him, put pressure on him, and force him to confess. Qiansen said, Sect Master, don't joke around. How could I be a spy? I have no way to prove anything. If Sect Master has evidence, then I have nothing to say. Suin glanced at him indifferently. Very well, I let you die knowing why. The sect's 30-odd members were divided into 6 groups. All 6 group leaders knew I was going to the Peace Hotel, but only group leader Gao and group leader he actually acted. The others didn't know. Although I didn't go to the Peace Hotel, I know the information was leaked. Therefore, group leader Gao, group leader he, and their group members, as well as the 6 group leaders, could all have leaked the information. You were in the small conference room at the time, with Lianqing watching you, so it wasn't you who leaked the information. After I changed my mind and went to Sanwan Wharf, I ordered everyone to turn off their cell phones, but the information still leaked. The signal monitor in my car showed that only Team Leader Gao's car had an electromagnetic signal during that time. Before meeting you, I had already had people interrogate Team Leader Gao's team members individually. It was ultimately confirmed that the leak wasn't from a team member, but from Team Leader Gao himself. Now you understand? You left the base with a mission to the black market, splitting into two groups heading to the east and west black markets. You went to the west black market, but the information leaked, and Huang Yue personally went to the west black market to set up an ambush. At that time, Lianqing also ordered you to turn off your cell phones, and during the process, only your vehicle was detected transmitting a signal. After last night's battle, I had your team members secretly interrogated, and they're all innocent. The only explanation is that you leaked the information. Qiansen, do you dare have someone search you? Qiansen's face turned deathly pale after Suin finished speaking. Of course, he dared not have someone search him. Although the phone he used to send messages to Huang Hai wasn't his usual phone, he always carried it with him because he needed to send messages to Huang Hai in real time. A search would find the phone, and Suin would then know the number. Using his connections in the Demon Exorcising Bureau, he could easily check Qiansen's message history and find out what he had done. Qiansen had always thought he was hiding well, but now, looking back, they had long been suspected. Otherwise, Suin, why bother with the multiple rounds of investigation and meticulous screening of the spies last night? Reflecting on the battles of the previous night, Suin consistently held the upper hand, while Huang Hai was constantly being led by the nose. This was all thanks to those spies constantly passing on information, misleading Huang Hai. Suin not only exposed them, but also used them to completely manipulate Huang Hai. At this moment, Qiansen understood that his mission wasn't just a failure, but an utter and complete annihilation. It wasn't that he had done anything wrong, it was that the enemy seemed to have divine insight, knowing of their existence beforehand, allowing them to skillfully manipulate the situation and use various arrangements to wipe them out along with Huang Hai's forces last night. A multitude of emotions swirled within him, but in the end, Qiansen was left with only one feeling: fear. This young sect leader before him was simply too terrifying. Having fallen to such a person, Qiansen felt his defeat was not unjust. As Xiaomei led him away from the office, Qiansen didn't make a scene or shout. Instead, like Team Leader Gao and the others before him, his face was filled with dejection and despair. A few minutes later, Xiaomei returned to report to Suin, dead. Including Qiansen, all three spies had been secretly executed. Suin nodded slightly, saying nothing more. When it comes to catching spies, the less noise the better. If he immediately searched everyone in the sect for the spies' phones used to contact Huang Hai after the battle, even if the spies' actions were true, everyone would feel distrusted and disrespected. Compared to that, merely questioning their own team leader and the group whose members had problems would have a much smaller impact, and those being questioned would be more likely to understand. These spies were all despicable. Why did you allow them 2 minutes to call their families and friends before they died? Xiaomei asked, puzzled. Suin had previously instructed her to give the victim 2 minutes to say goodbye before killing them. Suin smiled. When people are about to die, their emotions are pitiful. For me, it's just a matter of giving them a little time, but for them, it's incredibly meaningful. Xiaomei seemed to understand. You're actually quite kind. In fact, Suin's extravagant gesture wasn't solely due to this reason, nor was it even the main one. He might have a kind heart, but he would never be merciful to his enemies. He had his reasons for doing this. After the battle in Huang Hai, and the spies are all caught, Anxia sect has finally established itself in Jizhou City. You also successfully established your authority in the supernatural community. From now on, no one will dare to easily provoke you, and the sect can get back on track for normal development. After Xiaomei left, Lianqing entered the office. What are you planning to do next? Suin certainly had many things to do, but since Lianqing had asked, he certainly wouldn't be so blunt. Walking to the liquor cabinet, Suin took out a bottle of liquor that hadn't been destroyed in last night's base attack, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Lianqing. Of course, let's drink together, both to thank you for your work and to celebrate our great victory. Lianqing gladly accepted the glass, and clinked glasses with Suin. It was sunrise, and the first rays of morning light shone brightly on the windowsill, a vibrant red. Chapter 65. All the assets of the Mingcheng sect belong to Suin. He also receives half of the assets of the Dahai sect. While the assets of the Yanhua sect and the 4 2-star sects are divided among many people, the total amount is large, and Suin receives a considerable sum. As the saying goes, murder and arson bring wealth. Last night's battle netted Suin over 900 million in cash. If all goes well, he can acquire assets with an annual profit of nearly 400 million through the Demon Extermination Bureau's auction. When bidding on these assets, Suin only needs to take money from the 900 million, essentially using the money from the Mingcheng sect, Donghai sect, and other sects to buy their own assets. He got something for nothing. Suin doesn't need to invest any of his own capital. After making a fortune, Suin's first thought is undoubtedly to enhance the sect's strength and continue recruiting to expand his business. Unfortunately, the Anxia sect is currently only a 2-star sect and is not qualified to recruit level 4 or higher extraordinary individuals. If he truly wants to take over the numerous assets and spoils, he must first raise the sect's star rating. The Yin Kingdom strictly limits the scale of industries that sects of different levels can possess. Hunting demons outside the city is imperative. However, this isn't urgent. Suin still has much to do, and he needs to rest and further enhance his cultivation before leaving the city. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yueying, Zhao Xiaokui, Sun Zongsheng, and other sect leaders arrived together. Suin held a meeting with them in a small conference room to discuss the establishment of a stable alliance. First, the name of the alliance was decided, ultimately set as the Anxia Alliance. This wasn't entirely because Suin was the leader of the alliance. It was simply because the name was grand and imposing, and no other name suggested could match its power. Next was the alliance charter. The group discussed many details, the main points of which were unity, mutual respect, mutual assistance, and joint efforts against external threats. Next came the order and rules implemented by the alliance. Lianxin offered many suggestions on this, as her stance and what were similar to Suan's. The core rules prohibited the oppression of the innocent and the exploitation of citizens. Alliance sects were forbidden from engaging in illegal activities, including the complete eradication of all illegal trades, including the sale of prohibited drugs. These rules also included improving employee welfare and benefits. In short, the Anxia Alliance was committed to the righteous path. Some of these rules caused hesitation among some sect leaders, as their implementation would lead to reduced revenue for some sects. However, Suin was resolute, and Zhang Yueying and Sun Zongsheng expressed their support. Others, considering the significant financial benefits of establishing the alliance, accepted the proposed order. Finally, the alliance leader was chosen by a vote of the sect leaders, serving a 4-year term, renewable. The leader's power primarily lay in coordinating the interests of the sects and the actions of various parties, ensuring all sects adhered to the alliance rules, and possessing certain punitive powers. Undoubtedly, Suin became the first alliance leader. Suin couldn't refuse the position of alliance leader even if he wanted to. He was currently the most respected figure. Whether it was Zhang Yueying or Zhao Xiaokui, no one else could have secured universal approval. The Anxia Alliance was newly established, and many matters were complex. Many aspects needed to be explored and perfected step by step. How far the alliance could go depended on the effectiveness of subsequent practices, which need not be elaborated upon here. The meeting lasted 3 days, and the Anxia Alliance was officially established 3 days later. Since Suin was the first alliance leader, the alliance headquarters was set up at the Anxia sect base. I never imagined that in just over a month, you would go from an ordinary student with nothing to the Anxia alliance leader, who has the support of many sects and commands 200 to 300 extraordinary individuals. Zhang Zhenlin, lounging casually on the sofa, surveyed Suin's office with a mix of emotions. Such rapid rise in strength and social standing is something others couldn't even catch up to in a rocket. From now on, you're a big shot in Dongping district. Not only ordinary extraordinary individuals, but even government departments will have to look up to you. That shameless **** Huang Hai, haha, he's truly become a shameless **** this time. I must say, my decision to cooperate with you was the wisest and most successful investment I made in the last 10 years. Looking back now, I can't help but admire my own brilliance. Zhang Zhenlin laughed heartily at the end. Thanks to Uncle Zhang's help. Suin brewed Zhang Zhenlin a cup of tea. Zhang Zhenlin came today partly out of curiosity about the current state of the Anxia sect and Anxia alliance, and partly to discuss with Suin the auction of the assets of the Mingcheng sect, Donghai sect, and other sections. Zhang Zhenlin wasn't one for small talk and quickly got straight to the point. We already inventoried the assets of several sects, but there are still many procedures to go through. The official auction won't be until at least 2 months, but the necessary back channels can already begin. Only by smoothing things over beforehand can we ensure that the assets of each sect end up in our own hands. Suan said without hesitation, immediately summoning Li Anqin and instructing him to prepare the cash. Zhang Jinlin, never one to mince words, and certainly not one to feign politeness in front of Suan, told Suan when he came in to collect the cash that he would notify him only after he had finished his business and needed Suan's intervention. Having finished discussing the important matter, Zhang Jinlin, both troubled and excited, brought up another matter. Recently, our intelligence networks inside and outside Jizhou City have reported that demonic activity is becoming increasingly frequent, with quite a few demon cultivators recently infiltrating the city. We anticipate a major operation is about to unfold. It's been years since something like this happened. Now, with this sudden turn of events, you should all be prepared. Suan, who had just used the pretext of eliminating demons and spies to cripple the Huahai sect, couldn't help but feel uneasy upon hearing this news. However, he was still curious. The demonic disturbance in Dongping district has just subsided, and now they're planning another major operation? Logically speaking, the last incident was quite significant, with the entire Dongping district under lockdown. If the next incident is even bigger, what kind of scene will it be? Unexpectedly, Zhang Jinlin's expression became somewhat unnatural upon hearing Suan mention this. He didn't say anything more, and quickly got up to take his leave. After seeing Zhang Jinlin out of the office building, Suan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Zhang Jinlin's unusual behavior caught his eye, prompting him to wonder, could there be more to the demonic rampage in Dongping district than meets the eye? It's no wonder he's suspicious. Last night's battle was spectacular, and had a significant impact. Although it involved power struggles and sect conflicts, the official narrative was that it was about exorcising demons. Team leader Lu even gave a news interview about it. Could it be that the chaos in Dongping district wasn't a demonic rampage at all, but rather the government and sects using the name to do something else? Suan suddenly recalled the tavern at number 17 Qinghe Street that had been affected by the battle, and thought of Li Anqin's injuries. How is Uncle He's injury? I'm planning to go see him, Suan said, entering Li Anqin's office with a perfectly normal demeanor. These days, he's either doing beginner quests, building up his sect, or fighting Huang Hai. He hasn't had the energy or time to pay attention to Uncle He, whom he only knows by name. I forgot to tell you, Uncle He went back to his hometown to recuperate. He won't be back for a while, so you probably have to wait a month or two to see him, Li Anqin replied earnestly. Suan nodded, not saying anything more about it, and instead discussed with Li Anqin how the Anxia alliance could expand its influence. Before they could exchange more than a few words, two sharp, piercing screeches of brakes suddenly rang out from the direction of the gate, followed by Zhang Wang's angry shout. Zhang Jinlin, you bastard, are you hiding from me? Stop right there, and explain yourself. The voice wasn't actually as loud as he imagined. Suan only noticed it because of his level 3 cultivation. He went to the window, and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Zhang Jinlin, who had been blocked at the gate by Zhang Wang's car, reversing, turning, and then speeding away, the accelerator roaring as he sped off. What's going on with these two? Suan shook his head and looked away. Few people around him were normal. Li Anqin had secrets, Uncle He clearly had secrets, and even Zhang Jinlin and Zhang Wang were shrouded in mystery. However, Suan thought for a moment and realized that the most abnormal person in the group was probably himself, who had become a level 3 combat soldier in just over a month, and was even able to defeat a level 5 transcendent. This made him lack the confidence to question others. One night, half a month later, Suan arrived at the 8 Degrees bar. Hello, boss. As soon as Suan entered, a receptionist saw him from afar and hurried over to bow and greet him. His voice wasn't quiet, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Bar staff rushed over from all directions. Hello, boss. For a moment, greetings rose and fell, never ceasing. Suan nodded and smiled in response, asking each of their questions. Is work going well? How's the work lunch? Are you satisfied with your accommodation? Has management been mistreating you? The employees responded enthusiastically. Yes, everything's great. The accommodation is spacious. I never stayed in such good staff dormitories. Brother Du is very polite. He's never scolded us. While he was talking to the employees, the bar manager, Du Rong, ran down from the second floor. Not daring to disturb Suan, he could only stand aside and wait. If you encounter any problems at work or in your life, you can talk to Du Rong. If he can't solve them, you can come directly to me. This is Secretary Sun's phone number. Finally, Suan opened his phone, pulled up a number from his contacts, and gestured for the employees to write it down. If management treats you badly, you can also call Secretary Sunday. She tell me everything, no matter what. Suin currently has several secretaries, each with an assistant, forming small departments, each responsible for a specific task. Secretary Sun specifically handles miscellaneous employee matters. Su-en's determination to protect employee rights is unwavering. It's an essential element for improving the efficiency and effectiveness of all his businesses. After he and Du-rong went upstairs, the employees returned to their workstations. A well-dressed middle-aged man said to the waiter who served him drinks, "You guys are too obsequious to the boss, who swarms around flattering the boss the moment he arrives." The waiter smiled slightly. "That's because you don't know what kind of person our boss is." He then began to explain the bar's employee benefits. After hearing his explanation, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise. "Jizhou City actually has such a good boss? You guys are so lucky. He's practically a living saint." Suddenly, the middle-aged man coughed twice and said seriously, "Is your bar still hiring? I have over 10 years of experience in service industry management. Could you introduce me to your boss?" The waiter thought for a moment and replied, "I can talk to the boss for you, but whether he has time to see you is not up to me." Arriving at Du-rong's office, Suin sat in Du-rong's chair and listened to his report on the bar's operations. Du-rong, Lu Junjie, the chainsaw man, and the deputy manager of Sihai Entertainment City, among others, all worked under Suin. According to Lianqin, they were all very hardworking and performing well. Since the bar reopened, we haven't seen any police officers. Before, when their constables came, many people would just sign the bill and leave. We couldn't get any payment, Du-rong said with a smile. Now that we don't have that loss anymore, the bar can save a lot of money every month. Plus, the staff are enthusiastic and provide good service, so the number of customers is gradually increasing. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 2 or 3 months, even without the gray income from illegal drugs, the bar's profits won't be much less than before. Suin listened with satisfaction. After leaving the 8 Degrees bar, he went to places like the Four Seas Entertainment City, and didn't return to the base until late at night. He didn't rest immediately, but instead seized the time to cultivate his origin force. To improve the sect star rating, his cultivation level as the sect leader couldn't be too low. Chapter 66. A month passed quickly amidst Su-en's diligent training. The Yin Kingdom entered the depths of winter. Although still quite a distance from level 4, his strength had improved considerably. The primal force factors accumulated over the previous 18 years had been absorbed, but his cells were like wild horses released from their restraints, exhibiting extreme activity since he began cultivating. His genetic makeup made Su-en's body extremely thirsty for primal force. His body absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly, like an elite soldier who had been preparing for 18 years, unleashing a torrent of power upon entering battle. Now, Su-en could sense his extraordinary, or rather, peculiar nature. Based on his current understanding of extraordinary individuals, his situation was rare throughout the entire Yin Kingdom. To defeat a level 5 cultivator with only level 3 cultivation without relying on the special characteristics of top-tier techniques, in the entire Yin Kingdom, probably only a handful of people could achieve this. This sparked a strong interest in Su-en's biological parents. After finishing his cultivation, Su-en left his room. The Demon Exorcising Bureau is about to auction off the properties of sects like the Mingsheng sect. Su-en must upgrade the Anxia sect to 3 stars to acquire these properties. To upgrade a sect to 3 stars, besides meeting the military merit point requirements, the sect leader must also reach at least level 5. Su-en possesses the Combat Hero Silver Medal, an honor and a privilege. He only needs to reach level 4 to meet the sect's upgrade requirements. My progress in closed-door cultivation is already very slow. To quickly improve my cultivation, I need to go outside the city to undertake missions and hone my origin force in battle. Su-en decided to set off immediately. Finding Lianqin and receiving the equipment he had asked her to prepare yesterday, Su-en said, "I'm entrusting all the sect's affairs to you. I treat you to a big meal when I return." During this time, Su-en had personally witnessed Lianqin managing all affairs, large and small, and he had complete confidence in her abilities. Having someone like her to share the burden allowed him to focus on his own tasks. Once Zhang Yueying arrived by car, Su-en left the office building and officially set off. A month and a half had passed since the great battle with the Mingsheng sect and other sections. The Anxia sect's extraordinary individuals had rested, and now, aside from daily training and protecting their assets, many were beginning to go out on missions. The military merit points they earned would be recorded under both their personal and sect names, becoming a necessary condition for the sect's advancement. However, Su-en didn't plan to travel with the sect soldiers. The reason was simple: fighting alongside these extraordinary individuals, who were at most level 4, would only restrict his movements. Unless it was a large-scale collective mission, Suen preferred to act alone or team up with truly powerful individuals. Speaking of powerful individuals, Zhang Yuang was naturally the best choice for a teammate, so this time, the two of them traveled together out of the city. Zhang Yuang, a level 6 extraordinary individual possessing unique skills, far surpassed Suen in combat strength. She was willing to team up with Suen for missions, because the Divine Immortal Sect was now part of the Anxia Alliance. It was normal for her to accompany and assist the Alliance leader. Of course, Suen wasn't one to let others make unilateral sacrifices. His reason for having Zhang Yuang accompany him was also to learn various battlefield experiences from this veteran soldier, so he paid her. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. This is the last message Li Qingyun sent back. Take a look, Zhang Yuang said, tossing the tablet to Suen as she drove. The situation isn't very optimistic. Superhumans don't need to go to the committee building every time they receive a mission. Most of the time, they can complete the procedures online. This time, the two of them simply left the city. During the Qinghafar mission that day, Li Qingyun and Li Zichu's Qingyun sect had a mediocre harvest, but suffered significant casualties. To recoup their losses and recover, they rested for a while before leaving the city again. This is why the Qingyun sect didn't show up when Suen and Huang Hai were engaged in their intense battle. Originally, they had accepted a simple mission, to rescue several exposed intelligence agents in a small town. Although the town belonged to the Chaos Forces, its strength wasn't particularly great, and it hadn't previously harbored much animosity towards the official forces. With the Qingyun sect's combat power, completing the mission shouldn't have been difficult. Unexpectedly, they disappeared without a trace after arriving in the town. Recently, Li Qingyun's communication number suddenly sent a message again, reporting the situation of the town to the government and requesting support. Only then did Jizhou City issue a mission, sending superhumans to investigate the situation. Disappearing for over a month, and then suddenly sending back messages. This is highly unusual and something fishy must be going on. Suen's first thought was that someone was using Li Qingyun's communication terminal to impersonate him and send a message. However, the mission data contained a video recording of Li Qingyun sending the message, and the sender even used a coded phrase to verify his identity, which meant the person couldn't be fake. Suen's current consideration was that Li Qingyun might have been threatened and forced to send back a message requesting assistance. If so, it meant that Li Qingyun had already submitted to the enemy forces. But this raised another question. What was the purpose of forcing Li Qingyun to do this? Was it just to ambush a few superhumans who had gone to investigate? In the end, Suen could only draw one obvious conclusion. The mission was complex and difficult. This is also why the mission rewards a high number of points. If Suen can bring Li Qingyun back and find out the truth, Anxia sect will be close to becoming a 3-star sect. Of course, for Suen, this trip out of the city is mainly to hone his cultivation. The more complex and challenging the mission, the greater the stimulation of one's potential. Perhaps, he can even advance in rank during the mission. If things don't go well, he can simply retreat when things look bad. There's no penalty for failing this mission. On a quiet street in Dongping district, Li Anxin entered a small tavern. It was afternoon, and there was still some time before dark. The tavern wasn't crowded. Li Anxin went to the counter and asked the clerk, who was wiping glasses, "Uncle, he asked me to buy a bottle of old wine. Where can I get it?" The clerk, with a full beard, replied, "Several brands of old wine are temporarily out of stock. Which one do you want?" "Osmanthus fragrance." "Follow me." Half a minute later, Li Anxin entered a modestly decorated office. A woman in her 40s, dressed maturely and elegantly, warmly invited Li Anxin to sit down. "More than 2 months have passed, and you finally managed to come and report for duty. If you hadn't come, I would have had to send someone to check if you were in any trouble." The mature woman took a drink from the refrigerator. Li Anxin took the drink, opened it, took a sip, and said earnestly, "Su Anyuan is smarter than I imagined, especially adept at noticing subtle clues. Any small detail might attract his attention. If he wasn't out on a mission, I really wouldn't have been able to come." The mature woman sat down on the sofa next to her, smiling as she looked at her, saying, "I believe you." In just over 2 months, he not only established a sect but also defeated Huang Hai to establish the Anxia Alliance. This achievement truly exceeded our expectations. We considered many possibilities beforehand, but even the best-case scenario couldn't have been this good. As long as things developed steadily, he soon had the power we want. I know you played a significant role in this. I remember your contribution. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Li Anxin nodded first, then shook her head. "I was just doing my normal job. I didn't make any extra contributions. He did almost everything. He's a natural-born person capable of great things. The mature woman's smile deepened, teasing, "Oh my, you only known him for a little over 2 months, and you already think so highly of him? Have you already fallen for him?" Lianqing remained silent. She tilted her head slightly, giving the mature woman a strange look, as if criticizing her overly imaginative and incomprehensible thoughts. The woman felt uncomfortable under her gaze, coughing twice to compose herself. Anyway, Anxiazong's business operations and employee benefits meet organizational standards. We all know that this will cause Suin to lose a lot of revenue. You must have shouldered a lot of pressure in this regard, right? Lianqing shook her head, explaining frankly, those were all decisions he made voluntarily. The woman was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, she clapped her hands. Good, things went smoothly, that's good. So tell me, is there any trouble you need my help with? Lianqing said, he wants to see Uncle He. The woman was troubled. Old He is on the wanted list. Even if he recovers from his injuries, he won't be able to return to Jizhou City. You should find an excuse to delay for a while, and we figure out a solution later. Lianqing wasn't surprised by this answer, and nodded to indicate that she understood. Seeing that she remained silent, the woman suddenly became serious. Lingnong province has been quite turbulent lately. The demon race has suddenly intensified its infiltration efforts. Demons are frequently active in the wilderness, and many chaotic forces are showing unusual activity. According to our intelligence, the Sword of Dawn has already crossed the Chongling Mountains and entered Lingnong province. This is an unprecedented situation, and something big is bound to happen. Jizhou City is the capital of Lingnong province. If the demon race has any plans, they will definitely launch their operation in Jizhou City. When the storm arrives, you may not be able to stay out of it. After returning, you should try your best to guide Suin to make some preparations. Hearing the word Sword of Dawn, a look of seriousness appeared in Lianqing's innocent eyes. She knew that it was an elite armed force of the northern demon race, with a superior status and extraordinary strength. Past history showed that once they mobilized on a large scale, bloodshed would follow. Suin's mission location this time is Liuxi Town. Will he be in any danger? Lianqing immediately thought of the mission Suin had received. There will definitely be danger, but we don't know how great it will be. The woman clearly knows what mission Suin is on, Lianqing said, but don't worry, we have people in Liuxi Town too. Lianqing nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Ever since the destruction of Mingcheng's sect and other sects, Wang Hai's mood had been poor. Every time he recalled the details of his duel with Suin that night, he would feel so distressed that he couldn't eat. What did they say? Wang Hai asked before Huang Yuwen could even speak as he entered. Huang Yuwen shook his head, his expression grim. There aren't any suitable mercenary sects willing to accept the mission to deal with Anxia sect right now. Wang Hai frowned. They're turning down money-making opportunities? Huang Yuwen lowered his head. The 2 mercenary sects that attacked Suin last time suffered heavy losses, including their sect leader. Now, their 3-star sect has blacklisted Suin, and is temporarily refusing any missions related to him. Wang Hai was furious but helpless. A bunch of useless cowards. What kind of assassins are they? So cowardly. Wang Yuwen ignored this. Precisely because they were assassins and mercenaries, they wouldn't fight those who were too difficult. Their job was to make money. They wouldn't act impulsively and challenge high-difficulty targets. An assassin only has one life. No one would joke about it. What about spies? Anxia sect will definitely expand soon. Has anyone taken on an infiltration mission into Anxia sect? Wang Hai continued. Wang Yuwen shook his head again. Nobody's willing to take the job, even if we increase the pay. Qiansen and his group were eliminated as soon as they entered, and all 3 spies were wiped out overnight. This shows that Anxia sect is a den of dragons and tigers. Who wouldn't value their life? Wang Hai was so angry he couldn't speak, only letting out a cold snort. Legitimate sects have been wiped out, and the dark sects refused to accept his employment. Now Wang Hai has money but nowhere to spend it. He's completely helpless against Suin. But no matter how difficult the situation, Wang Hai won't bow down and admit defeat. He has no way out unless he's willing to become a loser without any source of income. Pack your things and head to Liuxi Town immediately. After a moment of silence, Wang Hai spoke again in a somber tone. I already had the supplies prepared. Wang Yuowen's heart pounded. Father, are we really going to cooperate with them? This is different from any other alliance. If things go wrong and things are exposed, we'd be doomed. Just go! Why all the nonsense? Wang Hai's brows furrowed. Wang Yuowen lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. Wang Hai softened his tone. A serious illness requires drastic measures. We have no other choice now. Whether it's black or white, anything that's useful to us is good. You don't need to feel too guilty. Although this is our first formal contact with them, many dignitaries in Yin have dealings with them, so there are established rules for cooperation. Huang Yue knew he couldn't change Huang Hai's mind, he could only follow his lead. Chapter 67. About 100 kilometers from Jizhou City, Zhang Yueying parked her car in a parking lot next to a military camp. After paying a rather expensive parking fee, she and Suen continued on foot. Continuing forward meant effectively leaving the protection zone of the Yan Kingdom's official forces and gradually stepping into the Chaos Land, where the environment and rules would change accordingly. The reason for not driving was the danger and trouble involved. The Chaos Land was a melting pot of all sorts of people, with many highway robbers and only a few roads. If they drove to Liuxi town, they wouldn't expect to have a peaceful journey. No one knew where obstacles were set up, landmines were buried, or even dangerous ambush zones lay. Some robbed for tolls, while others would simply kill and rob, since the equipment of superhumans was quite valuable, and powerful bandits naturally wanted to earn more. Does the government have many intelligence agents in the Chaos Land? Suen chatted with Zhang Yueying along the way. Despite their heavy tactical backpacks, they both moved with incredible speed. For weaker superhumans entering the Chaos Land, let alone overcoming the endless dangers, even traveling was a problem. Unlike Suen and Zhang Yueying, who maintained a speed of over 10 kilometers per hour without breaking a sweat, their energy consumption barely outpaced their body's natural recovery. Of course there are more, otherwise how would the government keep track of everything? Although few government officials set foot in the Chaos Land, it's still Yin Kingdom territory, and the government isn't just sitting around doing nothing, Zhang Yueying said casually. Besides the professionals specifically dispatched by the government, many intelligence agents are native residents of the Chaos Land. For them, being an informant is just a side job, a way to earn a living. As she spoke, she took out a water bottle, chugging it down as she jogged along. She casually wiped her mouth before putting the bottle back, then pulled out a food bag, bit into it, and slurped out a piece of dried meat, chewing it heartily. Her unrestrained and wild demeanor was completely the opposite of the aloof and mysterious person she had first met Suen. Suen had long since realized that a tomboy was Zhang Yueying's true nature. After we arrive in Liuxi town, can we get help from these informants? Suen's mind started racing. Zhang Yueying, chewing on her delicious food, said in a muffled voice, I advise you not to think too much about it. Getting them to provide some intelligence is fine, as long as they're paid. But getting them to help outsiders against their own people? Not only would they be unwilling and dare not, but even if they were willing, I wouldn't trust them. Suen nodded slightly in understanding. Suddenly, he looked up at the 10 o'clock direction. There's a group of people about 200 or 300 meters ahead, including several extraordinary individuals. They seemed to be preparing to ambush someone. They were currently in an area of rolling hills, overgrown with weeds and sparsely wooded. As Suen spoke, the two had just climbed a hill of moderate height. Although they weren't driving on the main road, they weren't hacking their way through the wilderness either. The path beneath their feet, though narrow and rugged, was still a trail. Where there's a path, there are likely thieves. If extraordinary individuals and merchants don't take the main road, they have to take the trails. For thieves, it's simply a matter of changing locations for their trade. While there are many trails, the chaotic land is also teeming with thieves, so not every trail is safe. Just a bunch of petty thieves, ignore them, let's just go straight over. Zhang Yueying had already spotted the group, but didn't take them seriously. Sure enough, when they approached, they encountered no threat or attack. This wasn't because the group was merciful, but because they didn't want to invite disaster. Zhang Yueying's strength as a level 6 transcendent was undeniable. What ordinary thieves would dare approach? Not only that, Zhang Yueying was even greeted by them. Sect leader Zhang. It really is you. I thought you looked familiar from afar. It's been so long. Looking at the several transcendents emerging from behind the mound, Suen noticed their warm, friendly smiles. Old Wang. Upon meeting a stranger, Zhang Yueying immediately reverted to her aloof and unapproachable demeanor, responding curtly with drooping eyelids. Why did you end up in such a remote place? Old Wang sighed dejectedly. That good road was taken by Blackface Joe. He outnumbered me and had more guns. I wasn't careful, and he ambushed me. That bastard. I kill him sooner or later. Sect leader Zhang, if you're willing to help, the price is negotiable. Zhang Yueying scoffed, no interest. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Old Wang and asked, do you have any well-connected friends in Liuxi town? If so, introduce me, I need to take care of something. Old Wang immediately nodded. Yes, I give you his contact information. Zhang Yuing took out cash to pay the intermediary fee, while Old Wang made the call in front of her, acting as a go-between. During the process, Suan looked around and found more than 20 bandits on the reverse slope of the hill, some of whom were guarding several prisoners who were covered in dirt and wounds. One of them was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, huddled on the ground, hugging her knees. Her large, watery eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, and her delicate face was streaked with tears. Leaving the mound, Suan asked Zhang Yuing, "Who are those prisoners? See those backpacks nearby? They're smugglers." Zhang Yuing's tone was casual, seemingly unconcerned about the people, but a chilling aura lingered between her brows. Her emotions were anything but right. The chaotic land and Jizhou City were relatively independent, with little overt trade, but each possessed goods that the other lacked. Therefore, the profits from exchanging goods were high, giving rise to many smugglers, large and small. Unfortunately, these private smugglers had fallen into the hands of bandits. Not only were their goods lost, but it seemed they were also about to be taken away. As far as Suan knew, the chaotic land was rife with human trafficking, and organ trading was rampant, so people were often commodities. Smugglers are one thing, but why would they include little girls? Suan asked, puzzled before uttering the question, but the answer came instantly to him, his face turning ashen. Smuggled goods could be commodities, or they could be trafficked victims. Suan immediately stopped. At the same time, Zhang Yuing, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around. The two exchanged a glance and spoke simultaneously. Kill them? Kill them! Just moments before, Zhang Yuing had been chatting warmly with Old Wang and had reached a pleasant deal. The next moment, she was determined to kill him, deciding to confront him with weapons. The dangers and unpredictability of the wilderness were truly remarkable. Sect Leader Zhang, why are you back? Oh, is there anything else I can do to help you? Seeing Zhang Yuing, Suan returned as if no one else was there, and Old Wang greeted him with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. He thought there was still a chance to make a deal with Zhang Yuing. He had just easily earned some extra money. Of course you can still help me, for example, by dying right now. Zhang Yuing's brows suddenly sharpened, and a strange technique was activated instantly. Waves rose beneath her feet without wind, and an imperceptible cold wave spread out, engulfing all 20 or 30 bandits present. In the next instant, Zhang Yuing drew her gun, aiming the awakening spear at the frozen, immobile Old Wang. Before fear could spread across his face, a cold glint flashed, and a beam of light shot out. The force bullet struck Old Wang squarely between the eyebrows, and his head exploded instantly. Suan leaped out like a tiger, first reaching for the little girl, then gently closing her eyes and whispering, "Don't look," before darting into the bandit group like lightning. His long sword flashed, crisscrossing in his hands. With each streak of sword light, heads flew off in quick succession. Gunshots rang out, sword energy swirled like snow, and in the blink of an eye, 20 or 30 bandits lay dead on the spot. As Zhang Yuing withdrew her power, Suan stood before the smugglers, sword in hand, looking down at the two terrified men. His voice was cold as he asked, "Do you know this little girl?" The two merchants stammered, "Yes, no, we don't know her. She's someone we brought from Jizhou City." Suan pressed further, "Did you kidnap her?" The two merchants didn't want to admit their crimes, but intimidated by Suan's imposing presence, they dared not lie. For a moment, they stammered, "Yes, no, it's..." Suan continued, "Where were you lured from?" "Times Square." Thud, thud, two sharp sounds rang out as the longsword sliced through the throats of the two smugglers, blood spurting out instantly. Suan sheathed his forced sword, approached the trembling little girl with her eyes closed, knelt down, gently picked her up, and turned to Zhang Yuing, "We have to get her back." Taking the little girl to Liuxi town was impossible. The two of them would likely encounter danger there. Leaving her here alone would be tantamount to letting her die. Therefore, they had to get her to safety at least first. Zhang Yuing nodded, "We're not short of time." Returning the way they came, Suan asked Zhang Yuing curiously, "Aren't you and Old Wang friends?" "I thought you hesitate." "Friends my foot. I feel unlucky to even know such scum. How could I be friends with him?" Zhang Yuing spat. "He robbed me before, but my cultivation was too low then to kill him on the spot. We run into each other a few more times since. We're just acquaintances at best." After a long journey, the two arrived at the military camp. Zhang Yuing gave a sum of money and asked a female officer to look after the little girl temporarily, promising to come back for her when she returned to Jizhou City after completing her mission. After giving his instructions, Suan was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back to the female officer and handed her another wad of cash. If we don't return, please personally take her to Angxiazong in Dongping district and find a man named Li Anshin. He will help her find her parents. The female officer was moved by Su An's words and actions, her eyes slightly reddening. She took the money and solemnly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely do as you say." Su An turned to leave. As he reached the office door, the little girl suddenly jumped off her chair, pounced on him like a little animal, and clung tightly to his leg. Su An and Zhang Yueing knelt down, comforting and reassuring her for a while, until the tearful little girl reluctantly let go. As Su An stood up again and carried the little girl back to her chair, his eyes caught a glimpse of the scene in the courtyard outside the window, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. The company commander was seeing a guest off to a car, the two chatting warmly. Su An didn't recognize the company commander, but he recognized the guest. Huang Yuan. Su An keenly sensed something amiss. The car Huang Yuan was in had no police markings, and after leaving the military camp, the convoy wasn't heading towards Jizhou City, but rather towards the Chaos Land. Leaving the camp and watching Huang Yuan's convoy disappear into the distance, Su An's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said to Zhang Yueing, "I smell something unusual." The matter was obvious. Huang Yuan wasn't a member of any social sect, so he didn't need to leave the city on missions. The police couldn't possibly be on official business in the Chaos Land, so what was he doing with those two cars? "You want to follow him?" Zhang Yueing asked with interest. "Can you keep up?" Su An countered. If it were a car chase, then of course he could keep up. Su An's question implied whether he could keep up on foot. Zhang Yueing was very familiar with the wilderness of Lingang province. She recalled the surrounding road network. If they're heading towards Liuxi town or Wushuang city, we can take a shortcut and catch up, maybe even arrive ahead of time. But if they're going somewhere else, then we're out of luck. Su An's lips curled into a slightly dangerous smile. Then let fate decide. If fate allows me to ambush him, then let him be buried in this wilderness. He had a premonition that he could kill Huang Yuan. Originally, he had no chance of encountering Huang Yuan, but his rescue of the little girl halfway through the journey led him back to the military camp. Since fate had brought him to Huang Yuan, why couldn't Huang Yuan also be going to Liuxi town? Su An and Zhang Yueing immediately set off, this time speeding up their pace, rushing along until they reached the vicinity of Liuxi town before dusk. They stopped on a hill near a fork in the road, resting and preparing for battle while closely monitoring the vehicles on the road. The hill was still more than 10 kilometers from Liuxi town, but the road forked there, going straight north led to Liuxi town, while turning west led to Wushuang city. Waiting here allowed them to consider both possibilities. Su An wasn't worried that Huang Yuan's convoy would encounter trouble or be attacked by bandits along the way. The fact that they dared to drive meant they had something to ensure their safety. The chaotic lands were teeming with powerful experts. Even generals, let alone soldiers, might not survive. Safety wasn't guaranteed by strength, but by connections and relationships. About half an hour later, two armored vehicles coming from the north turned east at a fork in the road. Zhang Yueing asked curiously, "There's only a dirt road to the east, ending after a kilometer or two. It's deserted. Why would any cars go there?" Su An gave a playful smile. "Now, I feel Huang Yuan will definitely come." Sure enough, a dozen minutes later, Huang Yuan's two cars appeared at the end of the road. Upon reaching the fork in the road, they actually turned east and drove onto the dirt road. These two groups are going to meet in the east? Zhang Yueing realized. Huang Yuan isn't going to Liuxi town, but has arranged to meet someone in the wilderness. What exactly are they planning to do? Su An wasn't surprised by this. Liuxi town was, after all, the territory of the Chaos forces. If Huang Yuan encountered any danger or ambush in the city, he wouldn't be able to escape. Meeting someone in the open, deserted wilderness would undoubtedly be much safer. Su An couldn't predict exactly what Huang Yuan planned to do, but even a fool could tell it was something shady. Just go and see for yourself. Chapter 68. Huang Yuan opened the car door and got out. He saw that the other party's personnel were already waiting beside the car. The one at the head, an excessively handsome young man, was sizing him up with a half smile. "Officer Huang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I long wanted to establish contact with your police station, and I never expected that my wish would come true today. I hope the Huang family can become our good friends." Huang Yuan didn't respond immediately, but instead observed the other party's cultivation and combat strength. According to the prearranged arrangements, to ensure the safety of the first meeting, the fewer people the better. Therefore, both sides had two cars with 4 people each, half at level 5 and half at level 6. Confirming that the other party's combat strength did not violate the agreement, Huang Yuewen's mood improved slightly. Didn't you already have dealings with Detective Tang? And you said you hadn't established contact with the police station. Such dishonesty on our first meeting. How can we discuss cooperation? Huang Yuewen sneered. The handsome young man smiled slightly. As far as I know, although we both work in the police station, the Tang family and your Huang family are not on good terms. Although we have dealings with them, we still can't enter the police station's sphere of influence controlled by your Huang family. The two looked directly at each other, and there was a brief silence. The handsome young man had successfully probed the depth of the Huang family's intelligence network, while Huang Yuewen displayed his own family's strength. Both sides acted assertively, neither showing any sign of being overshadowed. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Yelu Hongwang, the guardian of the northern border. The handsome young man immediately smiled, breaking the awkward silence, and took out a black jade box, smilingly handing it to Huang Yuewen. This is a greeting gift, specially for Officer Huang. I hope you will accept it. Huang Yuewen, of course, knew that Yelu Hongwang came from the guardian of the northern border clan. The guardian of the northern border, who founded his clan, was a renowned figure among the demon race, rumored to possess the cultivation of a divine general. Above warriors are generals, and above generals are divine generals. His illustrious military achievements were built centuries ago in the war against the Yin Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom had repeatedly attempted to cross the Chongling Mountains to expand its northward territory, but at their most opportune moments, they were repeatedly thwarted by that great demon and his powerful forces. The title of Guardian of the Northern Border rose amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood shed by the Yin Kingdom soldiers. From that time on, he gradually built his family's power, and after centuries of development, the Yellow Clan is now a mainstay among the northern demon races. Huang Yuewen was surprised that Yelu Hongwang had prepared a personal gift for him. He had no intention of giving him a gift in return, as it would make him seem rather low class. Thank you. Huang Yuewen accepted the box and casually handed it to his subordinate, not wanting to appear to value the gift. The more valuable the gift, the more embarrassed he would be if he couldn't offer anything in return. Sensing Huang Yuewen's subtle thoughts, Yelu Hongwang said with no small amount of boasting, the force potion inside is called Purifying Water for Life. Officer Huang, you should have heard of it, right? Hearing the words Purifying Water for Life, Huang Yuewen's pupils dilated. Humans excel in technology, while demons are skilled in force. The latter's cultivation techniques and force potions have always been highly sought after and extremely rare in the black markets of human kingdoms. Purifying Water for Life has two effects. First, it improves the physique of extraordinary individuals, having an effect similar to cleansing the marrow and rejuvenating the body. Second, it enhances force, helping extraordinary individuals break through bottlenecks, ignite new force nodes, and achieve the next realm. Similar potions exist in the human world, but their effects are either incomparable to purifying water, or they lack the side effects of purifying water, or they are incredibly valuable. To Yelu Hongwang, purifying water was merely a relatively precious origin force potion, but in Huang Yuewen's eyes, it was exceptionally valuable. He had been stuck at level 5 for quite some time, constantly trying to break through to level 6. However, due to previous use of numerous origin force potions, his body had developed drug resistance, rendering ordinary breakthrough drugs useless to him. But with purifying water, he could instantly advance to level 6. Level 6 allowed him to project his origin force and cultivate various extraordinary techniques, a qualitative leap compared to the previous 5 levels. Yelu Hongwang's generosity overwhelmed Huang Yuewen. This gift was clearly deliberately chosen to provide Huang Yuewen with immediate value. Regardless of any deeper schemes Yelu Hongwang might have, the sentiment alone was exceptionally rare. Thank you very much. It's just a pity I left in such a hurry this time, that I didn't have time to prepare a gift. I will definitely make it up to you next time we meet. Huang Yuewen thanked him again, then paused, before changing the subject. I'd love to be your friend, but I won't relax the conditions for the upcoming transaction because of that. Please forgive me. Sensing the change in Huang Yuewen's attitude, Yelu Hongwang's smile deepened. Officer Huang, don't overthink it. All I want is to be your friend. Since we're friends, how could I blur the lines between public and private matters, and put you in a difficult position? Alright, let's get down to business. Huang Yuewen nodded, had his men retrieve 2 black briefcases from the car, turned around, opened them, and handed them to Yelu Hongwang. These are the Tiger-type power armor and the energy chips for the Flying Swallow-type combat exoskeleton that you requested. Yelu Hongwang's eyes lit up. He immediately checked the chip, confirming there were no obvious flaws, before handing it to the accompanying technicians for careful verification. Officer Huang is efficient. It seems our cooperation will be very pleasant. The demon race's own technological capabilities are insufficient. The performance of their exoskeletons and powered armor cannot compare to those of several major human nations. The most difficult technological hurdle to overcome lies in the energy chip. They have always coveted the technological weaponry of the Yin Kingdom, but items like the Tiger Warrior and Flying Swallow are strictly controlled by the government and cannot be bought on the black market. Huang Hai and Huang Yuan work in the police station and can obtain Flying Swallow-type combat exoskeletons. The even more valuable Tiger Warrior-type powered armor is only available to agencies like the Military Command and the Demon Extermination Bureau. Huang Yuan's ability to bring this out shows that the Huang family is exerting considerable influence. Where is what we want? Huang Yuan asked. Don't worry, it's all prepared. Yelu Hongwang clapped his hands, and his men immediately brought out 2 briefcases. He introduced them one by one. This is the superior grade cultivation technique, the Azure Lotus Sword Art. You can cultivate it once you reach level 6. As a superior grade cultivation technique, the Azure Lotus Sword Art, when mastered to a minor level, can potentially kill a transcendent being of the same realm instantly. And if mastered to a major level, killing someone of the same realm is no more difficult than slaughtering a sheep. Seeing the highly anticipated item with his own eyes, Huang Yuan's eyes lit up. The Huang family has a family-inherited cultivation technique, but the Huang family is merely a local family in Jizhou City. Their technique naturally cannot compare to the best among the demon race. After Huang Yuan took the briefcase, Yelu Hongwang continued to introduce the second item. Here, this is the Origin Force Potion, Vajra Wrath. Once used by a superhuman, their combat power will immediately increase significantly, but their body will undergo a mutation, what you call becoming a demon, and the characteristics cannot be concealed. I'm curious, what do you want this for? Huang Yuan took the briefcase and handed it to the technician behind him for verification, cautiously replying, this seems to be none of your business. Yelu Hongwang shrugged, indeed, it's unrelated. It's purely my personal curiosity. It's fine if you don't want to say. After a while, both sides' technicians confirmed that the item was fine, and Huang Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm very satisfied with this transaction. Now we can talk about future cooperative projects. Yelu Hongwang asked with interest, what kind of cultivation techniques or potions do you need? Huang Yuan shook his head, his expression grim. Not those. We want to hire a few demon cultivators to infiltrate Jizhou City and kill a few people for us. Yelu Hongwang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. This isn't a normal transaction. We're not a mercenary organization. We won't provide you with assassins. For demon cultivators to enter human cities is inherently dangerous. Normally, only special agents and spies do such things, and once they reveal their cultivation level or techniques, they risk being exposed at any moment. For the demon race, trading with humans is acceptable, but providing them with military force or helping them kill is something they have always disdained. Therefore, Yelu Hongwang refused Huang Yuan without hesitation. However, upon further reflection, Yelu Hongwang hesitated. The recent unpredictable events surging beneath the surface, and the various unusual signs vaguely revealed by the higher-ups, surfaced in his mind. Perhaps, using the Huang family's and the police force's power to enter Jizhou City could be an excellent opportunity to provide cover for certain cultivators. Thinking of this, Yelu Hongwang changed his tune. However, since we've been cooperating so well, I could consider offering some assistance to you, my friend, in my personal capacity, outside of normal transactions. Huang Yuan had only mentioned it tentatively, without much hope, but the fact that it was actually possible greatly excited him. Really? Yelu Hongwang shrugged. Of course I'm serious. However, this isn't something I can decide on my own. I go back and mention it to my superiors. As long as they don't object, I can break with convention for our friendship. Huang Yuan was overjoyed, a surge of hope welling up within him. Okay, I wait. If you offer assistance, I will definitely remember this favor and repay it many times over in the future. Yelu Hongwang smiled warmly. Of course. Huang Yuan was in high spirits, secretly thinking, Suan, let's see if you die this time. As long as Yelu Hongwang agrees to help, even if it costs a fortune, we hire a powerful demon cultivator to take your head. Both the Azure Lotus Sword technique and the Vajra Wrathful Gaze Primal Energy Potion could significantly enhance the strength of the Huang family's extraordinary members, and with increased strength, many troubles would no longer be problems. However, these two things take time to take effect, far less efficient than simply hiring a demon assassin to quietly kill Suan. If Suan dies at the hands of a demon cultivator, as long as the matter remains undiscovered, No one will suspect the Huang family, and the Huang family won't be considered to have broken the rules. Huang Yuan was immersed in the wonderful fantasy of Su An's head being separated from his body when suddenly, a strange, faint sound, striking straight to the heart, rang out in the wilderness. A level 6 demon cultivator on guard duty suddenly flew backward, blood spurting from his chest. Enemy attack. Sniper. Take cover. Various warnings instantly entered his ears, and Huang Yuan's expression changed drastically. Chapter 69. Huang Yuan's first reaction was that the demon race was double-crossing them, and Yellow Hongwang wanted to kill them here. Almost instinctively, he immediately distanced himself from the other side's personnel. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. After all, the first one shot was a demon cultivator, and a level 6 one at that. Just by looking at the spray of blood from his chest, it was clear his injury was serious. Before Huang Yuan could say anything, Yellow Hongwang, who had been retreating rapidly, roared at him, "Huang Yuan, you want to double-cross us?" As he spoke, Yellow Hongwang drew his pistol and pointed it at him. Huang Yuan hurriedly denied it. "It wasn't us, absolutely not. If I can't get back to Liuxi town, I guarantee you pay the price." Yellow Hongwang clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't fire. He opened the car door, intending to leave first. Huang Yuan shared the same thought and hurriedly called to his men, "Go, hurry, get out of here." During their conversation, gunshots rang out one after another. The technicians brought by Yellow Hongwang were instantly shot in the head, collapsing in pools of blood before they could even get into their vehicle. Seeing two of his men killed in the blink of an eye, Yellow Hongwang dared not linger for a moment and drove away from the scene. Although Huang Yuan and his men were a beat slower, they weren't far behind, remaining only a few dozen meters from Yellow Hongwang's car. However, they hadn't gone far when Yellow Hongwang's car began throwing out one force grenade after another. Startled, Huang Yuan's driver swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding being engulfed by the continuous explosions. That bastard. The car nearly overturned into a ditch, and Huang Yuan was badly jolted. This delay had left them far behind. Not only would they be unable to keep up, but they might also be left behind by the attackers. "Hurry, hurry!" Huang Yuan urged the driver repeatedly. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was of superior performance, and quickly got back onto the dirt road. Feeling the vehicle pick up speed, Huang Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't left behind, their chances of escaping danger were much greater. In fact, he had heard it clearly, the gunfire wasn't dense, and there were at most 2 or 3 people firing. In terms of the number of superhumans, they actually had a significant advantage. Judging from the casualties of the 2 demon cultivators, the force-based firearms used by the enemy were only level 3 or 4. If they stayed to fight, they might not be without a chance of victory. However, on the one hand, they were suddenly attacked and didn't know exactly how many people were on the other side, or what their combat strength was. If only a small group was firing, and the rest were surrounding them, they could easily find themselves in danger. On the other hand, Huang Yuan and Yellow Hongwang didn't trust each other. Although they called each other friends, this was actually their first meeting and transaction, and they were both worried about being tricked. Even if it wasn't a trick, they couldn't fight side by side with one heart and one mind. Therefore, for them, leaving this dangerous place as quickly as possible was the best course of action, a choice they both made simultaneously when danger struck. While Huang Yuan was furious at Yellow Hongwang's act of throwing grenades to create distance, he could understand his intentions. The dead and wounded were all demon cultivators, while Huang Yuan's men were unharmed. Yellow Hongwang was naturally afraid that Huang Yuan was up to something. The fact that the other side only threw grenades onto the road, not at their armored vehicles, was already an exceptionally rational and restrained act. The dirt road was only 1 or 2 kilometers long. After a frantic, reckless drive, Huang Yuan's convoy quickly reached the fork in the road and immediately turned towards Jizhou City. As for Yellow Hongwang, he had already run an unknown distance. Having left the dirt road and entered the main road, where the road conditions were much better, Huang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, "Finally escaped. I wonder which attacked us. This matter absolutely must be investigated. If it was just some wilderness superhuman killing and robbing, that's fine, but if not, the situation is unimaginable." Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and a thunderous explosion rang in his ears, followed by a dizzying spin, as if his internal organs had been struck by a sledgehammer. This was the impact of a wave of primal force. Reactions. As Huang Yuan's vision went black, he realized what had happened. Someone had planted a force bomb or a grenade on the highway, and their car had stepped on a trap and overturned. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Huang Yuan regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself being dragged out of the car by one of his men, while another level 6 guard lifted the vehicle beside him. What happened? Who attacked us? Who would plant a mine on our way back? Huang Yuan felt a terrible headache coming on, and his heart sank. I don't know, we didn't see anyone, said the level 6 guard lifting the car. Perhaps it wasn't aimed at us, just a routine roadblock by bandits in the wilderness. The level 6 superhuman who dragged him out speculated. Nobody? How could nobody be here? Huang Yuan struggled to his feet, quickly looking left and right, but indeed saw no one. Even if someone was robbing them, they already been blown up. Why hadn't the other party shown up yet? Both cars were overturned on the road, the fire was spreading, and the level 5 technician was trapped inside the back car, critically injured, covered in blood and barely alive. Ignoring the other party, Huang Yuan dared not delay, and ordered his 2 guards to take the acquired goods and leave the scene immediately. They had only walked 20 or 30 meters when both vehicles exploded in succession. Huang Yuan looked around. The wilderness did indeed appear deserted, but the surrounding hills, large and small, were arranged in a haphazard pattern, and no one knew what danger lay ahead. This place is not safe to linger, we better leave quickly. Huang Yuan had a very bad feeling. His feeling proved correct. Before he finished speaking, a level 6 superhuman next to him suddenly swayed and fell violently to the side. A flash of blood appeared on his chest, and at the same time, a gunshot rang in their ears. Huang Yuan was struck dumb, immediately dropping to the ground, his eyes instantly filled with panic. Before he could fall, a second shot rang out almost simultaneously with the first. Another level 6 superhuman reacted at the last moment, his body instinctively trying to dodge, but unfortunately, he couldn't completely avoid the bullet and was struck heavily in the shoulder. He used the fall to his feet. Although Huang Yuan was terrified, after the 2 shots, he roughly determined the sniper's location and shouted, "Right front, approximately 3 o'clock." He frantically grabbed his rifle. The attacker was only 200 or 300 meters away. If his judgment was correct, the enemy was hiding on a mound at the 3 o'clock position. Huang Yuan's judgment was indeed correct, but it was useless. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of gunshots, the level 6 superhuman, who had only been hit in the shoulder, was struck several more times in the blink of an eye. When Huang Yuan, who wished he could disappear into the ground, finally mustered the courage to lift his face from the earth and turned to look at his companion as the gunfire subsided, he found him motionless. In an instant, Huang Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, filled with despair. He knew he was doomed. After discovering that Huang Yuan's convoy was heading east, Su had immediately ordered Zhang Yueying, whose cultivation was higher and whose speed was faster, to follow, leaving road signs along the way. He himself went to set traps on the highway. When Suan saw Huang Yuan at the military camp, he realized there were 4 of them, 2 level 5 and 2 level 6. While waiting on the hill, he saw that Yelu Hongguang's convoy had the same combat strength. For level 6s and 4 level 5s, he and Zhang Yueying had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation, so Suan had never intended to engage in a direct fight from the beginning. The best course of action would be to plant force grenades along Huang Yuan's return route, catching them off guard, and then finishing them off while they were weakened. However, this presents a problem. What if Huang Yuan, after returning from the east, didn't retrace his route but instead went to Liuxi town? What would Suan do then? Suan judged that this possibility was unlikely. If Huang Yuan wanted to go to Liuxi town, he would have gone directly there. There was no need for him to go east. Since he specifically went east to meet someone, it's impossible that he would go to Liuxi town again. Because Huang Yuan didn't go to Liuxi town, but chose to meet someone in the wilderness, Suan deduced that Huang Yuan didn't fully trust the person he met today. The second problem is, what if Huang Yuan was attacked on his return journey and immediately called for reinforcements from the person he met? Suan's choice was to avoid this situation. This is why, when they attacked Huang Yuan and Yelu Hongguang in the east, they only targeted the demon cultivators. Attacking only one side would make the other side feel insecure and suspicious, preventing them from providing immediate support. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to fire in the east at all. They could have simply waited for Huang Yuan to stumble upon a landmine on his return journey. Because they fired in the east, Suan and Zhang Yueying, traveling on foot, were slower than Huang Yuan and his group, arriving only some time after the bombing. However, the distance was only 1 or 2 kilometers, so Suan and Zhang Yueying didn't delay too long. Otherwise, Huang Yuan and his group would have escaped. The third problem in this operation was, What if Huang Yuan and Yelu Hongguang retaliated after Suan and Zhang Yueying fired at the eastern trading location? If that happened, Suan would immediately retreat, leaving the battlefield as quickly as possible. However, Suan felt that possibility was unlikely because he believed Huang Yuan and his meeting partner didn't trust each other. Since there was no trust, it was impossible for them to stay and fight to the death in a sudden attack. After dealing with Huang Yuan's 2 level 6 guards, Suan and Zhang Yueying didn't rush to reveal themselves. The height of the mound ensured their good visibility, so they continued firing from their spot, leaving Huang Yuan half dead. Once they were sure Huang Yuan was unable to retaliate, the two then flanked him from the left and right, quickly surrounding him. Officer Huang, long time no see. Approaching the blood-covered Huang Yuan, Suan flashed a joyful smile of reunion. Huang Yuan had been shot several times. Although none of the bullets hit vital organs, they were from awakening of insects and falcon strike bullets, the power of which was not something a level 5 superhuman like him could easily withstand. At this moment, he was completely mangled, unable to resist, even to move a finger. Suan could only flip him over face up with his foot. It's you. Seeing Suan, Huang Yuan's dead fish eyes widened, his face full of surprise. How could it be you? Suan chuckled. Of course it's me. Didn't expect it, did you? You end up dying by my hand. Fate is so strange. Tell me, what are your last words? Huang Yuan opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly a sniper rifle fired, a bullet striking him squarely between the eyebrows, blasting his head to smithereens at close range. Putting away his gun, Suan blew away imaginary gunpowder smoke. Sorry, I'm not really interested in your last words, so you better just die already. Feeling relieved after killing Huang Yuan, Suan whistled and turned to Zhang Yueying, who was collecting spoils, asking, what good stuff did you find? Earlier, in the east, they hadn't gotten too close to Huang Yuan and his group, only seeing him trading with Yelu Hongguang, but they didn't know the specifics of their transaction. Zhang Yueying, squatting in front of several suitcases, sighed and looked at Suan with considerable helplessness. I really can't accept that you're about to become a level 4 transcendent. The 2 items the Huang family had obtained from the demon race at a considerable cost, including the personal gift Yelu Hongguang had given to Huang Yuan, were now going to Suan and Zhang Yueying. Chapter 70. With their spoils in hand, Suan and Zhang Yueying left the crime scene, slipping into the wilderness to find a secluded and safe place to rest. As darkness fell, the surroundings grew quiet. Instead of lighting a campfire, the two admired their day's catch by the soft moonlight. You can cultivate the Azure Lotus Sword technique after you reach level 6. You won't be able to buy a better technique in the Jizhou City supernatural market. Zhang Yueying began distributing the spoils, appearing very generous. Purifying water is useful to both of us, but as a level 6 cultivator, I wouldn't stoop to fighting with a brat like you. Take what you want. Suan looked at her strangely. You were the one who killed several level 6 supernatural beings, so you should get the lion's share of the spoils. Zhang Yueying spoke the truth. I want the golden wrathful gaze, and I can't share it with you. I can also cultivate the Azure Lotus Sword technique, so it's not just for you, it'd be split equally between us. The golden wrathful gaze is more valuable than the purifying water, so I did indeed take the lion's share. Suan was even more curious. What do you need the Vajra wrathful gaze for? Although it can greatly increase the combat power of extraordinary individuals, it's easy to suffer from chi deviation. You can't possibly let the people of the immortal sect take it, can you? Once an extraordinary individual takes the Vajra wrathful gaze, they become the target of the Demon Extermination Bureau's demon slaying and evil removing campaign. Zhang Yueying scratched her head, looking conflicted as if she really wanted to explain to Suan, but couldn't be too direct with him. It's not for the immortal sect. We talk about that later. Anyway, let's divide the 3 items like this. Suan, of course, wouldn't force Zhang Yueying to explain clearly. Since he had already gotten the benefit, he didn't stand on ceremony and asked Zhang Yueying to help protect him. He then took the purifying water and began cultivating. Suan had consumed quite a few force potions and was somewhat worldly wise, but he was still amazed after drinking purifying water. Unlike the often indescribable taste of other force potions, this one tasted surprisingly good, with a fragrance like pine cones and a sweetness like candy fruit. After taking it, Suan felt as if he were boating on a clear lake, surrounded by blooming lotus flowers. He felt relaxed and comfortable. Not only was his body comfortable, but even his soul seemed to be purified. The senses of smell and taste were real, but the latter sensation was illusory, a unique experience brought to Suan by the effects of the medicine. In this refreshing and comfortable state, Suan's cultivation became twice as effective. The medicinal power slowly spread throughout his body, being digested little by little, and all the cells in his body underwent changes. Several hours later, as the moon was high in the sky, Suin felt a surge of energy. The fourth force node in his left palm was officially ignited, unleashing an even more powerful surge of energy within his body. This power was like a dragon eager to break free of its cage. Almost instinctively, Suin abruptly opened his eyes, exhaled, and leaped up, throwing a punch towards the open space in front of him. In an instant, Suin felt as if his arm had transformed into a rifle, and a bullet composed of 4 shot out, striking a poplar tree several meters away. A scene that astonished Suin followed. The poplar tree shuddered, its branches and leaves swaying violently, as if its trunk had been struck heavily by a hammer. Not only Suin was surprised, but Zhang Weiying, who had been idly sitting to the side, secretly biting her nails out of boredom. The former was bewildered and confused, pondering her fist, while the latter stared blankly at the poplar tree, then at Suin, her expression one of utter disbelief. Soon, still not understanding what was happening, Suin threw a second punch at the poplar tree. That same feeling resurfaced, this time with exceptional clarity. His left arm moved like a bow, his force like an arrow, and the poplar tree suffered an even heavier blow, its branches and leaves shaking violently. Realizing something, Suin was overjoyed. While carefully sensing the changes in his body, he unleashed punch after punch at the poplar tree from a distance. In moments, the poplar tree snapped in two. Suin was finally satisfied. He now fully realized what had happened, and looked at Zhang Yueying with a smug smile, saying, "Look how awesome I am." Zhang Yueying had recovered from her shock and curled her lip upon hearing this. "No," Suin said helplessly, "your joke is too old, and it's not polite at all." Zhang Yueying laughed in exasperation, retorting indignantly, "You, a level 4 superhuman, can project your force? Are you civilized?" Suin, Zhang Yueying was right, he had indeed just projected his force, with the help of purification. Shui Dixing's advancement to level 4 was expected, but the ability to project his force externally after reaching level 4 was something Suin could never have anticipated. Reaching level 4 just a few months after becoming a transcendent is a rare occurrence in the entire history of the Yen Kingdom, and a level 4 capable of projecting force externally. I never even heard of such a thing. Zhang Weiying looked up at the sky speechlessly. The appearance of a monstrous genius inevitably brings disaster. Can this world ever be any better? Suin was in an unusually good mood, and naturally didn't mind Zhang Yueying's complaints. He turned and pulled out the Azure Lotus Sword technique from his briefcase, beginning to read it carefully. Since he could already project his force externally, there was no reason not to cultivate the technique. Liuxi town was only a dozen kilometers away. They still had a mission to carry out there. The area was originally the territory of the Chaos Forces. There hadn't been any reports of large-scale demonic activity there before. But now, Yelu Hongguang had appeared there, making the situation seem incredibly strange and complex. The more strength they could increase, the safer they would be when they reached Liuxi town. In case things became unbearable, and they decided to evacuate, they could at least escape faster. I just looked at this technique. It's simple in some ways, but difficult in others, Zhang Yueying, a seasoned superhuman, cautioned Suin, seeing his eagerness to study it. You can try it first, but don't be impatient. Suin asked, puzzled, how can it be both simple and profound? Zhang Yueying chuckled, then pretended to show off. The demon race has a long and rich history of superhuman abilities. They studied cultivation very thoroughly. The so-called Great Path is simple, so a mature technique naturally won't be difficult to learn. However, cultivation isn't just about talent, it also depends on physical capabilities. After all, everyone's constitution is different, some are good at sports, others aren't. Each technique has a specific path for the flow of primal force, involving the coordination of everything from large organs and tissues to individual cells and atoms. The path for the primal force in the Azure Lotus Sword technique isn't complex, but it demands a high level of primal force tolerance from the cells and meridians. Just like a good horse needs a good saddle, and a sharp arrow needs a strong bow. Do you understand what I'm saying? Suin nodded, yes. His answer was so simple and straightforward that Zhang Yueying was left speechless for a moment, before finally asking with some doubt, "You really understand?" Suin said, "What's there to not understand? It's just about the body's affinity with the force. The more adapted the body is to the force, the easier it is to cultivate." Zhang Yueying was speechless again, choked by his words. The logic was indeed sound, but after all her explanation, Suin had summarized it all in a single sentence, making her seem rather dull. "Then try practicing at first," Zhang Yueying said, not wanting to say anything more. Suin nodded slightly. After familiarizing himself with the techniques, He sat cross-legged and attempted to guide his primal force, following the specific route of the Azure Lotus Sword technique. If the Azure Lotus Sword technique was obscure and difficult to understand, involving profound and mysterious methods, it would be quite challenging to comprehend, testing the knowledge, wisdom, and comprehension of an extraordinary being. Su-En's progress would likely be slow. But since the Great Path is simple, and the technique itself wasn't difficult to understand, only testing the physical attributes of an extraordinary being, then things seemed very simple to Su-En. How could he not know his body's affinity for primal force? The demon race's history of extraordinary beings spanned tens of thousands of years. The bodies of cultivators had been modified generation after generation, resulting in a very deep adaptation to primal force. Furthermore, their profound understanding of cultivation allows them to simplify complex techniques, focusing solely on the cultivator's physical attributes, a highly reasonable and suitable approach for them. In a sense, this is inevitable. Will I, a human, truly succeed in cultivating the demon race's techniques? This question arose in Su-En's mind as he began his breathing exercises. His body possessed a high affinity for primal energy, a fact confirmed by Lianshin. However, he was still human. While he might have an advantage over human superhumans, what about compared to demon cultivators? Would practicing a high-grade demon cultivation technique now lead to any unforeseen events? This was a very real concern, demanding Su-En's utmost caution. However, it turned out that his worries were unfounded. High affinity with the force meant high affinity. There was no such thing as everything going smoothly when absorbing the force, only to encounter unexpected problems during cultivation. At first, Su-En was cautious and his progress was slow. But as he gradually felt safe and began to move freely, his speed increased rapidly, eventually becoming effortless. As dawn broke, Su-En opened his eyes again, his gaze shining brightly like stars. He drew his force-powered long sword with a backhand motion, leaped into the air, and swung it in a single strike. A dazzling, cold light shot out, like starlight scattering, like a waterfall reflecting the moon, instantly traveling several meters and striking another poplar tree. This time, the poplar tree snapped in two. Zhang Yuan, who was wiping her rifle nearby, was so startled by his sudden action that her hand trembled, and her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. In just a few hours, Su-En had mastered the Azure Lotus Sword technique's method of circulating internal energy. Zhang Yuan found this hard to accept, but she knew it was the truth. Otherwise, Su-En's sword strike couldn't have been so much more powerful than before. Zhang Yuan herself cultivated extraordinary techniques. She understood the power that different levels of techniques could unleash. Although Su-En hadn't used any sword techniques this time, just a seemingly ordinary strike, its destructive power already surpassed that of ordinary techniques available on the market. Su-En didn't attack repeatedly as before. After confirming the effect with one strike, he withdrew his momentum, didn't say much to Zhang Yuan, and turned back to study the Azure Lotus Sword technique with insatiable thirst. High-quality techniques all have two components. One is the internal energy circulation method, and the other is the external combat techniques. The internal and external are integrated and complementary. Lacking either part will prevent the technique from reaching its true power. As the sun rose in the east, Su-En, whose movements were as swift as a swallow, practiced his strange sword techniques in the midst of the blazing sunlight. Chapter 71. Su-En practiced sword techniques in the morning, sparred with Zhang Yuan for several hours around noon, and left the wilderness for Liuxi town in the afternoon. Outside the town, there were many farmlands stretching as far as the eye could see, growing not only grains and vegetables, but also fruits, all using mechanized farming methods, similar to Qinghe Farm. In contrast to the orderly and technologically advanced farmlands, Liuxi town itself didn't look particularly glamorous. Most of the houses were low and old, and the shops along the streets were haphazard and disorganized. Although the streets were wide, cracks and potholes were frequently visible in the roads. The townspeople wore expressions of visible sorrow and numbness, and their clothing was far less refined than that of people in Jizhou City, perfectly matching Su-En's stereotypical impression of the difference between rural towns and big cities. Liuxi town wasn't without upscale residential areas. Looking up towards the town center, Su-En could see several sleek and solid skyscrapers, like transcendent gods overlooking the toiling masses. According to Zhang Yuan, those were the buildings of the Shengshi Group. Shengshi Group, also known as Shengshi Sect, is the largest sect in Liuxi town. The farmland outside the city belongs to their holdings. Following the satellite map, Su-En and Zhang Yuan entered a shabby hardware store on an ordinary street. "We're looking for Lao Dao," Zhang Yuan said, knocking on the counter. Behind the counter sat a teenager, engrossed in a mobile game. He seemed oblivious to Zhang Yuan's words, showing no reaction whatsoever. Only when Zhang Yuang snatched his phone away did the boy, wearing a dirty down jacket, look up angrily, opening his mouth to demand an explanation. However, when he saw Zhang Yuang and Su En's attire, especially noticing the force-powered firearms and swords they carried, he managed to suppress his anger. Old Dao isn't here. The young man stared at his phone, clearly still concerned about the game's progress. With a snap, Zhang Yuang pulled out her pistol and slammed it on the counter. Then, she pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her pocket, leaning forward with a cold, unfriendly gaze. Now you have two choices. Either take the money and lead us to Old Dao, or I blow your head off. The young man quickly pocketed the money, then turned and walked out of the shop as if nothing had happened. Old Dao went back for lunch. Follow me, it's only a couple 100 meters. Leaving the main street and turning into an alley, after walking only 100 meters or so, the young man knocked on the door of a small courtyard. He called out, Old Dao, someone's looking for you. Without waiting, the young man said, it's done, took the phone from Zhang Yuang and left. From beginning to end, he showed no reverence for the extraordinary, only a fleeting fervor at the sight of money, followed by a clean, efficient, and indifferent demeanor. Su En clearly saw that this young man hadn't ignited his force node. The courtyard gate quickly opened, and a greasy middle-aged man in a leather jacket appeared. He glanced at Zhang Yuang, then exclaimed with realization, you're the sect leader Zhang that old Wang introduced, right? Come in. Yesterday, Su En and Zhang Yuang encountered old Wang, who was planning a robbery, and the latter obtained Old Dao's contact information from him. Now old Wang's body was cold, but that didn't stop Zhang Yuang from continuing to cooperate with Old Dao. People died violently in the wilderness every day, unless they were close relatives or creditors, no one cared. I told you yesterday, there's nothing I don't know in Liuxi town. Just tell me who you want information about, and as long as you can afford the price, you get a satisfactory answer. Old Dao boasted as he led the way. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuang's pistol was already pointed at the back of his head. The instant Zhang Yuang drew her gun, Old Dao, only a level 4 cultivator, abruptly stopped. He didn't make a move, but said in a chilling voice, although you're level 6, if you dare cause trouble here, I guarantee you won't leave Liuxi town alive. Zhang Yuang coldly replied, whether I leave alive or not is my business. You better think about how to save your own life first. She stood behind Old Dao, using him as cover, and then looked into the house. Come out if you don't want him to die. Su had immediately realized that there was likely an ambush inside. Liuxi town was a chaotic land, teeming with ruthless bandits and countless dangers. Even demon cultivators could be encountered at any time. For these outsiders, the only order here was might makes right. But Su also didn't make a move, because he hadn't received any combat signal from Zhang Yuang. After a brief silence, a gentle voice rang out from inside the room. Don't be nervous, we're guests too, from Jizhou City. Along with the voice came a burly man in his 30s. Upon seeing Zhang Yuang and Su En, he smiled with obvious relief. Looks like you're from Jizhou City too? Even if we're not on the same mission, we're here for the same purpose. Name, identity. Zhang Yuang didn't lower her gun. Fong Nan, Beiyang sect, the burly man announced. Without Zhang Yuang's prompting, Su En took out his phone and logged onto the website of the Extraordinary Affairs Management Committee. After finding Fong Nan's information and confirming that the website photo matched the person in front of him, and that he was an extraordinary individual with a high reputation score, he nodded slightly to Zhang Yuang. Zhang Yuang holstered her pistol. Zhang Yuang, Shenxian sect. After confirming their identities, Zhang Yuang turned to Lao Dao. Why didn't you say there were people in the house earlier? Lao Dao chuckled twice, not without annoyance, and said, who told you to draw your gun so quickly? Lao Dao's living room was large, and 4 extraordinary individuals were sitting inside. Judging from their attire and equipment, they were elites from Jizhou City. When Zhang Yuang and Su En entered, 3 of them nodded in greeting. Only a woman in her 20s, with fair skin and exquisite makeup, let out a disdainful snort when she looked up at Su En, then lowered her head to continue playing with her nails. The young woman and Fong Nan were both level 6 transcendents, while the other 3 were level 5. You two go upstairs and sit down first. I finished discussing things with them, then we talk about our business. Don't worry, you won't have to wait long, Old Dao said to Zhang Yuang. Zhang Yuang looked at Fong Nan. Are you here for a mission from the Qingyan sect? If so, there's a possibility of cooperation. Even if not, we should at least exchange information to avoid causing trouble or hindering each other during the mission. If not, then there's nothing to do, everyone can go their own way. Fong Nan didn't try to hide anything, it seems you are too This made old Dao laugh. That's good. This is our first time working together. After you buy the information from me, you can go downstairs and verify it to see if I lied to you. I think we can cooperate, Fong Nan suggested proactively. We already bought the intelligence, and we can share it with you for free. To be honest, the mission isn't simple, and working together will give us a better chance. He proposed a collaboration so readily because he had just reviewed Zhang Yuan's information on the official website, and had some understanding of her, and Su and strength and reputation. The Beiyang sect wasn't a sect in the Dongping district, and the two hadn't known each other before. However, the official website had public information on extraordinary individuals. The higher one's military merit points, the higher their access level, and the more information they could see. Zhang Yuan was naturally a given, and while Suan was only level 4, he held the title of combat hero, and his over 30 million points from the beginner missions were impressive enough to make Fong Nan look at him with new respect. Zhang Yuan didn't reply immediately. Instead, she browsed the official website, learned about Fong Nan and the others, and only after confirming that they were potential partners did she nod in agreement. Old Dao was unhappy, muttering, "This is a huge loss. We could have made double the money. Sigh, I should have checked the almanac before opening today." Besides Old Dao, there was another person present who was also unhappy. A delicate-looking young woman pulled Fong Nan aside, arms crossed, and said impatiently, "Old Fong, why are you putting just anyone into the team? Isn't a level 4 just dragging everyone down? If we encounter danger, won't we have to take care of him?" Fong Nan explained in a low voice, "My dear lady, didn't you look at his information? He's a combat hero, he has a silver medal, his actual combat strength is definitely not bad. So what if he's a combat hero? I'm a combat hero too, but..." The young woman almost blurted out, "But my battle record was all built up by you guys. In short, that kind of stuff doesn't count. I don't agree to him joining the team." Fong Nan advised, "I think he's really capable. We know which powerful families in Jizhou City have nominal sect leaders, and that kid's demeanor clearly isn't that of a pampered young master. Then why does he have a level 6 guard with him?" The young woman retorted sharply. "With a guard accompanying him, how could his battle record not be built up?" Fong Nan was speechless for a moment, then finally said, "At worst, we can disregard his combat strength. Zhang Yuan's record is quite impressive. Her joining us will definitely be a great help. Miss, you've seen the relevant intelligence. This mission is quite difficult. If we don't want to give up, we should at least try using them." The young woman, not wanting to argue with Fong Nan any longer, waved her hand impatiently. "I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. You be the one to solve any trouble later." While the two were whispering to each other, Suan and Zhang Yuan weren't idle either, reviewing intelligence while whispering amongst themselves. "The moment I saw that woman, I knew she wasn't someone who could fight. The others were clearly elite. Why would they bring along such a burden?" Suan asked Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, "Not a burden, but a boss. Besides those like us who fight with real swords, many sects in society are assets of the upper class and powerful. Those bigwigs in the government offices, bound by Yin Kingdom's laws to not engage in business themselves, and envious of the prophet's sects can bring, have their own disciples nominally affiliated with them, then use their power and resources to help them develop the sects. This kind of thing is actually quite common. You get used to it." Chapter 72. The intelligence provided by Lao Dao indicated that a small-scale, fierce battle had broken out in Liuxi town one night a little over a month ago. One side consisted of elite superhumans, while the other was a much larger and more numerous force. The latter was the local Liuxi town power, the Black Wind Gang. Because the battle shifted from inside the town to outside, many people died in the streets that night, including many Black Wind Gang members and a large number of ordinary civilians. The next day, Lao Dao learned through his intelligence network that the Black Wind Gang had been infiltrated by superhumans in the middle of the night, and several of their prisoners had been rescued. By the time the Black Wind Gang realized what was happening, the infiltrators had already left their hideout. The Black Wind Gang reacted swiftly, launching a large-scale pursuit. After the fierce battle, the Black Wind Gang claimed that all the infiltrators had been killed and all the prisoners had been captured. As a local strongman and intelligence provider, Lao Dao, through extensive inquiries, confirmed that the attackers were superhumans from Jizhou City. Their purpose in infiltrating the Black Wind Gang was to rescue intelligence officers secretly stationed in Liuxi town by the Yin Kingdom. As for why the Black Wind Gang was able to identify the Yin Kingdom intelligence officers, and why they wanted to arrest them, members of the Black Wind Gang revealed that the officers, relying on the backing of the Yin Kingdom government, had been lording it over others and amassing wealth in Liuxi town, thus creating a personal grudge. Do intelligence officers sent by the government to the Chaos Land really act like tyrants in their work location? Suan asked Zhang Yueying. In his imagination, intelligence officers should operate discreetly. Zhang Yueying said, that depends on the situation and the person. Some intelligence officers, relying on their high cultivation and combat strength, as well as the proximity of their operating area to the government's sphere of influence, do indeed earn extra money in their spare time. Everyone wants to make money, that's understandable, but it rarely comes to the point of tyranny. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence acts with method and knows their limits. Suan nodded slightly, indicating he learned something new. Based on the known intelligence, Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others purchased additional information from Lao Dao, such as the Black Wind Gang's strength, background, and the reasons for their capture of Yin Kingdom intelligence personnel. Having gathered all the intelligence, the group left Lao Dao's house and found another place to stay in Liuxi town. To make Zhang Yueying feel safe, Fang Nan, who had more people, gave Zhang Yueying the initiative to choose their accommodation. She readily agreed and checked into a hotel she was familiar with. Coming to a dangerous place for a mission, and with only two of them, Zhang Yueying naturally wouldn't separate from Suan. She booked a double suite. Is Lao Dao's intelligence reliable? Could he be colluding with the Black Wind Gang to set us up, or perhaps tipping them off? Suan asked Zhang Yueying as they entered. Zhang Yueying said, this is his livelihood, would he really ruin it? If only we had found him, that would be one thing, but Fang Nan and the others also found him, which means he has a reputation that everyone trusts. Furthermore, the information he gave us was all very ordinary. We could easily get similar information from other places with some effort. But he didn't mention anything about the Black Wind Gang's weaknesses. Suan nodded. Regarding why the Black Wind Gang captured the Yin Kingdom's intelligence officer, Lao Dao didn't provide them with an answer. Either he didn't know, or he knew but couldn't say it. A moment later, Fang Nan and the others knocked on the door and came in to discuss their next move with the two of them. The Black Wind Gang claims they killed all the superhumans from the Qingyun sect, but Li Qingyun is actually alive. This shows they're deliberately covering something up. Zhang Yueying spoke first. The simplest and most effective way to advance the mission right now is to directly attack the Black Wind Gang and investigate their hideout. Her suggestion, seemingly reckless, was actually a feasible plan based on reality. First, although the Black Wind Gang has dozens of superhumans, most are low level. The gang leader is level 6, the two vice leaders are level 5, and the rest are below level 5. With the combat strength of Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, Suan, and others, plus the cooperation of 3 level 5 superhumans, a surprise attack could potentially take control of the Black Wind Gang leader. Even if things don't go smoothly, as long as everyone acts effectively, a safe retreat shouldn't be a problem. In any case, their team is far stronger than Li Qingyun and his group. Secondly, Li Qingyun's message stated that he was currently being held captive by the Black Wind Gang, imprisoned in their stronghold. Although injured and greatly weakened, he still possessed the potential to fight back desperately. A surprise attack on the Black Wind Gang could potentially rescue Li Qingyun. Finally, if they were lucky, the intelligence officers might survive, and they could even bring them out. If so, the mission would be immediately declared a success. Even if the intelligence officers died, rescuing Li Qingyun would make it easy to ascertain the relevant circumstances, and the mission would still be considered a success. Of course, Zhang Yueying's suggestion wasn't without its problems. Fang Nan pondered, I have 2 questions. First, why did the Black Wind Gang arrest our intelligence personnel? Is it truly just a personal grudge stemming from money? If not, then this matter is far more complex. Arresting Yin officials and opposing the Yin government isn't something the Black Wind Gang alone would dare to do. If we rush over, we could easily encounter danger. Secondly, Li Qingyun said he was able to send the message by stealing the guard's phone while he was asleep. But is that really the truth? If Li Qingyun was forced to send the message, then regardless of their intentions, they must have been prepared for our arrival. We could easily fall into a trap. Fang Nan's analysis was very reasonable. Finally, everyone unanimously decided to act according to Zhang Yueying's suggestion. The reason was simple. If they didn't act, all of Fang Nan's concerns could neither be confirmed nor disproven. Since everyone was here, they naturally had to move forward with the mission. They had already gathered all the intelligence they couldn't just do nothing now. The only option left was to resolve the issue by force. Whether it was to intimidate or stir up trouble, they had to at least try. The operation time was quickly set, 3 a.m. tonight. Then came the assignment of tasks. The 3 level 6 individuals present were Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and a delicate-looking young woman named Lu Xian. Logically, they should have undertaken the most dangerous and arduous main task, with the others providing cover. According to Zhang Yuan's plan, the superhumans were divided into two groups. One was a spearhead team that would infiltrate the Black Wind Gang's base to capture the leader first. The other was a support team providing cover from behind. If everything went smoothly, the support team would accompany the spearhead team into the fray. If something went wrong, the support team would cover the spearhead team's retreat. Besides Suin, the room contained 3 level 6 and 3 level 5 individuals. It was reasonable for the level 6 to be the elite force, and the level 5 the support team. However, before Zhang Yuan assigned the personnel, Fong Nan specifically named a level 5 superhuman, instructing him to accompany him and Zhang Yuan into the room, while placing Lu Xian in the support position. As for Suin, before Fong Nan could finish speaking, Lu Xian had already moved closer to Suin, giving him a disdainful glance and asking indifferently, "Are you stupid?" Suin didn't like this woman. "Just say what you want to say." Lu Xian snorted coldly. "Since you're not stupid, you should know not to show off at crucial moments. We don't want to be distracted taking care of this burden during the battle, so you better stay at the hotel. Understand?" Suin gave Lu Xian a once-over without any politeness, bluntly stating, "I don't think you're that great, are you?" Lu Xian glared fiercely at Suin. "Whether I'm great or not is none of your business, you mere level 4. With that, she snorted again, raising her eyebrows arrogantly. "No matter what, I'm level 6, a level 6 capable of projecting force. I'm infinitely more useful than you." "I'd definitely be useful once we're outside, but you're different. Staying obediently in the hotel is the biggest help you can give us, understand?" Suin chuckled twice. "It's good that you know your role is limited." At this moment, Fong Nan finished explaining the team arrangements and turned to Suin politely, saying, "Brother Su, this mission is very dangerous. We need to ensure an escape route. Could you meet us at the hotel?" His words were very tactful, perfectly considering Suin's feelings. Compared to Lu Xian, his skill was immediately apparent. Suin didn't say much, sure. Seeing that he wasn't acting recklessly or brazenly, Fong Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt Suin's combat strength far surpassed that of other extraordinary individuals of the same realm, making him a teammate worth fighting alongside, the outcome of tonight's operation was uncertain, and reducing even a fraction of the uncertainty was always better. "You're smart enough. Now I'm starting to have faith in you," Lu Xian said with a sarcastic remark, before leaving with Fong Nan and the others to return to her room to prepare for the next operation. Zhang Yuan closed the door, turning back to observe Suin with a puzzled look. "I heard that little girl belittling you. Why did you still agree to stay?" She knew Suin's strength and personality well, so she wasn't puzzled as to why he agreed to stay, knowing he must have his reasons. What she didn't understand was how Suin could tolerate Lu Xian. Suin replied calmly, "Why would I bother arguing with an idiot? That would prevent me from getting anything done. His time and energy were precious. The best way to deal with an idiot was to stay far away. Besides, he had his own things to do, and wouldn't let a fool change his rational judgment." Zhang Yuan gave a thumbs up. "Such maturity at such a young age, I admire you." After speaking, she stared at Suin without moving. Suin knew she was waiting for him to explain why he accepted Fong Nan's opinion. There are suspicious points in this matter. His suspicious points, naturally, weren't the 2 points Fong Nan had noticed. Suin continued, "Intelligence shows that Li Qingyun and his group were discovered after rescuing the target intelligence officer and leaving the Black Wind Gang's base. They infiltrated, rescued people, and weren't discovered during their escape. They were already outside the Black Wind Gang's base when they were discovered. That doesn't make sense. Furthermore, given the distance between the two sides, the Black Wind Gang's hasty pursuit, yet none of Li Qingyun and his group escaped, that's even more illogical." Zhang Yuan paused, stunned. She hadn't noticed this at all before. Not only her, but Fong Nan and the others were also caught off guard. "What's your judgment?" Zhang Yuan asked seriously. "As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. I think this matter might very well involve the demon race," Suin speculated. "So what's your plan?" Zhang Yuan followed up. After her confrontation with Huang Hai, she had considerable confidence in Suin's strategic planning and meticulous execution. Suin said, "It's simple. You all proceed according to the plan, stirring up trouble to lure the enemy out, and be prepared to retreat at any time. As for me, I will remain hidden on the perimeter, secretly monitoring everything. If there is any unexpected danger, I will immediately issue a warning. If there truly is a demon present, I will provide you with genuine cover." Chapter 73. At 2:30 a.m., Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others set off ahead of time. Suan didn't accompany them, but waited until they were quite a distance away before leaving. The Black Wind Gang's hideout was a cluster of several-story houses with courtyards. The largest building in the middle was the headquarters, and the residence of the gang leader, Black Wind, usually guarded by many gang members. Suan found a building with a good view about 200 to 300 meters away, silently climbed onto the roof, and instead of immediately setting up his gun, stayed in the darkness to observe his surroundings. Liushi town was unusually quiet at 3 a.m. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and even drunkards were hard to find. The streetlights were on, but many were broken. Some areas flickered with light. Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others had already reached the Black Wind Gang leader's courtyard. Some of the sentries inside and outside the gate were dozing, while others were pacing back and forth. The courtyard was brightly lit. There was a perimeter, but it wasn't very tight. Suan made a mental assessment. Given the current situation, even Li Qingyun could potentially infiltrate. He wasn't surprised. More than a month had passed since Li Qingyun's incident, and even if the Black Wind Gang had tightened their defenses, they should have returned to normal by now. Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others used the roadside greenery as cover, sneaking into a less guarded area and scaling the wall. The entire process was swift and silent. The three of them made their way through the front yard, inevitably exposed to the lights along the way, but they weren't noticed by the Black Wind Gang members. Soon, they disappeared along the wall to the side of the building, disappearing towards the backyard. There were even fewer sentries in the backyard, but that didn't mean the danger was reduced, because there were cameras everywhere. If the people in the monitoring room were dozing off, Zhang Yueying and the others could still be discovered. In the backyard stood several three-story houses. Fang Nan approached one, silently picked the lock with his tools, and slipped inside. If Li Qingyun's message was correct, Fang Nan should have seen him upon entering. If the message was flawed, the message was indeed problematic. Fang Nan retreated immediately upon entering, shouting to Zhang Yueying as he threw a grenade into the house. As the grenade exploded, illuminating the windows, figures as fierce as tigers and leopards surged from the surrounding buildings, charging straight towards Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others. The two sides were very close. The Black Wind Gang members didn't fire, relying on their superior numbers to launch a direct assault, using swords, axes, hammers, and other melee weapons to encircle and attack. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so people rushed out, each an elite of level 4 or higher. This was just the fighting force from the main courtyard. Lights from several nearby houses began to illuminate the scene, and one after another, Black Wind Gang members charged out, including another dozen or so elites of level 4 or higher. Suan frowned. According to the intelligence provided by Lao Dao, the Black Wind Gang shouldn't have so many level 4 or 5 members. Either Lao Dao's intelligence was flawed, or there was something wrong with the Black Wind Gang itself. Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others fought fiercely. Their cultivation was extraordinary, and they killed or wounded several people in the blink of an eye. However, as more and more Black Wind Gang members joined, their situation would only become increasingly dangerous. At this moment, gunshots suddenly rang out from the rooftop of a building across the street from the Black Wind Gang's main courtyard. Gang members rushing to the battlefield to provide support were successively struck by a barrage of force bullets. That was Lu Xian and her group making their move. However, faced with the Black Wind Gang's rapid response, their all-out attack, and the sudden appearance of a large number of elite level 4 and 5 combatants, the firepower support from Lu Xian and the other two seemed rather ineffective. The situation was dire, yet Su Anmo didn't even attempt to move, remaining hidden in the shadows. If it were only the forces already revealed, Zhang Yueying and the others, though in danger, were still at level 6, making a breakout not impossible. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the backyard, a chilling wave spreading outwards, causing the Black Wind Gang members surrounding Fang Nan and his group to freeze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yueying fired a series of shots, felling several enemies in quick succession. Fang Nan, his body radiating golden light, charged headlong into the crowd like a raging bull, sending any superhumans who stood in his way flying, coughing up blood. Zhang Yueying's pinpoint strike and Fang Nan's charge were aimed in the same direction. In the blink of an eye, a bloody path was carved out. The Black Wind Gang superhumans outside the cold waves reacted quickly, abandoning their melee weapons and switching to force-based firearms. Before they could fire at Zhang Yueying, she had already dashed out of her original position. Fang Nan in front, level 5 warriors in the middle, and Zhang Yueying behind, the three broke through the cleared passage, successfully fighting their way from the backyard to the front yard. The superhumans in the front yard were unaffected by the cold wave, and the golden light around Fong Nen had disappeared. At this moment, reinforcements arriving from the left and right yards immediately surrounded them, blocking Zhang Yueying and her group once again. However, the front yard wasn't the Black Wind Gang's designated battlefield. The elite superhumans there hadn't immediately formed an encirclement. The superhumans, who met Zhang Yueying and Fong Nen, were all injured and repelled in a single exchange. Lu Xian and the others on the rooftop across the street kept firing, disregarding the depletion of their force and the hastily organized counterattack by the Black Wind Gang members, desperately providing support for Zhang Yueying and the others. If Zhang Yueying and the others could seize the opportunity, breaking out in one go wouldn't be difficult. If they could break out, they could retreat safely. However, if they missed their chance and allowed the Black Wind Gang to complete the encirclement, and Lu Xian and the others were also suppressed by firepower, then only one outcome would be to be trapped and die in the quagmire. Su had raised his falcon strike, but ultimately resisted the urge to act immediately. Zhang Yueying and Fong Nen did not disappoint him. The two were indeed veteran soldiers, experienced and with sharp eyes. In the blink of an eye, they discerned a suitable breakout location from the chaotic battlefield, and without the slightest hesitation, they cooperated perfectly, cutting down and forcing back several superhumans who blocked their way. Almost without stopping, they successfully fought their way out of the Black Wind Gang's weak point in the front yard. The level 5 soldier, who was with them, didn't fall behind, and also leaped over the courtyard wall. Suen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. As the three leaped over the courtyard wall, their bodies were exposed in midair for a relatively long period, during which they couldn't make many moves. Several deadly force bullets struck them in that instant. Suen's heart tightened immediately. Clearly, someone had been lying in ambush outside the Black Wind Gang's base, watching Zhang Yueying and the others for quite some time, allowing them to seize the fleeting opportunity to strike as they leaped over the wall. To accurately predict the movements of a level 6 transcendent and capture the optimal moment to strike, the opponent must also be level 6. Both Zhang Yueying and Fong Nen sensed the danger at the critical moment and, at the last second, made evasive maneuvers to avoid being hit in vital areas. Blood spurted from Zhang Yueying's left shoulder, a bullet grazed Fong Nen's right rib, and the level 5 soldier, with limited cultivation, couldn't react in time and was hit in the chest. As Fong Nen and Zhang Yueying landed, Suen had already raised his gun against the rooftop wall. Although the enemy was lying in ambush, they had already fired, and Suen had roughly determined the gunman's location. However, his gun wasn't aimed at the attackers. It was aimed at the rooftop where Lu Xian and the others were. He certainly wasn't going to take advantage of the situation to kill Lu Xian, but in the instant he raised his gun, he caught a glimpse of Lu Xian and the others being attacked. Lu Xian and the others were in a support position. Without their cover fire, the already injured Zhang Yueying and Fong Nen couldn't escape safely, so Suen had to eliminate the threat to them first. After noticing the anomaly behind them, and turning around, fear and despair instantly filled the faces of Lu Xian and the others. Tonight's operation had taken an unexpected turn. The enemy's strength was far beyond their expectations, putting them on edge. Now, their strongest fighters, Zhang Yueying and Fong Nen, were suddenly injured. Almost simultaneously, they turned around and saw 2 level 6 and 2 level 5 fighters leap onto the roof. How could they not realize they were in a dead end? The 2 level 6 fighters, appearing suddenly, charged forward in a zigzag pattern. Lu Xian knew that in her haste, she couldn't possibly hit them with a single shot, and she wouldn't have a chance to fire a second. She had just discarded her gun and drawn her force sword when the leading level 6 fighter was already upon her. The fighter raised his arm, a flash of light, and the surging, chilling force blade pressed down on her forehead like an avalanche. The instant she raised her sword to parry, Lu Xian felt utterly hopeless. Although she was a level 6 cultivator, it was merely a superficial level. Aside from her passable marksmanship, her actual combat strength might not even be enough to reliably defeat a level 5 cultivator. Now, being attacked at close range by a cultivator of the same level, escape was impossible. The only outcome was death. As swords clashed, Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. Her opponent's strength was more than half weaker than she had anticipated, practically weightless and harmless. Before she could figure out why, her opponent collapsed in front of her with a thud, blood gushing from a hole in his back. Bang! This time, Lu Xian noticed a gunshot. The other level 6 cultivator reacted in time, but was still hit in the shoulder. His face showed a similar look of panic as Lu Xian's had just experienced, and he quickly led the 2 level 5 cultivators away. Being targeted by a powerful sniper lurking in the shadows, there was no reason for her to remain in the open. Filled with gratitude and surprise, Lu Xian looked towards the direction of the gunfire. With the exceptional eyesight of a level 6 transcendent, she spotted the culprit, who had killed one level 6 cultivator and wounded the other with just 2 shots. On the rooftop of a building 200 or 300 meters away, the attacker was firing. The moment she recognized the attacker's face, Lu Xian froze. How could it be him? Lu Xian was utterly bewildered. Don't stand there. Provide cover and find a chance to retreat. Before Lu Xian could recover from her shock, Su An's calm and collected voice rang in her earpiece. Lu Xian snapped out of her daze and quickly returned to her fighting position with her 2 companions. He's actually a genuine combat hero? This thought flashed through her mind, and Lu Xian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Su An's image in her mind instantly became much more imposing. Chapter 74. The team led by Fong Nan consisted of 3 level 6 cultivators, who ambushed Zhang Weiying from the shadows, while Su An dealt with the threat posed by Lu Xian's team. Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan were both injured, but as level 6 transcendents, who had already escaped the Black Wind Gang's compound, they could easily have escaped without the intervention of powerful figures. Although Lu Xian's team had returned to their support positions, the Black Wind Gang members reacted quickly, opening fire on their location. The disparity in firepower was immense. Lu Xian and her team were suppressed and unable to raise their heads, struggling to defend themselves and having little capacity to provide fire support. The 3 level 6 cultivators, wielding melee weapons, engaged Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan in a fierce battle on the street. Not only were they in full physical condition, but they also received assistance from the Black Wind Gang's level 4 and 5 elites, who arrived one after another. Within moments of the battle beginning, they had the upper hand over Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan, and the encirclement was steadily shrinking. Another group of Black Wind Gang members, under the command of the level 6 cultivator injured by Su An, swiftly launched an attack on the building where Lu Xian and the others were located. Mei rushed into the building, and would soon reach the rooftop. Together with the level 4 and 5 elites scaling the walls, capturing and killing Lu Xian and the others would not be difficult. Bang, bang. The sound of Su An's falcon strike echoed continuously, and several Black Wind Gang members surrounding Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan fell instantly. Of the 3 level 6 cultivators surrounding the enemy, one now led a squad of Black Wind Gang members, rapidly approaching Su An's location. Su An's eyes were lowered. The enemy outnumbered them too much. Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan were about to be surrounded. If he fired a couple of shots and then changed positions, he wouldn't be able to effectively counter the enemy. But if he didn't change positions, he would be surrounded within minutes. Currently, the number of Black Wind Gang members close to Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan is still limited. The two are constantly maneuvering and changing their positions, trying to break through the crowd. The window of opportunity is only 2 minutes. If the Black Wind Gang completes their encirclement and also surrounds Lu Xian and the others, Su An's repositioning will be useless. He must kill as many enemies as possible within these 2 minutes to support Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan in escaping pursuit. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Su An heard Fong Nan's urgent shout in the earpiece. He was issuing an order to Lu Xian's group. Lu Xian's group has limited combat strength. Once the building is captured, it's certain death. But if they leave their support position, the pressure on Zhang Weiying and Fong Nan will increase dramatically. Su An gritted his teeth. Before the operation, they had anticipated potential setbacks, but who could have imagined that the Black Wind Gang would suddenly have 4 additional level 6 cultivators and a large number of level 4 and 5 extraordinary combatants? According to their understanding from the official mission briefing, this was the only elite force in the entire Liuxi town. Therefore, logically speaking, they shouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Even if there were some shady dealings within the Black Wind Gang, retreating shouldn't have been too difficult if their operation encountered unexpected circumstances. But what exactly is going on now? Has the entire Liuxi town participated in the kidnapping of the Yin Kingdom's intelligence officer and joined forces to ambush the Yin Kingdom's extraordinary individuals? If this is the truth, then Old Dao, as a member of Liuxi town, must have been involved. He not only deliberately sold false information to Su An and the others, but also secretly notified everyone in Liuxi town to set up an ambush tonight. Everything makes sense, but the most fundamental question remains unanswered. What is Liuxi town trying to do? Going to war with the Yin Kingdom? What right do they have? If they anger the Yin Kingdom's officials, the Lingdong province wouldn't even need to deploy its army. Jizhou City could easily raze Liuxi town to the ground by simply mobilizing the forces of some major sects. Bang, 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 bang. Su An had just fired 2 shots when his gaze suddenly sharpened. Through the scope, for cultivators surrounding Zhang Yueying and Fang Nan collapsed, bleeding profusely. He had only fired 2 bullets, yet 4 enemies had fallen. At the same time, Suin noticed gunshots coming from the dark streets not far away. He didn't turn his head to look, nor did he hesitate for a moment. He slightly moved his gun and immediately pulled the trigger, because the sudden fall of 4 enemies had exposed a level 6 cultivator to his line of fire. Fang Nan had too many cultivators surrounding Zhang Yueying. Shadowy figures constantly surrounded them, and the 2 level 6 cultivators were too fast, with others flashing around them. Suin hadn't been able to find an opportunity to seriously injure them. This was perfectly timed. A faint glint of light shot from the muzzle of the gun, streaking down from the rooftop like a meteor across the night sky, disappearing in a flash from Suin's sight. He caught sight of the force bullet again when it struck a level 6 cultivator, causing a burst of blood to erupt from the opponent's body. As the level 6 opponent fell, creating an opening, Zhang Yueying seized the opportunity, wielding her long sword and charging into the gap, cutting down a level 5 cultivator in front of her. Bang, bang, bang. As Suin fired another shot, the mysterious figure in the darkness fired 2 more bullets, knocking down the enemies in front of and beside Zhang Yueying. Suin's spirits lifted. Ignoring the Black Wind gang members rushing towards the building, his eyes sharp and calm as he repeatedly pulled the trigger. Seeing Zhang Yueying and Fang Nan break through the crowd and temporarily escape their entanglement, Suin didn't hesitate any longer, sheathing his falcon and retreating. He leaped off the rooftop in the opposite direction, landing on the roof of a nearby building. He then sprinted and leaped repeatedly, making several turns, covering a considerable distance. He quickly arrived at the second sniper position he had pre-selected to support the group's retreat. From here, he could no longer see the Black Wind gang compound. But he saw Zhang Yueying and Fang Nan running through the streets. Suin didn't spot Lu Xian's team. However, he wasn't particularly concerned. If someone like Lu Xian died, so be it. Zhang Yueying and Fang Nan were still being pursued. With a little cover, Suin, already having the speed advantage, allowed them to successfully escape danger. After the 3 reunited, Fang Nan decided to go back to rescue Lu Xian. She was someone he was protecting, and he couldn't bear the responsibility of her dying in battle. Zhang Yueying didn't object. Now that they were out of danger, as long as Lu Xian and her group hadn't been captured and were still fighting and retreating, their support from the outside would easily rescue them. As it turned out, regardless of Lu Xian's individual combat skills, at least her squad hadn't been a hindrance. When Suin and the others saw them, they were indeed being chased by a group of people. The rescue of Lu Xian and her group went smoothly without any further incidents, as the mysterious figure in the darkness made another move. The group didn't return to the hotel, but instead withdrew directly from Liushi town. The ambush they encountered tonight was highly unusual. Not only Suin felt something was amiss, but Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others also sensed something was wrong and didn't want to stay in Liushi town for even a minute longer. The Black Wind gang, or rather the people of Liushi town, didn't pursue them out of the town. The group ran through the wilderness under the moonlight for a while, before retreating to a hilltop to rest. Thank you so much, Brother Su. If it weren't for your timely arrival and strong support from the outside, we would have been surrounded and killed by the Black Wind gang. Fang Nan first thanked Suin. I really didn't expect that Brother Su, with only a level 4 cultivation, would have level 6 combat power. It's incredible. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted to the rifle in Suin's hand, his eyes filled with obvious admiration and emotion. Although Suin's Falcon Strike was only a level 2 firearm, it was still the pinnacle of level 2 firearms, and as a sniper rifle, its power was truly extraordinary. However, if that were all, the Falcon Strike wouldn't be able to effectively kill a level 6 cultivator. The root cause was that his origin force level had reached the level 6 standard. Lu Xian, still shaken, blushed and patted her heaving chest, saying, "That really scared me to death. I almost lost my life." Hearing Fang Nan's words, she also looked at Suin, hesitated for a moment, and then said, You were really amazing tonight. I didn't expect you to be a genuine combat hero. Thank you, thank you. After thanking Suin, everyone reviewed the day's operation. Liushi town has mobilized its entire strength to openly ambush Yin Kingdom's extraordinary individuals. Unless they gone mad, they must have received covert support from the demon race. Fang Nan analyzed angrily and helplessly. I never imagined that Liushi town would completely succumb to the demon race. Although the various forces in the Chaos Land are officially defined as extremely evil by the Yin Kingdom, in reality, many of their towns have connections with cities throughout the Lingdong province. Some are close to the demon race, even completely controlled by them, becoming their strongholds in Yin Kingdom. However, others are closer to Yin Kingdom, dealing more with Yin Kingdom's extraordinary individuals and smugglers. Liuxi Town had always belonged to the latter category. Like Fong Nan, Suan believed this was the most likely possibility, but he felt Fong Nan's conclusion was somewhat hasty. At least they needed to gather more evidence. The facts may not be so, Fong Nan said, when a powerful voice suddenly rang out from the wilderness. This voice immediately alerted everyone. Fong Nan even prepared for battle, but Suan and Zhang Yueying simultaneously frowned slightly. Appearing along with the voice was a young superhuman, who extended his hands to indicate no hostility, slowly walking towards the group. Suan recognized him. It was the one who had been supporting Zhang Yueying and the others in the darkness. The other person had been retreating when Suan retreated. He had seen their figure before. Zhang Yueying recognized the other person as well, but the name she announced surprised everyone. Li Qingyun? Walking steadily towards them in the moonlight was none other than Li Qingyun, the sect master of the Qingyun sect and the originator of this mission. Long time no see, how have you been? Upon approaching, Li Qingyun gave Zhang Yueying and Suan a slightly tired, yet relieved, long-lost smile. Weren't you captured by the Black Wind Gang? How are you still able to support us outside their territory? Zhang Yueying asked with a scrutinizing look. Oh, you reached level 6? Fong Nan's response was even more direct. He ordered his team to spread out, immediately prepare for battle, and looked at Li Qingyun with suspicion. Sect Master Li, you shouldn't be here. Even if you advance to level 6, it's impossible for you to escape from the Black Wind Gang, let alone participate in the battle. This mission started because of you. There are too many suspicious points. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, I seriously doubt your current identity and stance. Chapter 75. Li Qingyun immediately recounted his ordeal to everyone. Over a month ago, he accepted the mission to rescue an intelligence officer. After arriving in Liuxi Town and gathering intelligence, he launched a nighttime raid on the Black Wind Gang. Initially, things went smoothly. Using intelligence from within the Black Wind Gang, they accurately located the room where the intelligence officer was being held and successfully rescued him. During the operation, they didn't engage in any firefight with the Black Wind Gang members. The commotion was minimal, allowing them to escape the gang's compound unscathed. Just when Li Qingyun thought the operation was successful, and they could quickly escape the Black Wind Gang and leave the town, gunfire suddenly erupted in the dark buildings. 3 of Li Qingyun's elite sect members fell in the first volley of gunfire, and the Black Wind Gang quickly gave chase. Even though they got into a vehicle, and their outer support units desperately provided cover, they couldn't completely shake off the pursuit. Finally, their last chariot was destroyed outside the city, leaving them completely surrounded. All the extraordinary individuals in the sect perished, except for Li Qingyun, who was captured and taken back to the Black Wind Gang's compound. Li Qingyun was seriously injured and subjected to interrogation by the Black Wind Gang in the following days. The Black Wind Gang's interrogation covered a wide range of topics, encompassing everything from the combat strength of extraordinary individuals to supermarket prices, and even the relationship between citizens and the government. Ultimately, the Black Wind Gang wanted to recruit Li Qingyun, sending him back to Jizhou City as a spy and establishing a smuggling trade route with Liuxi Town. They planned to use the Qingyun sect's resources to supply them with various goods and intelligence from Jizhou City. Li Qingyun did not refuse outright, but instead chose to engage in a war of words with the Black Wind Gang. This bought him considerable time, allowed the Black Wind Gang to heal his injuries, and even earned him some of their trust. While the Black Wind Gang lowered their guard, he seized the opportunity to inform Jizhou City, secretly advanced to level 6, and sneaked out of the Black Wind Gang compound to provide timely support to Suan and the others. Who did you buy the intelligence on Liuxi Town from before your operation? Zhang Yueying asked. Old Knife. It seems this Old Knife really has a problem. Not just Old Knife, the entire Liuxi Town has a problem. Fong Nan gritted his teeth. The extraordinary combatants who besieged us tonight are the elite forces of the entire Liuxi Town. They must have all defected to the demon race. Li Qingyun shook his head. Liuxi Town hasn't completely defected to the demon race. It's the Black Wind Gang that has. Seeing everyone looking at him, Li Qingyun continued to explain. After we rescued the intelligence officer that day, we were discovered by demons lurking outside the Black Wind Gang's compound. Those powerful extraordinary combatants you encountered today were mostly demon cultivators. During my imprisonment by the Black Wind Gang, I personally witnessed their interactions with the demon race. However, as far as I know, the Shunshur group hasn't defected to the demon race. The entire Liuxi Town is still under their control. Otherwise, you would have been ambushed as soon as you entered Liuxi town, and wouldn't have had a chance to attack the Black Wind gang. Suen nodded slightly. This explanation aligned with his assessment. In other words, the demon race had dispatched an elite force to Liuxi town and bribed the Black Wind gang to work for them. However, the controlling entity of Liuxi town, the largest local power, the Shenshi group, refused to submit to the demon race and still wanted to maintain its independent status. At least for now. Now that we met with sect leader Li and uncovered the reason for the intelligence officer's misfortune, the mission is considered complete. Fong Nan planned to retreat to Jizhou City. As for how many chaos forces in Liuxi town have sided with the demon clan, and whether the Shenshi group is colluding with the demon clan, these aren't things we need to investigate for this mission. Lu Xian nodded vigorously beside her. She didn't have much strength to begin with, relying on Fong Nan and the others for missions, entirely for military merit points. Now that the mission was complete and the points were in hand, she saw no need to take any more risks. Liuxi town was indeed dangerous. Zhang Yueying, however, was unwilling to give up so easily. She pulled Suen aside to discuss. What do you think? Suen pondered. Given the fighting strength they displayed today, why would they need Li Qingyun to act as their spy, and even seek to have the Qingyun sect act as their inside man, continuously supplying them with large amounts of resources and intelligence? Zhang Yueying's eyes lit up, you mean? Suen pondered for a moment. Uncle Zhang recently informed me that there are signs of large-scale activity from the demon race. The dozens of elite demons that appeared in Liuxi town undoubtedly confirm Uncle Zhang's information. But the demon race certainly sent more than just this many fighters, and you and I have witnessed firsthand that the Huang family and Yilu Hongguang are secretly colluding. This shows that the demon race has grand ambitions. But we currently know nothing about how many extraordinary fighters the demon race has deployed, what they are plotting, or what Jizhou City and Lingdong province will face next. He paused, giving Zhang Yueying time to think and process what he meant. Having spent so long navigating the complexities of Lingdong province, Zhang Yueying naturally understood Suen's meaning. Before this, the large-scale demonic mobilization was merely a rumor. Now, their personal experience essentially confirms it. In the desolate countryside, the demonic forces' increased strength isn't limited to Liuxi town, and the superhuman teams whose missions have been thwarted are certainly not the only ones. Those captured, coerced, and bribed to cooperate with the demons, secretly supplying them with resources and intelligence, are certainly not limited to Li Qingyun and the Qingyun sect. Even the demons' intensified cooperation partners are not limited to the Huang family, where Huang Yuan resides. A single leaf falling foretells autumn. A storm is brewing. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. They need to understand just how severe this storm will be so they can prepare in advance. The Anxia Alliance now boasts hundreds of superhumans and countless riches. It is truly a powerful and influential organization. If they don't prepare for the coming storm, they could be destroyed. If the demons were to launch a major war, the scale of the conflict and the level of preparedness of the Yan Kingdom would necessitate different responses from the Anxia Alliance. If the war is small-scale, the Yan Kingdom's military is well prepared, and the Anxia Alliance can participate by fighting and gaining merit, thus rapidly developing its power. However, if the war is too large-scale and the Yan Kingdom is unprepared, the entire Jizhou City could be destroyed in an instant. If the Anxia Alliance were to accept various missions from the Social Sect Management Office and fight demons in such a situation, they would surely die without even knowing how. In such a situation, the best course of action is to quickly evacuate Jizhou City, protecting all portable wealth and migrating south, away from the Chongling Mountains. Moreover, it is crucial to act first. During actual war, the government has the right to conscript social sects to participate in the war. At that time, all sects must obey the government's orders. If they are ordered to the battlefield, they must go. So you want to stay and continue the investigation? Zhang Yueying, seeing Suen's calm expression and determined gaze, easily discerned his thoughts. Suen said slowly, the Yan Kingdom's officialdom isn't very reliable. Too many people are incompetent, vying for power and profit, even secretly colluding with the demon race for wealth. When the storm comes, we absolutely cannot listen to or believe everything they say, otherwise, we might become cannon fodder, dying worthless. We need to gather our own intelligence. While staying to continue the investigation is dangerous, the entire northern border will be fraught with peril for some time to come. If war breaks out, the danger will undoubtedly be even greater, and we also need to develop our sect. The military merit points for this mission will be split equally with Fong Nan and the others. We won't get much. Actively gathering more important intelligence will yield higher reward points. This trip was originally for training. There's no reason to go back now. At least for now, there aren't any particularly powerful figures in Liuxi Town. We can give it a try. If things truly exceed our capabilities, we can retreat then. Zhang Yueying lifted her rifle, completely agreeing with Su An's analysis and suggestions, her face clearly showing eagerness and anticipation. Let's do it. Su An continued, now there's one more question. What? Is Li Qingyan reliable? Zhang Yueying understood Su An's meaning. What Li Qingyan said before was only his side of the story. No one knew the whole truth. The reason everyone chose to believe him was because his account corroborated their experiences. Although Li Qingyan has some flaws in his personality, he's frivolous and competitive, his character is impeccable. He has a clear sense of right and wrong and always follows the rules. In terms of mission cooperation alone, he's a good candidate. Zhang Yueying gave a fair and objective assessment. Su An felt slightly relieved. You're staying? Fong Nan was somewhat surprised to hear Zhang Yueying's decision. However, he didn't say much, as it was Zhang Yueying and the others' own business. After resting for a while, they parted ways. Since Fong Nan and the others decided to return, there was no need to linger in the wilderness. Su An and the others, however, had further operations to conduct and needed to conserve their energy. For a moment, only Su An, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qingyan remained on the hill. Li Qingyan's reason for deciding to continue was simple. He hadn't completed the mission, wouldn't receive any military merit points, and all the sect's extraordinary individuals he had brought along had perished, a heavy loss. Only by continuing could he make up for the losses. Reflecting on Li Qingyan's experiences since they met, Su An felt Li Qingyan's situation was truly tragic. The mission at Qinghe Farm had yielded little benefit, and this time, he had suffered a devastating blow. Not only were the sect's elite forces almost wiped out, but he himself had nearly perished. Su An thought Li Qingyan was already in a terrible state, but he hadn't expected someone to be even worse off. Shortly after dawn, they received an urgent communication from Fong Nan. We encountered a large group of demons and bandits. Damn it, there are 20 or 30 of them, several level 5 or 6 cultivators. We can't hold on much longer. Can you come and help us? Just looking at the shaky communication screen, Fong Nan covered in blood, surrounded by gunfire and explosions. Su An and the others knew that the enemy group was likely doomed. To rescue or not to rescue? This wasn't even a question. The enemy had been gone for several hours. The distance between them had long since increased. By the time they arrived, the bodies would be cold, making rescue pointless. Fong Nan was merely unwilling to die in battle, and in desperation, he was making a last-ditch effort. Su An sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of relief. If they had also decided to return, their current situation would be the same as Fong Nan's group. The question was Fong Nan and his companions' encounter with a large group of demons and bandits a coincidence, or was it a deliberate interception? Chapter 76. Upon waking, Old Dao received news that Yelu Hongguang had led a team to successfully intercept and kill the extraordinary individuals in Jizhou City. A look of immense satisfaction spread across his face as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good. Well done. These bastards deserve to die. It's truly satisfying to see them all dead." The subordinate, who came to report the news, sighed, "But after this, I'm afraid the extraordinary individuals in Jizhou City will no longer buy information from us. Building a good reputation as an intelligence broker is not easy, but it's incredibly easy for it to crumble. Their collaboration with the Black Wind Gang and the Demon Race, setting traps for their clients and luring them into a fire pit, made it difficult for them to continue doing business. Once their reputation is gone, their livelihood is gone." Old Dao scoffed, unconcerned. "From now on, Liuxi Town will belong entirely to the Demon Race. No more Yin Kingdom Transcendents will be able to come here. Where will the intelligence business be?" With that, he waved his men away, walked behind his desk, and pulled a black box from a drawer. The moment he opened it, his eyes filled with greed. Inside the box were neatly arranged a row of blood-red amber-like prismatic crystals, dazzling and gleaming. These were called crimson crystals, possessing extraordinary properties and immense value. They could be used to craft the core of force-based firearms, containing extremely pure force that could be directly absorbed for cultivation. Even in the demon race's kingdom, crimson crystals were a precious resource, and demon nobles often used them as currency. This box contained 9 crimson crystals, worth at least tens of millions in Yen Kingdom currency. These were the payment the demon race had given Old Dao. Old Dao certainly wouldn't use it lightly. Selling crimson crystals was like having a stepping stone into the elite society of the demon race, representing the demon race's recognition of him. He figured he wouldn't do the intelligence business if he didn't want to, 9 crimson crystals were enough to buy out old Dao's intelligence career. He planned to leave Liuxi town with this wealth, acquire property in the central territory of the demon race, and become a resident of the demon kingdom, enjoying a life of luxury in demon society. Just as he was thinking this, a strange noise suddenly came from outside the office, like the sound of a heavy object falling, or something striking a person's body. Old Dao frowned and shouted towards the door, "What are you doing? Making such a commotion, do you want to die?" No one responded. Old Dao waited a moment, but heard nothing. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly went out of the office to look into the hall. What he saw made him freeze, his limbs stiffening. His deputy and guards, who had been in the hall, were now all lying sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from beneath them. 3 men stood amidst the pile of corpses, menacing and monstrous, their daggers dripping blood as they stared coldly at him. Old Dao immediately recognized 2 of them. They had come to him yesterday to buy information about Li Qingyun and the Black Wind Gang. That beautiful woman had even pointed a gun at the back of his head after entering. Old Dao turned to run. But no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't outrun a level 6 superhuman's gun. Zhang Yuang merely raised the muzzle of her pistol, and Old Dao's kneecap was blown off by the bullet, his body swaying as he fell to the ground. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I had no choice. We can talk things over." Old Dao's face contorted in pain, clutching his bleeding knee and desperately trying to pull himself back, watching Suan approach, his face filled with pitiful pleading. Suan stomped on Old Dao's injured knee, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. "I only ask you one question. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I make sure you don't even have a chance to regret it." Suan's voice was devoid of emotion. "How many demon cultivators are there in Liuxi town?" Meeting Suan's icy gaze, Old Dao, who instinctively tried to feign compliance, was instantly terrified. He realized it was the look of someone staring at a corpse. 40 or 50. Old Dao hurriedly replied truthfully. "What's their combat strength?" Suan asked again. "There are 7 or 8 level 6 cultivators, a dozen or so level 5 cultivators, and the rest are all below level 4. Old Dao had wanted to conceal something, but the thought had barely formed when Suan leaned forward slightly, the palpable killing intent making him feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, leaving him no choice but to tell the whole truth. "Who's the leader?" It's Yelu Hongguang." "Where are they staying?" "The Lakeview Hotel." "Has the Shengshi group sided with the demon race?" "Not yet, but I heard the demon race is putting pressure on them. They won't last long." "Is Yelu Hongguang in the city?" "He led a team out to intercept you. There are many demon cultivators in the surrounding towns. They're already weaving a blockade. You can't escape." At this point, the pain and pleading on Lao Dao's face faded, replaced by a desperate ferocity and resentment. He no longer avoided Suan's gaze, instead staring intently at him, saying each word clearly, "You will all die. No one can save you. You will all be buried with me. Jizhou City will be flattened. Lingdong Province will be conquered, and the entire Yin Kingdom will be destroyed. Ha, ha, you all die. All of you will die. You all deserve to die." Old Dao's sudden change of expression didn't surprise Suan. The other party had betrayed the demon race's intelligence. Even if he let him go, the other party wouldn't be able to save his life. People are prone to madness when driven to desperation. Or rather, insanity. What surprised Suan was the hatred in Old Dao's eyes, as if he and the other party had a blood feud akin to the murder of one's father. "You hate the Yin Kingdom?" Suan asked. Old Dao's features contorted again, but this time it wasn't out of fear. "Hate? How could I not hate? I was once a Yin citizen, with my own business in Jizhou City. But because I offended the government officials, they would frequently investigate my businesses under various pretexts, making my business impossible to continue. I lost so much money I had to sell my house, and I couldn't even afford to treat my sick daughter. Haha, after doing intelligence work with you for so long, I finally got the chance to make you pay the price. To have so many elite superhumans die with me, I die a worthwhile death. You lackeys of the Yin Kingdom government, don't think you're all that now. All of you will be slaughtered by the demon race. If you have the guts, shoot. I'd be waiting for you in the underworld." Suan didn't say anything more. He pressed the pistol against Lao Dao's forehead, calmly and ruthlessly pulling the trigger, sending him to his death with a single bullet. While he was dealing with Lao Dao, Zhang Yuang had finished collecting the spoils. Besides some ordinary valuables, she waved the black box containing the crimson crystal in front of Suan. "Blood crystal, also called crimson crystal, good stuff. We need it later." At this moment, Li Qingyun, who was keeping watch at the door, said, "Someone's approaching, we should go." Leaving Lao Dao's house, the three sped through the quiet streets. Zhang Yueying asked, "What's next?" Suan replied, "To the Lakeview Hotel." Zhang Yueying exclaimed, "Great idea. Let's wipe out the demon clan's lair." Suan calmly said, "To collect some military merit points." Lao Dao, this intelligence broker, had finally provided them with some truly useful information in his final moments. Yelu Hongguang was leading a team to intercept them, and had successfully intercepted Fong Nan and his group. They hadn't returned yet, leaving the demon clan in Liuxi town vulnerable. A moment later, the three arrived at the Lakeview Hotel. The Lakeview Hotel was owned by the Black Wind Gang, and its security was considerable. Some uniformed security guards carried pistols, and superhumans frequently patrolled the area. Of course, this security force was only strong enough to intimidate ordinary people and deter some low-level superhumans. It posed little threat to Suan and his companions. They swaggered into the hotel. Security guards at the main entrance and parking lot, sensing their hostile intentions, immediately approached, gesturing to block their path and demanding, "What are you doing here?" Their words were laced with arrogance, as if the Lakeview Hotel wasn't a place for just anyone, and that although they were merely guard dogs, their status was elevated by the hotel, granting them the right to order ordinary people around. As they questioned them, one of the guards reached for a pistol at his waist, displaying a forceful threat. "Here to take your lives," Suan replied dismissively. Before the words were even finished, the pistol was raised, and several shots rang out. The approaching guards were all shot between the eyebrows, falling backward to the ground. Walking behind him, Zhang Yueying and Li Qinyan simultaneously fired, killing several security guards approaching from the side. Upon entering, security guards rushed into the lobby from all directions. Among them were several superhumans of managerial rank, already armed, shouting orders for their men to advance while preparing to engage. Seeing Suan and his group swagger in as if it were empty, completely disregarding them, one of the lobby managers shouted sternly, "This is Black Wind Gang territory. Who dares to cause trouble here? Even if you are superhumans from Yen Kingdom, you're still..." Before he could finish speaking, Suan's pistol fired, and sprays of blood appeared. Several security guards, including the manager, fell to the ground instantly, their heads shattered. A dozen or so security guards, including several level 2 or 3 superhumans, could normally act arrogantly and bully outsiders simply by virtue of their numbers and the reputation of the Black Wind Gang. But now, they had all fallen into pools of blood simply by seeing Suan and his group. The weaker they are, the more they talk. Suan scoffed, pulled out a magazine, reloaded, and grabbed a level 3 superhuman who had been shot in the upper body but wasn't immediately dead. "Where are Yelu Hongguang's men?" In the back courtyard." The three then went through the corridor and entered the back courtyard. The demon cultivators who had stayed there, numbering a dozen or so, had all heard the commotion in the main hall and rushed out with their weapons. Leading them were 2 level 6 superhumans. A chilling smile, filled with murderous intent, appeared on Suan's lips as he drew his sword and charged forward. Killing members of the Black Wind Gang is simply killing enemies, only killing demon cultivators earns military merit points. What he sees now is not a group of menacing opponents, but rather stepping stones that can elevate Anxia sect to a 3-star sect. Chapter 77. Before Suan leaped away, Zhang Yueying and Li Qinyan simultaneously threw a ring of grenades. The demon cultivators in the backyard had just stepped out, their guns not yet aimed at Suan, when they were engulfed by a series of explosions. Some managed to dodge and retreat back into the house, while others were instantly blown to pieces. The crimson shockwave from the explosions reached its peak, smoke billowing in all directions. A dazed 5th-level demon cultivator had just opened his eyes, when a dark figure burst through the smoke and appeared before him. His heart skipped a beat, realizing the danger. The thought of retreat barely surfaced in his mind when a cold glint flashed in his vision, a chill ran down his throat, and all his strength vanished like a burst dam. A 4th-level demon cultivator beside him, seeing his superior beheaded with a single sword strike, panicked and hastily raised his gun. However, before the muzzle could even be aimed at the enemy, the gun was deflected by a long sword. The opponent pressed forward, using not a blocking sword technique, but an intercepting sword technique. The latter, when parrying, doesn't involve holding the sword horizontally or deflecting, but rather angled forward and downward, maintaining offensive momentum while parrying. The next instant, the chest of a level 4 demon cultivator was pierced by the long sword. With shifting footwork and agile movements, Suan, who had killed 2 people in the blink of an eye, continued his advance. The surrounding low-level demon cultivators, seeing his fierce and ruthless attacks, were all too frightened to approach. Don't be so arrogant, you scoundrel. A level 5 demon cultivator rushed out from inside the door, shouting a voice that shook Suin's mind. At the same time, his longsword slashed repeatedly, a curtain of sword light descending upon him, dazzling and overwhelming. Let alone an ordinary level 4 extraordinary being, even a level 5 warrior would have to retreat in the face of such a surging, wave-like sword force. And once retreated, the numerous demon cultivators would attack from all sides, flanking and coordinating their attacks to trap and kill the extraordinary being on the spot. Unfortunately, this level 5 demon warrior was facing Suin. Suin's force level was equivalent to that of a level 6 cultivator. His longsword swung upwards against the momentum, clashing head-on with a menacing long sword. A crisp clang rang out, and the demon cultivator's arm jolted, involuntarily thrown backwards. Like a bounced ball, the level 5 demon cultivator was terrified and hastily retreated. He was experienced in combat, although panicked, he didn't lose his composure, retreating swiftly and decisively. If he had faced a cultivator of the same level, he would have been able to escape, but now standing before him was Suin, whose speed far surpassed that of a level 5 cultivator. In the next instant, Suin executed a simple forward thrust, his longsword piercing precisely through the demon cultivator's throat. With a flick of his wrist and a twist of his wrist, the sword tip flipped at the demon cultivator's neck, sending a spray of flesh and blood flying. Suin no longer glanced at the fallen demon cultivator clutching his mangled throat, and continued forward. The surrounding demon cultivators were no longer afraid to approach. They dared not even stay near Suin. Seeing his cold, sharp gaze sweep over them, these demon cultivators hastily retreated. "Hey!" A sharp shout, like a thunderclap, suddenly rang in Suin's ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a level 6 demon cultivator charging towards him. He turned to meet the attack, but suddenly everything blurred before his eyes. The level 6 demon cultivator, upon reaching him, abruptly split his body into three, forming a triangular formation that charged at him. Suin's eyes sharpened. He knew that the opponent must have used some kind of technique, and the two extra figures were likely illusions. However, in that critical moment, Suin had no way of distinguishing between what was real and what was fake. If he attacked randomly, there was only a 33% chance of hitting the enemy's main body. But what if all three figures possessed lethality? Wouldn't he inevitably face calamity? In the past, Suin would certainly be in dire straits right now, but the Suin of today is different. He has already cultivated the Azure Lotus Sword technique. In previous battles, his opponents were weak, leaving him no room to utilize his technique. Now, however, he had the perfect opportunity. With a thought, his primal force surged forth. In a flash, Suin moved with the speed and agility of a dragon, his longsword swirling and flashing, instantly unleashing a shower of fish scale-like sword light, beautiful and alluring, crisscrossing as if forming a blooming lotus flower. The sword energy, formed from the force, radiated outwards from Suin like splashed ink. The three figures who reached Suin were like flies running headlong into a spiderweb, or wild beasts plunging into a meat grinder, instantly engulfed by the swirling sword energy, like weeds battered by a fierce storm. In an instant, the force clashed, blade light and sword energy collided, and bursts of force sparks erupted around Suin and the level 6 demon cultivator, like lightning and thunder. Amidst the mind-shaking waves of force colliding, three clear, muffled thuds suddenly rang out. The next moment, the two figures attacking Suin shattered like reflections in water, like bubbles disappearing under the sun. The level 6 demon's true form was also struck by the sword energy, blood mist blooming from his chest as his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Azure Lotus Sword technique. His face was filled with disbelief and horror. The reason for his utter shock was twofold. First, he couldn't understand why a human superhuman could wield a superior-grade demonic technique with such extraordinary power, defeating him so decisively. Second, he realized he was in grave danger. With a loud thud, the demon cultivator crashed heavily into the wall, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Before he could fall, Suin had already strode forward, seizing the opportunity to finish him off, piercing his chest with his sword and pinning him to the wall. Blood gushed from the blood groove on the sword. "You, who are you?" The level 6 demon cultivator's forehead and neck veins bulged. In his final moments, he gripped Suin's sword tightly, his voice blurred and strained as he asked. Because blood continued to gush from his mouth, his words were indistinct, and Suin couldn't understand his question for a moment. However, Suin didn't care what he said at this moment. He coldly pulled out his sword, letting the blood spurt out like a fountain. There were only a dozen or so demon cultivators in the backyard, two of whom were level 6. Suin had already killed several high-level opponents, including a top-tier fighter, the battle's outcome was obvious. He glanced around and, unsurprisingly, saw Zhang Yueying. Li Qingyun was wreaking havoc, the corpses of demon cultivators littering the ground, clearly in a state of panic and utter defeat. Su had entered, sword in hand, and saw a level 6 demon cultivator, his upper body wrapped in bandages, barely breathing and weak, wielding a battle sword, moving towards him with difficulty but determination. Last night, in the battle against the Black Wind Gang, Suin had killed one level 6 demon cultivator and wounded 2 others, one seriously injured. It seemed this level 6 demon cultivator before him was the seriously injured one. Glancing at the bed in the bedroom, he noticed signs of someone having lain there. Clearly, the demon cultivator had been recuperating and had only managed to get up with difficulty after hearing the commotion outside. But faced with Suin, he was powerless. A flash of sword light, and the level 6 demon cultivator was stabbed in the chest, collapsing to the ground in despair and resentment. A level 6 demon cultivator was worth 16 million. Suin had no reason to let him go. Besides, his decisive and merciless attack was also due to the fact that he saw 2 trembling, thinly dressed, and beautiful human girls crouching in the corner of the suite's outer room. Just by looking at their clothing, expressions, wounds, and the contents of the trash can, Suin knew what they had been through. This might be a special service offered by the Lakeview Hotel, but in any case, they clearly were underage, so none of these demon cultivators died unjustly. A few escaped, Zhang Yueying said as she entered the room, informing Suin that the battle was over. The remaining task was simple: collect valuable and portable loot. After searching, the 3 obtained 3 boxes containing blood crystals, totaling 27 crystals, along with various force potions. Under normal circumstances, force firearms would also be high-level loot to take, but now they couldn't care less. However, they could take the charged bullets for future battles. On their way from the backyard to the lobby, several oblivious hotel security guards approached them, seemingly wanting to test their skills. The hotel security guards had provided support during their earlier battle with the demon cultivators, but their numbers were small and their strength limited, causing the 3 little trouble. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 men fired several shots, killing all the hotel security guards, who had entered their field of vision. Before leaving the hotel, the 3 collected the force grenades and explosives used by the demon cultivators, and placed them near the hotel's load-bearing walls. As the 3 walked out of the hotel, the last guests inside had already fled in panic. With Suin pressing a remote control, a deafening explosion rang out behind them, and the Lakeview Hotel collapsed like rubber amidst towering flames and smoke. Where to next? Zhang Yueying's expression faltered slightly when she asked this question. As a sect leader and a seasoned expert who frequently gave orders to mission teams, she suddenly realized that she had now gotten used to asking Suin such questions. The escaped demon cultivators must have contacted Yalu Hongwang, who was out on the move, Suin said abruptly. While Li Qingyun was still puzzled, Zhang Yueying laughed heartily, put her arm around Suin's shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up, acting like they were best buddies. Sister, I love your ruthless spirit. Yalu Hongwang was leading his convoy back to Liuxi town when he received the report from his subordinates. Are you sure it was the people who attacked the Black Wind Gang last night? They didn't even flee, and dared to brazenly return? Yalu Hongwang found it hard to believe. Putting down his phone, his confidant asked angrily and incomprehensibly, we have about 20 people at the hotel, including 2 level 6 experts. How did they manage to take them down? 3 level 6 experts came. After saying this, Yalu Hongwang fell silent for a moment. Even if they were 3 level 6 human superhumans, with the strength of the team he left at the Lakeview Hotel, they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. What he meant by shouldn't have been defeated so easily was that they shouldn't have been defeated at all. The other side coming to their door was suicide, but they still succeeded. Thinking of the reasons, Yalu Hongwang could only desperately search for inconsistencies. One of the young men used the Azure Lotus Sword technique, and he killed Chernan almost instantly. His trusted subordinate's face stiffened. The Azure Lotus Sword technique? Was it the group that ambushed Wang Yuan? Yalu Hongwang said angrily, that's the only explanation, but that's not the key issue. His trusted subordinate understood Yalu Hongwang's meaning, and that was precisely what puzzled him. While the Azure Lotus Sword technique was powerful, it was a technique specifically developed for demon cultivators, containing various details and special features. Human extraordinary individuals might experience adverse reactions when practicing it. Without the accompanying incantations and precautions, even if a human extraordinary individual obtained the Azure Lotus Sword technique, they would be unable to cultivate it properly. And this is precisely their method for long-term control over the Huang family. But why are those people able to cultivate the Azure Lotus Sword technique normally? And so quickly? Order the convoy to speed up and return to Liuxi Town as soon as possible. If we make it in time, we might be able to catch them and find out what's going on. Yelu Hongguang ordered. Yes. Chapter 78. The convoy stopped abruptly before a cluster of hills. Yelu Hongguang opened the car door, taking only a level 6 guard with him, and hurried towards the hills. Several powerful cultivators stood solemnly atop the hills, clad in black robes, carrying swords and spears, each exuding a dangerous aura like that of a hawk. Even just standing there, surveying the surroundings, gave the impression of swords falling from the sky. On the highest hill sat a petite, delicate girl with exquisite features and twin ponytails. Unlike the guards behind her, she carried no weapons and displayed no aggressive demeanor. Her demeanor was as ordinary as a student on an outing. However, Yelu Hongguang knew that all the black-clad, sword-wielding men on the hills combined were less dangerous than this seemingly harmless girl. Yelu Hongguang greets the holy envoy. Reaching several steps away, Yelu Hongguang bowed deeply, performing a respectful salute. The girl, a blade of grass dangling from her lips, was diligently weaving a wreath from foxtail grass. Without looking up, she asked, "Have you decided how you want to die?" Yelu Hongguang immediately tensed, knowing what she was implying. He hurriedly explained, "I am guilty. The deal with the Huang family went wrong, but there was a reason. We were suddenly attacked by unknown individuals, and we already obtained the energy chip." The girl remained silent. His guard, however, flashed before Yelu Hongguang, slapping him across the face and knocking him to the ground. "I am guilty. I know my mistake. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Yelu Hongguang dared not say another word, immediately prostrating himself on the ground to beg for forgiveness. The girl still didn't look up at him, as if the flower wreath in her hand was far more important than him. Her voice was indifferent. "You're not my subordinate, and that's something to be thankful for. If all my men acted like you, they would have been dead countless times over." Yelu Hongguang hurriedly replied, "Yes, thank you for your magnanimity, Your Majesty." The girl's voice was sweet and gentle. "You're thanking me too soon. I never said I would let you go. Although you're not my subordinate, I can kill you without even asking your superiors. Tell me, how do you intend to salvage the situation? Remember, you only have one chance to answer. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, you die now." As she finished speaking, the girl completed her flower wreath. She held it up to her eyes, tilting her head to admire it with satisfaction, a pure and joyful smile on her face, her two dimples appearing and disappearing. Yelu Hongguang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, cold sweat pouring down his back. He knew the other party wasn't joking. If he couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, his head would truly roll on the line. The other party had that power, and that was their character. After Huang Yuan was attacked and killed, I contacted Huang Hai. Although he was very resentful, the deal had already been completed, and the former's death couldn't be blamed on us, Yelu Hongguang said rapidly. I knew there was a big operation going on above, and now we need to win over those friends in Jizhou City, so I told him I was willing to bear half of the other party's losses. Of course, this is due to my incompetence, so this part of the loss will be borne by me personally. I already had assets sold and borrowed 3 boxes of blood crystals. I will use these items to buy what Huang Hai wants and send people to deliver it. As long as this trade route can be maintained, I will spare no expense. The girl stood up, walked over to Yelu Hongguang with her hands behind her back, tilted her head to examine his bruised and swollen face, as if admiring a beautiful painting. "Your name is Yelu Hongguang, right? Your attitude is all right, but your brain is as stupid as a pig's head. I ask you, have you found the attacker?" Yelu Hongguang's heart pounded, and he instantly understood what she meant. If they could find the attacker, they could recover their losses, thus avenging Huang Yuan, appeasing Huang Hai's anger, and avoiding any personal loss. But the problem was, Yelu Hongguang hadn't found the person. This was a matter of ability. The girl's insult of calling him a pig's head wasn't unfounded. An hour ago, Yelu Hongguang would have been unable to answer the girl's question, but now he had a lead and hurriedly said, "I just received news that some extraordinary individuals are using the Azure Lotus Sword technique in Liuxi Town. They must be the ones who attacked Huang Yuan. As long as I return, I will definitely be able to capture them." He didn't dare mention that those individuals attacked Liuxi Town, wiping out his forces left at the Lakeview Hotel and causing him heavy losses. "Very good, you're not completely useless yet." The girl nodded, finally showing satisfaction. "Then get to work. If I hear any more news of your incompetence, I will definitely come and take your head." Yalu Hongwang repeatedly assured her before leaving the mountain with his men. After they had walked a distance, the elderly guard, with his white hair and venerable air, stepped forward and approached the young woman from behind. Wouldn't the holy envoy like to see the extraordinary individuals who can cultivate the Azure Lotus Sword technique? The young woman turned and left the hilltop, carefully placing a flower wreath on herself while casually curling her lip. Do I really need to personally deal with such minor characters? We, the Sword of Dawn, aren't here to be their lackeys. Her meaning was simple. So what if they could cultivate the Azure Lotus Sword technique? It was just a high-grade cultivation method, and a few extraordinary individuals at a similar level to Yalu Hongwang. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, that might be a matter that required serious attention, but in her view, it was merely a trivial matter. Wasting time on such a small thing would only delay the Sword of Dawn from carrying out its own important business, a loss that wouldn't outweigh the gain. The convoy passed the fork in the road, kicking up clouds of dust as it rapidly advanced towards Liushi town. Boss, who is that noblewoman? She looks to be no more than 16, but just looking at her from afar makes my heart tremble, and I can't even breathe properly, his trusted subordinate asked, still shaken. Yalu Hongwang lit a cigarette with a sigh. You're right, she is indeed only 16, but she is one of the 4 holy envoys of the Dawn Sword. Now you understand how terrifying she is, right? His subordinate immediately fell silent. The Dawn Sword is directly under the royal family of the Northern Demon Clan, one of the most powerful elite forces under the Demon King, led by the 4 holy envoys, each of whom is a legendary figure in the eyes of ordinary cultivators like them. Becoming a holy envoy at 16 speaks volumes about his talent for cultivation, and his shrewdness and resourcefulness. It's worth noting that Demon King is merely the human title for the leader of the demon race's kingdom. They have a different name within their own ranks. The reason is simple. The demon race has never considered themselves demons, nor has it ever accepted the name. They call themselves elves. Some older demon clans even call themselves humans, referring to countries like Yin as demon kingdoms and their people as demons. Before he could finish his cigarette, Yalu Hongwang suddenly sprang up, his head slamming heavily against the roof of the car. At the same time, a thunderous explosion reached his ears, and his vision was filled with bursts of fire and crimson shockwaves. In an instant, Yalu Hongwang realized what they had encountered. The convoy had run over a force bomb or a force landmine. They were experiencing what Huang Yuan and the others had gone through. It's those attackers. Yalu Hongwang reacted instantly, his anger flaring. Their convoy contained over 30 cultivators, while the opposing side consisted of only 3 extraordinary beings. How dare they ambush them on their way back to the city? Isn't that suicidal? After a dizzying moment, Yalu Hongwang kicked open the car door, gun in hand, and roared, his face flushed, fight them on the spot. Kill them all. The lead vehicles in the convoy had already been overturned, the cultivators inside half dead and half wounded. The group of over 30 had been reduced to a mere 20-odd fighters in the blink of an eye, infuriating Yalu Hongwang. However, he remained calm. Among these 20-odd were 4 level 6 cultivators. Normally, demon cultivators were stronger at the same cultivation level. Now, with 4 level 6 cultivators leading 20 elite cultivators against 3 human extraordinary beings, how could they possibly lose? Victory wasn't enough. Yalu Hongwang wanted to wipe out his opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of grenades hurtled towards them. A dozen or so force grenades from the Demon Clan's residence at the Lakeview Hotel exploded inside and outside the convoy. This was the inherent trouble of being attacked. Outnumbered, they couldn't easily engage. Outnumbered, they couldn't immediately pinpoint the enemy's location. However, Yalu Hongwang was able to locate the enemy after they threw their grenades. But before he could lead his men forward, a barrage of grenades rained down. After 40 or 50 grenades had fallen, most of the vehicles on the road were destroyed, and several of Yalu Hongwang's men were killed or wounded. Rushing to the hill where the grenades had been thrown, Yalu Hongwang was now only followed by a dozen or so people. However, he remained calm, as none of the 4 level 6 warriors had been harmed. Grenades travel slowly, limiting their throwing distance, and if thrown too far, they wouldn't hit the agile superhumans. Therefore, Yalu Hongwang quickly reached Suan and the others. Just as Yalu Hongwang's eyes flashed with ferocity, preparing to unleash a massacre, he suddenly felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet. His entire body instantly froze, unable to move. What kind of technique is this? It's so powerful. Realizing that the dozen or so superhumans around him were frozen in place like statues, Yalu Hongwang's heart pounded with anxiety. Top-tier techniques could only be obtained by the most powerful and wealthy families. This ability to instantly control the primal force of superhumans within a radius of tens of meters was something only top geniuses could master. Although Yelu Hongguang was extremely anxious, he wasn't desperate. There were 4 level 6 cultivators and over 10 elite soldiers present. Controlling each one consumed a huge amount of their origin force, and this couldn't be sustained. Controlling so many cultivators of the same level at once meant the opponent could only maintain the effect of their technique for a fleeting moment. That moment wouldn't even be enough to fire 2 shots. And once that moment was over, nothing could stop them from killing their opponents. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Yelu Hongguang realized one of his level 6 companions beside him had been shot. A surge of joy welled up within him. He could feel his origin force about to break free of its restraints, and his opponents would never allow him to remain still and fire a second shot. Yelu Hongguang's joy lasted only a moment. After that instant, a blurry image flashed before his eyes. Then he heard a soft shout, "Lotus steps! Lotus steps!" Yelu Hongguang's mind went blank. That was a killing move from the Azure Lotus Sword technique, granting the cultivator near instantaneous teleportation speed when unleashed. In the current situation, Yelu Hongguang had no way to dodge. Thud! He felt his throat being slit open, blood gushing out with a pleasant gust of wind. Before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness, Yelu Hongguang's last thought was, "This guy, how could he have mastered Lotus Steps so quickly? Is he a demon or an elf?" Chapter 79. For Yelu Hongguang, Su-En's sword strike meant the collapse of his entire world, the end of his life. Nothing in the world could be more cruel and dark. But for Su-En, this sword strike was merely a small part of the Lotus Step sword technique. After slicing through Yelu Hongguang's neck, the sword didn't stop. His primal force surged, his body moving like lightning, advancing several steps through the group of demon cultivators. His sword sliced through the throats of the second and third enemies in succession before finally stopping, seemingly unsatisfied. A series of clanging sounds followed as the demon cultivators broke free of their restraints, brandishing their swords and blades to attack Su-En and his companions. Their killing intent remained high, but their fighting strength was nearly exhausted. Of the 4 level 6 demon cultivators present, 1 had been killed by Zhang Weiing, 2 more by Su-En, and the last one had been severely injured by Li Qingyun. The remaining dozen or so demon cultivators below level 6, though not to be underestimated, enough to fight 3 level 6 extraordinary beings under normal circumstances, were unfortunately facing an exceptionally powerful being today. In a short time, nearly half of the demon cultivators were dead or wounded, the rest fleeing in all directions. Su-En and his companions chased after them, killing a few more, but ultimately only 4 managed to escape. After searching, Su-En and his companions gathered the wounded but not dead demon cultivators together, totaling 5, including the level 6 cultivator. "Why did you come to Liuxi town?" Su-En asked the level 6 cultivator. The demon cultivator had been shot in the chest by Li Qingyun, blood staining his clothes, but he did not yield. Hearing this, he arrogantly snorted, stubbornly turning his head away, refusing to answer. Su-En dragged an injured man in front of him, pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the man's chest and abdomen, ignoring the man's agonizing screams, and then asked the level 6 cultivator again, "If you don't talk, I cut him into 1,000 pieces." The level 6 cultivator, unable to bear seeing his companion suffer, muttered, "A deal with the Huang family." Su-En struck again, his dagger plunging into the injured demon's waist. Still not telling the truth? The level 6 cultivator's face twitched. After a long silence, he lowered his head and said, "To control Liuxi town." "Why control Liuxi town?" Su-En asked. The level 6 cultivator remained silent, while Zhang Weiing had already plunged her dagger into the shoulder blade of another wounded man, the intense pain causing him to scream in agony. The level 6 cultivator, his eyes bloodshot, stared intently at Su-En. "Kill us if you dare. Don't think you're so tough. You can't go back to Jizhou City? We brought many cultivators. This area is already sealed off. You all be buried with us." Su-En remained unmoved. "How many of you have come?" "Many, far more than you can imagine." The level 6 cultivator glared fiercely at Su-En. "There's a plan in the higher-ups, a grand scheme. The towns in the wilderness are being taken over by us. To tell you the truth, the entire Lingang province of Yan Kingdom will fall into our hands, and you will all die." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's face darkened. This news confirmed her worst fears. The demon race was likely about to launch a war. These cultivators who had silently entered the wilderness were merely the vanguard, secretly carrying out the mission of taking control of the towns. Once their operation was complete, the demon army would likely follow. For hundreds of years, the Yan Kingdom has been at war with the demon race in the north. Although there have been no national wars in recent decades, small and medium-sized battles have occurred from time to time. The conflicts between border armies and the contests between superhuman combat power have never stopped. The last large-scale clash between the two armies was 18 years ago. At that time, the demon race crossed the treacherous Chongling Mountains, successfully ambushing the border troops, and then launched a major offensive into Lingdong province. A fierce battle ensued across a stretch of 100 to 200 kilometers. Because the border troops were suddenly attacked, they suffered heavy losses. The Yan Kingdom lost its elite forces and the initiative, putting them at a significant disadvantage in the early stages of the battle. Fortunately, the General Jinbei, who was stationed in Jizhou City at the time, remained calm and composed. He mobilized his troops and fought a bloody battle with the demon army for over a month. After suffering heavy casualties, he successfully defended the city, buying time for the subsequent deployment of reinforcements. After reinforcements arrived, the Yan Kingdom seized the opportunity to counterattack, finally repelling the demon race and recapturing the border defenses. When did you arrive? When do you plan to launch a large-scale attack? Suen continued to interrogate the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator did not answer him again. He would never have an answer again. Watching the group of demon prisoners before him burst into clouds of blood, their bodies exploding into mist, willing to detonate their own force nodes and commit suicide rather than say another word, Suen remained silent for a moment. His reason for killing Yelu Hongguang first was to render these demon cultivators leaderless, making interrogation easier. Unexpectedly, even without Yelu Hongguang's leadership and orders, the cultivators still reached a tacit agreement to commit suicide shortly after the interrogation began. Fortunately, he had also obtained some useful information. It was not a safe place to linger. The three gathered supplies, found a usable armored vehicle in Yelu Hongguang's convoy, and immediately sped towards Jizhou City. Although the level 6 demon cultivator repeatedly claimed that the area was sealed off, Suen and the others could not easily believe his one-sided story on such matters. Regardless of whether they could return to Jizhou City, they had to try. Zhang Yueying was driving. Her driving skills were far superior to Suen's, allowing Suen to sit comfortably in the passenger seat and contemplate some things. His gaze drifted intentionally or unintentionally to the rearview mirror, observing Li Qingyun in the back seat. Undoubtedly, Suen had doubts about Li Qingyun. The man had been missing in Liuxi town for over a month, then suddenly contacted Jizhou City, and at a crucial moment, advanced to level 6 and escaped the Black Wind gang. His experiences seemed bizarre. All of Li Qingyun's accompanying sect members had died in battle. His words were all one-sided, with no one to corroborate them. Suen couldn't help but wonder, could Li Qingyun be problematic? That night, their raid on the Black Wind gang failed. Suen was on the outer perimeter and survived, but if it weren't for Li Qingyun's rescue, Fang Nan and the others would have certainly met with disaster, and even Zhang Yueying might not have been able to escape. This act of kindness was the foundation of everyone's trust in Li Qingyun. However, Fang Nan, Lu Xian, and others had already been murdered. Suen couldn't help but consider the possibility that Li Qingyun had defected to the demon race. If Li Qingyun had indeed defected to the demon race, his current actions would be quite reasonable. He needed to gain the trust of Zhang Yueying and Suen, to have them vouch for him, and to provide a plausible explanation for his disappearance over several days. Only in this way could he smoothly return to Jizhou City without official suspicion or investigation, and then act as a demon race spy, secretly using the power of the Qingyun sect to work for the demon race. Zhang Yueying had said that Li Qingyun's character was trustworthy, which was the basis for Suen's willingness to take him along, but Suen had also mentioned to Zhang Yueying that she should keep an eye on Li Qingyun. During the attack on the Lakeview Hotel, if Li Qingyun made any unusual moves, given Zhang Yueying's cultivation level and techniques, controlling him wouldn't be too difficult. The battle wasn't particularly difficult. Even if Li Qingyun made unusual moves, they weren't worried about their lives. It was precisely because Li Qingyun passed the test that Suen decided to attack Yelu Hongguang. Similarly, this was an even stronger test of Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun performed perfectly once again. At this point, if Suen continued to doubt Li Qingyun without any basis, it would seem absurd, but he still couldn't completely trust him. Suen was now considering that while Li Qingyun might not have sided with the demon race, his account of his experiences might not be entirely credible. The other party might be hiding other secrets. That secret was the reason Li Qingyun had survived until now, and had been able to help Suen and rescue Zhang Yueying, Fang Nan, and the others that night. Just as he was thinking this, Suen's eyes suddenly sharpened. A checkpoint appeared on the road ahead. This wasn't even within the control area of the Capital Command. It was impossible for the superhumans of Jizhou City to have set up a checkpoint here. Therefore, there's only one answer. It's a mixed force of wilderness bandits and demon cultivators. Roadblocks have been set up at the checkpoint. Armored vehicles can't get past them at all. To force their way through without stopping the vehicles would require tanks. Damn it, there really is a blockade. Zhang Yuang didn't hesitate, stepping on the gas and speeding straight through. 20 or 30 armed personnel, most of whom were low-level superhumans, with only one at level 5, were no match for them. Since they dared to drive back, they must have anticipated encountering enemy forces along the way. There's no reason for them to back down because of this obstacle. Whether they can return to Jizhou City doesn't depend on whether there are roadblocks, but on whether the enemy can truly stop them. With a screeching sound, the armored vehicle swerved and stopped a dozen meters from the roadblock. Suan and Li Qingyun leaped out simultaneously, throwing several grenades at the roadblockers, who had spotted them and were hastily preparing for battle. As the bandits and demons were thrown into chaos by the blasts, Suan and Li Qingyun's rifles fired. In this close-quarters confrontation, Suan didn't use his falcon rifle. He didn't even want to use it. He quickly emptied his magazine and drew his pistol and long sword. Zhang Yuang, who had parked the vehicle, rushed out from beside them, wielding a long knife and charging into the chaotic crowd. She was unstoppable, cutting left and right, and with the cooperation of Suan and Li Qingyun, quickly killed several enemies. In moments, the trio had routed the entire group. Because the opponents were low-level and weak, they couldn't even escape, and all their kills became credits for the trio. After clearing the roadblocks and returning to the armored vehicle, the three drove off, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Having driven only a dozen kilometers, Li Qingyun suddenly said in a low voice, "Drones are coming." Suan had already noticed a reconnaissance drone rapidly approaching. Although they had taken down an enemy outpost, the enemy must have alerted their superiors when attacked. Once their armored vehicle was targeted by drones, it would be impossible to easily shake them off. Suan picked up the Eagle Falcon and leaned out of the window. Relying on his superhuman balance, he fired 3 shots and successfully destroyed the drone. However, not long after he returned to his seat, 2 more drones latched onto the armored vehicle. Unlike before, this time it wasn't just a reconnaissance drone. With a deafening roar, a bomb exploded on the side of the vehicle. If Zhang Yuang hadn't reacted quickly and swerved the steering wheel, the armored vehicle would have been hit by the drone. Judging from the sound of the explosion and the deep crater it created, it was clear that this was a high-powered force bomb. If it had hit the armored vehicle, it would have certainly destroyed it. A convoy is approaching. Suan, observing his surroundings, promptly spotted the enemy not far ahead. There was a sharp bend between the two sides. The straight-line distance wasn't too far. Suan could even see the muzzle of a gun protruding from the other vehicle's window, preventing him from leaning out to fire. Just then, another drone flew in, firing a loitering munition directly at the armored vehicle. Chapter 80. In the wasteland, a group of elite soldiers in black were traveling, traversing hills as if they were flat ground. Holy Envoy, Yellow Hongguang is dead. The elderly man with snow-white temples hung up the communicator and approached the girl with twin ponytails wearing a hand-woven flower wreath. They were ambushed before Liuxi town. Of the 30-odd people, only 4 escaped. Yellow Hongguang's superiors have requested our assistance, hoping we can send men to deal with those 3 extraordinary individuals. The 4 escaped demon cultivators, having escaped danger, immediately reported their encounter to their superiors. Upon receiving the report, the superiors sent the request for assistance to Dawn's sword. 30-odd elite men defeated by 3 people, that's interesting. The girl, skipping along with her hands behind her back, brightened slightly upon hearing this, finally showing some interest. Let Yellow Bo take 2 people with him, they share the same surname, after all. 3 level 6 extraordinary individuals, capable of defeating a large force of elite troops led by numerous level 6 demon cultivators, not only signify their exceptional talent and battlefield experience, but also indicate their distinguished status. In the entire Lingyong province of Yan Kingdom, they are among the rarest of their kind. Yet, such extraordinary individuals only elicited the word interesting from the young woman. She didn't even bother to personally investigate, simply assigning 2 subordinates to handle the situation. The white-haired elder bowed slightly. Yes, Holy Envoy. From beginning to end, neither of them discussed how to quickly locate the vanished individuals. And Yellow Bo, who received the order, didn't ask either, as if the trouble that would be daunting for others was utterly insignificant to them. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt before the hill. Before it could even stabilize, Suan, Zhang Yuang, and Li Qingyun had already scrambled out the door. Before they even landed, the armored vehicle was struck by a force-based loitering munition. The vehicle exploded in a crimson force shockwave, scattering fragments everywhere. Landing and rolling to absorb the impact from behind, Suin, force-based weapon in his right hand and armed backpack in his left, quickly ran towards the hill. Once out of the sight of the vehicles blocking his way, Suin reached the foot of the hill. He dropped his backpack, crouched down, and swiftly raised his Falcon strike rifle, instantly locking onto a drone capable of launching loitering munitions in midair. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, he successfully shot down the ground attack drone. Simultaneously, Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun had already worked together to destroy the remaining drones. Without a moment's hesitation, Suin grabbed his backpack and ran up the hill. The hill wasn't high. The nearest mound was only a few dozen meters high. In the blink of an eye, Suin had chosen his firing position on the hilltop. 4 armored vehicles approaching from the opposite direction screeched to a halt. A dozen elite demons disembarked, guns at the ready. Some used the vehicles as cover, setting up their weapons on the spot, while others sprinted towards the hill in a fan shape. Scanning the area, Suin had a good grasp of the enemy's strength. They were indeed elite extraordinary combatants. Not a single demon was low level, they were all mid to high level beings with combat power of level 2 or above, while the demon cultivators were at least level 4. Suin and his group had no choice but to abandon their vehicles. Partly due to the drone offensive, and partly because they knew they couldn't break through. If the enemy blocked the road with their vehicles, they would be forced to stop after crashing into them. If the enemy was carrying rocket launchers, their vehicle wouldn't even be able to get close, it would be blown to bits halfway there. Rather than being attacked from both ground and air, it was better to abandon the vehicle immediately, deal with the drones first, seize advantageous terrain, and then make a desperate last stand. Suin quickly spotted 2 demon cultivators carrying rocket launchers. They were hiding behind the armored vehicle, preparing for battle, and hadn't revealed any openings for Suin to exploit. Adjusting his breathing to calm his racing heart, Suin aimed at a level 6 demon cultivator heading towards the hill. Bang! The first shot missed, the bullet kicking up a cloud of dirt behind the cultivator. Bang! The second shot hit, wounding the level 6 demon cultivator in the shoulder. Blood spurted out, and his body stiffened for a moment. Bang! The third shot struck the cultivator in the chest, and the level 6 demon cultivator fell heavily backward. Whoosh, 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 many bullets whizzed past Suin's head, while many more kicked up clouds of dust in front of him. Lying prone on the ground, Suin decisively retreated using both hands and feet. After a few steps, he straightened his knees, turned, and lunged forward, only to have grenades explode right where he had just been. Reaching the second firing position, Suin crouched behind a large rock and raised his gun to snipe again. This time he only fired 1 shot, killing a demon cultivator of the same realm, before a rocket-propelled grenade immediately flew towards him. With a deafening roar, the rock shattered. Luckily, Suin had sharp eyes and had been distracted by the rocket launcher he had spotted earlier, allowing him to dodge it in time, only getting splashed with some lime. These guys are tough. They're spread out in formation and won't get close easily. They're using suppressive fire from a short distance. It'd be difficult to fight them. Zhang Yueying shouted as Suin passed by her. Suin understood Zhang Yueying's meaning. Because this group of demons was spread out, employing a strategy of offense and defense, advancing step by step, unlike Yellow Hongguang who was careless and underestimated the enemy, charging forward in a swarm just because he had a numerical advantage. Zhang Yueying's techniques were less effective. The enemy had a significant firepower advantage. Under these circumstances, to avoid being concentrated fire, the 3 could only adopt a tactic of fighting and retreating. Several demons have outflanked, probably trying to sneak up from the rear. Li Qingyun suddenly warned. Suin raised his gun and wounded a level 5 demon cultivator who had sneaked up the hill, his brow furrowing slightly. The enemy had a numerical advantage, with several level 6 cultivators as well. While engaging them head-on, sending someone to outflank and attack from the rear would have a good chance of encircling and annihilating them. When fighting Yellow Hongguang, they benefited from a surprise attack. Although the enemy also had several level 6 fighters, because they rushed in all at once, they were instantly subdued by Zhang Yueying. Several level 6 demon cultivators were wiped out before they could even unleash their techniques, and the team collapsed instantly. But this time was different. These demons were clearly prepared, employing a very sound tactic, making it difficult for Suin and the others to find any weaknesses. Zhang Yueying glanced at Suin and said, "When that group of demons gets close, you and Li Qingyun hold off the enemy in front. I take them out." Suin replied, "Go ahead." As soon as Zhang Yueying left, Suan and Li Qingyun immediately adjusted their positions, no longer exposing themselves on the hillside where the demons had parked, but instead turning towards the opposite slope. This had two advantages. First, it prevented more demons from noticing Zhang Yuan's departure. Second, it created the illusion that they were trying to escape from the other side of the hill, inducing the enemy to speed up their attack. Fortunately, they had destroyed the enemy's drone beforehand, preventing their movements from being detected in time. Not long after Zhang Yuan left, some demons near the mountain, having lost track of Suan and the others, indeed quickened their pace. Suddenly, Li Qingyun shouted, "They're here! I go up, you cover me, and take them down." With that, before Suan could respond, Li Qingyun had already discarded his gun, switched to a knife, and leaped forward. Suan's brow furrowed. The demons had a clear advantage. If they didn't seek an opportunity to break the stalemate, they would be worn down even in a contest of force. Zhang Yuan's attempt was a gamble, but it was uncertain whether she could successfully close the gap. Because Suan didn't fully trust Li Qingyun, he didn't rush into close combat. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyun struck first. Taking advantage of the terrain, they had already killed and wounded several enemy members, but all three were injured by the shockwaves, shrapnel, and stray bullets from grenades and rockets, though their injuries were not serious. The enemy was now close to the mountaintop, and their advantageous terrain would soon vanish. This was their last chance, otherwise, they would at least lose their advantage, if not their geographical disadvantage. Even so, Suan couldn't find a reason for Li Qingyun's decisive action. By charging out like this, exposing himself to enemy fire, what difference was there between him and suicide? However, the next moment, Suan's pupils constricted. After Li Qingyun charged out, the scenery around him suddenly blurred, as if covered by a thin layer of ripples. Although he advanced in a zigzag pattern, sometimes sidestepping, sometimes leaping, demonic force bullets still struck him. Yet, these bullets, though clearly hitting him, somehow managed to seep through the shifting, distorted water as his body twisted. Not a single bullet broke through his defenses. What kind of technique is this? Suan watched with great envy. Thoughts raced, but his hands didn't stop. While the demons were distracted by Li Qingyun, he successfully killed one and wounded another. During his attack, Li Qingyun slew a high-level demon and killed a level 5 demon cultivator, quickly engaging a level 6 demon expert. If it weren't for his unique technique and Suan's cover, he would have died countless times before even facing the level 6 demon cultivator, exposed to the enemy fire. The level 6 demon cultivator also activated his technique, his body enveloped in primal force, his primal force longsword blazing. He became like a human torch, his blade radiating energy as he fought Li Qingyun. Even the scattered blade energy, when it struck a tree as thick as a bowl, severed its trunk diagonally, the two broken pieces burning fiercely, the primal force flames clinging to the bone like maggots. Clearly, once a superhuman is struck by a blade, the wound will be continuously burned by the force flames, causing the injury to rapidly worsen and become difficult to extinguish. Li Qingyun was indeed struck by the fiery blade. However, the force flames vanished instantly upon contact with the water-like force phenomenon, like hot tongs being extinguished by cold water. Ultimately, Li Qingyun slashed open the neck of this level 6 demon cultivator. While Li Qingyun was achieving a resounding victory, Suan had already charged out, activating his Lotus Step sword technique. His extreme speed not only prevented him from being hit by bullets, but also allowed him to successfully approach a level 5 demon, beheading him with a single strike. The two then cooperated, killing and wounding 3 more demons in a short time. The demons who had stormed the hilltop lost momentum and retreated, denying the two any opportunity to get close, and successfully escaped under the cover of their companions. Just as Suan and Li Qingyun were preparing to give chase, grenades and rockets rained down, forcing them to retreat. Both sides found cover under trees and rocks, and another exchange of fire ensued. 2 taken care of, and 2 escaped. A moment later, Zhang Yuan returned and reported the results to Suan and Li Qingyun. The demons' offensive suddenly weakened significantly. The forces near the hilltop withdrew, successfully returning to safety with fire support from their comrades guarding the tanks. By this point, the demons had suffered more than half their casualties. They don't dare fight anymore. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, holstered her gun, patted Suan on the shoulder, and laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased with herself. Chapter 81. The 3 were severely depleted of their energy, and all wounded, making it difficult for them to rush down the mountain to attack the remaining demons who had cover. After quickly replenishing their ammunition, Suan and the others retreated from the hilltop and headed deeper into the endless hilly forests. They were still 30 to 40 kilometers from the official control zone of the Yin Kingdom, and even further from the military camp of the capital garrison. Judging from the demons' current posture, there were bound to be more and stronger blockades ahead. Suen couldn't help but wonder, could they really not return to Jizhou City? This thought was quickly dismissed. The Yin Kingdom had troops and outposts stationed along the border. Only extraordinary combat power could infiltrate from the deep mountains and forests. The demon army must still be north of the Chongling Mountains. With their limited extraordinary combat power, the demons could at most block the roads, not completely block the wilderness. They were quite strong. As long as they carefully avoided the major and minor roads, they could eventually break through the demon blockade. It would just mean a longer detour and more time. Let's go to Xiahe Town first, then detour through Blackstone Ridge. That should allow us to safely return to Jizhou City. Zhang Yueing pointed to the 2 o'clock direction. The demons came from the northwest. They couldn't possibly surround Jizhou City completely. Once they left the several hundred kilometers to the northwest and reached the northeast of Jizhou City, they would naturally escape the demon block area. Suen nodded. He trusted Zhang Yueing's experience and judgment. But just then, Li Qingyun suddenly frowned. Not good. I sense a powerful expert rapidly approaching, around the 10 o'clock direction. Suen looked to his left, and saw a continuous range of hills. Besides trees and wild grass, he saw nothing else. Concentrating his senses, he faintly detected fluctuations in primal force. Rounding a ridge, the view opened up to the left. At a glance, Suen's heart skipped a beat. A black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant sky, growing larger. It was an armed helicopter. They won't find us, will they? Zhang Yueing glanced around, then led the way into the nearby woods, intending to use the trees for cover. Everyone, suppress your primal force and calm your minds. This chaotic land really has everything, Suen thought to himself. First they deployed drones, now even armed helicopters have arrived. Will they even have bombers later? Watching the helicopter approach, buzzing past hundreds of meters overhead, slowly disappearing into the east, Suen and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For them, who had just escaped a demonic force, the most important thing now was to remain undetected and return to Jizhou City safely and stealthily. Let's go, keep going. As the helicopter disappeared from sight, Zhang Yueing stood up first. The group emerged from the dense forest, and hadn't gone far when Li Qingyun suddenly stopped, turning back to look at the mountain ridge they had just passed. His voice instantly deepened, demon race. Suen and Zhang Yueing looked in the direction of the voice, and saw 3 demon cultivators standing on the ridge. They were dressed in black combat uniforms, carrying guns and knives, looking down at them with disdain. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Zhang Yueing immediately cursed, quickly dodging to find cover. She wasn't the only one who wanted to curse. Suen also wanted to swear. The reason, of course, wasn't that demon cultivators had attacked them. If that were all, they would have simply killed them. The problem was that these 3 were very powerful. So strong they couldn't even discern their level. Suen reacted swiftly. The moment Zhang Yueing finished speaking, he had already moved behind a thick tree, raised his falcon-shaped rifle, aimed at the demon cultivator in front, and pulled the trigger with lightning speed. The opponent, surveying their location from the mountain ridge, stood motionless, utterly arrogant. This was the perfect opportunity to shoot. Bang! The bullet, imbued with the light of primal force, flew out, disappearing from Suen's sight in an instant. He concentrated intently, his gaze following the ghostly light until it reached the demon cultivator. However, the demon cultivator, who had been right in front of the bullet's trajectory, vanished from his spot just as the bullet was about to hit him. Suen barely saw the opponent's movement before the bullet missed. Zhang Yueing and Li Qingyun fired in succession, but without exception, neither hit their target. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots rang out in succession, bullets flying towards the mountain ridge with lightning speed. The demon cultivators on the mountain ridge had already rushed down, moving like sparrows and swift as rabbits. Since becoming a transcendent being, Suen had never seen anyone so fast. Bullets from the falcon strike were fired one after another, yet not a single demon cultivator was slowed. In just a moment, the distance between the 2 sides had been reduced by nearly half. An invisible yet intense sense of oppression, like a mountain crashing down on Suen and his companions. Both the veteran Zhang Yueing and the mysterious Li Qingyun felt a chill run through their bodies. It was as if a deer had encountered a tiger, or a sheep had met a wolf. We can't win, let's run! Zhang Yueing cursed again, signaling Suen and Li Qingyun to immediately retreat into the depths of the forest. Given the enemy's cultivation level, if they were exposed in an open area, they would surely die. Their only option now was to try and advance through the mountains and forests. The three of them ran at full speed, taking turns providing cover and firing at their opponent. They hadn't hit their target before, but they couldn't afford to lose their courage to fire. As the distance closed, the probability of their rifles hitting their target would undoubtedly increase. Bang! Before they could hit their opponent, a forced bullet shot from behind, snapping a large tree beside Li Qingyun in two. Flashing fragments grazed Li Qingyun, leaving a gruesome wound on his arm. Suin swung his left hand and flicked his right, throwing several force grenades. Although he couldn't see his opponent's figure clearly, he could judge their general location from the gunshots. He didn't intend to kill them, but rather to slow down their advance. Boom! Just as a series of explosions erupted behind him, a grenade landed near Suin. He immediately lunged forward, rolling on the ground. The deafening blast and the shockwave, like an avalanche, propelled him several meters forward. Two large trees near the blast site seemed to groan in pain as they crashed down in the dust. Thud! A bullet merely grazed Suin's backpack, yet the impact nearly made him stumble. Less than 100 meters. When Li Qingyun reached Suin, his arms and shoulders were covered in blood, and his bulletproof backpack was half collapsed, indicating he had lost a considerable amount of ammunition. Quick, that way! Zhang Yueying, who had already laid the booby traps, crouched on a large rock, raised her gun, and fired in the direction the demon cultivators were coming from, while signaling Suin and Li Qingyun to bypass the danger zone. The firefight has only lasted a few minutes, and the distance between the two sides is less than 100 meters. If this continues, we'd be corpses in a few minutes. Suin realized this all too clearly. In the previous battles of this mission, they had slaughtered demons like pigs and dogs, suffering little personal injury, making the journey quite smooth, and their military merit points were rising rapidly. But this good fortune didn't last. Now, the demon cultivators they encountered were far too powerful, and in the blink of an eye, they were left only with the option of fleeing for their lives. From the beginning of the novice missions, Suin knew the wilderness was dangerous, and there was no fixed hunter-prey relationship between superhumans and demons, but he had never encountered such a critical situation before. Boom, boom, boom! A series of booby traps exploded instantly, and amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the shockwaves of primal force shredded nearby tree branches, sending fragments flying everywhere like hail ravaging the forest. Hearing the commotion, Suin and the others perked up. The booby traps exploding was good news. It meant the demon cultivator had stepped on them. Glancing back a few times, Suin saw no demon cultivator besides the smoke, swaying trees, and scattered leaves, unable to confirm whether the opponent was truly injured. Without stopping, the three of them ran at full speed. For a long distance, no gunshots came from behind, and no matter how they sensed, they couldn't detect any fluctuations in primal force. This brought a look of relief and joy to the three of them, and their hearts, which had been in their throats, settled back into their stomachs. The threat and pressure emanating from the three demon cultivators were truly overwhelming. Running out of the forest, the three climbed a sparsely vegetated hill and looked back into the woods. Sure enough, they didn't see any demon cultivators chasing after them. Zhang Yueying laughed loudly twice. Chase, chase, chase. Go ahead and chase us if you dare. Weren't you blown up by a few of my booby traps? Ha ha ha. As she spoke, she put her arm around Suin's shoulder, boasting excitedly. You saw it too, those guys were at least level 7 or 8. I made over 100 million in one go, isn't that amazing? Suin nodded, then go back and check your spoils. They hadn't seen the demon cultivators when the booby traps exploded, so the recording wouldn't capture anything. Zhang Yueying wouldn't get any credit for this unless she went back and recorded the corpses of the demon cultivators. Zhang Yueying's smugness instantly froze on her face. She coughed twice, waved her hand dismissively, and concealed the deep pain in her eyes. It's just 100 million. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's never seen the world? A mere 100 or 200 million is nothing to me. There's no need to delay our journey for them. With that, she strode onward. A little over a month ago, the Immortal Sect had been reduced to working for the Anxia Sect. Forget 100 or 200 million, she would have eagerly come running even for 10 or 20 million. Suin smiled, seeing through her act but saying nothing. After crossing several hills, Zhang Yueying pointed ahead and said, once we leave these low hills, we reach the plains? Another 20 or 30 kilometers is Xiahe town. We go around there. As she spoke, Suin, who was looking around, suddenly frowned. They're catching up. Who? Who's catching up? Zhang Yueying instinctively responded, then turned her head and her brow furrowed. Sure enough, on the hill behind them, the demon cultivators, who had been chasing them appeared, The good news was there were only two. The bad news was that there were no trees nearby, and ahead lay a vast, flat wasteland. They had no terrain to escape. The two demon cultivators brazenly charged towards Suin and the others, completely disregarding the three extraordinary individuals. They didn't even bother to find cover during their attack, practically charging straight ahead. Fight them! In this desperate situation, Zhang Yuan's anger surged, and she grabbed her Awakening of Insects rifle, pulled the bolt, held it level with the leading demon cultivator, and pulled the trigger with a fierce expression. Suin and Li Qingyun were equally quick, crouching down and raising their falcons to fire. Running was no longer an option. They were no match for the demon cultivator's speed, and once on flat ground, they would become easy targets. Their only choice now was to fight back. However, a counterattack wouldn't be very effective. The two demon cultivators, relying on their superior cultivation, showed no fear of Suin and his group's onslaught. They made only minor adjustments as they charged, and the primal force bullets only kicked up wisps of dust on the ground behind them. A few breaths later, the two demon cultivators suddenly closed in. Zhang Yuan let out a low shout, her technique activating instantly. A surging tide of primal force rose from beneath her feet, sweeping towards their opponents with the force of a whirlwind. Suin drew his long sword and stepped forward, instantly preparing himself. If Zhang Yuan's technique could control his opponents, even for just a moment, he could strike their vital points. Just then, the demon cultivator in front suddenly drew his sword. Suin only saw a flash of light, and for a moment, he felt as if he were beneath a waterfall, 3,000 streams cascading down, obscuring the sky and eclipsing everything around him. The raging, chilling tide was instantly cleaved by the sword light, like bursting bubbles. Li Qingyun, charging ahead of Suin, swung his sword straight at the leading demon, but was blocked halfway by the second cultivator. The primal energy around him, like a misty pool, distorted, but he couldn't neutralize the attack. Despite being the attacker, he coughed up blood and flew backward after the two swords clashed. Suin activated the Azure Lotus Sword technique, his movements as swift as a ghost, aiming straight for the leading demon's throat. The sword successfully pierced his opponent, clang! In that instant, their eyes met. Suin saw the coldness and indifference in the other's eyes. Before Suin could strike, his opponent was enveloped in a golden aura, as if transformed into a golden statue. Suin's sword struck metal, failing to penetrate the opponent's defenses at all. The next moment, Suin felt a tightness in his chest. He hadn't even seen whether his opponent had used a hand or a foot before he was sent flying backward. Halfway through his flight, Suin glimpsed Zhang Yuan charging forward. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the churning in his chest, Suin landed backward. He understood that they were no match for these two demon cultivators. The difference in strength between them was too great. Their desperate struggle was futile. They were doomed to die here today. Raising his head, Suin's eyes flashed with fierce determination as he looked at his opponents. Even if this battle meant certain death, he wouldn't wallow in self-pity. He was simply fighting to the very last moment. But when he raised his head, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. He saw Zhang Yuan slash diagonally into the neck of a demon cultivator. The blade swept across, blood splattered, and the demon cultivator, his golden aura gone, dropped his sword with a clatter, clutching his neck and collapsing backward. She's that powerful? One moment Suin was astonished by Zhang Yuan's strength. The next he realized it couldn't be that Zhang Yuan was so formidable. Because another demon cultivator, several meters away from Zhang Yuan, suddenly collapsed to the ground. No one attacked him. Neither Suin, crouching on the ground, nor Zhang Yuan, who had just swung her sword, nor Li Qingyun, who was getting up. So who killed these two demons? Chapter 82. Having received the Holy Envoy's orders, Yellow Bow led two level 8 cultivators out. Sword of Dawn possessed extremely high authority, capable not only of deploying drones and armed helicopters for support, but also of ensuring timely information transmission from various nodes within the sealed-off area. Yellow Bow quickly located the target. To him, 3 level 6 combat-powered superhumans were nothing more than 3 chicks, easy to kill. However, his mission wasn't simply about killing. One of them was only level 4, but possessed level 6 combat power, and had mastered a high-grade demonic cultivation technique in a very short time. Such a target was definitely worth investigating. The Holy Envoy might not care about such insignificant figures, but Yellow Bow couldn't ignore them. Bringing them back would be a meritorious deed. Therefore, he decided to capture those chicks alive. Upon first encountering those extraordinary individuals from the Yin Kingdom, who were currently routing one of his elite squads, Yellow Bow considered it insignificant. He led his men in pursuit. He disregarded the 3 chicks' counterattack. his superior cultivation and combat strength emboldening him. His plan was to capture them at close range. Entering the deep forest, when the two sides were no more than 100 meters apart, Yellow felt he had already secured his victory. At the same time, he also noticed the booby traps the enemy had laid. The booby traps were meticulously concealed, but useless. They were elite warriors of the Sword of Dawn, each a king among kings. How could they be defeated by such meager tactics? The three men casually bypassed the booby traps, avoiding the trigger wires. But just as they were about to safely cross the danger zone, the booby traps suddenly exploded. In that instant, Yellow flew into a rage, wishing he could slap the man who had accidentally stepped into the trap to death. Of course, the reality was that not only could he not kill his subordinate, but he also had to stop and quickly treat his unconscious, bleeding man. To be able to set up a trap that made my man step on, he's got some skills. At that moment, Yellow finally began to take the little chick's abilities seriously. After stabilizing his subordinate's injuries, Yellow left him where he was, and set up a perimeter of warning traps sufficient to deter any wild beasts and low-level superhumans, then continued his pursuit. The woman with the ponytail and fiery red lips possessed considerable strength. Her techniques were quite impressive, the kind that even Yellow would praise. Even ordinary level 7 superhumans would be momentarily controlled by her. In Yellow's knowledge, only a few top families and sects in the Yin Kingdom possessed such techniques. Unfortunately, the difference in their levels was too great. The other party posed no threat to him whatsoever. The handsome superhuman's technique was equally extraordinary. Yellow vaguely felt he had seen it somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. The only thing he was certain of was that it wasn't in the Yin Kingdom. Finally, Yellow encountered the Azure Lotus Sword technique. The instant the young man unleashed his swordplay, Yellow instantly recognized the extraordinary aspect of his opponent. No, not merely extraordinary, it wasn't something that could be described with the word extraordinary. It was something Yellow was intimately familiar with. This familiarity surprised Yellow, confused him, and terrified him. He planned to subdue the opponent, and then thoroughly investigate his background. But Yellow never imagined that he would never have such an opportunity again in his life. As the woman's blade slashed down, Yellow suddenly found himself paralyzed, his hands and feet completely immobilized. The surging primal force within his body was instantly seized, as if his throat had been strangled, refusing to be controlled by him. He stood frozen in place, his power dissipating, his primal force protection gone, when his neck was severed by a single blow. Even in his dying moments, Yellow didn't know who had truly killed him. But he knew that the culprit he hadn't seen possessed a terrifying level of cultivation. At the same time, he realized that his subordinates, who had stepped on the booby trap, were likely not in control of their own destiny. Suin looked around and quickly noticed something amiss. To be precise, he spotted two extraordinary individuals. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and slender, wielding a long spear, his bangs flowing, his clothes billowing. Even just standing there, he exuded an air of arrogant defiance. The woman stood gracefully, sword in hand. Her long, fiery red hair and striking red and white battle robes were breathtaking. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, her face like a lotus blossom. She possessed both captivating beauty and an ethereal, otherworldly air. She was like a goddess from legend. In Suen's eyes, these two extraordinary individuals, who had saved their team, truly embodied the bearing of reclusive masters, celestial warriors descended to earth. "Do you know them?" Suen asked, clutching his chest as he approached Zhang Wang. "Beautiful, so incredibly beautiful." Zhang Wang stared blankly at the red-haired woman, as if her soul had been captivated, murmuring to herself in a daze. Hearing Suen's voice, she shook her head blankly. "No." Suen then looked at Li Qingyun, who was limping over. The latter also shook his head. The man moved swiftly, leaping into the air, and arriving before the three in a few bounds. Before Suen and the others could thank him, he waved his hand, indicating they didn't need to be so polite, and chuckled, "You guys really hit the jackpot, running into me and my senior sister. Otherwise, you already be considered demons military merit, haha. I'm curious, how did you two, level 6 and one level 4, manage to offend the Sword of Dawn?" As he spoke, before the three could reply, the man's gaze fell on Suen, his eyes lighting up. He leaned over and put his arm around Suen's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up like a close buddy. "Impressive, buddy. You can release your force at level 4, and I think the force in your body is quite unique. Why don't you come back with me, so I can study you properly? Don't worry, I won't slice you up. The salary and benefits will definitely satisfy you. How about it? Consider it." As he spoke, he winked at the red-haired woman who remained standing. with a once-in-a-millennium beauty by your side, wouldn't you? Tempted? You may not be as handsome as me, but with my help, the chances are still pretty good. So are you in? His strange, rambling words left Suin and the others both amused and bewildered. After some introductions, Suin learned that the man's name was Nandong Buki, and the red-haired woman was his senior sister, Song Jiao. Their cultivation levels were unknown, but they were certainly very powerful. Suin estimated they were likely warriors. The reason for their presence was simple. Nandong Buki explained, "My senior sister and I have achieved some success in our cultivation, so we left our hometown to gain experience in the mortal world. We originally planned to go to the Chongling Mountains, but halfway there we found many demons. We heard that the Sword of Dawn had arrived, so we came to try our luck and see if we could find a few experts to spar with." As he spoke, Nandong Buki looked expectantly at Suin and the others. "Have you encountered any experts on your journey? Do you know where there are any?" Before Suin and the others could answer, he slapped his forehead, realizing something, and said, "Sorry, I asked that unnecessary question. If you had encountered experts, you certainly wouldn't be alive now." Suin and the others, Although Nandong Buki was a talkative person with a harsh tongue, he was quite righteous. Adhering to the principle of doing good deeds to the end, he decided to take Suin and the others to a safe area. The safe area he referred to, of course, wasn't within the control of Jizhou City, but rather nearby towns. Suin and the others were naturally very grateful. They were strangers who had met by chance, and Nandong Buki and Song Jiao's act of saving them was already a great favor. They had their own matters to attend to, and their willingness to take them to Xiahe town was truly exceptional. As they resumed their journey, Nandong Buki remained incessantly chattering, clinging to Suin's shoulder and rambling on about everything under the sun. The red-haired, sword-wielding Song Jiao walked quietly to the side, never uttering a word. Halfway through, Suin glanced back and was surprised to find Zhang Yueying already engaged in a lively conversation with Song Jiao. What Suin didn't notice was that Li Qingyun was subtly glancing around, observing the surroundings with a rather strange and complex expression, occasionally glancing at Nandong Buki. His subtle movements didn't escape Nandong Buki's notice, but he pretended not to see anything. "By the way, my senior sister and I picked up a little girl on the road. I introduce her to you later, you might even know her," Nandong Buki said, pointing to a maple forest ahead. Suin found Nandong Buki's words somewhat absurd. How could it be such a coincidence that the girl he casually rescued was someone he knew? But when they reached the maple forest and saw the little girl emerging from it, Suin realized he actually recognized her. It was Lu Xian. After Fong Nan's phone call, Suin and the others were certain she was doomed. Unable to reach her in time, they turned back to Liuxi town. Who would have thought they'd find Lu Xian alive? Lu Xian's combat uniform was quite torn and bloodstained, and a 3 or 4 centimeter long scar marred her cheek. She was originally a delicate beauty, but the scar marred much of her charm. Upon seeing Suin and the others, Lu Xian was both surprised and delighted. She quickly took 2 steps forward, about to speak, but then involuntarily shrank back, lowering her head and unconsciously covering the scar on her face with one hand. Finally, she forced a smile. Suin, it's so good to see you all again." Suin didn't like Lu Xian much. He preferred Fong Nan's group. He knew perfectly well that Fong Nan and the others had sacrificed their lives to protect her. Sure enough, Lu Xian then explained to Suin and the others that when they encountered the demon superhuman team, they fought and retreated. Fong Nan and the others let her run into a forest while they desperately covered her retreat, buying her time to escape. Lu Xian toiled through the deep forest all night, finally emerging at dawn. She hadn't run far in the wilderness when she was spotted by the demon's drones. If she hadn't been lucky enough to encounter Nandong Buki and Song Jiao, she would surely be dead. Without a doubt, Fong Nan's group were truly elite superhumans. And the person they had to protect with their lives was just a pampered, privileged young master. Alright, that's enough for now, we're leaving. Arriving outside Xiahe town, Nandong Buki and Song Jiao stopped. The green hills remain, the clear waters flow on, until we meet again. Until we meet again, Suin and the others expressed their gratitude once more. As everyone smiled and said goodbye, Nandong Buki handed Li Qingyun a look that seemed perfectly normal to Suin and Zhang Yueying, but Li Qingyun could sense a deeper meaning. "I thought that senior sister Song was very aloof. How could you chat so warmly with her?" Suin was curious about what Zhang Yueying and Song Jiao were talking about. What intrigued him even more was Zhang Yueying's previously expressed gender preference. Zhang Yueying, sensing Suin's thoughts, rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "Didn't you see how smooth and supple her skin is? I was asking her for skincare tips." Suan, Watching Nandong Buki and Song Jiao's departing figures, Suan was filled with emotion. To accomplish something and then leave without a trace, concealing one's merits and fame, truly the demeanor of a master. Chapter 83. Nandong Buki's assessment of Xiahe Town's safety was simple. Through observation and sensing, he confirmed that there were no extraordinary combatants in the town with cultivation levels higher than Suan and his group. As the group approached the town's outskirts, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from within, one after another, each wave higher than the last, sending bursts of flame soaring into the sky. Amidst the sounds of buildings collapsing and crumbling, screams, shouts, and cries of various people mingled with car horns and alarms, causing Suan and his companions to frown deeply. Amidst the chaotic commotion, the most striking sounds were the intermittent gunfire and a savage, unrestrained shouting and laughter, as if ferocious beasts and demons had suddenly taken over the town, burning and ravaging it. The sudden change left no time for thought. Suan, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qingyan exchanged a glance, quickly grabbed their guns, and advanced rapidly, observing their surroundings while preparing for battle. The first thing they encountered were terrified townspeople, mostly women, children, and the elderly, many covered in dust and blood. They kept looking back, their faces etched with fear of encountering monsters. As Suan and his companions continued forward, they discovered that the town's residential buildings and streets were teeming with all sorts of enormous monsters. Some resembled wild beasts, with gleaming green eyes, covered in fur, and terrifying sharp nails and exposed fangs. Some were like jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, moving swiftly on all fours. Others appeared to be giants, but were actually half-human, half-machine monsters. Some had arms like chainsaws, others legs like wheels. Some were bound in chains. Some had half their faces mangled and bloodied, revealing exposed wires, and some had mechanical wings sprouting from their backs. More prevalent were chaotic mutants, neither beasts nor robots, yet all strikingly monstrous, burning, looting, smashing shops, and chasing and killing terrified townspeople. Beasts tore at the bodies of men and women, cyborgs sliced open the flesh of the old and young, and monsters pounced on helpless women and children, leaving the town stained with blood and littered with severed limbs and remains. Blood was splattered on building walls, like an oil painting, and severed limbs lay like weeds across the streets and alleys. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Suan's nostrils. He felt as if he had fallen into a carnage. But he could clearly see that whether beasts, cyborgs, or other large and small monsters, they all retained human characteristics. Although he hadn't seen much, he could tell at a glance that these monsters were all transformed humans. What on earth is going on? Crouching in front of a house wall by the street, letting the fleeing townspeople run past him, Suan didn't fire rashly. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyan, asking them questions. He hoped these two seasoned superhumans, with their deep understanding of the Chaos Realm, could explain the scene before him. As you can see, this is the Black Tide, Zhang Yueying said in a low voice, her face filled with murderous intent. The Black Tide? Suan only knew that the Black Tide was one of the major forces in the Chaos Realm, on par with the rebels and the Church. Li Qingyan continued, explaining further, the Black Tide is known as the Plague of the Chaos Realm. At its core is a group of madmen who possess genetic optimization and body modification technology. They call themselves elite scientists, but in reality, their academic abilities are limited, and the various technologies they possess are immature, resulting in monsters like the one before us. They use these monsters as minions to conquer cities and territories, strike at their enemies, and ultimately seize control of many towns in the Chaos Lands. Describing them as ticking time bombs is no exaggeration. Suan fell silent upon hearing this. Because of the existence of the Force, the Xiaoshan continent reveres extraordinary combat power. Despite the various restrictions and controls imposed on sects like the Anxia sect by the government, they are practically the elite. Becoming an extraordinary being involves numerous limitations and thresholds, such as wealth and connections. The vast majority of humans in this world cannot cultivate and remain ordinary people who cannot become extraordinary. Ordinary people cannot acquire extraordinary combat power and become rich and powerful through normal means, so they must find alternative paths. The history of the demon race's extraordinary abilities spans tens of thousands of years, and humanity's journey to the extraordinary has also spanned over 2,000 years. Both have considerable foundations in the study of extraordinary matters, making the emergence of shortcuts inevitable. These shortcuts are the unofficial path to becoming a superhuman, or what might be called a niche or amateur approach, wouldn't be an exaggeration. The orthodox path to becoming a superhuman involves consuming official force potions and practicing official cultivation methods. It's considered orthodox because it's reliable. While official cultivation qualifications are difficult to obtain, the methods and potions are reliable and won't cause adverse effects. Simply put, they won't lead to chi deviation. But amateur methods are different. Those so-called force scientists in the private sector lack the powerful research capabilities of the official methods. While they may occasionally achieve results, their methods are unsystematic and lack rigor. Their methods and potions can easily cause adverse effects. Many niche cultivation methods are fundamentally flawed from the start. For example, some might mimic the strength of wild beasts, hoping to gain the power of a bear or the speed of a leopard through medication, or transform themselves into cyborgs through neural-linking technology. Black Tide is an extreme organization that uses drugs, techniques, and technologies with significant side effects to cultivate war machines for themselves. They also have their own ordinary superhumans, mostly criminals, who couldn't survive in human cities and were wanted by the government. Initially, they used these superhumans to force ordinary people to take their drugs and undergo their modifications. Later, more and more ordinary people willingly became their pawns. Being an ordinary person in the Xiaoshan continent is not easy. The vast majority are destined to suffer the oppression and exploitation of the powerful, living as lackeys for the strong, devoid of dignity, and unable to secure a stable and happy life. Yet, the Xiaoshan continent is a world of immense material wealth, a world of extravagance and decadence, with countless temptations beckoning to everyone. Thus, many people, in pursuit of greater power, wealth, and higher enjoyment, become henchmen of organizations like the Black Tide, taking their drugs, undergoing their modifications, practicing their techniques, and becoming their cogs in the machine. Ultimately, becoming a superhuman through normal means and achieving upward mobility is simply too difficult. However, becoming a henchman of the Black Tide is not a desirable outcome. The Black Tide is not some organization dedicated to the well-being of all beings. They merely exploit ordinary people's desire for advancement, controlling them with various drugs and techniques that have significant side effects, turning them into their lackeys and cannon fodder. Looking at these delirious monsters before him, Suen knew that those ordinary people who sought power, wealth, and a better life through unorthodox means had actually become vengeful spirits controlled by the Black Tide. The weak draw their swords to kill the weaker. Suen's face was ashen. Suen, Xiahe town is in chaos. Shall we leave? The most important thing now is to get back to Jizhou City. We don't know them. There's no need to create unnecessary trouble. It was Lu Xian who spoke. She had followed Suen the whole way. Perhaps she felt a natural affinity with him because they were a similar age, or perhaps she instinctively sensed that Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun were not to be trifled with, thus seeking protection from Suen. She was someone who was used to being protected. Lu Xian continued seductively, "It's good that things are chaotic here, that way, no one will notice us. We can replenish our supplies and leave immediately. Maybe we can even slip through the demon blockade in the chaos." Suen ignored Lu Xian and turned to look at Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun. Zhang Yueying sneered, "I'm not a beast." Li Qingyun said nothing, only nodded slightly. Suen then leaped forward, sword in hand, and charged towards the monsters chasing and slaughtering the townspeople. Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun rose in quick succession, aiming at the buildings and the wild beasts and cyborgs on the streets, mercilessly pulling the triggers. Zhang Yueying's meaning was clear. She was not a beast, so she couldn't turn a blind eye to the bloodshed of her own kind. She wanted to annihilate the monsters created by the Black Tide and protect the lives of the ordinary townspeople. Lu Xian stood frozen, her face filled with incomprehension and bewilderment. Indulge. Slaughter? My darlings, unleash your power. Enjoy the glory of dominating life and death. Let these ants become your nourishment. On the rooftop of a house, Li Haoxuan stood with his arms outstretched and eyes closed, chanting loudly with intense focus. He was the Black Tide's leader in Xiahe town, and also the strongest superhuman there. But before today, he wasn't the sole ruler of Xiahe town. Two other powerful gangs had always been obstacles to Black Tide's control over the town. But after today, both gangs would cease to exist. He would represent Black Tide and completely seize Xiahe town. With his eyes closed, Li Haoxuan could sense the presence and emotional fluctuations of the mutants. They shared a connection established by the Force Potion, a peculiar connection that allowed him to command and control the delirious mutants. At this moment, Li Haoxuan felt like a god. A god with numerous servants, capable of controlling the life, death, honor, and disgrace of the entire Xiahe town. Managerly, the Axe Gang and the Golden Dragon Gang have both collapsed. Shouldn't you go and inspect their remaining wealth? A level 5 transcendental being approached from behind Li Haotuan. Li Haotuan opened his eyes, smiled slightly, and lightly flicked non-existent dust from his robes, his demeanor elegant and composed. Although Xiahe Town wasn't a desirable place, unlikely to attract level 6 or higher transcendental beings, it still had tens of thousands of residents, representing considerable wealth. The Axe Gang and the Golden Dragon Gang were not weak, their leaders were both level 6, and they commanded numerous transcendental beings. In a direct confrontation, the Black Tide's transcendental combat strength in Xiahe Town would be no match for both of them. For the past few years, a certain balance had been maintained between them. But now, that balance has been broken. Recently, the Black Tide leadership reached an agreement with the Northern Demon Clan, receiving many preferential treatments in exchange for cooperation against the Yin Kingdom, including the purchase of high-end goods at discounted prices. As a result, the Black Tide obtained a large quantity of Vajra Wrathful Gaze potion, which they then diluted and added a formula capable of controlling the user's mind, creating a new potion that suited the Black Tide style. The Black Tide named it New Hope. A significant portion of Li Haotuan's Xiahe Town was taken. He arrested the town's able-bodied men overnight, accelerated their transformation, and forced them to take New Hope, turning them into Black Tide warriors. He then threw this gaseous potion into the bases of the Axe Gang and the Golden Dragon Gang, quickly causing many of the extraordinary individuals in both gangs to mutate and become subjects of his control. This is how Li Haotuan was able to control Xiahe Town. However, New Hope has two very obvious side effects. First, it causes users to become mentally impaired and their intelligence greatly reduced. Second, it greatly stimulates their ferocity, increasing their destructive and bloodthirsty desires. If these desires are not released, they will be very difficult to control. Li Haotuan didn't pay much attention to the first side effect. According to the Black Tide Superior's arrangements, they were to move east through Blackstone Ridge and attack Guandu City, which was under the official control of Jizhou City. These mutants were originally cannon fodder, expendable resources. As long as they could obey orders, they didn't need to be very intelligent. The second side effect was also easy to deal with. Let them kill the townspeople of Xiahe Town to release some of their ferocity. Li Haotuan came down from the house, and was about to head to the Axe Gang and Golden Dragon Gang base to inspect the spoils, when a superhuman rushed in to report, "Manager Li, something terrible has happened. Someone has stormed into Xiahe Town, and is slaughtering our mutated warriors." Li Haotuan frowned. "Who dares to ruin my plans? What's their cultivation level? I don't know where these superhumans came from, for level 6 combatants." His subordinate quickly replied. Li Haotuan chuckled, "For level 6s? I can kill them in a minute. What are you panicking about?" There were only 3 level 6s in Xiahe Town, himself, the leaders of the Axe Gang and the Golden Dragon Gang, but the latter two had already been killed by their mutated subordinates. Now Li Haotuan had dozens of superhumans under his command, enough to form a battalion of mutated warriors. Was he afraid of not being able to kill a mere 4 level 6s? "Manager Li, we can't kill them. We can't kill them, Manager Li, they're here." His subordinate suddenly pointed to the street, his voice trembling as he warned. Chapter 84. Li Haotuan looked up and saw 3 agile figures, swift as the wind, rushing towards him from the rooftops of buildings on both sides of the street. The monsters that blocked their path, whether beast-like creatures with sharp teeth and claws or mechanical beings covered in weapons, were either felled by their force-powered rifles, their heads exploding like watermelons, or hacked down by their swords, their bodies spraying large plumes of blood. Li Haotuan had seen powerful figures before, but he had never seen such formidable level 6 superhumans. No, one of them was even a level 4 superhuman capable of projecting force. "Quick, go and block them." Li Haotuan hurriedly ordered his men forward. "Kill them all." He was accompanied by a team of about 10 superhumans, the highest ranking among them being a level 5, an elite fighting force capable of both offense and defense. But now, facing the oncoming, aggressive Suin and his group, who were cutting down mutants like vegetables, they looked at each other, none daring to step forward. The Black Tide's mutants are merely killing machines, possessing almost no capacity for thought beyond satisfying their primal desires. Yet, they are fully rational humans, laborers earning a living within the Black Tide. Why would they knowingly go into danger and throw their lives away? "Manager Li, let's retreat. You, please mobilize the mutants to encircle and annihilate them," the level 5 Transcendent offered hesitantly. Suin and the others moved incredibly fast, still mingling with the mutants, making even long-range shooting difficult for them. Li Haotuan's eyes widened, furious at his subordinate's cowardice. He had just experienced the thrill of being a god, the exhilarating control over the life and death of a town, which had intoxicated him. Now, they had been forced to retreat so undignifiedly. He was not about to give in so easily. Just as he was about to control the mutants from other parts of the town to come and provide support, Li Haotuan suddenly frowned. He caught sight of an opponent on a rooftop, kneeling and raising a gun, aiming at him from afar. A cold star flashed in his vision, and before Li Haotuan could dodge, his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Seeing Li Haotuan lying on the ground covered in blood, the surrounding black-tide superhumans rushed over to drag him behind cover. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 superhumans pulling Li Haotuan immediately fell. The remaining superhumans all paled, no longer caring about Li Haotuan, and turned and ran, disappearing into the streets and alleys. Approaching Li Haotuan, who was clutching his broken leg and shrinking back, Suan looked down at him and coldly said, "I only ask one question, and if you don't answer well, you die." Suan's question was simple. How did Li Haotuan control the mutants? Use this. Li Haotuan raised his right hand, gesturing to a force ring. With this ring, and after taking the new Destiny Force Potion, you can issue simple commands to them. The new Destiny Force Potion corresponds to New Hope. The former is specifically used by the Black Tide's management to control those who have taken it. The New Hope for ordinary people to change their circumstances is nothing more than a cruel new destiny controlled by the Black Tide. Very good. Suan nodded in satisfaction at the answer, then raised his gun and shot Li Haotuan in the chest. Why? Why did you still want to kill me? The light in Li Haotuan's eyes quickly dimmed. Suan chuckled. I didn't say that if you answered well you wouldn't die. After searching Li Haotuan, Suan retrieved a force potion from him, examined it briefly, and then drank it down. All Black Tide items have side effects, but the severity varies significantly. The side effects of items given to management are naturally minimal, as management is no longer a consumable entity. The advancement from level 5 to level 6 is a major hurdle, one that many extraordinary individuals never overcome in their lifetime. Reaching level 6 greatly increases combat power, hence the clear difference in status and position between those at level 6 and below. Whether in the Chaos Lands, the Yin Kingdom, or among the demon race, level 6 extraordinary combatants are the true backbone, usually holding essential positions. At this moment, Suan felt a state similar to being drunk. Using the invisible, hazy red light emanating from his force ring, Suan calmed the 200 to 300 mutants in Xiao town. This process wasn't entirely smooth. Some powerful and ferocious mutants showed clear resistance after he issued the command, still instinctively chasing the townspeople. This shows that the side effects of New Hope are indeed significant, and the control over New Destiny is limited, often requiring guidance only when necessary. The mutants in Xiahe town mostly obeyed Suan's commands, and remained obediently in place only because they had just unleashed some bloodlust. As for the less controllable mutants, Suan's method was simple. Kill them. Once the mutants quieted down, the Black Tide superhumans were either killed on the spot by Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun or fled the town in panic. Suan walked up to a bloated female mutant monster and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Do you remember what your name is? The female monster had a crooked mouth and drooling eyes, veins bulging all over her body, and her skin was patchy with black and purple, with some areas completely peeled off, revealing large expanses of crimson subcutaneous tissue. Her clothes were torn apart by the muscles that had grown wildly after taking the drug, the muscles overlapping and twisting with her own fat in a grotesque way. Her fingernails, over 20 centimeters long and as hard as iron blades, added to her terrifying appearance. Even just standing there, her body would occasionally twitch. The female monster heard Suan's words, but her eyes were as cloudy as mud, showing no particular reaction. She didn't utter a complete sentence, only letting out strange whimpers. Even mutants that had basically maintained a human form had lost the ability to communicate. Those monsters that were more like wild beasts were even less likely to be able to communicate. After several attempts, Suan finally gave up. Suan! You rushed in way too fast. You didn't even consider me. You left me there, abandoning me. Do you know how dangerous that was? I almost died. Lu Xian ran out from the street corner, yelling at Suan from afar, "We're teammates. Is this how you treat me? Are you hoping I die? You bastard." Suan frowned slightly. Lu Xian had a lot of blood on her, but judging from her intact limbs and strong movements, he knew the blood was mostly not hers. Seeing her charging towards him with a face full of resentment, her features contorted, as if she wanted to scratch his face, Suan felt a surge of disgust. When he, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qingyun charged into the monster horde, it was one thing for Lu Xian not to join the fight, but for a level 6 character to be unable to even protect him, even if she simply found a house nearby to hide in, she could disappear from the sight of most monsters. And even if a few monsters managed to get close, her weapons and equipment could easily eliminate the threat. So what was this all about? She looked so wronged and frightened, so resentful of herself, so full of accusations, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Shut up. Suen raised his falcon to block her, his gaze cold and expressionless. I have no obligation to protect you. If you can't stand it, you can get lost. Why are you yelling at me? With the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against her, and meeting Suen's deathly gaze, Lu Xian was stunned. Her anger vanished instantly, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. An uncontrollable thought popped into her head. This guy won't kill me, will he? In this town controlled by the Black Tide, teeming with monsters, if Suen really killed her, no one would be able to find out afterwards. Lu Xian, timid as a mouse, froze on the spot, her face filled with horror, too afraid to say anything more. Suen, not bothering to even glance at her, turned to search for his spoils. In the Black Tide's warehouse, Suen saw Zhang Yueying staring blankly at a pile of grain. Noticing Suen's entrance, Zhang Yueying beckoned to him. Come and take a look. Just one glance at the label on the packaging, and Suen understood why Zhang Yueying was lost in thought. Qinghe Farm. This is grain produced by Qinghe Farm? His first mission was to rescue Qinghe Farm, so the memory was naturally vivid. Zhang Yueying patted Suen on the shoulder, sighed with an air of maturity, her voice so low it sounded like each syllable was weighed down by a heavy stone. The war has already begun, and we're already deeply entangled in it. It'd be difficult to return to Jizhou City. You and I will both be buried on the battlefield. Suen paused slightly, understanding Zhang Yueying's meaning. Xiaohe Town and Qinghe Farm were quite far apart. Under normal circumstances, the demons and bandits near Qinghe Farm wouldn't transport their looted grain and vegetables to Xiaohe Town. The scene before him had only one explanation. Someone was orchestrating the allocation of grain behind the scenes. The attack on Qinghe Farm wasn't an isolated incident. This is the information I found, Zhang Yueying said, handing Suen her phone. The content on it was a list of tasks from the past 3 months, retrieved by Zhang Yueying from the official databases of the Extraordinary Affairs Management Committee and the Social Sec Management Office, clearly filtered. What Suen saw showed farms around many cities in Lingdong Province, including Jizhou City, that had been attacked by demons and chaotic forces. They had one thing in common. Large quantities of grain and vegetables had been looted. Although Suen wasn't a military officer, he knew the principle of an army marches on its stomach. Whenever war broke out, the first priority was always to procure and transport military supplies. Whether they are demon cultivators or mutants of the Black Tide, they all need to eat. Every harvest season, farms on the fringes of official control are attacked by demon bandits, who steal a lot of grain and vegetables. This is nothing new, Zhang Yueying said. But recently, too much grain has been stolen, and in many places, the situation is the same as before. The teams of superhumans supporting the farms have all been defeated, and the grain has not been recovered. This shows that the demon bandits' strength has significantly increased. They have more combat power. Suen realized at this point that the demon race had been preparing for this upcoming war for months. First, they dispatched more extraordinary combatants across the Chongling Mountains to the chaos lands of Lingdong Province. Then, with the cooperation of demons from various regions, they attacked targets such as Qinghe Farm, seizing large quantities of grain. Once the grain was in place, more demon cultivators infiltrated, gradually expanding the scale of their operation. They strengthened cooperation with human cities, like the Huang family, bribed forces in the Chaos lands, like the Black Tide to act as allies, and sent people to control territories, like Liuxi Town. For this, they spared no expense. Now, with all the preliminary preparations essentially complete, the demons, along with wilderness bandits, began to blockade the Chaos lands. Suen knew without a second thought that they would soon launch an offensive against the territory effectively controlled by the Yin Kingdom. The army of the Northern Demon Clan might already have reached the Chongling Mountains and made contact with the Yin Kingdom's border troops. For the border troops, they were about to face the predicament of their rear being on fire, their retreat route insecure, and their supplies running out. At that point, being attacked from both sides, their fate was self-evident. Thinking of this, Suen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Seeing the worry on his face, Zhang Yueying brought her beautiful face closer and said in a low voice, "Little devil, are you so scared you're about to wet your pants?" Suen was initially quite heavy-hearted, but seeing Zhang Yueying teasing him at a time like this, joking with him playfully, his heaviness lessened considerably. He retorted without hesitation, "What, Does sister want to wash my pants? Seeing that Suan wasn't frightened, Zhang Yuang lost interest, giving him a disgruntled glare and ceasing her banter. At this moment, Li Qingyan arrived at the warehouse door and threw in a level 5 superhuman covered in blood, caught one alive. The rest have been dealt with. After Li Haozuan was killed, he and Zhang Yuang split up to hunt down the fleeing black-tide superhumans. Suan had expected some to escape, but Li Qingyan had managed to kill them all. Thinking about it, it wasn't unreasonable. The superhuman combat power in Xiaohe Town was much weaker than in Liuxi Town. There were hardly any level 5 fighters, and the superhumans from the Axe Gang and Golden Dragon Gang had all become mutants. If a level 6 expert insisted on pursuing them, a group of low-level soldiers would have a hard time escaping in the open wilderness. What important intelligence? Suan asked curiously. Li Qingyan wouldn't have brought them back unless it was crucial news. Li Qingyan said, the Black Tide has mobilized forces from several nearby towns to attack Guandu City. If we hadn't come here, Li Haozuan would probably have already set off with them. Hearing the words Guandu City, Suan and Zhang Yuang exchanged a glance. Their original return route was via Xiaohe Town and Haishaling to Guandu City. They had assumed they would be safe once they reached Guandu City, from where they could take a carriage back to Jizhou City. Unexpectedly, Heichao even intended to attack Guandu City, northeast of Jizhou City. But upon closer reflection, while the situation was unexpected, it was still reasonable. If it weren't for leading their troops to conquer new territory, Heichao wouldn't have needed to use New Hope in Xiaohe Town, creating a large number of new mutants. With these mutants wreaking havoc everywhere, Xiaohe Town was already half destroyed, and this loss needed to be recovered. Further deduction suggests that if the Yan Kingdom didn't handle this battle well, even if they won, the area under their official control would shrink afterward. You two have ideas? Zhang Yuang glanced at Suan and Li Qingyan. Suan revealed a smile tinged with murderous intent. Looks like you thought of that too. Then let's go! Zhang Yuang's interest immediately soared. 2 hours later, Suan and his group left Xiaohe Town with hundreds of mutants, traveling in various vehicles of all sizes towards Guandu City. Chapter 85. After their outburst in Xiaohe Town, the mutants temporarily calmed down. Suan used his force ring to command them to obediently sit in the truck beds and cargo boxes. With more trucks than drivers, Suan had to hire some extra people at a high price in Xiaohe Town. Halfway through the journey, Zhang Yuang, who was bringing up the rear of the convoy, informed Suan via walkie-talkie of a new development. A convoy was following from behind, and it seemed that the other side was also a mutant army led by Heichao, about the same size as theirs. Suan signaled the convoy to continue, while he pulled over to the side of the road to wait, and had Li Qingyan approach. Not long after, the convoy caught up, and Zhang Yuang got out of her car to greet them. We're from Xiaohe Town. Where are you from? Willow Town. A car stopped in front of Zhang Yuang. The black-tide superhuman inside, seeing that the speaker was a beautiful woman with fiery red lips, smiled warmly, and even his tone became more gentlemanly. What can I do for you, beautiful lady? Li Qingyan, having overheard Zhang Yuang's conversation with the other person through his earpiece, turned to the bound level 5 prisoner and asked, who is the supervisor of Willow Town? Never seen him. Only know his surname is Zhao, the prisoner replied weakly. The black-tide supervisor of Willow Town is surnamed Zhao. Li Qingyan raised his voice, relaying the information to Zhang Yuang. Zhang Yuang pointed to Suan's car, and said to the black-tide superhumans in front of her, our manager Li requests that your manager Zhao come over, there's something to discuss. Seeing that Zhang Yuang mentioned her manager's surname, the black-tide superhumans didn't suspect anything and immediately reported the matter to their superiors. Soon, manager Zhao's car arrived, and Zhang Yuang led them to Suan's car, explaining the situation along the way. We were attacked by unidentified individuals in Xiaohe Town. The attacker was quite powerful. They suddenly attacked Manager Li, but fortunately, we reacted in time. Based on what they provided, Manager Li deduced that our operation had been exposed, and the Yin government likely had an ambush in Guandu City. Therefore, he requested Manager Zhao to come and discuss the matter. Zhang Yuang's bombshell news shocked Manager Zhao, completely drawing his attention. He hurriedly arrived at Suan's car with 2 guards. Such a thing happened. Not only him, but his 2 guards were equally shaken. The passenger door opened, and Manager Zhao was about to speak when a blurry figure flashed before his eyes. He almost bumped into Li Haozuan. By the time he realized something was wrong, and that the person in front of him wasn't Li Haozuan, a pistol was already concealed against his waist. Suan's lips curled into a cold, cruel smile. If you dare move an inch or make a sound, my gun will go off immediately. At the same time, Zhang Yuang, standing behind one of the guards, pressed her gun against his lower back. "Don't move, or you die a horrible death." Li Qingyan casually put his arm around another guard's shoulder, as if they were close friends. The two guards faced away from the road, concealing their pistols well, and kept their backs to the black-tide superhumans, trying to prevent their companions from noticing their unusual expressions. Suen and Manager Zhao were shielded by the truck bed, blocking their view from the other side of the road. Who are you? What do you want?" Manager Zhao was completely unprepared for this unexpected situation, utterly bewildered, both anxious and panicked. He couldn't understand why the leader of the convoy, who had been carrying mutants in the open cargo beds of the trucks ahead, had changed and was now being held hostage. The next moment, Manager Zhao's eyes flashed, a fierce glint in them. The enemy before him was only level 4. If he acted decisively, subduing him would be a piece of cake. Before he could move, Suen had already gripped his right hand, as if it were a casual greeting between friends. But the immense strength emanating from Suen's hand caused Manager Zhao's pupils to dilate, the pain almost making him cry out. In the blink of an eye, his right hand was nearly deformed from the grip. Looking at Suen, whose expression was calm yet whose eyes held a hidden killing intent, Manager Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. The thought of resistance that had just surfaced in his mind vanished without a trace. "If you know what's good for you, you obediently listen to me. Otherwise, I make sure you don't even have a chance to regret it," Suen said expressionlessly. "Nod if you understand." Trembling with fear, Manager Zhao quickly nodded. Two cars from Willow Tree Town were parked by the roadside, carrying 4 extraordinary individuals, waiting for Manager Zhao and Manager Li to return after their discussion. They weren't expecting anything unexpected. This area was under Black Tide's control. Their forces covered a radius of dozens of kilometers, especially with a large army of mutants nearby. As they anticipated, a few minutes later, Manager Zhao returned in Manager Li's car. However, Manager Li didn't get out. Instead, his face grim, he said to them in a low voice, "A Yin Kingdom superhuman was previously in Xiahe Town. Our plan to attack Guandu City may have been exposed. Tell everyone to speed up the march. We must reach our destination before the enemy reacts or reinforcements arrive. Manager Li and I need to discuss the next steps. You all follow along." When the Black Tide superhumans first saw Manager Zhao's grim expression, they were somewhat hesitant. However, after hearing his words, they believed they had found the reason for his displeasure, and nodded in agreement. The attack on Guandu City was a surprise attack, meant to catch them off guard. If the Yin Kingdom learned of their actions in time and made preparations, the battle would be extremely difficult, greatly increasing the risk of casualties for everyone. It would be strange if Manager Zhao's expression was pleasant under such circumstances. As soon as Manager Zhao finished speaking, Suen stepped on the gas, and the armored vehicle immediately drove onto the highway. While they were talking to the Black Tide superhumans to distract them, Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyan forced 2 guards into the vehicle and silently snapped their necks. "Suen, are you thirsty? Do you want some water?" Lu Xian, in the back seat, handed Suen, who was driving, a bottle of water. The cap had already been unscrewed. Suen didn't even turn her head. "Just focus on your own work and don't get distracted." Manager Zhao was sitting in the passenger seat. Suen needed to concentrate most of her energy on driving, so holding Manager Zhao hostage was mainly up to Lu Xian. Even with her actual combat skills, she wouldn't be able to restrain Manager Zhao with full concentration, yet she was doing something so irrelevant at a time like this. Being directly rebuked by Suen, Lu Xian's face paled. She quickly put the water bottle back in its place, capped it, and pointed a pistol at Manager Zhao with both hands. "Suen, can't you be a little less cold to me? We're teammates now, have some gentlemanly manners. Just consider it taking over Fong Nan's protection for me. When we get back to Jizhou City, I definitely pay you a generous reward." Upon hearing this, Manager Zhao's eyes darted around almost imperceptibly. He keenly sensed the discord between Suen and Lu Xian, and this might be an opportunity he could exploit. "Shut up." Suen didn't need to look at Manager Zhao to know what he was thinking. Behind him was a large group of Black Tide superhumans from Willow Tree Town, along with hundreds of mutants, while he only had 3 combatants. If Manager Zhao were to make any irrational, desperate moves, they would immediately be plunged into a dangerous quagmire. Suen couldn't understand it. Back in Little River Town, his relationship with Lu Xian had clearly soured, so how could she suddenly seem to have forgotten everything and was now so eager, trying every means to get close to him? Didn't she know when to stop? Although annoyed, Suen had to soften his tone for the sake of the bigger picture, gently reassuring Lu Xian. "Just do your own thing, don't talk or cause trouble, otherwise, if we fall into danger, I won't have time to take care of you. He couldn't see Lu Xian's expression, but he heard her hum in agreement. In any case, Lu Xian finally calmed down, allowing Suen to properly consider the current situation. Based on the previous interrogation of Supervisor Zhao, Suen learned that the Black Tide had dispatched 6 teams to attack Guandu City. Willow Town and Little River Town, being the furthest from their destination, were the last to be deployed. These 6 teams comprised approximately 200 extraordinary individuals, nearly 10 times the number of mutants. The Black Tide's deployment of such a large force was undoubtedly due to Guandu City's considerable strength. Unlike small towns like Liuxi Town and Little River Town, Guandu City was a county-level city. Because it fell within the official control of the Yan Kingdom, it saw a significant number of extraordinary individuals coming and going daily. Of course, the fact that Black Tide dared to attack Guandu City meant that they believed these 6 teams were sufficient to capture their target. According to Manager Zhao, Black Tide had dispatched some experts to oversee the battle, and they were estimated to have already arrived in Guandu City, possibly even leading the vanguard in the assault, treating the teams from Willow Town and Little River Town as reserves. Guandu City. Grenades rained down through the streets and alleys, the deafening explosion sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Gunfire was dense and relentless, gunpowder bullets and force bullets flying everywhere, shattering windows and leaving bullet holes in walls. Buildings collapsed from time to time, and cars were occasionally set ablaze. Go quickly that way. Led them away. Behind a wrecked armored vehicle at a street corner, a young superhuman in his 20s or 30s fired at the advancing enemy while directing stumbling civilians past, occasionally gesturing for his men to cover their evacuation. Boom! A force grenade exploded in front of him, tearing the already wrecked armored vehicle to shreds. When the shockwave and smoke subsided, the young superhuman had already darted to the corner of a building, still firing at the approaching enemy. Damn! Where did all these mutated monsters come from? The young man emptied a magazine and quickly ducked behind a wall to reload. As he prepared to fire again, he saw even more bizarre mutants appearing on the street littered with corpses and blood, roaring and howling as they charged towards him. His name was Wang Jie, the son of the provincial governor of Lingnong province. He came to Guandu City to handle some family business matters, but before he could finish, hundreds upon hundreds of terrifying mutants, under the command of the Black Tide superhumans, suddenly attacked Guandu City, forcing him to hastily engage in battle. Brother, there are too many mutants. Let's hurry and leave. Chapter 86. A guard retreated from the building. Those bastards, Black Tide, since they dared to openly attack Guandu City, they certainly didn't do it without reason. Right now, the enemy is strong and we are weak, there's no need for us to fight them head-on. The mutants included both ordinary people and those with superhuman strength. Their numbers were simply too great. Although they were quite powerful, even if they were shot one by one, it wouldn't be enough. Their force would eventually run out. Bang, bang, boom. Several force bullets struck the wall, creating a large gap in the building. Then, several force grenades rolled over, forcing Wang Jie and his guards to temporarily retreat. One guard grabbed him, trying to run for their lives. Run my ass. Run! Wang Jie broke free from the guard, took 2 strides behind a car, turned around, and shot 2 mutants who emerged from the street corner dead. He then yelled at his guards. The enemy is practically on our heels. The entire city is waiting for our protection. What's the point of running now? Wang Jie said, quickly scanning the street battlefield and the surrounding environment. More and more mutants were rushing in from the street corner, but it wasn't an unimpeded passage. Besides their elite team, many other superhumans were also fighting back from the streets and buildings. Guandu City had several local sects, and many superhumans from Jizhou City, who went on missions to the Chaos Land would transit and resupply here. Wang Jie estimated that there were at least several hundred superhuman fighters in the city. Although the vast majority were low-level soldiers below level 6, they were still a considerable force when gathered together. You two, go to that building up ahead. You two, go to the building on the left. Brother Nyo, you take 2 people to the overpass. The rest of you, stay with me and fight a guerrilla war on the streets. A grenade exploded on a nearby wall, sending dust flying. Wang Jie turned and spat out a mouthful of dust. We are official superhumans of the Yan Kingdom. How can we be slaughtered by a bunch of bandits and robbers? All of you charge. Kill those ugly bastards, Black Tide. Seeing his unwavering resolve, the guards could only obey his orders and head to their respective battle positions, continuing their fight to defend the street. In the midst of the chaos, Wang Jie pulled out his phone and dialed an old acquaintance from the military command. Commander Lei, where are the troops from the military command? We've been fighting for so long, why haven't your soldiers arrived yet? Don't give me that nonsense. If you're not here in 15 minutes, I'm definitely going to die in the street. You can explain that to the governor yourself. Hanging up, Wang Jie cursed as he stood up, shooting down several beast-like mutants that had charged a short distance away. Seeing even more powerful mechanical monsters rushing towards him like madmen, he drew his sword and leaped from behind the vehicle. Before he could even engage in close combat, 2 bullets struck him in the chest. Brother, let's talk this over. You see, I've been very cooperative with you the whole way. You should know I have no ill intentions. I think we can be friends. Even if you're a superhuman from Jizhou City, you still have to travel in the Chaos Lands eventually. Having more friends means having more options, right? Manager Zhao turned to Suin with a friendly smile. We be at Guandu City soon. You heard the commotion ahead, the army is fighting. If you leave now, no one will notice. I promise, I won't let anyone chase you. Suin chuckled lightly, noncommittally replying, Manager Zhao is certainly kind-hearted. After a long and arduous journey, the group finally arrived near Guandu City. Even without consciously paying attention, Suin could hear the intense sounds of battle ahead. There was no doubt that the Black Tide forces were already attacking the city. By now, Manager Zhao had determined Suin and his group's identities, extraordinary individuals from Jizhou City on a mission to the Chaos Land. Because of the demon race's blockade, they were trapped in the Chaos Land, unable to return. Having unexpectedly encountered the Black Tide's operation, they used their strength to assassinate Li Haozuan and take control of the mutants in Xiaohe Town. In Manager Zhao's view, Suin and his group's demands were simple: a safe return to Jizhou City. Along the way, they encountered numerous checkpoints and drones conducting reconnaissance. Under Suin's coercion, Manager Zhao used his position to provide cover, helping Suin and his group successfully pass through each checkpoint. Without Manager Zhao, even with a large group of mutants, Suin and his group would not have been able to pass through the checkpoint's identification systems. The checkpoints only recognized registered faces. Among the Black Tide, only the town leaders had their faces entered into the system, while Li Haozuan was already dead. Guandu City was located on the edge of the Yan Kingdom's officially controlled area. The demon race's blockade border ended here. Beyond this area, Suin and his group would enter safe territory and could drive directly back to Jizhou City. Not far away was a fork in the road. Lu Xian, unable to contain her excitement, leaned close to the two and enthusiastically suggested, Suin, don't listen to him. Let's take him away, use him as a hostage, and release him when we reach the military camp. Suin didn't look at Lu Xian, who said we were going back. Manager Zhao was momentarily stunned, and Lu Xian immediately became anxious. Aren't we going back? We're already here, why shouldn't we go back? Just turn the corner up ahead, and we'll be back soon. Suin barely suppressed his anger, his voice cold. Yes, we're already here. But do you know where we are? This is outside Guandu City. Guandu City is in the midst of a fierce battle. Hundreds and thousands of mutants are attacking the city. You saw what they look like in Xiaohe Town. You know what it means once they enter the city. That's a disaster for the citizens of Guandu City. At this very moment, countless innocent citizens are being slaughtered in the city. Those unarmed people are losing their parents, children, relatives, and friends, and you, a level 6 superhuman, are turning a blind eye to all of this, only thinking about leaving? Lu Xian froze on the spot. Suin had a bellyful of anger that he wanted to unleash on Lu Xian's face, but he held back. He wasn't interested in educating Lu Xian. That was her parents' business. But Suin remembered that humanity's ability to possess extraordinary combat power and become extraordinary through cultivation was the result of countless sages and martyrs paying a heavy price in sweat and blood during a long and dangerous period of exploration. Humanity developed the path to extraordinary power to fight against the demon race, protect their fellow humans, and ensure the continuation of human civilization. Although becoming an extraordinary being in the Yan Kingdom had many limitations, the path still existed. Now that Suin had become an extraordinary being, how could he possibly be indifferent to his fellow humans who were being slaughtered? Then, what should we do? Lu Xian asked weakly, her face flushed. Suin ignored her and turned to Manager Zhao, flashing a warm smile. Manager Zhao, I'd like to borrow something from you. Having heard Suin's words, Manager Zhao had a bad feeling. What do you want? Your head, Suin said. Fire! The last command was directed at Lu Xian. Lu Xian was startled, not expecting Suin to suddenly order her to kill. Her thoughts were still on taking Manager Zhao hostage. Manager Zhao, however, had anticipated this and immediately resisted, turning sharply to grab Lu Xian's gun. Just then, a cold light flashed, and Su En's right-hand dagger precisely pierced Manager Zhao's neck. Cough, cough, cough. Manager Zhao clutched his neck, collapsing weakly. Lu Xian was still in a daze, her face splattered with blood, seemingly stunned and unable to react. Su En wiped the dagger on Manager Zhao's body and calmly sheathed it. From beginning to end, he kept his left hand on the steering wheel, ensuring the vehicle didn't lose control in the slightest. When he decided to act, Su En knew Lu Xian was unreliable. His command to fire was merely a ploy to draw Zhao's attention to Lu Xian, creating an opportunity for him to strike. Turning to the walkie-talkie, Su En told Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun, proceed according to plan. As he put the walkie-talkie down, Zhao was already dead. Su En removed his force ring, put it on his own finger, and then retrieved a force potion from Zhao's pocket. Using Zhao's head was just a pretext. What Su En truly wanted was the ring. The Black Tide's new destiny potion had a limited effect, requiring a dose to be taken regularly, otherwise, the mutants couldn't be continuously controlled. This was why Zhao always carried the potion. The potion and the force ring are paired together. Without Manager Zhao's force ring, he still couldn't control the mutants in Willow Tree Town if he only took the potion. Now, Su En could control 2 battalions of mutants. If your phone isn't broken yet, go to the official website and claim the mission to support Guandu City. The well-arranged buildings of Guandu City were already in view. Su En took out his phone and mentioned this to Lu Xian. Lu Xian then understood. From the beginning, Su En, Zhang Yueying, Li Qingyun, and the others hadn't intended to return directly to Jizhou City via Guandu City. Instead, they were determined to sabotage the Black Tide's attack on Guandu City. Dazed, she logged onto the official website and indeed found the mission to support Guandu City. While Jizhou City might not be able to provide immediate support after Guandu City's attack by the Black Tide, issuing relevant missions and summoning superhumans was something they could do. For Su En and the others, this mission meant military merit points. But for Lu Xian, it was a perilous journey. At the window of a large building, Wang Zhe twisted and slipped behind the wall, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He injected himself with a potion to replenish his origin force, then turned to the officer beside him and complained, "Commander Lei, don't blame me for being blunt, but your soldiers really aren't very good at fighting." This battle had been going on for almost half a day, and Wang Zhe had lost count of how many bullets he'd been hit. If it weren't for his high cultivation level, which made him immune to low-level origin force bullets, he would probably be riddled with bullets by now. Under his threat, the commander's army, which had originally planned to retreat, finally arrived on the battlefield and was now engaged with the Black Tide in various streets. However, the combat strength displayed by the commander's army was something Wang Zhe couldn't praise. Their level was about the same as an ordinary gang, far inferior to even the major sects of society. Chapter 87. Battalion Commander Lei's face was grim. His soldiers were constantly being riddled with bullets from the Black Tide, blown into the air by force grenades, torn apart by the beast-like creatures, cleaved into pieces by the mechanical beings, and pounced on by various monsters. With each fallen soldier, his heart clenched tighter. Battalion Commander Lei wasn't heartbroken over the deaths, but rather the sheer number of casualties was unacceptable. After all, his superiors had already approved his request to retreat. "I only have one reinforced battalion, a little over 400 men, but the other side has over 1,000 monsters. This battle is inherently difficult." Battalion Commander Lei didn't want to admit his troops were incapable of fighting. "You saw those ugly bastards from the Black Tide, they're not human at all, just reckless idiots. How can normal people fight monsters?" If it weren't for Wang Zhe's business in Guandu City, the numerous favors he received from him, and his fear of Wang Zhe's father being the provincial governor with his powerful influence and extraordinary network, Battalion Commander Lei would never have come back to wade into this mess. "It's not like you're asking 400 men to fight 1,000. Didn't you see how many other superhumans are fighting?" Wang Zhe looked down on Battalion Commander Lei's cowardly demeanor. He always boasted about how powerful he was, but when it came to fighting, he was more afraid than anyone else. They're just ordinary citizens, paying taxes to support the government. They should be protected by the authorities. They don't have to fight to the death with the enemy. They haven't retreated yet, so how can your commander-in-chief possibly run away? As he spoke, Wang Zhe didn't forget to fire out the window. 2 shots later, a mechanical being that was rampaging through the ranks of the commander-in-chief's soldiers, creating a bloody storm, was shot down by him. Battalion Commander Lei, his neck stiff with arguing, "This isn't running away, it's a retreat. You know what a tactical retreat is, right? War is about assessing the situation and acting according to your strength, not reckless brawling. We were at a disadvantage, so we shouldn't have fought this battle." Once reinforcements arrive, and we have the advantage, we can fight back without suffering many casualties. Wang Zhe, usually a patient man, couldn't hold back any longer. He turned and angrily retorted, "Your command has vehicles and guns, so you can retreat at your leisure. But what about the citizens of the city? They pay you to be abandoned just because you assess the situation and leave them behind. Even a dog knows to pounce on robbers when they come to its house." Battalion Commander Lei hadn't expected Wang Zhe to suddenly erupt in anger and be so rude, practically tearing off the mask of civility. His face flushed red, and he wanted to yell back but dared not. Battalion Commander Lei felt frustrated, but Wang Zhe was even more indignant. Several of his guards had already been killed or wounded. If the commander's soldiers had arrived sooner, his brothers would have suffered less bloodshed. Having swiftly killed several black-tide mutants, Wang Zhe's anger subsided slightly. Just as he was considering saying something to ease the tension, realizing there was no need to worsen his relationship with Battalion Commander Lei, his pupils suddenly contracted. A large group of mutants, moving with ghostly speed and swift as the wind, suddenly charged into the street before him. They mostly maintained humanoid forms, but their speed across the battlefield, their power to overturn cars, and their ability to withstand low-level bullets all demonstrated their extraordinary abilities. These mutants, once they entered the streets and alleys, displayed agile and unrestrained movements. Some scaled walls like monkeys, others traversed obstacles as if walking on flat ground. Under the cover of their beast-like and mechanical forms, they quickly breached the defensive positions of the commander's soldiers and local superhumans. Wielding heavy melee force weapons, like battle axes and sledgehammers, they swung their arms, sending groups of soldiers flying and smashing them to pieces, turning superhumans into mincemeat. Superhuman monsters. Battalion Commander Lei's face paled. How can there be so many superhuman monsters? These beings, transformed from superhumans into mutants, generally possess an overwhelming advantage in direct combat against superhumans of the same level. Even if hit by force weapons of a corresponding level, as long as vital organs like the throat and heart aren't damaged, the injuries aren't severe, allowing them to continue their frenzy charge and relentless battle. Superhumans generally don't take the Black Tide's mutated drugs. They are already elite human combatants, who would turn themselves into a monster who only knows how to kill for a little boost in combat power. Superhuman mutants were rare in the past, but now there are over 100 appearing in Guandu City. We can't hold out, let's go! Battalion Commander Lei, disregarding Wang Zhe's disdain, confirmed the scale of the superhuman mutants and hurriedly pulled Wang Zhe to escape. They had been struggling throughout the battle, and now with a large influx of extraordinary mutants, the fighting force of Guandu City alone was insufficient to continue. Wang Zhe closed his eyes in anguish. After fighting for so long and paying such a high price, it was all for naught. He was unwilling to accept it, his heart filled with immense frustration, but he knew he was powerless to change the situation. If he didn't retreat immediately, and were entangled by hordes of extraordinary mutants, given his current state of force, he feared he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. He took one last deep look at the collapsing defensive line in the street, gritted his teeth, and turned around. But after turning around, he suddenly stopped. Just that instant, he seemed to have caught something unusual out of the corner of his eye. Turning back to observe the distance, Wang Zhe's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. "Let's go! What are you looking at? We'd be late if we don't move." Battalion Commander Lei, bewildered by Wang Zhe's outburst, turned back to pull him away. "It seems we don't need to go anymore." Wang Zhe carefully observed the rear of the Black Tide army, and after confirming it several times, he suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. "Go! Go my ass! Our reinforcements are here! The Black Tide's been caught out. Let's take them down." Battalion Commander Lei initially thought Wang Zhe had injured his head, and was delirious, and his heart skipped a beat. Reinforcements? Where would reinforcements come from? No reinforcements could arrive so quickly. When he peered out the window with some skepticism, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Behind the Black Tide's mutated army, blinding flashes of light appeared. Either a series of explosions had occurred, or many powerful force grenades had been detonated. Battalion Commander Lei focused his attention, and could only see mutated creatures falling continuously at the rear of the Black Tide ranks. Reinforcements really attacked Black Tide from behind? That shouldn't be possible. Battalion Commander Lei stroked his chin, utterly perplexed. What's the point of thinking about this now? Charge out, attack from both sides, and wipe out these ugly freaks. Wang Zhe, his confidence soaring, leaped out of the window before he finished speaking. Battalion Commander Lei sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to follow. In the ruined streets littered with corpses and blood, Suin drew his long sword and pointed it forward. Charge! Hundreds of various mutants roared and charged past him, their momentum like a collapsing mountain and their movement like thunder, launching a fierce attack on the Black Tide army that was assaulting the city. Under the guidance and control of the Force Ring, the mutant armies of Xiahe Town and Willow Town became Su-An's servants. They became the nightmare of the Black Tide army ahead, catching the enemy off guard as they thought their own allies had arrived to aid them, and suddenly charging into the crowd to wreak havoc. Beast-like beings pounced on the twisted monsters, their claws piercing their backs and their fangs tearing through their necks. Mechanical beings either wielded their wide, long, blade-like arms, cleaving the Black Tide beasts in two, or aimed their machine gun arms at the Black Tide superhumans, unleashing a barrage of bullets that knocked them to the ground. Superhuman mutants charged into the Black Tide ranks, attacking with both hands, cutting down the various bewildered monsters like vegetables, turning them into pieces of limbs and remains, and continuing forward amidst the torrential rain of blood mist. Suin could clearly see that the Black Tide mutants, suddenly attacked, obviously lacked experience in dealing with attacks from their own kind. Aside from the instinctive resistance, when their bodies were injured, they were basically in a state of passive submission. Suin wasn't idle. Under the cover of his own mutant foes, he crouched low, using various buildings as cover to stealthily advance, targeting the Black Tide supervisors, who could give orders to the mutants. Behind him were only Lu Xian, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qingyun, who were still clearing out the superhumans in Willow Town. Upon arriving at Guandu City, Suin, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qingyun parked their cars side by side. They then got out and called to the superhumans from Willow Town, instructing them to go to Supervisor Zhao in front of Suin's car, saying that he would be giving them combat missions. When the Black Tide superhumans from Willow Town approached the three cars parked side by side, Suin, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qingyun, who had walked a short distance away, simultaneously detonated the force bombs they had planted in their respective cars using remote controls, instantly sending many of the Black Tide superhumans to their deaths. Then, Suin commanded the mutants from the two towns to attack. Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun dealt with the surviving superhumans from Willow Town. Arriving at the rooftop of a building, Suin peered around and successfully locked onto a target. The Black Tide supervisors, who needed to command the mutants in battle, naturally wouldn't fight in the streets. They needed a high vantage point to oversee the battlefield and easily deploy troops according to the situation in different areas. Knowing the target was high up, finding him wasn't difficult. Bang! The sound of a falcon striking suddenly rang out. A Black Tide supervisor, who was directing his mutants to turn and fight, was struck by a flash of blood on his chest and sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Having landed a successful blow, Suin immediately fled. The 200 or 300 mutants under his control were instantly thrown into disarray, unable to react in time to the attack from behind. It wasn't until another Black Tide superhuman took his ring, drank the potion, and resumed command that they were able to get back into control. The chaos among the Black Tide mutants didn't last long. As the Black Tide leaders issued orders, more and more mutants turned back to fight, and Suin became their target. The battle quickly intensified. Once Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun caught up, Suin abandoned his solo efforts and joined them in traversing the battlefield, searching and attacking the Black Tide leaders. The mutants fought fiercely in the streets and alleys. Wang Zhe and battalion commander Lei led the soldiers of the capital garrison in a counterattack against the superhumans of Guandu City. Suin and his companions ran through buildings and rooms, battling the Black Tide superhumans. Everyone fought bravely in their respective positions. Only Lu Xian, having lost track of Suin, became lost in the chaotic and bloody streets. Chapter 88. With a loud bang, Suin's four swords snapped in his hand. The level 6 Black Tide superhuman in front of him launched a kick, but Suin swiftly dodged, catching the leg and slamming his elbow into the opponent's knee. The Black Tide superhuman screamed, losing his balance. Suin pressed forward, shattering the opponent's throat with a hand chop, then snatching the force sword and felling him to the ground. Looking up, he saw a dozen or so Black Tide superhumans rushing out of the courtyard to his left. Before they could fire, Zhang Yueying's gaze hardened, instantly freezing them in place. Suin and Li Qingyun both activated their techniques, charging into the crowd like wolves. Suin moved like lightning, darting among the Black Tide superhumans, wielding his sword like a blade. Force energy flashed 3 times in a ghostly fashion, and blood spurted from the necks of 3 superhumans. With a muffled thud, Suin, having just finished his sword technique, was struck hard in the chest by the shoulder of a charging superhuman, involuntarily staggering back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, the level 7 Black Tide superhuman in front of him launched a preemptive attack, Under the activation of his technique, the opponent's bones and muscles seemed to have swelled, his body resembling a giant emanating black aura, like an iron tower crashing down upon him. Suen hurriedly swung his sword, but because the opponent was too fast, he was overtaken, his arm blocking Suen's attack. Another muffled thud followed, as the black-tide superhuman's elbow struck Suen's chest. Suen felt a tightness in his chest, unable to breathe, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body flying backward. Level 4 Ant Die. As soon as Suen landed, the level 7 superhuman, who had been following him like a shadow, approached again. Its steel-like long legs aimed at Suen's head, as if it was about to use a soccer kick to completely incapacitate him. Level 4 against level 7, the disadvantage was too obvious. However, before the Black Tide Transcendent could even kick out, a burst of fire suddenly erupted in front of him, and a surging wave of primal force instantly struck him, the powerful shockwave throwing him away. It turned out that the moment the two met, Suen knew he couldn't defeat his opponent by force, and had already reached for a primal force grenade at his waist, using a sword-wielding motion as cover to avoid being noticed. As his body flew backward, the force grenade had already been silently activated. The Black Tide superhuman, relentlessly attacking, was caught in the crossfire of the grenade Suen had thrown, which immediately exploded. The Azure Lotus Sword technique was activated again. Just as the Black Tide superhuman was about to stand up after falling to the ground, his head spinning, a dazzling arc of blade light slashed across his neck, blood gushing out like a fountain. Seeing his opponent struggling haphazardly on the ground, a sneer flashed in Suen's eyes. So what if he's a level 7 superhuman? He still died at the hands of a level 4 warrior like himself. Sword in hand, Suen followed Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun, engaging in fierce combat with the constantly arriving Black Tide superhumans. The large courtyard ahead was the Black Tide Command Center, teeming with powerful superhumans. As Suen and his group rushed in with the mutants, many Black Tide reinforcements arrived. The two sides fought fiercely outside the courtyard, leaving a trail of blood and corpses. The wreckage of mechanical beings lay scattered haphazardly, many still crackling with electricity. The entrails of beast-like creatures were everywhere, much of them steaming hot. Severed hands with sword-like claws, heads with eyes as green as will-o'-the-wisps, and bodies mottled with scarlet or bluish-purple patches were countless. Smoke billowed, flames scorched, blood spread, and amidst the resounding explosions, fragments were blasted into powder and turned into a bloody mist. Yesterday's bustling streets, strewn with flowers, were now a horrific inferno. Stepping over the corpse of a superhuman, Suen pulled the long sword that had been stuck in the neck bone. Exhausted, he was panting heavily, his limbs weak. Not a single enemy remained standing before him, and like Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun, his clothes were stained crimson with blood. Some blood belonged to others, some to himself. By now, they had numerous wounds. The deep and shallow cuts weren't painful, but they burned like fire. Their force was dwindling, unable to heal these wounds in time, and the continuous blood loss was worsening their condition. The good news was that their opponents were in even worse shape. Besides the few still breathing figures struggling to crawl into the courtyard, dozens of superhuman and mutant corpses lay at their feet. Why haven't the superhumans in the city attacked yet? Zhang Yueying, her face ashen and lips cracked, could barely stand, leaning on Suen's shoulder for support. She turned towards the inner city, her voice a mixture of annoyance and anticipation. Li Qingyun, his upper clothes torn, revealing a bloody chest, listened intently for a moment, then weakly said, "They should be here soon." Suen pulled out his last dose of force potion and injected himself. He desperately wanted to sit down and rest, but he knew he couldn't. Although there were no standing opponents in sight, the roars and battles of the mutants near and far remained intense. Victory couldn't be declared until the superhumans within Guandu City were seen. On the rooftop of the compound building, 3 superhumans looked down upon Suen and his companions. They were clearly within Suen and the other sight, yet their opponents seemed oblivious to them. Clearly, these 3 experts were highly skilled. "I didn't expect we have to deal with such minor characters ourselves," a young man said, drawing his long sword with displeasure. 2 level 6 and 1 level 4, capable of taking down even the level 7 superhumans of the Black Tide. Killing them wouldn't dirty our hands. A plain-looking woman beside him smiled sweetly. "Enough talk. Let's finish this quickly." "I haven't had lunch yet. I'm hungry," the older woman, who appeared to be the captain, said, drawing her gun, preparing to finish them off from a distance. They were all ready to attack, but their steps faltered mid-strike. Not only did they stop, but their expressions instantly turned grim. Not only were their faces grim, but their nerves were also on edge. It was like sheep encountering wolves, rabbits encountering tigers. All because two people had inexplicably appeared on the rooftop. The three involuntarily held their breath, stiffly turning their heads, wary yet hesitant to make any rash moves, slowly casting their gazes upon the two uninvited guests, who had appeared silently. They were a man and a woman, both elegant and refined, their aura so lofty that they seemed not to be residents of this bustling city, but rather hermits from a secluded mountain retreat, far removed from the world's hustle and bustle. The man was handsome and dashing, his face radiating a warm, gentle smile. The woman was aloof and serene, carrying a simply decorated, ancient-looking long sword, giving off an air of otherworldly detachment. As the three extraordinary individuals looked at them, Nandong Buki smiled and said, "You are all experts, and experts should have the demeanor of experts. To compete with a few students with only a CT4 or CT6 certificate would be beneath your dignity, and make you a laughingstock. How about I accompany you for a bit?" The black-tied superhumans exchanged glances, then suddenly charged forward in a triangular formation towards Nandong Buki. The next moment, they saw Nandong Buki draw his sword. Then, Nandong Buki vanished from their sight. Only a streak of sword light remained. That sword light was incredibly bright, like a falling star, like a raging inferno, eclipsing everything in its path. The extreme brightness was followed by darkness, and the vision and consciousness of the three black-tied superhumans plummeted into an abyss of pitch blackness. Suin and the others were drawn to the unusual activity on the rooftop, but when they looked up, they saw nothing. The rooftop was peaceful and serene, the sky a clear, deep blue. Only a faint breeze gently swept by, blowing the corpses of the three black-tied superhumans off the roof. Suin was still surprised when Nandong Buki's handsome, carefree face, topped with a head of flowing bangs, peeked out from the rooftop and greeted him with a smile. "Isn't this Suin? We meet again! Fate is truly wonderful." As he spoke, he jumped down from the rooftop, climbed onto Suin's shoulder, and looked him up and down. TSK, you're badly injured. Looks like I saved you again. Remember this favor. When I get to Jizhou City, you better treat me to a couple of big meals. As long as you come, I make sure you eat and drink well." Suin immediately agreed. He was now the leader of the Anxia Alliance, let alone one Nandong Buki. He could easily entertain 100 of them. As she spoke, Suin asked curiously, "How did you end up in Guandu City?" Nandong Buki shook his head and sighed, looking gloomy. "What else could it be? I mentioned it to you before. My senior sister and I came out here to train and find experts to spar with. After wandering around, I spotted several powerful auras heading towards Guandu City, so I came over. Who would have thought these guys were so weak, unable to even withstand a single strike from me? I wonder how these guys train. When I was at their level, I was already quite formidable. You're much more reliable. You can release your origin force at level 4. You should focus on your cultivation. Once you're more advanced, I definitely come and spar with you." Nandong Buki, once he started talking, his chatterbox nature kicked in, and he chattered incessantly to Suin. However, he didn't intend to linger in Guandu City. After finishing his monologue, he released Suin and waved goodbye. "I'm leaving. There are no more experts here. My senior sister and I still have to go on our training. See you another day." With that, he leaped onto the roof, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye, along with Song Jiao, who hadn't come down to speak the entire time, only nodding to Zhang Weiying. Truly a master's demeanor, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. Suin shook his head and smiled helplessly. Although he had only met Nandong Buki twice, he was already somewhat accustomed to the other's style. With the unexpected death of a black-tied expert and massive casualties among the core cultivators, the mutants who had stormed the city suffered heavy losses under the combined attack of Suin and his group and Wangzhe's group. Not long after, the Black Tide's armed forces fled in disarray, and the battle in the city gradually drew to a close. Suin finally saw Wangzhe, who had been fighting alongside him. "Thanks to your timely reinforcements, otherwise Guandu City would have fallen to these ugly monsters, and all those who died earlier would have died in vain. I must thank you on behalf of my brothers." Wangzhe walked through the unrecognizable streets to Suin and the others, unable to contain his excitement as he shook hands with each of them. "Friends, you are true heroes." Chapter 89. Leaving Guandu City, Nandong Buki and Song Jiao headed west. They didn't drive but traveled on foot, their pace leisurely, showing no sign of haste or urgency, yet their speed was incredibly fast. Their clothes fluttered as they covered hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Even vehicles on the highway, under normal circumstances, couldn't match their speed. In their view, traveling was also a form of cultivation. After leaving Guandu City for some time, Song Jiao suddenly spoke calmly. 7 o'clock, 3,000 meters away, there's someone. Many people roam the wilderness, especially now during these extraordinary times. Demons and their bandit allies have sealed off the Chaos Land, making it practically teeming with armed personnel. But anything that could attract Song Jiao's attention was clearly not an ordinary person. Nandong Buki carefully sensed the surroundings, then leaped onto a high peak to secretly observe. His eyes first lit up with eager anticipation, then he shook his head, sighing with regret. Half of them are officials from the Yin Kingdom. We have our own mission. It's not suitable to go now. Let's let them go for now. Song Jiao said nothing, and the two quickly disappeared into the wilderness. In the direction they sensed, on a stretch of rolling hills, two groups of people were meeting. One group consisted entirely of people clad in black armor, carrying guns and swords, like gods of death crawling out of the abyss, every pore exuding a dangerous aura. Only the two leaders, an old man and a young girl, did not display any weapons. The older man had snow-white temples and a refined air, like a learned professor. The younger woman was a petite, charming girl with pigtails, appearing harmless. The other side was larger in number, and equally armed with extraordinary combat power. Compared to the silence and coldness of the people in front, their eyes held a much stronger sense of vigilance, ready to engage in battle at any moment, prepared to fight to the death. The leader was a middle-aged man with deep-set eyes and an aura of authority. Even just standing there in a normal posture, one could tell at a glance that he was someone accustomed to giving orders. His name was Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong followed the girl away from the main group, reaching the other side of the hill. Once out of sight of the crowd, he suddenly bowed deeply, his expression humble, and said, "This humble servant greets the holy envoy." With his back to the girl standing before him, he waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so formal, and while admiring the desolate scenery before him, he said, "Although this is our first meeting, I know it hasn't been easy for you to infiltrate the cities of Yin. The northern border remembers your hard work. Before you left, the Holy King personally told me that on the day of your great success, he would personally receive you and reward you." Holy King. This was the title the northern border demons used for their highest leader. Lu Xiong was overjoyed and immediately clenched his fist to his chest, saying with a devout expression, "To vanquish demons and monsters for the Holy King, and to annihilate our enemies for our people, is our mission and our supreme honor. Lu Xiong would gladly die for it, and dares not trouble the Holy King with such concern." The girl nodded and said lightly, "Very good, I am very satisfied with your awareness and attitude. This mission is simple. You must use your network of connections to spread the news of an impending war in Jizhou City. You must make those demons of Yin Kingdom realize that the northern border is about to launch a major war against Yin Kingdom." Lu Xiong was taken aback, not expecting such a task from the other party. The northern frontier had been secretly preparing for this war for a long time, while the Yin Kingdom remained completely unaware. Now that the time for action had finally come, how could they suddenly send a message to the other side, urging them to prepare in time? Although the girl didn't turn around, she seemed to see through Lu Xiong's thoughts. Her voice became more lively as she said, "Things have come to this point. Don't think the Yin Kingdom is truly unaware. Since everything is about to be out in the open, you might as well take this opportunity to deliver this message to the Yin Kingdom's government. That way, you can even gain some merit." Lu Xiong suddenly understood. With merit comes trust, which will allow me to better cooperate with the army on the battlefield. The girl turned around, extended her hand, and Lu Xiong quickly leaned forward. The girl patted his shoulder and, "You are important pawns," she said haughtily. "Of course you must play a role befitting your status. Otherwise, wouldn't all the massive resources the northern border has invested in you over the past century be wasted?" Lu Xiong replied solemnly, "Understood, sir." The girl placed a hand-woven flower wreath from her head on Lu Xiong's head. The two heads were noticeably different sizes, and the wreath didn't quite fit Lu Xiong's head. However, the girl squinted at it for a while, finding it exceptionally beautiful, even more interesting than if it were on her own head. "The things prepared for you are on their way. Just receive them as usual. Remember, in times of crisis, don't be stingy with these treasures. Spend them lavishly, as long as it's worthwhile. We still need more friends within the Yin Kingdom. Alright, that's all. You can go back now." Wearing a wreath that completely ruined his imposing demeanor, Lu Xiong respectfully replied. Leaving the desolate hill, the old man bent down and said to the young woman, 3 kilometers away, "At 1 o'clock, there are 2 children." The young woman asked, "Did they spot us?" "Indeed," the old man said. The young woman smiled faintly, revealing 2 fair dimples. "They're just unlucky." The old man understood what the young woman meant. Those with bad luck, of course, go to hell. After concluding his meeting with the holy envoy, Lu Xiong did not return directly to Jizhou City, but instead led his convoy to Guandu City. Sect Master, Mrs. Heartbeat's signal is very weak. She's likely seriously injured. The location data shows she hasn't moved for a long time. A superhuman in the passenger seat handed a tablet to Lu Xiong in the back seat. Same as before, the signal is still intermittent. The device on Mrs. Body must have been damaged in the battle. I wonder how long this signal will last. Fortunately, we're not far from Guandu City. Lu Xiong took the tablet and glanced at it, his face immediately turning grim. He was a demon, but his daughter. While on a mission for the Yin Kingdom's official forces in the Chaotic Lands, he was attacked by demon cultivators and ended up imprisoned. Lu Xiong was furious, yet unsure how to vent his anger. Being in the Yin Kingdom and a member of a sect, they couldn't avoid field missions. And once on a mission, they inevitably faced the demons, risking injury at the hands of their own people. The Chaotic Lands were vast, teeming with demons and Yin Kingdom intelligence agents. Lu Xiong couldn't reveal his identity and risk having all the demons avoid his daughter and protect her. Those bastards, Black Tide, we wiped them out sooner or later. In the end, Lu Xiong could only vent his anger on Black Tide, who were attacking Guandu City. Meeting with Wang Zhe was a pleasant experience for Suen. This son of the provincial governor had no sense of superiority, nor did he put on airs. He simply treated them as comrades who had saved their lives. To be able to project your force at level 4, Suen, you are truly a genius. Looking across the entire Yin Kingdom, people like you are few and far between. Our Lingnong province has finally produced a prodigy. Wang Zhe sat side by side with Suen on the street, letting the guards bandage their wounds. I, Wang Zhe, am determined to be your friend. When we return to Jizhou City, we must have a good drink together. Oh, and about this battle, I will personally recommend you for commendation. At the very least, they must award you a combat hero title. A medal, and it has to be gold. Combat hero is not only an honorary title, but also signifies corresponding privileges. It's divided into 4 levels, from lowest to highest: bronze, silver, gold, and special grade. Bronze is the lowest level, offering few benefits, only discounts on ordinary extraordinary weapons and cultivation techniques. Silver unlocks access to some high-quality cultivation techniques, potions, and weapons. Gold, however, grants numerous privileges. It allows the purchase of combat exoskeletons, and these privileges extend to the sect, granting it wealth exceeding the limits of its star rating. If Suen were to clash with an extraordinary individual, his gold medal alone would secure preferential treatment from the Extraordinary Affairs Management Committee. In social terms, having a gold medal is equivalent to having the status of a government official. Under normal circumstances, even the most outstanding individuals with insufficient background and great achievements would have no hope of obtaining the gold medal. If Wang Zhe could truly help secure this honor, it would be extremely beneficial for Suen, making his risky mission to reinforce Guandu City worthwhile. Since Wang Zhe had shown him kindness, Suen naturally wanted to reciprocate. He smiled and said, "Brother Wang, during the Black Tide sneak attack, to protect the citizens of Guandu City, even though retreat was possible, you disregarded your own safety and led your brothers in a desperate fight, ultimately leading the local extraordinary forces to repel the Black Tide. This is the merit that deserves the gold medal." His words were not unfounded. Wang Zhe was several years older than him, and his cultivation level was much higher. There was no one stronger than him in Guandu City. Furthermore, he had used his status to force the commander to turn back and fight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he led everyone to successfully defend the city. Hearing Suen's words, Wang Zhe and he laughed heartily, both feeling very pleased. Wang Zhe's contribution was indeed worthy of a gold medal, but only if Suen arrived in time to help them defeat the Black Tide and save Guandu City. After their wounds were bandaged, Suen finally remembered Lu Xian. Although he disliked Lu Xian, even finding her quite repulsive, and considering she was useless on the battlefield except for being a hindrance, she was still someone who had fought alongside him, and Suen couldn't completely forget her. When he found Lu Xian in the now calm street battlefield, her appearance left Suen speechless. After the battle began, Suen, Zhang Weiying, and Li Qingyun were busy dealing with the Black Tide, and had no time to care for Lu Xian. During the most dangerous battles, they had all nearly died. It was no one's fault she hadn't stayed with them. Before him stood Lu Xian, covered in blood, disheveled, leaning against a wall on the street, barely breathing. Her right arm was severed at the elbow, a bloody mess of exposed bone. Suen looked around but couldn't find Lu Xian's severed hand. Upon seeing Suen appear before her, Lu Xian slowly raised her head. Her once beautiful face was now twisted into a terrifying grimace, contorted with extreme blame, hatred, and rage. Before Suen could speak, a group of superhumans suddenly rushed over and arrived directly in front of Lucien. "Miss you're alright, Mississippi? The sect master is here. We take you back now." One of the superhumans knelt on one knee before Lucien, as if to pick her up. Suen turned her head and saw a middle-aged man with fierce eyes stride over, kicking the superhuman aside and personally picking up Lucien. Without even glancing at Suen, he turned and quickly disappeared into the dilapidated street, where vehicles could no longer pass, amidst Lucien's sobs. "Do you recognize that man?" Suen watched him disappear into the distance, then turned to ask Wangzhe, who had just followed them. Lu Xiong, sect master of the Zhengyang sect. Chapter 90. The Zhengyang sect, a 5-star sect with a century-long history, boasts vast assets and immense wealth, possessing profound foundations and formidable strength. Among the hundreds of sects in Jizhou City, it ranks among the top. On the drive back to Jizhou City, Suen browsed information about the Zhengyang sect on its official website, while contemplating the future relationship between the Anxia Alliance and the Zhengyang sect, and how it would develop. "Do you think the Zhengyang sect will cause us trouble in the future?" Zhang Yuang asked, curious as she watched him ponder. "That doesn't make sense, does it?" Suen calmly replied, "What doesn't make sense isn't necessarily unreasonable. Humans are inherently driven by emotions." Zhang Yuang blinked her bright, bewildered eyes. "I don't understand." Suen explained, "A young lady like Lucien, once she feels wronged, what reason would she have not to retaliate? And Lu Xiong, the head of a 5-star sect, wouldn't stand up for his daughter, would he?" Zhang Yuang suddenly understood. "I understand now. Lucien is hurt emotionally and angry." She stroked her chin. "If I had known this would happen, I should have buried her somewhere secluded beforehand." Suen shook his head, not continuing the conversation. It was too hasty to say anything now. It was better to prepare in advance. Suen looked at Li Qingyun, who was driving. "Oldly, does the Qingyun sect want to join the Anxia Alliance?" Li Qingyun nodded. "Okay." The Qingyun sect had suffered heavy losses, and its strength had been greatly reduced in the past few months. It was a time when they needed friends, and Suen's willingness to recruit them into the Anxia Alliance at this time was a way of helping them out. The armored vehicle sped along, and the group chatted idly for several hours before returning to Jizhou City. Suen had a fruitful and rewarding mission. He left the city at level 3 and returned at level 4, having already achieved some mastery of the Azure Lotus Sword technique. Several boxes of blood crystals also brought him a windfall. The battle at Guandu City led to an unexpected friendship with Wangzhe. As one of the 3 giants of the Lingdong province government, the provincial governor's influence was undeniable. Regardless of what Wangzhe could offer Suen in the future, for now, a gold medal as a combat hero was a certainty. Having made friends also added Lucien, a potential enemy of the Zhengyang sect. After parking at the Extraordinary Affairs Management Committee's parking lot, Suen and his group went to the Social Sect Management Office. Missions could be processed online, but Suen came in person to upgrade the Anxia sect star rating. "Sect Leader Su, hello, we meet again. It's a pleasure to serve you." Suen encountered the same office lady from before. Upon seeing him, she immediately stood up, offering a genuine, not just professional smile. "It's an honor that you still remember me after all this time," Suen greeted politely. This made the office lady's smile brighten instantly. "It's also an honor that Sect Leader Su remembers me. Please have a seat." After waiting by the window for a while, the office lady began to recount the military achievements verified by the system. Rescued Qingyun sect leader Li Qingyun, investigated the matter, mission complete, total reward 30 million points, you received 10 million based on contribution. Actively investigated the situation regarding the demons rampaging in the Chaos Land, and the war warning issued has now been basically confirmed, reward 30 million points. Timely support for Guandu City, defeating the Black Tide, and completing the mission to defend Guandu City, your reward points are 60 million. Killing 1 level 7 demon cultivator, 32 million points. Killing 6 level 6 demon cultivators, 9,600 points. Killing a level 5 demon cultivator. Killing a level 4 demon cultivator. Sect Master Su, your total military merit reward points are, good heavens, 262 million. At the end, the office lady couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes wide open, looking at Suen as if he were a god or a monster. For a moment, she couldn't understand how a level 4 transcendent could kill so many level 6 demon cultivators, including 1 level 7. This was beyond her comprehension. However, upon reflection, recalling Suen's feat of earning over 30 million points and a silver medal as a combat hero, while performing a novice mission with only level 2 cultivation, the office lady felt that today's situation wasn't so unacceptable. Suin was familiar with the office lady's gaze. Li Anqing and Zhang Yueying had both looked at him with the same scornful gaze. When the office lady read out the number, Suin was deeply moved, feeling immense satisfaction, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. During the beginner's quest, they were defeated by demons and didn't complete the main quest, so they received no quest rewards, only points for killing demons. This time was different. Li Qingyun's quest reward was 10 million points, which wasn't much. Killing a level 5 demon cultivator would earn 8 million, meaning that level 6 Transcendence had a very good chance of completing the quest. They had proactively provided intelligence to the authorities about the demon race's blockade of the Chaos Land, intending to start a war. Although the reward was generous, Suin and his companions had risked their lives. If they hadn't encountered Nandong Buki and Song Jiao, they would already be several corpses. War is a major event, and advanced warning intelligence is invaluable, worth far more than tens of millions. Therefore, Suin could only deduce that they weren't the only superhumans who provided this intelligence to the authorities around the same time. The subsequent mission to Guandu City was equally dangerous. Even though Suin, by chance, had prior knowledge of the Black Tide's movements and controlled 2 mutant teams on the actual battlefield, it was still Nandong Buki and Song Jiao who ultimately dealt with the 3 mysterious experts. In the end, these 200 million military merit points weren't earned by Suin, a level 4, plus Zhang Yueying and Li Qingyun, both level 6. Even if they had level 7 or 8 strength, they wouldn't have earned that many points. For level 8 or 9 superhumans, hunting a level 7 demon cultivator is worth 32 million, and obtaining the head of a level 8 demon cultivator is worth 64 million. 200 million military merit points are not unimaginable. Of course, for a 2-star sect, 50 million points is the upper limit, while the point range for a 3-star sect is between 50 million and 250 million. That's right, with just the points earned from this trip, Suin could make Anxia sect a 4-star sect. His purpose in leaving the city was to upgrade the sect's star rating, so as to expand the sect's industries, purchase higher-level weapons, and recruit more extraordinary individuals. Now, he has far exceeded his goal. He was excited, but Suin knew his own limitations. He was well aware that Anxia sect simply didn't have the strength of a 4-star sect, unless he summoned Nandong Buki and Song Jiao. Sect Leader Su, are you going to upgrade the sect's star rating now? The office lady stared intently at Suin, practically ready to pounce on him. Now, the office lady was certain that Suin had a powerful background, and that a formidable superhuman was feeding him military merits. She wanted to get closer to such a person. Upgrade to 3 stars, Suin decided without much thought. Although upgrading to 4 stars would offer more advantages, the ability to purchase powerful force weapons like combat exoskeletons, potions, cultivation techniques, and greater privileges, the war with the demon race was imminent, and the superhumans of Jizhou City would inevitably have to participate. If Anxia sect were a 4-star sect, the official assignments would be based on 4-star sect standards, requiring them to face the same formidable enemies. Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Suin only wanted to ensure Anxia sect's stable development. He didn't want to put on a show and be added to the demon race's merit list. The procedure was simple. Suin would separate a portion of his military merits, not assigning them to the sect. As he left the office window, the clerk gave him a deeply resentful look. No matter how she hinted, Suin didn't ask for her contact information. Back at Anxia sect, Suin first went to find Li Anqing. The young woman was in a meeting with Jiao Shukui from the Liuli sect, Sun Zongxing from the Xingxing sect, and others, discussing the advancement of the new order within the Anxia alliance. Seeing him return, the group, having almost finished their discussion, dispersed. Sect Leader Su looks radiant. You must have achieved quite a bit. It seems we can hold a victory banquet tomorrow, Sun Zongxing said with a smile. Jiao Shukui stared at him excitedly and asked, did you earn enough military merit to elevate Anxia sect to 3 stars? Suin nodded leisurely, saying with considerable restraint, indeed, we can hold a celebration banquet so everyone can celebrate Anxia sect's advancement. Sun Zongxing looked as if he had expected this, clearly certain that Suin would return with satisfactory results. Jiao Shukui, however, pressed for details. Can you tell us exactly how many points you earned? Suin smiled slightly. Officially, it's over 100 million. The previously cheerful atmosphere vanished upon hearing this number, and the conference room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Not only Sun Zongxing and Jiao Shukui looked utterly astonished, but even Li Anqing's obsidian-like eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Zongxing hesitated for a long time before finally managing to utter, is this all there is on the surface? How much is actually there? Zhao Xiukui held her breath, but quickly waved her hand after asking, never mind, if you're not comfortable saying, then don't. I advise you not to say, I'm afraid I can't handle the shock. Suan said cheerfully, in any case, Anxia sect is already 3 stars. Tomorrow, I treat everyone to a good meal. After Sun Zongxing, Zhao Xiaokui, and the others unanimously declared they would give Suan a good beating, they left the meeting room one after another, leaving only Li Anqin sitting there. Over 100 million points means considerable danger, but you don't seem very worried about my safety? Suan pulled out a chair and sat down. Huh? Li Anqin didn't expect him to say something like that right away, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. I was very worried. But you came back safe and sound, so there's no need to keep worrying, right? Her confidence was clearly lacking, and her words sounded very unsure. Suan suddenly became serious and looked at her earnestly. I met 2 people on this trip, one named Nandong Buki, and the other named Song Jiao. Both of them are experts. They helped me a lot, and the timing was always perfect. Isn't that strange? Facing Suan's meaningful yet complex gaze, Lian's heart raced. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiukui and Sun Zongxing walked out of the office building. Level 4, over 100 million points. What do you think that means? Sun Zongxing asked mysteriously in a low voice. Zhao Xiukui glanced at him. Don't try to trick me into saying that again. Just say what you really think. Don't always have someone else do the talking for you. Sun Zongxing pondered for a moment, then surprisingly stopped beating around the bush. Suan's background is far more powerful than we imagined. It's definitely not something that can be summarized as just a simple captain of the Demon Extermination Division. Zhao Xiukui's face immediately lit up with a smile. What does that mean? It means my choice to join forces with Suan was the right one. You should thank me. If I hadn't been the first to step in, would you have had the opportunity to follow? Sun Zongxing smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. Sect Leader Zhao, thank you very much. Seeing his lack of seriousness, Zhao Xiaokui pouted unhappily. Old son, not to criticize you, but you need to change your personality. The Anxia Alliance will definitely have a bright future. You can't be half-hearted or hold back anymore. We need to show our value, lest we get kicked off this great ship we finally boarded. Sun Zongxing paused, then said, when did I become half-hearted? I always been very focused, okay? I'm just cautious, you know what caution means? Zhao Xiukui waved her hand, no longer bothering to argue with him, and walked briskly and energetically towards her car. Chapter 91. It's very strange. Hearing Suan's question, Li Anqin nodded earnestly. Suan stroked his chin, pondering for a long time. Do you think they might have noticed me a long time ago? Li Anqin thought for a while, then echoed possibly. Hearing her say that, Suan shook his head again. The first encounter was probably a coincidence. Perhaps they noticed my extraordinary physique and became interested in investigating me, perhaps to recruit me, or something else entirely. That's why they secretly followed me to Guandu City. The so-called other intentions, as Nandong Buki said, were that they wanted to study him. Suan felt that the other party might belong to some organization or power, and seeing his youthful talent, it was highly likely they wanted to recruit him. Nandong Buki saved him twice, actually to build a closer relationship and lay a good foundation for future offers. Now, Suan was very confident in himself and knew his own value, which was evident from the way Li Anqin, Zhang Yueying, and the office lady had looked at him before. It's perfectly normal for someone as outstanding as him to be coveted. Wang Zhe was willing to befriend him, and even offered to use his connections as the provincial governor to help him obtain the gold medal. Besides being grateful for his support of Guandu City, it's possible that he also saw potential in Suan's future and believed that befriending him would bring long-term benefits. Suan then recounted his encounter with Nandong Buki to Li Anqin. Li Anqin agreed with his earlier deduction. What you said makes a lot of sense. Seeing that Li Anqin couldn't offer any unique insights, Suan ended the conversation, propped his feet up on the desk, and leisurely said in a half-reclining posture, this time I got 260 million points. You should plan carefully how we should improve the sect's strength. Make a list of personnel and resources, and we go shopping in a couple of days. The war is about to begin, we need to prepare. Before that, I rest and cultivate for a few days. Li Anqin's breath hitched. 200 million. 60 million? Suan hummed in agreement, closed his eyes, and slowly drifted off to sleep. This mission involved traveling hundreds of kilometers and experiencing several battles, with little rest throughout. He was now extremely exhausted. 3 days later, Suan received a call from Wang Zhe, informing him that the matter of the Combat Hero Gold Medal had been completed and he could now collect it from the Extraordinary Matters Management Committee. Suin called Lianshin, and the two left the base with over a dozen armed transport vehicles. Yesterday, Lingdong Province issued a war warning. Jizhou City has entered a state of war, and the government is actively mobilizing manpower and resources for preparation. Lianshin kept Suin updated on the latest news while driving. The Council and Management Office have issued mobilization and conscription orders, requiring all extraordinary individuals in Jizhou City to assemble in their respective sects, ready to be dispatched to the battlefield at any time. Suin had been in seclusion for the past 3 days, paying little attention to outside news. Having experienced several major battles during his previous missions, his primal potential had been significantly stimulated, requiring him to absorb it quickly. In just a few days of cultivation, Suin's cultivation had made considerable progress. He felt that cultivating now was like a sports car entering a highway, unimpeded and surprisingly fast. This gave him a profound sense of joy. Like someone who doesn't exercise much but has undergone long-term running training, going from initially feeling exhausted to experiencing a feeling of exhilaration and freedom, as if every cell in their body was cheering. The difference is that those who don't exercise lack the foundation and find it difficult to reach a professional level when suddenly starting to exercise, while Suin's genetic makeup had waited 18 years. Of course, this is also due to his numerous brushes with death, repeatedly pushing his limits. Ordinary extraordinary individuals in his situation would have died countless times, but he survived thanks to Nangong Buki's help, which allowed him to achieve such a significant improvement in his cultivation state. Any news about the battle in the Chongling Mountains? Suin asked. Lianshin, not yet. The demon army shouldn't have engaged the border troops yet. Suin understood. Since the border hadn't clashed, the situation wasn't urgent. Have any sects been assigned to missions these past few days? Lianshin, no. Currently, it's mainly the capital garrison troops being mobilized. Other departments and agencies are still preparing. Suin felt slightly disappointed. He had absolutely no confidence in the capital garrison's army. Unlike the border troops of the Chongling Mountains, which belong to the Northern Theater Command and are primarily responsible for external operations, the main duty of the Dusi soldiers is internal warfare, dealing with enemies within the country. Generally speaking, opponents that the police station cannot handle fall to the Dusi. For example, stationing troops to defend against various forces from the Chaos Lands. Over the years, the Dusi has conducted only a handful of large-scale operations, and has never proactively attacked hostile forces from the Chaos Lands. Suin's impressions of the Dusi are mainly twofold. First, they set up roadblocks to earn extra money. Second, during the Black Tide's attack on Guandu City, they tried to flee without firing a single shot. Of course, the Dusi is an official army, and in the eyes of the government, they are certainly more powerful and trustworthy than the sects and factions in society. What are you worried about? Seeing Suin's solemn expression and furrowed brows, Lian could clearly sense his anxiety. Suin said, the best time for us to respond is when the war is in its nascent stage. A well-executed attack can achieve twice the result with half the effort. But now the government has sent out the military corps. I fear they are more likely to cause trouble than accomplish anything, wasting time and allowing the situation to worsen in a way that is unfavorable to us. If that's really the case, then when the sects go to the battlefield later, they will face an even more unfavorable situation and greater pressure. Lianshin was slightly surprised. You actually understand military affairs? Her reaction indicated that she agreed with Suin's judgment. Suin didn't say anything more, instead contemplating the future of the Anxia sect. Arriving at the council's office building, Suin first collected his gold medal, then went with Lianshin to the hall for purchasing sect weapons and equipment. They browsed and selected various firearms, ammunition, cultivation techniques, and potions on the information terminals. When I left the sect a few days ago, there were 38 combat personnel, Suin said, turning to look at Lianshin. The quantity of equipment purchased was based on the number of sect members. After the establishment of the Anxia Alliance, the Anxia sect gained great fame, attracting many elite superhumans. Lianshin said, now we have 82 superhumans. The number startled Suin previously. When they fought against the social sects in Huahai, most of the 3-star sects had around 40 armed personnel. Anxia sect had just become a 3-star sect, so how could it have so many people? He had only been gone a few days, and the sect's members had doubled? If he hadn't clearly remembered the date, Suin would have thought he hadn't been in seclusion for 3 days, but 3 months, or even 3 years. He hadn't inquired about sect affairs since his return, partly because he was busy cultivating and it wouldn't take long, and partly because he trusted Lianshin's abilities. However, reality still exceeded his expectations. Lianqing found Su An's reaction strange. She asked in a tone of utter bewilderment, "Only 80-odd people? Do you think I'd be slacking off in the sect while you were fighting bravely outside?" Her tone was so matter-of-fact that Su An felt his reaction was somewhat inappropriate. "To salvage the situation," he said seriously, "we're now a 3-star sect with ample funds. When expanding recruitment, we can no longer recruit low-level soldiers. We need to raise our standards to attract elites." Su An's meaning was clear. The few dozen people recruited initially had essentially taken away the elite transcendental slots that Anxia sect currently needed. Lianqing's gaze towards Su An became even stranger, her incomprehension deepening. Her pure and sincere expression made Su An want to crack open his own skull and examine it. She said earnestly and calmly, "Quality over quantity is key in warfare. Why would I recruit those who are not strong enough? Most of the newly recruited extraordinary individuals are level 4 or 5 warriors. While there aren't many level 6, there are at least 2. Su An's gaze immediately widened. Level 6? 2 of them? That's a fundamental difference from level 5 warriors. Su An was speechless, forced to admire Lianqing's incredible workability. He could only give her a thumbs up to express his admiration. "How did you do that?" Lianqing shrugged. "It was very simple. That's how things are supposed to be." Ever since meeting that woman at the tavern, Lianqing had been tirelessly recruiting. From that moment on, her recruitment standards shifted from 2-star sects to 3-star sects. She had confidence in Su An, predicting that Anxia sect would definitely be promoted to a 3-star sect upon his return from his mission. A few days ago, through connections with Xiaomei of the Immortal Sect, Xiao Xiaokui of the Glazed Tile Sect, Sun Zhongsheng of the Prosperous Sect, and members of her own sect, she obtained lists of many elite extraordinary individuals and promptly contacted them. At that time, Lianqing couldn't recruit these people because truly skilled individuals wouldn't easily join a 2-star sect, even with Anxia sect's connections to the Demon Extermination Bureau, and its status as the leader sect of the Anxia Alliance. Only after Su An's return and Anxia sect becoming a 3-star sect did these people quickly change their attitudes, arriving at the sect's base in the past 2 days, to become officially registered members of Anxia sect. After hearing Lianqing's simple explanation, Su An finally felt that things were no longer so difficult to understand. "Well done. Now we can properly arm this team." Saying this, he followed Lianqing to the office window. Behind the window sat a ruddy-faced, portly middle-aged man with a round, chubby face and a very amiable smile. Seeing a customer, the man flashed a happy smile, as if he were seeing his business booming, and took the initiative to introduce his services. "The war is about to begin, and sects and factions may all be sent to the battlefield. They will be facing hordes of ferocious demons. At times like these, we can't be stingy with weapons and equipment. To better serve sects and factions, we invited experts to prepare a professional equipment list in advance. Just tell me your sect's star rating, and I can give you a scientifically sound and reasonable complete weapons procurement plan, guaranteed to satisfy you." Su An's mood was initially quite good, but unexpectedly, he encountered a man eyeing a mountain of gold and silver. No, an onlooker eyeing a fat man waiting to be slaughtered. The sheep's good mood vanished instantly upon seeing the man's expression. War is a brutal time of bloodshed and desperate struggle for soldiers and sects, but it is also undoubtedly a golden opportunity for councils, management offices, and arms dealers to make a fortune. Judging from the man's smug look, Su An knew the other party would gain a substantial commission from him. Although Su An wasn't happy, he wasn't resentful. After all, everyone needing to make money is the foundation of a normal society. Just because he went out to fight doesn't mean he should expect others to provide him with various services free of charge. Everyone needs to eat. As long as the price is reasonable and the transaction is fair, that's fine. Chapter 92. 3 stars. Okay, 3-star sect. Our packages are divided into 3 levels: basic, enhanced, and premium. Which one do you need? Let me see the enhanced version first. Alright, please wait a moment. The middle-aged man quickly brought up the list, displaying it on the terminal screen in front of Su An. Su An scrolled through it, frowning slightly. "That's all?" The man paused. "This is configured according to wartime needs." Su An shook his head, indicating his dissatisfaction. Each superhuman was only equipped with 8 force grenades, and only 50 bullets. Although normally, a superhuman would exhaust their force after firing a dozen or so force bullets of the appropriate level, 50 bullets still seemed too few to Su An. Then take a look at the premium version. The middle-aged man quickly pulled up another list. However, I must say, sects usually opt for the enhanced version during wartime. This is what we specially customized. The premium version does indeed have stronger firepower, but the price. You know, When you're actually fighting demons on the battlefield, you don't really need that much ammunition. After all, demon cultivators are very powerful, and each superhuman's fighting time is limited. Suen understood what the other man meant. He was simply saying that the battlefield is brutal, and superhumans will be injured or killed very quickly, either dying on the battlefield or losing their fighting ability and being dragged back to the rear for treatment. But wasn't Suen's reason for increasing firepower precisely to allow each superhuman of the Anxia sect to fight for a little longer, fire more ammunition, and inflict more damage on the demons? The premium package was indeed much better, with 16 grenades, though the ammunition hadn't increased much, still only 50. However, the other weapons were significantly enhanced. The medicines were fully stocked, those restoring force, those suppressing bleeding and accelerating wound healing, and those temporarily stimulating potential and enhancing fighting ability. Each person received 3 tubes of each type. There were 5 portable force grenade launchers, each equipped with 50 force grenades. 3 force rocket launchers, equipped with 30 rockets in total. 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones were also included. In addition, there were other items such as booby traps. Gunpowder weapons were equally indispensable, mainly large-caliber machine guns and small-caliber autocannons, which were very effective against ordinary soldiers on the battlefield and could also kill low-level combatants. However, Suen was still dissatisfied after reviewing the list, looking up at the middle-aged man and asking, "That's it? Isn't there a better package?" The premium package was suitable for sects with superior strength, such as Zhao Shukui's immortal sect. But in Suen's view, it was still quite different from what he had in mind. The middle-aged man stammered, This is already over 100 million. His meaning was clear. A 3-star sect's annual income was limited. Even for a top-tier 3-star sect, the cost of a single weapon purchase would at most be half a year's profit. This was a battlefield, weapons and ammunition were consumed. The focus was on sustainable development, not gambling with one's life, where everything had to be invested in a single battle. Suen had no intention of arguing with him, and cut to the chase. "I tell you, and you write it down. I need fully charged force grenades. No level 1, 1000 level 2, 1000 level 3, and 1000 level 4. I need 300 vials of each of the main combat force generating agents. Also, give me 20 vials of the breakthrough specific agent. 15 level 3 portable grenade launchers, each with 150 rounds, 10 level 3 rocket launchers, each with 100 rounds. 5 unmanned reconnaissance drones, 5 level 3 unmanned ground attack drones. All other items, including gunpowder weapons, will be allocated at double the numbers on the list." Upon hearing this, not only was the middle-aged man dumbfounded, but even Li Anqin beside him was speechless. Suen, however, felt there was no problem. After all, he hadn't used any sect assets. These expenses could be covered by the military merit bonus he received from the last mission. The already charged level 4 grenades could be used by level 3 and above superhumans. They only needed activation. The breakthrough-specific force-generating agents were mainly for superhumans in the sect who were about to achieve a new level. For superhumans, level was the foundation of combat power, incomparable to anything else. However, this kind of potion only works immediately the first time, the effect diminishes significantly the second time, and the third time, no matter how much is used, it's of little help. This also applies to purifying water. After recording the results, the man paused for a while before looking at Suen with a somewhat uncertain gaze. A total of 254.3 million. Suen nodded slightly. "I have the Combat Hero Gold Medal." The man's eyes lit up. A 10% discount, rounded down. A total of 228.8 million. Suen thought for a moment, then continued, 1 Eagle Strike, 1 Sky Piercer. Eagle Strike is a 4 sniper rifle, a level higher than Falcon Strike, while Sky Piercer is a 4 sword. Saying this, Suen turned to Li Anqin. "What do you want?" Lian thought for a moment. "I also use Eagle Strike, and Frost and Snow for melee." Suen nodded, turning to look at the middle-aged man, who immediately gave a price quote. "How much can I buy for a combat exoskeleton?" Suen asked again. The middle-aged man checked the information. 3-star sects can't purchase force combat exoskeletons, but you have a gold medal, so you can buy one, limited to the Rhino Battle Tank Flying Swallow. After hearing the introduction, Suen asked, "What's the price of the Flying Swallow?" 12 million, the man replied immediately. The rarity of combat exoskeletons equipped with force devices isn't due to their exorbitant price, but rather the significant restrictions on eligibility to purchase them. Suen was in a good mood. "Then I get a Flying Swallow." He had repaired and maintained countless Flying Swallows, and dreamed of owning one. As the exoskeleton he was most familiar with, Wearing it would allow him to maximize its effectiveness. Leaving the office building and standing under the clear blue sky, bathed in the golden sunlight, Suen felt refreshed and invigorated. This was the first time he had experienced how enjoyable spending money could be. Although he only had a few million left in his personal account, money only shows its value when it's spent. Thinking about the fighting power of Anxia sect with this equipment, Suen felt a sense of boundless potential. When guns roar, gold pours in. On the battlefield, as long as victory was achieved, why worry about not getting a return on this investment? While loading supplies in the parking lot, he happened to run into Zhang Yueying. Upon learning of Suen's extravagant spending, Zhang Yueying couldn't help but marvel. Others use sect funds for personal enrichment, but you're using your own money to subsidize the sect. Should I praise you, little rascal, for your selflessness? Suen smiled faintly. So those people's sects can't develop, but mine is different. Once my sect grows strong enough to become a 5-star or even 10-star sect, I'd be rolling in money. Zhang Yueying scoffed softly. You're such a little devil. She had also brought her sect members to purchase weapons, and didn't have time for idle chatter with Suen. She left with a wait for my call, come over for drinks tonight before turning to leave. Back at Anxia sect, after storing the weapons and equipment, Suen received a call from Zhang Jinlin. The other man still had his usual booming voice. However, after hearing that Suen had earned over 200 million points in his last mission, he remained silent for a while. Even his tone softened considerably, and he lost interest in casual conversation. After briefly informing him of the main point, he quickly hung up to calm himself. Zhang Jinlin's main point was to warn Suen that Jizhou City was currently unstable, and he should be cautious when going out, as he might encounter assassination attempts by demon cultivators. This warning stemmed from the fact that in the past 2 days, the Demon Extermination Bureau had handled numerous cases of targeted assassinations of sect leaders by demon cultivators. Upon receiving Zhang Jinlin's reminder, Suen immediately browsed related reports online and discovered the situation was indeed quite serious. The assassinated sect leaders ranged from at least 2-star sects to at least 5-star sects. In just 2 days, over 10 senior transcendent beings had been beheaded. Suen still didn't have a clear idea of just how many demons lurked in Jizhou City. Before he had any contact with the transcendent world, he believed there were many demons, as there were numerous related reports every year, and 1 or 2 instances of district closures. However, after experiencing the extraordinary world, especially after the battle that purged the Huahai sect's forces, he felt that there weren't actually that many demons in Jizhou City. After all, official channels would cover up situations, like sectarian infighting by citing demonic disturbances. Until a few days ago, during a mission, Suen witnessed Huang Yuewen and Yelu Hongguang's transaction, and his distrust of the Jizhou City government and elite class immediately increased exponentially. Judging from their methods, Suen felt that Jizhou City had probably been thoroughly infiltrated. With war already looming, it was entirely reasonable for demon cultivators, who had previously infiltrated or recently infiltrated Jizhou City, to carry out large-scale assassination missions, disrupt order, spread war panic, and weaken the fighting power of the local sects. Closing his browser, Suen planned to seize the time to cultivate for a few more hours before heading out to meet Zhang Yueying. Regardless of the external situation, improving himself was the key. As night fell, Suen drove away from the Anxia sect base. Although there had been incidents of demon cultivators assassinating superhumans, the number of casualties was only around 10, a drop in the ocean compared to the vast city of Jizhou. Besides, the Demon Extermination Bureau wasn't to be underestimated. While Suen was cautious, he wasn't so easily frightened as to avoid going out. Of course, minimizing unnecessary outings was advisable. Arriving at the agreed-upon location, Suen was quite surprised by the restaurant's opulent yet elegant decor. In his mind, given Zhang Yueying's tomboyish personality, if she invited him out for drinks, it would be somewhere where he could put his feet up on chairs and make a ruckus, even if not a pub. But this restaurant had a very refined atmosphere. The waiters were very courteous, and there was even someone playing the piano in the lobby. It didn't seem suitable for loud drinking contests at all. It wasn't until Suen saw Zhang Yueying's attire that he realized she hadn't just arranged to meet here and go somewhere else, but genuinely intended to dine there. Chapter 93. Zhang Yueying's long, wavy hair was perfectly styled, its curls and angles both elegant and subtly alluring. A flowing, sheer black dress, tailored to her impeccable figure, perfectly accentuated her tall, slender waist. Her long, straight legs were clad in exquisitely crafted sky-high heels. All of this showcased her exquisite curves, making her undeniably alluring. The glimpse of her cleavage, paired with her captivating red lips, further enhanced her beautiful face, giving her an air of aloofness befitting an ice queen, yet also the captivating charm of a sophisticated urban woman. This Zhang Yueying utterly stunned Suen. He stared at her blankly for several seconds before realizing that this mysterious sect leader of the immortal sect, a formidable warrior who roamed the battlefield like a ruthless killer, was actually a rare beauty. Suen couldn't help but recall the first time he saw her in front of the council square. Back then, he had been captivated by her beauty and bearing. However, as time went on, he grew accustomed to it, and since their interactions mostly involved fighting side by side, he had intentionally or unintentionally overlooked the fact that she was a stunning beauty. While Suen was lost in thought, Zhang Yueying gracefully approached him, gently lifting his chin with her slender, snow-white fingers. She leaned closer and spoke in a deep, feminine voice. "What's wrong, little devil? Haven't you ever seen such a beautiful woman before? Don't tell me you're smitten, okay? I don't eat young grass." As she spoke, her bright, clear eyes seemed to steal Suen's soul, like a seasoned womanizer seducing an innocent young man. Suen stammered, "I only realize now that I made a mistake." "What mistake?" Zhang Yueying's crimson lips curled slightly. Suen said, "Actually, you are a woman. Even if you're a ruthless, tough woman, you're still a genuine woman." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yueying's eyes darkened. She released Suen and glared at him angrily. "I'm incredibly beautiful. How am I a tough woman? You little brat. You don't understand any charm at all. Of all the women on the street, who's more womanly than me? This is outrageous." She was so furious she was practically ready to spit in Suen's face. Suen chuckled and gestured towards the restaurant with his chin. "Why choose such a place? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to go to a pub for drinks?" Zhang Yueying rolled her eyes dramatically and walked ahead. "This is where I often come from. I'm kindly treating you to dinner. Why are you making so many strange demands? You have no gentlemanly manners at all." Inside the restaurant, the two sat down by the window. Zhang Yueying ordered wine first. The name sounded impressive: Vineyard, Vintage, Restrictions, but she ordered 4 bottles right away, causing the young, innocent waitress to gasp in surprise. Zhang Yueying seemed oblivious to the waitress's reaction. Her posture remained elegant, her movements as she flipped through the menu were very ladylike, and even her tone was exceptionally soft, as if she were truly a lady of high society. "How much bonus did you get this time?" Suen asked Zhang Yueying curiously after ordering, because he realized this meal would cost 6 figures. Of course, the main reason is the high price of wine. Zhang Yueying took a sip of water gently. "About the same as you." Suen nodded slightly. "I used all my money to buy equipment. Once the war officially begins, Anxia sect will definitely make a big splash." "What are Shenxian sect's plans?" "The war hasn't reached a fierce stage yet, and Anxia sect will definitely have to fight to see if they can gain any benefits. Even if they see the situation turning bad and want to extricate themselves from the quagmire of war, that will be a matter for later consideration. Now that Jizhou City has issued a conscription order, social sects can't just retreat south whenever they want. If they really want to leave, they have to find an opportunity on the battlefield." Zhang Yueying tapped the table, looking displeased. "What are we doing here? Listening to music and enjoying fine wine. What a wonderful atmosphere. Can't you put aside all these mundane matters and talk to me about something interesting?" Suen was taken aback, utterly confused. "What do you want to talk about?" He felt Zhang Yueying was acting strangely tonight. Usually, when they got together, it was either fighting or sect affairs. That was how it always was. Why couldn't they talk about these things now? What else could they talk about? "What a clueless little brother you are." Zhang Yueying was quite discouraged, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Suen again. "Do I need to teach you this kind of thing? Haven't you ever eaten with a girl before?" Suen finally understood what Zhang Yueying meant. He couldn't help but look her up and down several times, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. "What kind of look is that, kid? Are you asking for it?" Zhang Yueying clenched her fists, her teeth grinding. Despite her outward composure and dignified demeanor, her violent tendencies were probably raging beneath the surface. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, she might have given Suen a few good whacks on the head. Suen gave a simple, innocent smile. "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. It's reasonable for me to admire something beautiful right in front of me, isn't it?" A few hours later, the two of them walked out of the restaurant, reeking of alcohol. Zhang Yueying's steps were slightly unsteady, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering. She swayed as if she couldn't even see where she was going. Every cell in her body indicated she was drunk. Suen sent a text message on his phone. "Little brat. I take you home." Zhang Yueying's hazy eyes cleared for a moment, but quickly became dazed again. She chuckled twice, exhaling alcohol-smelling breath, and said, "You still have some gentlemanly manners." Suan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'm very gentlemanly. Zhang Yuan's breath hitched, her fingers twitched, and she forcibly suppressed the urge to pinch him hard. Because both of them had drunk quite a bit, the car couldn't be driven. As they got into the taxi, Zhang Yuan had barely opened her mouth to give an address when Suan preemptively told her the location of the Immortal Sect's base. This caused a barely perceptible flash of annoyance to cross Zhang Yuan's face. The taxi cruised through the bustling streets, meandering through a sea of colorful neon lights. Watching the dazzling advertisements playing on the screens of skyscrapers outside the window, and observing the groups of men and women chatting and laughing along the street, Zhang Yuan remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, her voice drifted out. Once you enter the martial world, time flies. White bones pile up like mountains, birds take flight in fright. The mortal world is like a tide, people like water, nothing beats tonight's drunken revelry. Suan, who had been intently observing his surroundings, turned his head in surprise upon hearing this. Zhang Yuan continued softly, since achieving level 6, I'd become a fairly powerful and experienced superhuman. Having roamed the Chaos Land for many years, I gained some reputation. However, in the Battle of Qinghe Farm, my most capable subordinate, Su Qing, was killed in action, and I couldn't even bring back his body. It could only be left to be devoured by jackals and wild dogs. Last time we went to Liuxi Town, although we gained a lot of points, we were also in dire straits. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Nandong Buki who rescued us, I'm afraid I would have been listed on the demon race's military merit list, my body never to be found. Suan felt slightly uneasy upon hearing these words. He didn't quite understand why the other person suddenly felt such a somber and melancholic tone, and why she wanted to say so much to him. The afterglow of the alternating red and green neon lights outside the car window shone through the window, illuminating Zhang Yuan's beautiful face, adding an elusive, dreamlike quality to her features. Her hair, slightly swaying over her shoulders, resembled willow branches, stirring the lingering, sweet, and refreshing aftertaste of the night's restless, intoxicating atmosphere. She continued, becoming a superhuman grants you extraordinary power, allowing you to do things that ordinary people can only dream of, and possess wealth that countless people covet. But becoming a superhuman also means standing on a mountain of knives, teetering on the edge of a fire, constantly facing the possibility of being shattered to pieces. We are the strong, but also a group of pitiful creatures living hand to mouth. At this point, Zhang Yuan suddenly turned her head, staring intently at Suan, her eyes like water and her lips like fire, her voice both sorrowful and deep, yet deeply moving. War is coming, a hail of bullets, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, fields strewn with dead bodies and mountains of white bones. No one can guarantee they survive to the end, so, little one, before the final moment arrives, if there's a chance to grasp something beautiful, then you should abandon all constraints and pursue it relentlessly, leaving no regrets, right? At that moment, the taxi was entering the lakeside road. A gentle breeze rustled through the willow branches, and the green grass carried a delicate fragrance, bringing the coolness of the night. Suan nodded solemnly and earnestly. You're right. The word right had barely left his lips when Suan pounced without warning, his eyes like a hungry wolf, his movements like a tiger. Zhang Yuan froze, at a loss for what to do. The next instant, a cold glint appeared. With a soft thud, a dagger was already plunged into the driver's neck. Jump! Suan pushed Zhang Yuan aside, kicked the car door, and leaped out like a rabbit, landing on the grass before the out-of-control taxi plunged into the lake. Looking back, seeing that Zhang Yuan had already escaped and rolled on the lakeside to regain her footing, Suan felt slightly relieved. At the same time, he drew his forced pistol and fired a series of shots at a large locust tree. Bang! 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 A muffled groan came from behind the large locust tree, and a dark figure collapsed heavily to the ground under the dim streetlights. At the same time, several dark figures emerged from the shadows of the trees lining the lakeside road, rushing towards Suan and Zhang Yuan's location. Gunshots rang out in quick succession, bullets crisscrossing and flashing, the light of the force illuminating the lake and fields. Zhang Yuan, who had just escaped from the car, was momentarily dazed. Just a moment ago, aided by alcohol, she was sitting in the car chatting peacefully with Suan amidst the beautiful city lights and nightscape. How did she end up in a battlefield of flying bullets? Was this still Jizhou City? With the sound of gunfire, Zhang Yuan jolted awake, her drunkenness instantly vanishing. She dove to the side, taking cover behind a landscaped rock, immediately entering combat mode. Chapter 94. From the moment he left Anxia sect, Suan remained vigilant. Even while drinking and chatting with Zhang Yuan, he didn't forget to observe any suspicious clues in his surroundings. His caution stemmed partly from the recent attacks on superhumans by the demon race, and partly from his fear of assassination attempts by Huang Hai. He had killed Huang Wenhui and uncovered Huang's deal with the demon race. Several days had passed, and no one knew what changes had occurred or whether he had been exposed. As the detective of Dongping District, Huang Hai already wielded considerable power, and his secret collusion with the demon race amplified his threat. Suin couldn't afford to let his guard down. While eating at the restaurant, Suin had already noticed a suspicious customer, but the person only glanced at him a few times and didn't do anything, behaving normally. Suin refrained from taking any action on the spot. In the taxi, Suin discreetly observed the driver. He noticed the driver glancing at the rearview mirror several times. As the car entered the lakeside highway, Suin noticed even more unusual activity. First, while the car wasn't fundamentally on the wrong track, it had chosen a secluded road over the main highway. As a native of Jizhou, Suin knew perfectly well that the lakeside highway would be longer. Then, after paying closer attention to his surroundings, Suin noticed what appeared to be shadowy figures in the trees. He felt like he was being watched. At this point, Suin still had no concrete evidence. In fact, he couldn't be sure if anyone was behind the trees, and his previous suspicions were likely unfounded. But Suin still made his move. His actions were swift and decisive. If the suspicions existed individually, Suin wouldn't have acted rashly. But with so many suspicions arising, he had no choice but to respond. Seeing the taxi about to enter a secluded area, potentially trapping him in a quagmire with no chance of survival, Suin chose to act decisively. At the moment he thrust his dagger, he had actually held back. The dagger had two possible trajectories. One could only injure the driver's shoulder. If the driver was just an ordinary citizen, Suin wouldn't mind giving him generous compensation afterward. He still had several million in military merit bonuses left. However, the driver sensed his movement instantly, and in a situation where an ordinary person couldn't react in time, he tilted his head and turned slightly. Crucially, Suin sensed a fluctuation of force. A superhuman couldn't possibly be a taxi driver, and it was even more unlikely that he would encounter such a suspicious night. So, Suin redirected the dagger's thrust in a different direction, piercing the opponent's neck in the nick of time. After getting out of the car, Suin fired repeatedly at the nearest suspicious shadowy spot. The tree trunk wasn't very wide, not enough to completely conceal his body, but it, along with the nearby bushes, formed a shadow large enough to hide someone, making him undetectable to passers-by on the road. However, the situation changed immediately the moment Suin fired. The extraordinary being, threatened by the bullets, tried to dodge or retaliate, only to be shot dead on the spot by Suin. Hidden behind a landscape rock, Zhang Yuang drew a forced pistol from her right thigh and a forced dagger from her left thigh, her eyes scanning the surroundings with lightning speed, instantly sobering up and entering combat mode. As a seasoned superhuman who constantly flits between life and death, Zhang Yuang would never be unarmed, even on a date in the bright lights of the city, much less get truly drunk outside the base. Just as she was loading her pistol with her heel, two superhumans emerged from the shadows of the bushes, attacking Suin from both sides. The one in front, further away, crouched beside a large tree, rifle in hand, ready to fire. The one behind, closer to Suin, appeared with lightning speed, drawing a long knife and slashing at him. In the nick of time, Zhang Yuang raised her gun and fired. Bang! 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 3 bullets flew, and the rifle-wielding assassin's body exploded in sprays of blood as he instantly collapsed to the ground. The other assassin had intended to rely on his accomplice to wound Suin, or at least draw his attention, creating an opportunity for a close-range, fatal blow. However, the moment the attacker appeared, Zhang Yuang shot him dead with a few shots. Suin completely ignored him, clearly trusting Zhang Yuang to get him out of trouble. He instinctively turned to scan his surroundings and spotted him instantly. When they were about 7 steps apart, Suin aimed his gun at him. Bang, bang. A bullet struck his chest, another his head. The assassin's charge came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a thud. After taking down one assassin, Zhang Yuang hadn't had time to do anything more before 2 bullets struck the landscape stone in front of her, forcing her to dodge. The gunfire subsided slightly. Zhang Yuang peered around again, taking in the situation at a glance, and her heart sank to the bottom. Figures were leaping about everywhere. Agile and highly skilled assassins were closing in on them from all directions. She and Suin hadn't entered the most dangerous area, but they were now on a secluded section of the lakeside highway. The assassins lying in ambush ahead had become roadblocks, while those blocking their retreat from behind had become pursuers. Even from the sides, people were rushing out. They were about to be surrounded. Their only chance of survival was to break out before the enemy could completely encircle them. But that opportunity was gone, unless they knew the assassin's deployment in all directions the moment they jumped out of the taxi. Seeing Suen rushing towards her through a hail of bullets, Zhang Yueing felt a mix of emotions, unsure what to say. Compared to Suen, her cultivation level was higher, she had undertaken more missions, and experienced more dangers. Logically, when danger was quietly approaching, she should have been the first to react. But the truth is, if Suen hadn't noticed in time tonight, they would have been unknowingly trapped in a deadly situation until the driver suddenly jumped out of the car, and they were riddled with bullets from the dense barrage of force bullets. Why did this happen? The reason is, of course, quite simple. Because Zhang Yueing was immersed in those alluring thoughts, she relaxed her keen awareness of her surroundings. And Suen? Even in that moment, he remained clear-headed. A blurry figure flashed before her eyes, and Suen had already darted to her side, hiding behind a tall ornamental rock. Her arm, shoulder, and right leg were all wounded, bleeding profusely of varying depths. How many are there, and what are their cultivation levels? Suen asked immediately. He had been focused on running, jumping, and dodging bullets, and hadn't been able to accurately scan the entire area. Amidst the scene of the landscape stone being repeatedly struck by force bullets, sending debris flying, Zhang Yueing steadied herself. About 10 people, mostly level 6, with 3 level 7. 3 level 7s. The thought sent a chill down Zhang Yueing's spine. She came from a prestigious family. Although her family had declined, the cultivation methods they left behind were quite remarkable. This meant that not only were her force characteristics stronger than ordinary superhumans, but the quality of her cultivation technique was also exceptional. Under normal circumstances, she could defeat one level 7 superhuman head-on. But that was only one level 7. Even if she maximized the effects of her technique, she couldn't control 2 level 7 superhumans, and now, there were 3 level 7s on the other side. 3 level 7 fighters leading several level 6 fighters. This strength was practically tailor-made for her and Suen, possessing overwhelming power in every aspect. Even if she and Suen had Awakening Insect and Eagle Strike, let alone their current lack of weaponry, they wouldn't be a match for this group. The enemy had clearly prepared for a surprise ambush, yet they still dispatched such a force capable of swiftly defeating them head-on, leaving them absolutely no way out and blocking any possibility of unforeseen events. Zhang Yueing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with hatred, and gripped her gun tightly. Take cover. Suddenly, Zhang Yueing heard Suen's low shout, followed by a deafening explosion. A 3-person-high ornamental stone shattered, sending debris flying and dust billowing up. Almost simultaneously, she felt her body fly out uncontrollably, crashing heavily onto the relatively soft grass, her vision filled with a dark night sky devoid of stars. She was pushed away by Suen in time and tackled to the ground. This force grenade was of a high level. The impact of its shockwave was extraordinary. This caused Suen's standard tactical move of tackling Zhang Yueing to be slightly distorted during the process. Instead of burying his head next to hers, his face ended up close to her cheek. His lips made direct, close contact with Zhang Yueing's fair and smooth face with all his might, leaving both lips slightly distorted and sunken. Superhumans have heightened senses, and the higher the level, the more acute they are. Suen clearly tasted that refreshing fragrance, tinged with a sweetness that might have been an illusion. And that wasn't all. His right hand happened to press against the towering snow-capped peak. The peak was high and round, majestic yet incredibly elastic. Through the slippery dress, his fingers sank deep into the snow, the sensation exceptionally captivating, beyond words. His body was almost entirely pressed against those exquisite curves, so much so that Suen didn't even need to think, his mind automatically conjured up that perfect outline. No bed in the world could offer such a soul-stirring experience. The intimate contact was fleeting, and no matter how many blissful fantasies it might evoke, in the current situation, it was destined to be ephemeral. Perhaps the alluring sensation would linger in people's memories for a long time afterward, even causing sleepless nights. But at this moment, Suen had no intention of savoring even a single moment. He leaped up in an instant, firing several shots at the assassin in his field of vision with unbridled energy and force, showing none of the lingering he might have felt after leaving a place of tender intimacy. Chapter 95. Thud thud. Suen charged forward using the Azure Lotus Sword technique, his speed far exceeding his usual pace. However, the number of extraordinary combatants charging at him was overwhelming, their firepower too great, and all were elites above level 6. Thus, although Suen wounded 2, he himself was grazed by 2 bullets. The good news was that he successfully dodged to a rockery, gaining cover once more. Zhang Yueing didn't linger either. With higher cultivation and greater speed, and with Suen drawing considerable attention, she fired 4 shots in quick succession, wounding 2 and headshotting 2 others, before following closely behind Suen to the rockery. However, just as she was about to find protection from the rockery, 2 force grenades that had arrived earlier exploded at a corner of the rockery. The shockwave sent Zhang Yueying flying, slamming her heavily onto Suen, who was turning back to provide cover. The whooshing sound of bullets whizzing through the air was ever present. The artificial mountain, impenetrable by ordinary bullets, crumbled like paper before the level 3 and 4 force bullets, its structure crumbling in an instant, sending rocks of all sizes flying everywhere. Although the 2 collapsed to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, they couldn't afford to linger, or they would be in grave danger. Suen, whose nose had been bleeding from being knocked over by Zhang Yueying, simply rolled around, clutching the soft, fragrant body in his arms. The grass beneath them was perfectly normal, failing to attract Suen's attention. Yet, the soft, serpentine, fragrant body beneath him, warm and smooth, was intensely felt by him. In this critical moment, his mind was consumed with dodging bullets, finding cover, and figuring out how to launch a counterattack. Even with one hand around Zhang Yueying's slender waist, and the other around her rounded, shapely buttocks, not a single impure thought crossed his mind. Rolling down a slope, the 2 finally escaped the assassin's line of fire for the time being, but bullets continued to fall on the grass, kicking up clumps of dirt. Suen turned and crawled back up the slope, emptying his pistol magazine in one go. He had at least taken down one of them, forcing the others to either dodge or stop. Before he could reload, several force grenades rolled down. 2 landed beside him, and 2 more were about to hit his face. Suen's eyes sharpened, and he swung his hand to deflect the grenades in front of him, but he couldn't deal with the 2 behind them in time. Fortunately, Zhang Yueying got up in time and kicked the 2 grenades away. A loud explosion erupted, flames surged all around, and water splashed in the lake behind them. The force shockwave forced the 2 to duck and lie flat on the ground. A volley of grenades had passed, and Suen and Zhang Yueying were unharmed, but a second volley followed. The good news was that the number was relatively smaller. The bad news was that some of the assassins, under the cover of grenades and rifles, were rapidly flanking their position. Suen knew they couldn't let them succeed. They had to force the enemy to stop and seize an opening to break through and escape this deadly situation. Otherwise, if the assassins pressed forward, they would be doomed with the lake behind them. The lake wasn't deep, but it was wide. The 2 couldn't leap across it, and once in the water, their movement would be severely hampered, and without the ability to dive deeper to escape, they would be easy targets, blown up and killed. Suen and Zhang Yueying simultaneously stood up, crouching back to back a few meters apart, and began firing continuously at their flanks. They had no cover in front of them, but the assassins could use trees and buildings for cover as they advanced. The power of pistols and rifles was different, and the difference became immediately apparent at a slightly greater distance. Suen had only fired a few shots when he was shot in the shoulder, blood spurting as he collapsed to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yueying turned around. Just then, a grenade exploded near Suen's location, engulfing him in flames and smoke. In an instant, Zhang Yueying felt her heart stop, her breath skipping a beat. The world suddenly became deathly silent. Her bright, clear eyes turned bloodshot, and her face turned ashen. From the very beginning of this sudden battle, her emotions were far from calm. Her frustration and anger escalated with each enemy shot, and with every worse situation Suen faced, her torment deepened. She was a seasoned superhuman, while Suen was just a student a few months ago. But tonight, it was her actions and thoughts that had led them both into this perilous situation. She was a level 7 combatant, while Suen was only level 4. Yet, it was the other who sensed the danger first and kept pushing and pulling her into the fray. She had never forgotten to regain face in front of Suen, wanting him to willingly acknowledge her as his younger brother, so she always teased him in her words and actions. However, now he had fallen before her eyes because of her mistake. Since her family's downfall and her subsequent homelessness, Zhang Yueying had met many people and experienced many things, but she had never owed anyone anything. For many years, she had drifted and fought in the world of extraordinary individuals, never holding anyone back. But tonight, guilt, self-blame, remorse, and regret surged within her, finally erupting into a raging torrent under the impact of the flames before her. She was consumed by rage and uncontrollable hatred. She was driven to madness by her emotions. In the instant the assassins closed in, Zhang Yueying leaped from behind the slope. Her sudden appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, dark gun barrels were pointed at her. No one cared about Suen anymore. just before the assassins were about to pull the trigger and kill Zhang Yueying midair. When their eyes fell on that graceful figure whose dress fluttered without wind, they simultaneously felt an immense fear. That fear, like a sudden storm, drenched them like drenched chickens, making them tremble uncontrollably. Accompanying the fear was a chill that penetrated to the bone and pierced their souls. Whether level 6 soldiers or level 7 experts, they were instantly numb, their limbs stiff, their fingers clearly on the trigger, yet unable to move an inch. Then, they met Zhang Yueying's gaze. A cold, ruthless gaze, like that of someone looking at a corpse. Level 7. Level 7? This woman just broke through her cultivation level. In an instant, all the assassins realized this despairing truth. Everyone saw Zhang Yueying raise her hand. They also saw the fire spitting from the gun muzzle. The level 7 assassins present could even vaguely sense bullets flying towards them. But they could do nothing. No matter how hard they tried to mobilize their primal force, they couldn't break free from the powerful bindings of her technique. Bang, 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 bang. After a burst of gunfire, the surrounding assassins were all shot between the eyebrows, their faces filled with horror, and their eyes glazed over as they collapsed with thuds. The gunfire ceased, and Zhang Yueying landed back on the grass, her long, wavy hair flowing over her shoulders, her flowing skirt lightly covering her feet. The enemies were all dead, yet the murderous intent and fury in Zhang Yueying's eyes remained undiminished. She coldly scanned her surroundings, seemingly wanting to find more still-moving enemies, to tear them apart, skin them alive, and grind their bones to dust. Until applause suddenly erupted behind her. The moment the applause reached her ears, Zhang Yueying trembled as if struck by lightning. Her alabaster-white face vanished without a trace of resentment. The intense murderous aura, like snowflakes melting under the blazing sun, disappeared in an instant, replaced by a joy like newly sprouted buds. Impressive. Impressive. No wonder you are the sect leader of the divine immortal sect. Breaking through in battle, and instantly annihilating a powerful enemy, truly magnificent and unparalleled. Suin, his clothes tattered and his hair streaked with bits of grass, clapped his hands as he walked up from behind the slope. You're alright? Zhang Yueying's voice trembled slightly, her bright eyes scanning the other man up and down as if trying to determine if he was human or a ghost. Of course I'm alright. Suin patted the dirt off his clothes, accidentally touching his wound, and gasped, wincing slightly. He added sheepishly, not entirely alright. The bullet that hit his shoulder had only grazed it, so he had the strength to avoid the grenade that exploded nearby. However, he had lunged forward, and because of the fire and dust, Zhang Yueying couldn't see him from behind. Zhang Yueying was overjoyed and let out a long breath. It's good that you're alright, you scared me to death. She realized her mistake immediately. She couldn't overreact. Saying scared me to death was completely out of character for her, so she quickly composed herself. Suin, however, wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. Looking directly at her, he teased, Sister seems to care about me a lot, huh? Weren't you sweating bullets for me? Were you extremely worried that I'd die? Zhang Yueying, seeing Suin's expression, immediately felt he deserved a beating. Her past methods of teasing him and wanting to see him humiliated had proven correct. However, now that she was safe, scenes of her two intimate encounters with Suin involuntarily flashed through her mind, instantly flushing her cheeks. She quickly turned away, letting out a soft snort, and said in a fierce but ultimately weak voice, You brat, you're delusional. Just as Suin was about to press his advantage and tease her further, he suddenly heard a commotion. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw several more agile superhumans rushing towards them from all directions. These people were not only heavily armed, some even wearing combat exoskeletons, and a burly figure following at a distance was actually a powered armored vehicle. Suin shouted at them impatiently, Uncle Zhang, you could have come a little later, then you could have collected my corpse. It was the superhuman team from the Demon Exorcism Bureau. Before leaving the restaurant, Suin had already sent Zhang Jinlin a text message, instructing him to prepare reinforcements and activating real-time location sharing. He planned to send help as soon as he gave the signal. Although he didn't send the signal later, the scale of the battle between the two sides was so large that there was no reason for the other side not to act immediately. He had assumed Zhang Jinlin would be reliable, but he hadn't expected him to arrive so late. In fact, it wasn't that the other side was unreliable. If Zhang Yueying hadn't broken through to level 7 before the battle, they could likely have held out until the Demon Extermination Bureau arrived. However, in that case, both she and Zhang Yueying would have suffered considerable injuries. Although Suin wasn't certain if they would encounter trouble that night, Zhang Jinlin was, after all, his powerful backer. He couldn't just take the money and not do anything. At worst, they would have made a wasted trip. Suen could treat the Demon Extermination Bureau to a meal, as a way of maintaining their relationship. It was certainly better than being caught unprepared and ending up dead. Chapter 96. It's not that I arrived late, it's that 2 other cases happened nearby before the fighting started here. I couldn't just ignore them, Zhang Jilin replied, slightly ashamed and guilty. Besides, you said before that tonight we might encounter trouble, but it wasn't 100% certain. Suen didn't argue with Zhang Jilin. His gaze fell on the several prisoners being held captive. They were several assassins who had fallen behind due to injuries, captured when the Demon Exorcism Bureau's main force surrounded them. A glint of light flashed in Suen's eyes as he walked towards the prisoners, not forgetting to inquire about the nearby incident, another demon attack on superhumans in Jizhou City tonight. Zhang Jilin answered quickly, following closely beside Suen as if his entire attention was focused on him, completely oblivious to Zhang Yueing behind him. Not only have there been, but there are many, and the scale has expanded considerably. So far, the Demon Extermination Bureau has received more than 10 reports, more than the previous 2 days combined. Seeing Zhang Jilin's spineless demeanor, Zhang Yueing rolled her eyes with disdain, but she was preoccupied and had no time to lecture this burly man. Suen's thoughts stirred slightly, and he gave Zhang Jilin a strange look. Could it be that many people are using the pretext of demonic chaos to fight for power and eliminate dissidents again? Zhang Jilin pondered seriously. Hard to say, we have to investigate to find out. This was an admission that there were forces within Jizhou City using the current turmoil to their own advantage. Suen was already used to this kind of situation. No matter how the demons acted, as long as Jizhou City remained in the hands of Yin State, everyone's own interests would always be paramount to survival, even above external enemies. Kid, who do you think is after you tonight? Approaching the wounded prisoners, Zhang Jilin crossed his arms, adopting a bossy, "Hey kid, you're in trouble, come get your big brother to help you sort this out" attitude, and asked leisurely. Judging from the other's demeanor, Suen knew that Zhang Jilin had secretly investigated the Zheng Yang sect. Otherwise, there was only one suspect, no need to think further. I find out soon enough, Suen said, crossing his arms and standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Jilin. Zhang Jilin glanced at him strangely. Why are you standing there? Suen looked at Zhang Jilin with an even stranger gaze, adopting an air of why would you ask such a matter-of-fact question? Isn't interrogating demon spies part of the Demon Extermination Bureau's job? As soon as the words left his mouth, Suen suddenly realized something, a sense of surprise washing over him. His demeanor and words were so similar to Li Anxin's usual style. He must have been unconsciously influenced by spending so much time with Li Anxin. Suen quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the strange feeling. Zhang Jilin was speechless under Suen's frank and straightforward gaze. Although he felt the other's expression made him seem stupid, he couldn't find a reason to refute it for the moment, and could only sullenly wave his hand for his subordinates to proceed. The interrogation process was bloody and cruel. The prisoners' contorted features and agonizing screams were horrific, but Suen watched with undiminished interest. It wasn't that he was mentally disturbed. He was diligently studying the interrogation techniques of the Demon Exorcism Bureau. He would definitely need these later. The Demon Exorcism Bureau was very experienced in interrogation. Whether dealing with supernatural beings impersonating demons or genuine demon agents, they had their own mature methods and procedures. In just over 10 minutes, the results were presented to Suen and Zhang Jilin. These extraordinary individuals were all from Yin State, true outlaws, hired by Huang Hai at great expense on the dark web. Their objective tonight was to assassinate Suen, and afterwards, they would stage the scene as a demon attack on a sect leader. Suen wasn't surprised. Last time, during the war with the Mingcheng sect and the Donghai sect, because he launched the surprise attack, Huang Hai was unprepared and lacked sufficient funds, only able to hire 2 3-star assassin sects. Now, so much time had passed, with Huang Hai's wealth, he could easily hire many more experts, and they didn't even need to attack the Anxia sect's base. They only needed to find an opportunity to assassinate Suen. The difficulty had decreased significantly. Upon receiving the results, Suen happily told Zhang Jilin, "So, Huang Hai not only illegally hired assassins to kill me, but also had them impersonate demons to avoid leaving a trace. The Demon Extermination Bureau can rightfully intervene in this, right?" Zhang Jilin snorted coldly, his face filled with murderous intent, and said, "I warned him long ago that you are a special informant for my Demon Extermination Bureau, and that he must not hire assassins to deal with you. His actions now show absolutely no regard for rules. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for coming directly to your door." When Huang Hai initially dealt with Suen, he still used supernatural beings to seek a reasonable solution, such as having Scarface find opportunities during missions to gather sects like the Mingcheng sect and the Donghai sect to cause trouble at the Anxia sect's opening ceremony. Whether these actions succeeded or failed, Huang Hai always had a legitimate reason to distance himself from the situation. Even if he couldn't completely absolve himself, he still had many excuses. Given Huang Hai's status and the Huang family's power, he himself wouldn't face any serious difficulties. Tonight was different. Huang Hai's actions were tantamount to a cornered dog jumping over a wall, leaving a fatal weakness. Suen understood why he did this. The reason was simple. Without this, the other side had no chance of winning. Suen had personally driven him into this predicament. Moreover, Huang Hai's arrangements tonight were almost a success. Purple Chi comes from the East Villa district. Standing on the balcony with a wine glass in hand, Huang Hai remained upright and imposing, his eyes, overlooking the neon sea of lights, still filled with majesty and domineering power. It was as if he possessed a divine sword in his hand, and a vast inner world, capable of effortlessly vanquishing any intruders with a single stroke, and sketching a vast power map of his own in the city with a casual utterance. Even though he had lost 2 sons. When Huang Zheng died, Huang Hai wasn't particularly affected. In his eyes, he was just a stray dog, ultimately an expendable resource. However, Huang Yuewen's death pierced his heart, unleashing a torrent of rage. After the news reached him, he used his network of connections to gather clues through various channels, ultimately focusing his suspicions on Suen. At that time, Suen was on a mission to rescue Li Qingyun in Liuxi town, their areas of activity overlapping with Huang Yuewen's, making their encounter quite normal. By tracing Huang Yuewen's route, Huang Hai found the military camp of the capital garrison, where he discovered a trafficked little girl. He had someone take Suen's photo to the female officer in charge to verify her identity. It was confirmed that Suen was the one who brought the little girl back, and that Zhang Yueying was accompanying her. Through careful questioning of relevant personnel and comparing their movements, Huang Hai learned that Huang Yuewen was already in the camp when Suen arrived with the little girl, and that Suen left immediately after Huang Yuewen. The situation was clear. Suen discovered Huang Yuewen in the military camp and followed him into the wilderness. The rest was obvious. The attack Huang Yuewen suffered during his transaction with Yelu Hongwang was orchestrated by Suen and Zhang Yueying. This meant that Suen not only killed Huang Yuewen, but also took the items Huang Yuewen brought back, gaining evidence of Huang Yuewen's dealings with the demon race. The situation was now extremely dire, and Huang Hai had to act swiftly. He needed to avenge Huang Yuewen and also silence Suen. No one knew how Suen planned to use the evidence after returning to Jizhou City. Huang Hai didn't have much time. He had to act immediately, at any cost, to nip this major threat in the bud. Huang Hai had prepared assassins through the dark web long ago. Since Suen returned to Jizhou City and appeared at the council building, he had been under his surveillance. Therefore, upon learning that Suen was going out alone tonight, he immediately ordered his men to act. "You bastard, I don't believe you won't die tonight." Huang Hai downed his glass of strong liquor in one gulp, his emotion surging so violently that he crushed the glass in his hand. Recalling his encounters with Suen along the way, Huang Hai was so filled with resentment that he almost ground his teeth to powder. He had to admit that he had initially made the mistake of underestimating his opponent, always believing he could easily defeat him at a reasonable cost. Until Scarface died inexplicably, the Mingcheng sect, the Donghai sect, and other sects were gone, and even Huang Yuewen perished in the wilderness. Huang Hai had to admit that Suen was the most dangerous opponent he had ever faced. Although the opponent's strength wasn't great, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Dealing with such people requires going all out and being prepared to pay a high price and take huge risks. If there is even the slightest bit of wishful thinking or underestimation of the enemy, one may fall into an abyss from which there is no return. If he had simply hired a powerful figure from the dark web to assassinate Suen from the very beginning, the matter would have been resolved long ago. But occasionally, Huang Hai would ask himself, could things really have turned out this way entirely because he underestimated his opponent? Anyone else, facing a student who hadn't even graduated high school, had just become a superhuman, hadn't received any formal special training, and had no family background whatsoever, would they have risked their own position from the start by using a cannon to kill a mosquito? It didn't make sense. This monster. Huang Hai slammed his fist heavily on the balcony railing, denting and deforming it. This situation wasn't due to his own incompetence, but rather because his opponent was far too powerful, unbelievably and irrationally strong. He let out a long breath, composed himself, and prepared to go back and pour himself another drink. Regardless, Suen was doomed tonight. No matter how clever and difficult the opponent was, their most obvious weakness remained. Could a mere level 4 warrior, plus Zhang Yueying, a level 6, Possibly escape an ambush set up by 3 level 7 warriors and numerous level 6 extraordinary beings? Impossible. The opponent was already a corpse when they went out alone tonight. No wonder they couldn't have imagined that Huang Hai had already uncovered the truth about Huang Yuan's death in just 2 days, and made preparations for a decisive blow. Did Suen think that by not producing evidence of Huang Yuan's deal with the demon race, and not actively revealing this matter, Huang Hai would know nothing, wouldn't overreact, and would have time for the opponent to slowly plan and make a big move? Too naive. Huang Hai turned to go inside, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual figure moving outside the courtyard wall. Chapter 97. Huang Hai's heart skipped a beat, his eyelids twitched, and he became instantly alert, like a hedgehog with its quills bristling. Someone was stealthily approaching the villa. It was an expert. In an instant, Huang Hai's mind raced. Why would someone be secretly approaching his residence? Who was it? What was the other party doing at this time? Had he revealed some weakness? Had the operation against Suen tonight gone wrong again? Had Suen come for revenge? No, this was impossible. Huang Hai couldn't accept this fact. Unfortunately, the trajectory of objective events does not change according to one's will. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared in Huang Hai's field of vision, approaching the villa from different directions. Surrounded, at the same time, a high-pitched, arrogant, and domineering voice roared from Zhang Jinlin's rough voice. The Demon Exorcism Bureau is handling a case. Bystanders must leave. Huang Hai, you colluded with the demon race to assassinate our nation's top-tier combat hero. The evidence is irrefutable. This captain is now arresting you. I advise you to surrender obediently and cooperate with the Demon Exorcism Bureau's enforcement of the law. Don't put up any futile resistance. You are already heavily surrounded. If you dare to make any move, the Demon Exorcism Bureau cannot guarantee your personal safety. Upon hearing this, Huang Hai's face turned ashen, and for a moment his eyes lost focus. Tonight's operation not only failed, but the whole affair was completely exposed. The Demon Exorcism Bureau had irrefutable evidence? How could this be? What exactly happened? Huang Hai didn't truly lose his composure. The moment he came to his senses, he immediately slipped into the house, leaped out of the back window at top speed, and sprinted towards the back door. Now, he absolutely could not fall into the hands of the Demon Exorcism Bureau. Once inside the interrogation room of the Demon Exorcism Bureau, he would have to face Zhang Jinlin's many methods. Although at his level, he didn't have to worry about the Demon Exorcism Bureau interrogating him without following the law. The methods of the Demon Exorcism Bureau were not limited to the 3 with torture. The opponent possesses all sorts of terrifying and extraordinary techniques. What crimes he commits will ultimately be decided by Zhang Jinlin. Given the methods he used against Suen tonight, Zhang Jinlin will certainly not leave him any room for maneuver. If that's the case, even if the Huang family wants to offer assistance, they will be powerless once the dust settles. Only by escaping can Huang Hai gain the Huang family's protection and use their power to create room for maneuver. Huang Hai's response couldn't have been more correct, but it was too late. Just as he rushed into the backyard, a dark figure suddenly attacked him. Huang Hai felt a wave of primal force crashing down upon him like a mountain. In his haste to raise his arm to block, he was still knocked back several steps by a punch. Before he could regain his footing, a whip kick lashed out from the side. He had no time to dodge, hastily raising his arms to protect his head, but his opponent's skill was too high. The kick sent his arm slamming against his face, while his head still took a heavy blow. Huang Hai saw stars, his vision spinning. Staggering, another figure flashed towards him. Huang Hai felt a gust of wind hit his face, and a vicious knee strike landed on his chest. In excruciating pain, he clearly heard the sound of his sternum breaking. His chest instantly felt incredibly tight, as if he had lost the ability to breathe. His opponent didn't stop there. Immediately afterward, a powerful punch struck his left cheek, knocking out half his teeth. Then, another punch landed on his right cheek, leaving him with only a few teeth. Then, the person in front of him mounted him like a tiger climbing a mountain, slamming an elbow heavily onto the top of his head, leaving his mind blank. His legs buckled, and Huang Hai collapsed to his knees. Just as he was losing consciousness and staggering, about to collapse, someone grabbed his head and slammed his face against their knee. Blood spurted from his nose, blood flowed freely, his nose collapsed, and his teeth shattered. Huang Hai let out a miserable groan and fell backward to the ground like a rag doll. This once renowned detective from the Dongping District Police Station was now completely incapacitated, his face unrecognizable, lying on the ground in a wretched state. He posed no threat to anyone, and even lacked the strength to give orders. The Demon Extermination Bureau was known for its ruthlessness. Once they acted, they gave their targets no chance to resist. Moreover, many of their members were highly skilled, and even the Provincial Administration Commission's forces couldn't contend with them, let alone the police station. When all else failed, Zhang Jinlin could easily deal with Huang Hai. Dizzy and disoriented, Huang Hai was in a daze, unable to see or hear anything, until a foot stepped on his face, allowing him to barely reassemble the neural connections in his brain. Then he saw a person. A figure, half-lit and half-shadowed in the dim light, majestic as a mountain, mysterious as a celestial being. The figure looked down at him like an elephant looking down on an ant, coldly and expressionlessly saying, "Detective Huang, weren't you the all-powerful overlord of Dongping District? How come you're now being trampled under my feet like a stray dog?" Huang Hai finally saw the person clearly. Even with half his face buried in the mud and his vision limited, he would never mistake him. Even if the person were reduced to ashes, he would recognize him, because it was Suan, who had killed his 2 sons, stripped him of his sex support, and almost made him a laughingstock in Dongping District. You bastard. Ugh, how dare you. Ugh, ugh. Born into a powerful family, a seasoned superhuman, a high-ranking detective in the police station, a powerful figure who had always bullied various social sects, Huang Hai was now being humiliated by an ordinary person with no family background. He was furious, his eyes blazing with rage. He wanted to tear Suan apart, to slept on Suan's skin. He wanted to unleash a torrent of curses. He desperately wanted to salvage his shattered dignity, but he was powerless. His mouth was toothless, his heart was severely damaged, he couldn't breathe properly, his face was distorted from being trampled into the mud, and with every syllable he uttered, Suan's foot would grind down on it. He couldn't utter a single complete sentence. "What's wrong, Detective Huang? Didn't you want to kill me? Get up and try." Suan's face was full of mockery. "To tell you the truth, I killed Huang Yuan. Back then, he was just like you are now, trampled under my feet and humiliated at will. He was even begging for my life, tears streaming down his face. Guess how long he was tortured before he finally breathed his last." These words were like piercing arrows, stimulating Huang Hai's body to twist and turn, but his original strength had been scattered, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only struggle like a maggot. For Huang Hai, this was probably the most terrifying torture in the world, more painful than being slowly sliced to pieces. When half of his face was crushed into a bloody mess, and his entire head was about to be pressed into the ground, Huang Hai, trembling like a leaf in anger, suddenly gushed a large amount of blood from his mouth. Finally, unable to bear the humiliation, he fainted from the rage. Spitting contemptuously at the motionless Huang Hai, Suan withdrew his foot with satisfaction. Turning his head, he said to Zhang Jinlin with a pleased expression, "We can call it a day." Zhang Jinlin waved his hand, signaling his men to drag the man away, then patted Suan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, looking on with obvious satisfaction at the prospect of a bright future. "I take care of the rest for you. Don't worry, this old scoundrel is finished. Even the Huang family can't protect him, I'm telling you." Given the crimes Huang Hai had committed, he could lose his life at worst, or at least spend his life in prison. Without Huang Hai as an adversary, Anxia sect would undoubtedly develop more smoothly, which was the result Zhang Jinlin most wanted to see. "I trust Uncle Zhang to handle things," Suan replied with a smile. "No manners." Zhang Jinlin laughed, putting his arm around Suan's shoulder and striding out. "However, there's something I still don't understand. Since you have the video of Huang Yuan's transaction with the demon race, and the demon race's items as evidence, why didn't you confront Huang Hai as soon as you returned? Why wait until he attacked you first?" He acted as if he were having a lively conversation with Suan, as if Zhang Yuan didn't exist, and even offered Suan a cigar as he spoke. Suan waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't used to smoking cigars, and calmly answered the other's question. "That evidence only proves that Huang Yuan colluded with the demon race. It doesn't directly point to Huang Hai, who can easily distance himself. Even if he is affected, given his status, and the Huang family's power in Jizhou City, it won't fundamentally damage him. After all, Yin Kingdom doesn't have a law that punishes the entire family for a single crime. Huang Hai can simply shift the blame onto the dead Huang Yuan. At most, he'd bear the responsibility for improperly disciplining his son. In this way, Huang Hai's official career would suffer a setback, but he himself would not end up in prison." Zhang Jinlin suddenly realized, "I understand. You deliberately held back, intentionally luring Huang Hai to retaliate against you and silence you. And once he does that, it gives you more evidence to bring him down completely." Suan smiled slightly and nodded gently. "That's only natural. Otherwise, why would I have Uncle Zhang mobilize such a large force to secretly support me tonight, because of a few unconfirmed suspicious clues? Zhang Jinlin took a deep breath, his gaze towards Su becoming very complex. After a long silence, he sighed, having met such a cunning little fox like you, that old scoundrel Huang Hai truly deserved his fate. Outside the residential area, Su bid farewell to Zhang Jinlin. The latter led a large group of men to escort Huang Hai back to the demon-slaying bureau. They would interrogate him that very night, quickly documenting Huang Hai's various crimes. Considering that Su and Zhang Yueying had been drinking, he arranged for a car to take them there. How strange. As the convoy drove away from the Ziki Donglai residential area, Zhang Jinlin glanced back with lingering fear, only to find that Zhang Yueying hadn't even looked at him. Recalling her complete disregard for him throughout the night, he was puzzled. Knowing her temperament, she would have given him a severe dressing down if she encountered him. Unable to figure it out after thinking for a while, Zhang Jinlin simply gave up and glanced at the armored vehicle imprisoning Huang Hai in the rearview mirror, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face again. What are you thinking about? Su asked curiously, as she sat down next to Zhang Yueying in the back seat. She seemed preoccupied, having remained silent the entire way, lost in thought, sometimes gritting her teeth inwardly, sometimes displaying a cold and aloof expression, as if she were acting out a scene with herself. Nothing. Zhang Yueying had a lot to say, but once she opened her mouth and looked at Su so close to her, a strange feeling rose in her heart, and she felt inexplicably guilty. Suppressing her thoughts, she crossed her arms, slightly raised her chin, and adopted a calm and open-minded demeanor. Chapter 98. Seeing that she was unwilling to elaborate, Su didn't press the matter, and instead began to ponder other things. After Huang Hai's downfall, the existing power structure in Dongping District would inevitably be overturned and rebuilt. How should the Anxia Alliance seize the opportunity to expand its influence? How would the Huang family react to Huang Hai's situation? Would Lu Xian take any action against him? How should he observe and test the Zhengyang sect's attitude? How should the Anxia sect's pre-battle training be arranged? Should he utilize Wang Zhe's connections to secure a less dangerous yet easily rewarding position during wartime? All these questions were within Su-An's consideration. It was precisely because he thought things through so much that he was able to resolve so many troubles so swiftly and decisively, just as he had to tonight to defeat Huang Hai in a single battle. Zhang Yueying was unaware of the jumbled thoughts in Su-An's mind. She noticed that he was lost in thought, seemingly without any intention of asking any further questions, brazenly leaving her hanging at this crucial moment. A surge of anger welled up within her. That brat. Zhang Yueying clenched her fists. Before the fight, she had said so many meaningful things, and during the fight, the two had several intimate encounters, experiences she had never had before. And now, Su-An, the person directly involved, was acting as if nothing had happened? It was outrageous. She had even broken through her cultivation level at a critical moment because of this guy's anger. Zhang Yueying was about to find a reason to teach him a lesson, but then she thought she shouldn't be so capricious, and shouldn't let him easily sway her emotions, losing her boss-like demeanor. Adjusting her breathing and calming her mind, Zhang Yueying decided to start the conversation subtly with a normal, unobtrusive topic. She coughed lightly and said in a casual, conversational tone, "When you went out tonight, did you already expect to be attacked by Huang Hai's people?" Lost in thought, Su-An casually replied, "It wasn't something I anticipated, it was a deliberate attempt to lure them out." Zhang Yueying was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. Luring them out? Su-An hummed in agreement. "Huang Yuan died at our hands. This matter isn't difficult to investigate. Huang Hai is a detective in the police station, making it even easier to uncover the truth. Therefore, he knows I have evidence of their collusion with the demon race. As soon as we return, he think about killing us to silence us and reclaim the evidence. Huang Yuan's collusion with the demon race won't necessarily land Huang Hai in jail, but his position as the detective in Dongping District will certainly be in jeopardy. Therefore, he definitely won't stand idly by. I've been in seclusion. The only time I went out, I brought many sect employees with me, and we went to the council building. It's difficult for Huang Hai's people to act in broad daylight. I know he's in a hurry and can't wait. His solo outing tonight was deliberate, designed to lure him to me so Uncle Jean can eliminate this threat in one fell swoop. From a planning standpoint, tonight's operation wasn't particularly unusual. Like many seemingly simple but highly effective schemes, its success lay in execution. Because the support personnel weren't in place beforehand, Su-An remained truly isolated. If Su-An had dispatched Anxia sect or the Demon Extermination Bureau earlier to secretly protect him along the way, Huang Hai and his hired assassins would likely have noticed in time. Huang Hai wasn't stupid, he would certainly be wary of Su-An using him as bait. Before sending his assassins, he would have made sure they checked for any reinforcements Suen had deployed nearby. Because Suen only informed Zhang Jinlin when he left the restaurant, and the Demon Extermination Bureau only arrived some time after the battle began, the assassins couldn't possibly have known beforehand that they had been tricked and fallen into Suen's trap, nor could they have foreseen any danger. They were certain Suen was alone and had no other plans, which is why they acted so decisively. It was obvious that Suen's plan had a fatal flaw. He and Zhang Yueying would be in danger. If they hadn't been exceptionally skilled, they would have been riddled with bullets by tonight, before Zhang Jinlin's reinforcements arrived. The success of a plan often depends not on the plan itself, but on the competence of those executing it. Of course, Zhang Yueying's pre-battle infatuation and delirium also helped deceive the taxi driver and his accomplices. If there were surveillance cameras in the car, that's inevitable. The other side would be even more convinced that Suen and Zhang Yueying were on a date, their minds already elsewhere, incapable of any sinister schemes. From the perspective of the plan's success, Zhang Yueying unintentionally provided a crucial assist. Stunned by Suen's words, Zhang Yueying was initially impressed by his ingenious calculations, almost applauding him. But then, a thought struck her, and her eyes immediately drooped. You didn't come out tonight to have dinner with me, but to deal with Huang Hai? Are you using our gathering for something else? She should have had more important concerns, like what to do if they didn't hold out until reinforcements arrived, but instead, she asked such an irrelevant question, clearly indicating her mind was completely elsewhere. Immersed in thought, Suen didn't immediately notice Zhang Yueying's unusual behavior. Oblivious to her dangerous gaze, he nodded vigorously. Even if you hadn't asked me out, I would have found someone else to invite me for drinks alone tonight. Zhang Yueying's fists cracked. You're going to drink alone with other women tonight? Suen answered fluently, drinking is necessary. After drinking, all aspects of one's abilities decline, alertness decreases, reactions slow down, mind becomes confused, and behavior becomes improper. This makes it easier to create a false impression for the enemy, increasing the probability of them attacking. Zhang Yueying's eyes burned with murderous intent. You mean I'm confused and behave improperly after drinking? She might be confused, but wasn't it this kid opposite her who was behaving improperly? Why could he so shamelessly turn the tables? Was this guy mocking and ridiculing her? This was truly intolerable. The barrage of questions finally brought Suen back to her senses, but only a tiny bit, just enough to recall the scene before the battle, and a simple recollection without much thought. So he followed up on her words, saying, now that you mention it, it does seem a bit true. Your behavior back then was indeed a bit unusual, but not entirely out of line. You probably really did drink a bit too much. Alcohol should be consumed in moderation. Girls need to know their limits, otherwise they might run into danger. Don't you know your limits? After he finished speaking, there was a long silence from Zhang Yueying. By the time he understood the driver's repeated coughing warnings and noticed the air in the car had become unusually cold, and turned to try and figure out what was happening, it was too late. You heartless brat. I grind you to dust. The armored vehicle, which had been driving steadily down the bustling street, was suddenly filled with a series of deafening crashes and bangs as this roar, which could be heard 100 meters away, shattered, causing the vehicle to sway uncontrollably from side to side. Fortunately, the Demon Extermination Division's driver was strong and skilled, managing to barely control the armored vehicle swerving left and right in traffic, preventing it from crashing into the terrified innocent vehicles on either side. Back at the Anxiasec base, Suen noticed the office lights were still on. After hesitating for a moment, he finally went in, his hair a mess. Arriving at Lianxin's office, he unsurprisingly found her still busy at her computer, her delicate, baby-faced expression focused, her bright, star-like eyes sparkling in the light. He opened the refrigerator, took out a can of drink, added a straw, and handed it to her, smiling and gently advising, it's almost midnight, you don't need to work so hard. I don't want people saying I'm mistreating my employees. Don't worry about what others say, I'm a shareholder, not an employee, Lianxin replied casually, completely absorbed in her work, displaying the work ethic of a small business owner. After finishing her work, she sighed in relief, leaned back in her chair, picked up her drink, and looked at Suen, only to notice how disheveled he looked. Didn't you have the Demon Exorcism Bureau helping you? How could your opponent tonight be so strong that you came back with a bruised and swollen face? Lianxin opened her cherry-like mouth wide. No, if your opponent could make you look like this, you should have been riddled with bullets. Suen awkwardly touched her nose, unable to explain the situation. All she could say was that Zhang Yueying was acting strangely tonight. Fortunately, Lianxin stopped herself in time, perhaps realizing that her last sentence was inappropriate. She gave apologetic looks, and wisely didn't press the matter. But her focused, endless sips of the drink from the tube clearly showed that she had realized something was wrong and was pretending to be nonchalant, hoping the awkwardness would dissipate on its own. Suin leaned back on the sofa, stretching out his arms and legs to relax, feeling both comfortable and slightly tired. He tried to appear open and normal, and quickly changed the subject. If I remember correctly, I didn't tell you about my plans to go out tonight, did I? Lian blinked her clear, innocent eyes, about to speak, but Suin reacted quickly. To avoid seeming like he asked a silly question, he waved his hand before she could give him a knowing look that said, "You're so strange, it's really strange to me. I know, you're like a tapeworm in my stomach, a tapeworm whose whole body is a brain. No need to explain." Li Anqing chuckled, covering her mouth. "You're the one whose whole body is a brain, I'm not a tapeworm." Suin nodded repeatedly, right. Even if a tapeworm's whole body is a brain, it couldn't be as smart as you. Although she had been around Suin for quite some time, Li Anqing was still unaccustomed to being praised like this to her face, and shyly lowered her head to continue sipping her drink. "Just drinking beverages isn't enough. Let's order some late-night snacks. What do you want to eat?" For some reason, seeing the other girl's head bowed as she earnestly drank her beverage, Suin felt that she was both weak and pitiful, and couldn't help but feel compassion, the kind that grew stronger the more she looked at her. He pulled out his phone and opened the food delivery app. "Look at you. You've been in Jizhou for months, and you're still so thin and small. Even the neighbor's orange cat is stronger and more robust than you. Young lady, you need to improve your nutrition." As the big boss of Anxia sect, Suin felt obligated to take good care of his little boss. Li Anqing contributed her combat power and talent as capo. The other party was his cultivation mentor. If it weren't for the timely appearance and substantial assistance, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Huang Zheng, let alone achieve his subsequent success. Therefore, he practically gave away some shares. As for the neighbor he mentioned, it wasn't next to the base, but rather a neighbor in the Guangming residential area. "I won't grow up to be like Dazhuang." Recalling the chubby orange cat she had seen twice before, Li Anqing instinctively wrinkled her small, round nose. She said won't instead of don't want to, indicating her confidence in controlling her figure. With such confidence, she certainly wouldn't shy away from delicious food. She sat down next to Suin and browsed takeout options with him, selecting their favorite dishes. "How about we get some barbecue? I've eaten at this barbecue place before, their lamb skewers are really good, and they even give you free drinks. We can ask them to deliver 2 servings. Seeing her eager and drooling expression, Suin could almost hear her slurping. "I don't remember ordering from this barbecue place. I ordered it when you went out on a mission." "Oh, you secretly ate it behind my back. We agreed to share good food." Hey, I didn't. I wasn't just checking things out for us, I was just trying out their place." "Is it good?" "Wait, when did we agree to do that kind of thing?" "Ha ha ha. Okay, stop pinching me, you're going to twist my triceps off. Can we make a promise now?" "Humph, I don't want to." "Wow, you're being disloyal, aren't you?" "Well, okay then, but I have to reserve the right to try new restaurants when you're on a mission." "Alright, it's decided then. Stop talking, hurry up and order." "I want 25 meat skewers." "Okay, whatever you say." In the deep, quiet base at midnight, only one window in the office building was lit. Leaning against the window on the sofa, 2 heads were huddled together, laughing and joking. In this vast, boundless sea of city lights, the 2 boys, who had previously seemed to have no one to rely on, no longer appeared lonely at this moment. Chapter 99. For the next period, Suin spent half his time cultivating and the other half managing the sect. His cultivation progressed smoothly, nothing particularly noteworthy, but sect affairs were numerous and complex. However, with Li Anqing and her team of secretaries leading the way, Suin mostly managed to keep a clear overview. He personally oversaw only one thing: training the sect staff. The new and old staff were mostly elites. Suin didn't need to worry about individual combat skills. The main focus of the training was to strengthen teamwork among the staff, forming a cohesive fighting force for the entire sect. As a recent graduate, Suin had limited opportunities to personally train extraordinary individuals. To ensure that the extraordinary individuals of Anxia sect quickly developed into a unified fighting force, he sent an invitation to the Divine Immortal sect, offering to pay them a training fee so that Zhang Yueying, along with Xiao Mei, Tai Ta, and others, could come and serve as instructors. Among the many sects in the Anxia alliance, only the Divine Immortal sect was a 4-star sect, and Zhang Yueying had the highest cultivation level and strongest strength. Naturally, Suin would choose them as the instructors for Anxia sect. The invitation was sent out the day after Suan defeated Huang Hai, but by the third day, Suan still hadn't received a reply from Zhang Yuing, and he couldn't even get through to her by phone. Puzzled, Suan could only contact Xiao Mei to inquire about the situation. She replied in a mysterious, teasing tone. Zhang Yuing was focused on target practice at the shooting range and had instructed that she shouldn't be disturbed. She added that if Suan had any questions, he shouldn't tell her, as she and Zhang Yuing firmly stood on the same side. If anyone else had said something like that to Suan, he would have basically hung up and ignored them. He never shamelessly begged for favors. But she understood Xiao Mei. They were sworn brothers. She knew Xiao Mei's carefree, playful, and unreliable personality, her mind always filled with mischievous pranks, and that even in her 20s, she still had a childlike spirit. She meant no harm, and was actually very kind-hearted. After Suan tempted her with a lavish meal and promised unlimited fine wine, Xiao Mei immediately started a video chat, ran to the shooting range with a grin, and approached Zhang Yuing, who was intently shooting with a cool, aloof expression. Mischievously, she leaned close to Zhang Yuing's ear and shouted Suan's invitation. Suan spotted Zhang Yuing's targets on the screen. They weren't simple human figures, but proper mannequins, each with a photograph pasted on its face. Due to the angle and the smoke, Suan couldn't make out the faces in the photos, but there was a strange sense of familiarity. Even as Xiao Mei circled around Zhang Yuing, shouting and calling out, the latter remained unresponsive, while the gunshots rang out faster and faster. Finally, Xiao Mei stuck out her tongue and made a face at Suan. You saw it too. It's not that I didn't report it, I tried my best, but Sistering has gone mad, you can't go back on your promise. Suan was helpless, and could only temporarily abandon his plan to ask Zhang Yuing for help. That evening, still unwilling to give up, Suan called Xiao Mei again, asking her to check Zhang Yuing's attitude, but she still didn't respond. This annoyed Suan somewhat. Fortunately, Lianxin had good military skills. Besides managing sect affairs, she not only formulated training methods, but also personally supervised the training, and the results were surprisingly good. The employees of Anxia sect were finally able to keep busy. However, Lianxin had his own work to do, and couldn't be in two places at once to keep an eye on the training ground. After thinking it over, Su Anxin took out his phone to talk to Zhao Shukui and Sun Zongxing to see if they could come and help. If that didn't work, he could always ask Zhang Jinlin to send a tactical instructor from the Demon Extermination Division for a field mission. Just as he was scrolling through his contacts, 3 armored vehicles suddenly drove into the base. Su Anxin turned around and saw Zhang Yuing leading Xiao Mei and others out of the vehicles, more than 10 people in total. Anxia sect didn't have any food to eat, so Zhang Yuing's intention in bringing so many people was obvious. Just looking at the capable demeanor and impressive level of those extraordinary individuals, Su Anxin knew he was absolutely right. This woman ignores me verbally, but her actions speak louder than words. Su Anxin found it amusing and chuckled inwardly. His annoyance vanished, and for a moment, he even found Zhang Yuing's inconsistent behavior somewhat endearing. Although Zhang Yuing's people arrived, she didn't abandon her pride. After getting out of the car, she not only refused to move, but also crossed her arms, slightly raised her chin, and arrogantly surveyed her surroundings, not even glancing at Suan, as if he didn't exist in her eyes. Her airs were as if she wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Suan could immediately see that Zhang Yuing's face clearly said, "I'm still angry, you better come and coax me quickly." But he had no intention of giving in to her. Although he knew this girl was just being verbally abusive, that's how relationships work. If you're weak, the other person will be strong. Being weak once inevitably leads to being weak again, and eventually Suan might really become a little brother, being ridden around by this woman. So, while inwardly grateful for Zhang Yuing's help, Suan maintained a stern face, adopting an "I'm angry too" demeanor, and avoided looking at her. Their sharp exchanges and unwillingness to back down created a cold, tense atmosphere. While the parties involved were preoccupied with their own thoughts, those around them weren't oblivious. Xiao Mei dashed over to Suan, boasting, Look! I brought everyone here. You have no idea how much I had to plead with you. This time you have to treat me to a big meal. Including the previous ones, you owe me 3 meals now." Suan, of course, had no reason to argue with Xiao Mei, laughing heartily and replying warmly, "Your efforts and contributions can't be matched by 3 meals, at least 13. Meanwhile, Lianxin had already struck up a conversation with Zhang Yuing, thanking her for taking the time to help and inviting her to the office building for tea. Lianxin also made sure to greet the extraordinary individuals from the Divine Immortal sect, saying that the base had prepared fine wine and food, and would certainly treat them well. Zhang Yuang didn't give Li Anqing any reason to give her a sour look. They chatted as they entered, and the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. By the time Xiaomei returned, Zhang Yuang was all smiles, her face flushed from Li Anqing's coaxing. With the addition of the instructors from the Immortal Sect, Anxia Sect's tactical training immediately accelerated. During the day, both sides sweated profusely on various training grounds, constantly engaging in combat drills. At night, they gathered in the canteen for hearty meals and loud conversations, getting along very well. Suan and Zhang Yuang didn't remain at odds. In fact, on their first night at dinner, they were already playing drinking games, arms around each other's shoulders. As for when they stopped their rivalry, and who spoke the first words to the other, both parties claimed to have no recollection. Those minor details were utterly irrelevant. After this not-so-fuss-filled ordeal, Suan and Zhang Yuang's relationship seemed to have grown closer, not the kind of closeness born from fighting side by side on the battlefield, entrusting each other with their lives, but rather a different, inexplicable feeling. Besides cultivating combat synergy with his sect members at the base, Suan was also busy with other matters during this time. First, regarding the properties of sects like the Mingcheng sect and the Donghai sect, the Demon Extermination Bureau finally completed all the necessary procedures, and Suan, Zhang Yuang, Zhao Xiaokui, Sun Zongxing, and others successfully acquired them at a minimal cost. The process was much shorter than expected, because war was imminent, and all government departments had to devote their energy to the war effort. The Demon Extermination Bureau was also busy battling demons. Normally, the Demon Exorcism Bureau would postpone auctioning off sect assets, but with Zhang Jinlin's help, the Bureau handled these matters swiftly and decisively, not with delays. Thus, all the sects of the Anxia Alliance, including the Anxia Sect, the Immortal Sect, the Glazed Tile Sect, and the Prosperous Sect, had obtained the spoils of the previous great battle. The Anxia Sect's wealth increased significantly as a result. According to Li Anqing's calculations, once all the assets resumed normal operations, the sect's annual profit would definitely exceed 200 million. With so many assets under her jurisdiction, Li Anqing was naturally extremely busy. However, she had already conducted a thorough investigation of the assets she could acquire and formulated a transformation plan after taking them over, so although she was busy these days, she was managing everything in an orderly manner. Zhang Yuang privately approached Suan and Li Anqing, blushing and hesitating for a long time before finally, after furiously running her fingers through her long, wavy hair, asking Li Anqing to help her manage the sect's businesses. This included not only managing the newly acquired spoils of war, but also the existing businesses of the Immortal Sect. Although admitting her lack of ability and poor management skills embarrassed the proud Zhang Yuang, she made a wise choice for the sake of the sect's development and the welfare of Xiaomei and other sect employees. Suan and Li Anqing readily agreed. The relationship between Anxia Sect and the Immortal Sect thus became even closer. Opening the door of the armored vehicle, Suan glanced up at the brightly lit, stylish signboard before him, then tapped his wireless earpiece and instructed the sect members in the vehicle. "No need to come in with me. Wait here. Contact me through this if anything happens." Several elite superhumans with guns, sitting in the two armored vehicles, nodded in agreement. They were all guards Suan had brought from the sect. After the incident where Huang Hai sent men to ambush him in the street, Suan always brought a team of guards whenever he went out. Now was a critical time. Although Huang Hai was imprisoned, the demons in Jizhou City were rampant. Entering the club called Spring and Autumn Manor, Suan, led by a graceful waitress and a cheongsam, walked through corridors and courtyards, past pavilions and terraces, until he arrived at a classical villa with an exotic feel. "Suan, come in quickly." Wang Zhe, beaming, greeted Suan with a smile as he arrived. After returning from Guandu City, Suan met with Wang Zhe once. Today is their second meeting. Wang Zhe specifically invited him to discuss a promising and challenging collaborative project. Chapter 100. How's it going? My club's not bad, is it? Wang Zhe led Suan into a quaint, simply yet elegantly decorated room. The wooden floor was polished to a shine. Two small tables stood on the north side, but instead of chairs, there were rustic cushions. The furnishings lacked any hint of modernity, instead featuring screens, calligraphy, paintings, vases, and other precious objects. Even the lighting used candlesticks, not electric lights. Suan had only ever seen such scenes in movies and TV shows. She had never had the opportunity to experience one in real life. This sprawling club didn't have any skyscrapers. All the buildings were in a retro style. Along the way, Suan saw only small bridges over flowing water, lanterns and willows, or pavilions and terraces, a riot of colors. Wang Zhe was clearly very satisfied with his masterpiece, enthusiastically introducing it to Suan. I spent almost all the money I earned over the years on this villa. I personally designed many of the features. Engineers who understand how to build ancient architecture are hard to find, and construction teams are scarce. I went through a lot of trouble to find friends in the capital to finally get the villa built. Compared to opulent modern buildings and dazzling city lights, I much prefer this tranquil and timeless ancient charm. The waitresses here are also beautiful women carefully selected from various universities, and they all undergo several months of ancient culture training before starting work. What do you think? Doesn't it feel like stepping back in time? Suan, born on the streets of Jizhou, knew very little about the ancient history Wang Zhe spoke of. His biggest impression was that Wang Zhe, as the son of the provincial governor of Lingdong province, truly lived up to his reputation. The things this aristocratic young master indulged in far exceeded the imagination of a commoner like himself. He remarked with a sigh, with this club, it's likely that distinguished scholars will frequent the place, and no uncultured person will be among the guests. While there might not be many truly learned scholars, those coming and going would undoubtedly be prominent figures of high status, wealth, and power. These individuals would largely become part of Wang Zhe's network of connections, the very purpose behind his meticulous management of this unique manor. This clearly demonstrates Wang Zhe's considerable ambition. While they were talking, two young maids entered carrying various items, and sat down to brew tea over a stove and in a teapot. Suan glanced at them and found that they were indeed beautiful and graceful, possessing an air of scholarly refinement. Every movement was elegant and composed. They're brewing tea, not drinking wine. What does this stuff even taste like? Suan couldn't help but mutter to himself. For a teenager, tea is nowhere near as appealing as fine wine. Suan, you really understand me. Wang Zhe laughed heartily, putting his arm around Suan's shoulder and launching into a long conversation about ancient culture and history, introducing him to all sorts of strange and wonderful anecdotes about ancient people that Suan didn't know. As a former good student, Suan certainly knew about history, but he could only learn what was in textbooks. Human civilization on the Xiaoshan continent began thousands of years ago with a space disaster. Their ancestors were an interstellar fleet exploring the universe. Due to an accident, they strayed into a spatial turbulence and crash-landed on this planet, suffering heavy losses. Their spaceships were reduced to scrap metal, unable to restart. Since then, people have settled on the Xiaoshan continent, enduring hardships and prospering, painstakingly developing their civilization, hoping one day to rebuild their spaceships and set sail again to return to the universe, back to their home planet, which they hadn't seen for who knows how long. Then came the arrival of the demon race. The demon race's arrival was both similar to and different from that of humans. Similar in that they too had strayed into a spatial rift and been swept to this planet by spatial turbulence, different in that they lacked spaceships. In textbook terms, the ancestors of the demon race were a group of refugees. Because of their pure and kind nature, coupled with their shared plight as fellow sufferers, humans chose to treat these refugees, who called themselves elves, with kindness. Although the demon race and humans came from different planets, and were not the same race, humans selflessly, and without expecting anything in return helped them settle and establish themselves on the Xiaoshan continent. There was a honeymoon period for both sides. However, this didn't last long. The demon race, inherently vicious, treacherous, and cruel, lacked any moral compass. After establishing themselves, they became ungrateful and launched a planned, full-scale attack on humanity, attempting to exterminate them and become the sole rulers of the planet. This heinous act was completely unexpected by the kind-hearted humans. Initially, humanity was caught off guard and ambushed by the demon race, resulting in countless deaths and rivers of blood. Prosperous cities fell one after another, civilized paradises were burned to the ground, and countless citizens were torn apart from their families, forced to flee in panic to the desolate wilderness. But the courageous humans did not succumb to despair. Once the initial shock subsided, humanity began to organize effective resistance. Through a series of heroic victories, at the cost of millions of lives, they successfully halted the demon race's advance. Although the demon race possessed cultivation abilities and formidable individual combat power, humanity had technological civilization and understood the value of unity and sacrifice. Therefore, in the most difficult and dangerous moments, they managed to preserve the last few cities. After recovering, humanity vigorously developed its technological weaponry, while simultaneously studying the cultivation methods of the demon race. After nearly a century of arduous struggle, and after paying an unimaginable price in blood and tears, humanity gradually reversed its decline, turning defeat into victory step by step. In the later stages of the Centennial War, humanity launched a full-scale counteroffensive against the demon race, reclaiming inch by inch the land seized by the demons and rebuilding human cities bit by bit. Ultimately, humanity wrote its own epic tale on the Xiaoshan continent, a heroic epic that could move even the cold universe. The demon race was driven to relatively remote and impoverished lands, and the flames of technological civilization once again illuminated this planet. History then entered a strategic stalemate. This is the human history Suen learned from textbooks. But what Wangzhe was sharing with him now was the ancient customs and culture of that distant and ancient home planet. Because the ancestors of the Xiaoshan continent were merely an exploratory fleet, and their early civilization was severely damaged by the demon race, very little of the history, culture, customs, and artifacts of their home planet has survived. High school history textbooks primarily focus on humanity's struggles on the Xiaoshan continent, with only a few chapters dedicated to our home planet. Many of the ancient texts Suen recited were actually written down from memory by sages of the past. To this day, only scions of distinguished families like Wangzhe, with their long and distinguished lineages of learning, have access to more information about our home planet, and even then, it's largely unsystematic. For the vast majority of humans living on the Xiaoshan continent today, fleets and home planets, those ancient histories, with their elusive traces, are nothing more than specks of dust in the universe. But at this moment, Suen listened with growing interest. Those unfamiliar names, those unfamiliar stories, made his thoughts and feelings drift further and further away into the starry sky. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, sandalwood incense wafted gently, and suddenly clear, melodious music filled the air. Someone was slowly plucking the strings of a zither, the music flowing softly. A group of graceful dancers, their colorful skirts fluttering and ribbons like clouds, appeared in the room, their slender fingers weaving through time, their dark hair stirring up memories. As Wangzhe vividly and emotionally recounted the story, Suen seemed to see those people and experience those events, expanding the boundaries of his life to a greater and higher realm. After an unknown amount of time, the dancers left, the music ceased, teacups were replaced with wine cups, delicacies were laid out on the table, and the two began to raise their cups and drink. Suen, look, Wangzhe said, the ancients used simple things, had no handy machinery, and didn't know what intelligence was, yet they still struggled tirelessly. We, their descendants, live in high-rise buildings, have good guns at our disposal, and rely on the force. Shouldn't we be even more fearless in the face of hardship, striving for progress and inheriting the heroic spirit of our ancestors? After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Wangzhe, reeking of alcohol, stared intently at Suen, his words resounding with conviction. Suen knew the main topic had arrived, and it was likely not simple, otherwise, the other party wouldn't have spent so much time building up the argument, emphasizing fearlessness of hardship and the heroic spirit of our ancestors. He smiled and cut to the chase. What good business do you have? Wangzhe smiled slightly. This simple gesture conveyed both profound mystery and a sense of encouragement, yet it didn't arouse suspicion. Instead, it stirred up a surge of passion and determination. He seemed like a cunning old fox. There are many businesses in this world, and many that can make money. But do you know what kind of business is the most stable, the most sustainable, and the one that generates a continuous flow of wealth? Suen, not wanting to show off his intelligence, knew the other was trying to answer his own question, so he asked, what kind? For words, Wangzhe said, raising 4 fingers, each word carrying immense weight, national welfare and people's livelihood. Suen nodded slightly, waiting for Wangzhe to continue. Wangzhe continued, the phrase national welfare and people's livelihood might seem a bit grandiose and vague, but if we replace it with daily necessities, like food and clothing, then it describes it perfectly. No matter how profitable the arms trade is, the number of customers is ultimately limited, and without a major war, the consumption is slow. Even the most profitable high-tech products can't be bought every day. A person can't buy a car, change a computer, or a phone every day. The production lines and machinery of a company have long life cycles. But daily necessities are different. Those are things everyone consumes every day. Whether you're a highly skilled superhuman or an ordinary person with no strength, you can't go without food, can you? Hearing this, Suen understood Wangzhe's intentions. Anxiasek's existing industries, bars, entertainment venues, hotels, have only so many target customers, and the demand in Dongping district is only so large. They aren't things everyone can't live without. Suen did need a better source of income. Suen asked, you want to seize control of the supermarkets, convenience stores, and fresh produce markets in Dongping district? Wangzhe didn't expect Suen to react so quickly. He paused slightly, then explained in admiration, brilliant. Suen, you really get it right away. I knew cooperating with you would be the right choice. Suin began to consider the feasibility of this project. First, there was the financial aspect. Undoubtedly, businesses like supermarkets, convenience stores, and fresh produce shops, while seemingly low-end and incomparable to force weapons or mechanical armor, generated astronomical daily consumption, a veritable money-making machine. Second, there was the aspect of power. The Anxia sect alone couldn't handle this, but the Anxia alliance was a different story. Since Huang Hai's downfall, more and more sects had joined the Anxia sect. While it couldn't compare to the powerful sects and forces high above, on the ground, the Anxia alliance was already an undeniable force in Dongping district. While the Anxia alliance lacked the technology and competitiveness to penetrate the high-end, technologically advanced market, it wielded significant influence in the local marketplaces. If Huangzhou wanted supermarkets, convenience stores, and fresh produce markets in Dongping district, the Anxia alliance was an unavoidable obstacle. If the Anxia alliance doesn't cooperate, or even deliberately sabotages things, which supermarket or shop on the street can do business normally, this is precisely the key reason why Huangzhou sought cooperation with Suin. With sufficient strength, there's no fear of missing out on opportunities to make money. Finally, there's this opportunity. Since the daily necessities market is so profitable, it's bound to attract attention. In fact, the vast majority of this market share is controlled by chain supermarkets. From large shopping malls and bustling city centers, to small convenience stores on every street corner, everyone has to join these chains, backed by powerful and armed groups. As I said before, technological development on the Xiaoshan continent has stagnated for centuries. All kinds of social wealth have long been divided up by forces large and small, leaving no one behind. For ordinary people wanting to open a shop, they either have to join a franchise or can only find small, niche markets. Previously, the daily necessities market in Dongping district was largely controlled by the Huang family, with Huang Hai, a detective in the police station, being a key figure. They were a powerful force in the local government. Because of Su En's previous efforts, Huang Yuan died, and Huang Hai fell from power. This created a gap in the previously impenetrable power structure, immediately attracting the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. Huangzhou was like a shark smelling blood. Su En knew without a doubt that Huangzhou wasn't the only shark swarming around. But without Huangzhou, the Anxia alliance wouldn't have had a chance to get involved in this market. And if someone else took over, the Anxia alliance wouldn't dare to disrupt their business. After all, their strength was limited. They couldn't compete with the major powers in a one-on-one fight. Unless the Anxia alliance had a powerful backer, providing strong support, then they wouldn't have the right to directly seize control. Huangzhou before him was like a mountain, or rather, a powerful tree. Huang Hai had just fallen, and Huangzhou immediately sought cooperation with Suin. This swift action likely stemmed from his fear that the Anxia alliance had been swayed by others, and colluded with another force. In that case, the ground advantage, or grassroots advantage, would belong to someone else. With both grassroots power and upper-level influence, even Huangzhou, the son of the provincial governor, would have to shake his head in the face of such a powerful interest group. In short, any major power wanting to enter the Dongping district's supermarket and fresh food market must choose a grassroots force in Dongping district, similar to the Anxia alliance, to cooperate with. Huangzhou and Suin were mutually beneficial partners. Only by joining forces could they succeed. Suin's thoughts raced. After considering all aspects, the final conclusion was obvious. This business was worth doing. Chapter 101. However, Suin didn't immediately respond. Instead, he casually asked Huangzhou a question. Although Huang Hai has fallen, the Huang family is still not to be underestimated. Since the Dongping district daily necessities market is their established territory, if they defend it with all their might, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to make a move, right? Understanding the unspoken meaning, the astute Huangzhou smiled and said, I have to thank you for this opportunity. You not only put Huang Hai in jail, but you also distracted the Huang family. You're truly remarkable. Huangzhou emphasized the word remarkable. Satisfied with the answer, Suin raised his glass and clinked it against Huangzhou's. It's true that the Huang family's focus was diverted. The reason is simple. Huang Hai was personally arrested by Zhang Jinlin. To the Huang family, this was tantamount to the Zhang family, to whom Zhang Jinlin belonged, declaring war on them. Recently, the Zhang and Huang families have begun a full-scale confrontation, locked in a fierce battle in the officialdom. Otherwise, how could Huangzhou have had the opportunity to seize the opportunity? This contribution came from Suin. The current situation was facilitated by Suin. His role is so significant that once he captures the Dongping district market, he he will naturally receive a larger share of the profits. That's what share means. The benefits won't go to Suin alone, he will share some with Zhang Jinlin. Correspondingly, Zhang Jinlin and his Zhang family will naturally join Suin and Wang Zhe's cooperative team, securing a place in this market. With more people vying for a piece of the pie, each person gets less meat, but this isn't a bad thing, it's actually a good thing. That's how big businesses work. The more people involved, the greater the power, the higher the chance of defeating competitors, and the smaller the risk borne by each party. Business deals require stability, not one person monopolizing all shares and trying to get rich overnight. Of course, more people aren't always better. Everything should be done in moderation. Therefore, Suin still needs to ask Zhang Jinlin's opinion. However, he's certain the other will agree. The Zhang family is already at war with the Huang family. How could they not seize their resources and territory? Recalling early October, Suin was still expending a lot of effort persuading Zhang Jinlin. Now, only a few months later, with Wang Zhe's arrival, the interest group he formed with Zhang Jinlin has rapidly expanded and become powerful. Suin is building his own city of interests, continuously adding bricks and tiles, and it's already taking shape. One day in the future, this city might very well develop into a kingdom. Besides the Huang family, who else do we have as rivals? Putting down his wine glass, Suin immediately asked. Wang Zhe isn't the only shark lurking around. Suin needs to know the identities and strengths of the other sharks. If the opponents are too powerful, whether or not to proceed is another matter. Wang Zhe picked up the wine bottle and poured wine for the two of them. Apart from that one faction, the rest are not worth mentioning. Who is it? The Zhengyang sect. Hearing these three words, Suin was greatly surprised. It wasn't that he thought the Zhengyang sect was anything special, but rather that he hadn't expected to clash with them so soon. Wang Zhe reassured Suin, "Don't worry too much. I won't let you face the Zhengyang sect head-on." However, this is a 5-star sect with a century-long history, deeply rooted. Besides its allies at the top, there are also many forces below that follow their lead. I handle those at the top, but you have to deal with the forces Zhengyang sect sent to Dongping district to seize the grassroots battlefields. Suin indicated his understanding. The conflict would be a multifaceted, three-dimensional operation. Wang Zhe would use the provincial governor's influence to deal with the upper-level enemies. Zhang Jinlin and the Zhang family would provide mid-level support, and the Anxia Alliance's battlefield would be at the grassroots level, a real, street-level struggle. At the top, it's a battle of power, the fighting won't draw blood, and even defeat won't cost you your head. At the bottom, it's a fight for your life, every step is bloody, and defeat means certain death. Suin didn't feel he was at a disadvantage. Everyone's status was different. On the battlefield, it was simply a matter of each person fulfilling their role. To change the bloody situation at the grassroots level, the Anxia Alliance needed to grow stronger as soon as possible. Once Suin became a high-ranking figure, he wouldn't need to engage in direct combat with anyone anymore. Is there anything else you want to ask? Feel free to speak your mind. Let's try to get everything clear today. Wang Zhe gestured for Suin to speak freely. Suin answered crisply, "Tell me the details of the war situation. If Jizhou City falls to the demon race, then everything will be lost." It was already past midnight when they left Spring and Autumn Manor. Under the protection of the sect's extraordinary individuals, Suin got into an armored vehicle. He took out his phone to briefly exchange information with Lianqin, then fell into deep thought. Wang Zhe had left a deep impression on him today. Spring and Autumn Manor made Suin clearly see the other party's wealth, making him realize the difference in their social status. And the ancient culture that Wang Zhe shared with him amidst the music and dance allowed him to appreciate the other party's profound knowledge, broad mind, and extraordinary vision. Wang Zhe's subsequent plan to enter the daily necessities market clearly demonstrated his capabilities. Adding to this, Wang Zhe's cultivation, combat prowess, and moral integrity, as displayed during the Battle of Guandu, made his image in Suin's mind exceptionally well-defined. The elite class is full of good-for-nothings and wastrels, like Lu Xian, but it also has its share of truly outstanding talents like Wang Zhe. In 18 years, the phrase aristocratic background had never struck Suin so directly and powerfully as it did today. Compared to them, Suin, of ordinary birth, was at a huge disadvantage in many ways. Tonight, being treated with such lavish hospitality by Wang Zhe, and experiencing his personal charm firsthand, Suin had 100 reasons to wholeheartedly submit. Humbled hospitality, wholeheartedly submitting? The image of Wang Zhe personally pouring him wine flashed through Suin's mind, and a hint of mockery appeared in his clear and sharp eyes. Wang Zhe's entire plan tonight was designed to subjugate Suin. By making Suin aware of the disparity in their status and power, By making him admire Su-An's talent and character, Su-An would unconsciously submit, constantly elevating Su-An's status through repeated interactions while subconsciously lowering his own. Until Su-An completely obeys Wang Zhe's every command, willingly following orders and becoming an utter lackey. Since ancient times, including among scions of powerful families, this method of controlling subordinates has remained largely unchanged. This isn't to say that Wang Zhe himself harbors any ill will towards Su-An, but rather that as a high-ranking official, he is accustomed to using this method in his dealings with ordinary citizens. If Su-An were an ordinary person, he might have fallen into Wang Zhe's trap. But at this moment, he was thinking about things Su Tangjing had subtly told him over the past decade or so. Powerful families possess wealth that ordinary people can only dream of, deliberately monopolizing high-quality educational resources. Their elite education, regardless of cost, allows them to easily cultivate their offspring into successful individuals. Meanwhile, ordinary people from humble backgrounds often can't even afford a decent kindergarten, and students in remote areas often lack even a respectable teacher. The gap objectively exists, but it's not a gap between people, it's a class divide. As my son, Su Tangjing's son, your abilities are no less than anyone else's. You don't need to feel inferior to anyone you meet in the future. If you had their resources, you could be even more outstanding than them. Thinking this, Su-An took out a cigarette, lit it, and turned to look out the window at the flashing red lights and green signs, the bustling streets. After finishing the cigarette, Su-An suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. He muttered to himself, "Old man, you old rascal, do you even remember you have a son? You haven't shown up even once in all this time. Next time we meet, I'm going to use my force to burn off your beard." After a good rant about Su Tangjing, Su-An felt much better, and began to outline the Anxi Alliance's next course of action in his mind. In any case, Wang Zhe was considered worthwhile among those powerful and wealthy scions. This cooperation was mutually beneficial. Even if you beat Su-An to death, he would never feel any remorse or submission towards Wang Zhe, but he wouldn't regard the other party as a villain either. Regarding the war with the demon race, Wang Zhe shared what he knew with Su-An. The response from Lingdong province was very positive, and preparations on all sides were swift and thorough, showing his strong confidence in victory. In Wang Zhe's words, the Yin Kingdom might not be able to reach the north of the Chongling Mountains, but the demon race also couldn't possibly conquer the area south of the Chongling Mountains. The stalemate between the two sides had lasted for centuries, and the balance wasn't so easily broken. From Wang Zhe's perspective, victory was assured, but from Su-An's analysis, the war did indeed have many hidden dangers of failure. Whether Wang Zhe had a higher perspective and a broader vision, or Su-An, with his grassroots experience, had a clearer understanding, remained to be seen. Only when the outcome was clear would the right and wrong become apparent. Since defeat wasn't inevitable, Su-An had to continue developing the Anxi Alliance. He couldn't afford to lose everything when war came. Doing nothing now might result in nothing after the war. After seeing Su-An off, Wang Zhe returned to the villa, washed up, and sat down at his computer desk with a cup of coffee. He opened a folder and began recording, reviewing, and reflecting on his meeting with Su-An that day. Thinking of the moments when he performed exceptionally well, a smug smile would appear on his face. Recalling the parts where he faltered, he would shake his head and sigh with regret. Whether smug or regretful, he would record the relevant details and append his proposed improvements. 2 hours had passed by the time he finished. Wang Zhe shut down his computer, had his female companion pour him a glass of wine, and then comfortably settled onto the sofa, enjoying a rare moment of rest during the day. Was the person you met today really that impressive? His female companion, who had already washed herself clean, nestled against Wang Zhe, her fragrant body wrapped around his neck, and asked curiously. How so? Wang Zhe asked with a smile, stroking her waist. You sat in front of the computer for 2 hours today. It's been so long since that meeting you spent so much time reviewing. His female companion blinked her large, reproachful eyes, seemingly blaming him for making her wait so long. If I remember correctly, you didn't reflect on that meeting with the Crown Prince in the capital last year for this long. Wang Zhe chuckled. I've seen plenty of royals and aristocratic elites. Naturally, there's not much to review. Su-An is different. He's from an ordinary background. His companion looked puzzled. Are ordinary citizens more worthy of scrutiny than aristocratic scions? Wang Zhe shook his head. That's precisely the interesting part. Su-An may have an ordinary background, but the character, demeanor, insight, and wisdom he displays are better than most aristocratic elites. You were right about something just now. Su-An is indeed a remarkable person. I never seen such a humble and composed commoner before. As he finished speaking, Wang Zhe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Throughout the entire arrangement today, Suin showed absolutely no sign of submission. His demeanor remained perfectly composed, even his choice of words and tone of voice remained unchanged. His calm and confident expression never wavered for a moment. It was as if Wang Zhe wasn't the son of a powerful and talented provincial governor, but merely an ordinary, unremarkable peer Suin had encountered on the street. How can a teenager possess such poise? After hearing Wang Zhe's brief introduction of Suin, her female companion stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. That's certainly what I find strange, Wang Zhe nodded. The concept of composure is somewhat abstract, but its core elements are nothing more than two things: not being subservient to those in higher positions than oneself, and not being domineering to those in lower positions than oneself. It might sound simple, but very few people can truly maintain such composure without even a change in micro-expression, especially in prolonged, direct interactions. But Suin, at least, has achieved the former. I really can't understand how he maintains this composure. Even he didn't understand, so his female companion was even less so. She could only vaguely say, "It sounds like someone like that wouldn't be easy to train. You have to put in a lot of effort to subdue him." Wang Zhe shook his head. Different people require different approaches. Although I haven't known Suin for long, I clearly sense that he's not someone who can be tamed. Forcing him will only backfire, ultimately benefiting neither side. He's a capable person, worthy of being respected. The Anxia alliance also suits my needs. We can cooperate on an equal footing. Furthermore, from the Battle of Guandu to the development of the new market in Dongping district, we all happen to be together. It's quite a coincidence. Fate is rare, and we should become very good friends. Good friends naturally respect and help each other, and the female companion understood Wang Zhe's meaning. She felt Wang Zhe's decision was wise. He was always so insightful and open-minded, able to adjust himself promptly to changing circumstances, which was a key reason for his success at such a young age. It was also the reason why the female companion was willing to unconditionally obey him. So, she swayed her slender waist, sliding down beside Wang Zhe like a snake, and proactively knelt before him, unbuttoning his robe, using her warm red and skillful tongue to please him. His happiness was her happiness. Chapter 102. Lu Xian had seen the night view of Jizhou City for 20 years, never finding anything particularly noteworthy about its dazzling lights. But tonight, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Xingyangzong building, overlooking the endless expanse of brilliant neon lights, she saw a desolate gloom beneath the imposing buildings, and sensed a bloody cruelty hidden within the shifting light and shadow on the magnificent screens. Everything was different. The world hadn't changed. What had changed was her state of mind. Not just her state of mind. Lu Xian raised her right arm, flexing her fingers. Reflected in her somber, dark eyes was a sleek, technologically advanced mechanical prosthetic. She disliked this new arm. Not only did the neural connections always throb with excruciating pain, but even the most beautiful mechanical arm could never be as pleasing to the eye or as comfortable to use as her natural flesh and blood. Lu Xian hated this prosthetic arm. Every time she saw it, she was plunged into a quagmire of pain, unable to stop recalling the humiliation she had suffered before losing it. That repulsive, nauseating face was a haunting nightmare, tormenting her day and night, making her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles, or being boiled in oil. But Lu Xian also cherished this arm. It was the best mechanical prosthetic arm, containing power far beyond her cultivation level. Only by relying on it, and using it well, could Lu Xian avenge her enemies, and wipe away her shame. The faint red and green light filtering through the window shone on Lu Xian's delicate face, sometimes radiant, sometimes pale and gray, reflecting the ever-changing, distorted expression on her face. A profound contradiction, both calm and volatile, both tormented and obsessed, was evident in her, mirroring her weak and timid past and her fierce and violent present. Bang! Suddenly, Lu Xian twisted her body, her mechanical arm shooting out like a cannonball, striking a level 6 transcendent being squarely in the face. The transcendent being, startled, only had time to raise his arm to block. Normally, at the same level, even a hasty defense wouldn't have been too much of a loss. But then, dazzling beams of light suddenly shone from the mechanical arm, outlining a complete array of primal force. The level 6 transcendent being was struck as if by lightning, his body flying backward like a ball, crashing into sofas and chairs in the hall, and slamming heavily against the wall. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Miss. The guard outside rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to find his man, who had just entered to report to Lu Xian, lying unconscious with both arms broken. Shocked and terrified, he was speechless. Lu Xian withdrew her fist, the ferocity on her face lessening considerably after this outburst. She didn't glance at the extraordinary individual again. Even though he was a level 6 elite, even though she had inexplicably injured him severely, she simply ordered coldly, "Wake him up and find out what he's here for." At this very moment, Lu Xiong, the sect leader of the Zhengyang sect, stood respectfully in the reception room. His gaze followed a twin-tailed girl who was looking around with great interest in various smart devices. It is a great honor for this humble servant to have the holy envoy visit the Zhengyang sect. Jizhou City is the capital of Lingang province. Although it cannot compare to the capital of Yan Kingdom, it is still a city with a population of 10 million. This humble servant will certainly do his best to entertain the holy envoy and ensure that he is satisfied. The girl, hands behind her back, bent over and leaned forward, carefully examining a small intelligent robot. The robot had a round head and a body like a roly-poly toy, looking rather playful and silly. Their eyes met. The girl's eyes, though not small, paled in comparison to the robot's. The way they blinked together was quite comical. "You're the local tyrant of Jizhou City, so of course you have to be my guide. We'd be invading this place sooner or later, so it's necessary to scout around and get a feel for it beforehand. By the way, I heard you're planning to take over the Dongping District Supermarket and Fresh Food Market." Lu Xiong, with his square face and resolute demeanor, hesitated before replying, "I did have a plan before, but I just learned that Wang Zhe, the son of the provincial governor, is also interested in this market, so I given up on the idea." The girl clung to the robot's shoulder, standing beside it. Both their eyes met as they looked at Lu Xiong. "Are you scared?" Of course he was scared. "What else could it be?" Lu Xiong said. "I know a little about Wang Zhe. Although he's not the governor's most favored son and hasn't entered officialdom, he's exceptionally capable. While I'm not afraid of him personally, it's not good to go against him under normal circumstances and needlessly offend the power behind him." The girl patted the robot's head, making it flash a bright, squinting smile. Then she herself smiled back. "Then let me tell you, now is not the time for normalcy. You can offend them without worry. I only have one requirement. You must control the lives of ordinary people in Dongping District." Lu Xiong was completely bewildered. The demon race's consistent requirement for him was to act discreetly, be adept at navigating social situations, and strive to be agreeable to all sides. Even if he couldn't befriend those in power, he shouldn't offend them. Even during wartime, this remained true. In the 100 years since the Zhengyang sect was founded, the Northern Demon Clan had fought several major battles with the Yan Kingdom, but they had never asked the Zhengyang sect's pawns, who had infiltrated human society and were developing their power in Jizhou City, to step forward. This situation is different from the past. The elderly man with snow-white temples, who had been standing silently to the side, spoke slowly. "Just follow orders and don't ask any more questions." Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the old man, Lu Xiong's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was a secret beyond his level, and quickly nodded in agreement. But he already had a premonition that this war would be different from the previous ones. After the girl waved goodbye to the robot and left with the taciturn old man, Lu Xiong pondered alone for a long time, considering how to complete the task assigned to him. An hour later, Lu Xiong summoned Lu Xian, his face calm yet authoritative. "Have you been sending people to follow Suan these past few days? Are you planning to attack him?" Lu Xian had always held her father, who was only one step away from becoming a war general, in deep awe. Even a slight frown from his stern face would make her involuntarily want to cry. But that was in the past. Since returning from Guandu City, Lu Xian's mindset had changed. Her perspective on things and the world was different, and she was no longer as afraid of Lu Xiong. Because she knew that fear was useless. "I must kill him. You don't have to help, but you can't stop me." Lu Xian met Lu Xiong's gaze resolutely and fearlessly. "No matter whose coattails he's siding with now, I will make sure his head comes out." Upon returning from Guandu City, having just learned of Lu Xian's hatred for Suan, Lu Xiong already considered Suan a dead man. However, after the Huanghai incident, knowing that Suan was backed by the Demon Slaying Bureau and the Zhang family, Lu Xiong halted his assassination plans. And when Wang Zhe spread the word of cooperation with the Anxia Alliance, Lu Xiong not only temporarily refrained from attacking Suan himself, but also forcibly ordered Lu Xian not to act rashly. But Lu Xian didn't obey Lu Xiong's every command as before. The level 6 Transcendent, who she had previously knocked down with a single punch, was someone she had sent to investigate Suan and find a suitable opportunity to strike. Lu Xiong looked Lu Xian up and down for a moment, then suddenly smiled and affectionately patted her head. "It seems that your trip to Liuxi Town and Guandu City wasn't all bad for you. Compared to your previous frail appearance, Your current resilient spirit is much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Xian was stunned, confused. Lu Xiong gestured for her to sit down and speak. Since you're showing signs of growing up, you need to hone your skills. Didn't you want to kill Suan? Fine, I give you a chance to take revenge yourself. Hearing this, Lu Xian was overjoyed. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Lu Xiong shook his head, speaking seriously. There are some things it's time for you to know. When Lu Xian learned that they weren't from Yan Kingdom, or even human, but rather members of the Northern Demon Clan, to be precise, special agents of Northern Elves infiltrating human society, she didn't have her worldview shattered. Instead, she was delighted. This meant they no longer had to grovel before any powerful figures in Jizhou City. They could kill Suan whenever they wanted, without worrying about offending anyone and causing trouble. The elves are about to conquer Jizhou City. What's there to hesitate about? The reason the Holy Envoy insisted I take control of the Dongping District's supermarkets and fresh food markets, to control the local people's livelihood, is so that I can strike at a crucial moment and choke Dongping District's lifeline. This was Lu Xiong's own conclusion. Once the war reaches a critical point, simply cutting off Dongping District's food supply would cause immense chaos and panic. If we coordinate with the various elven forces in Jizhou City, even if we can't incite the citizens of Dongping District to cause trouble for the Yan Kingdom's government, we can still cause Jizhou City's defenses to crumble in their own backyard. With the elves' extensive network and deep infiltration of various industries in Jizhou City, if handled well, it could potentially be used as a leverage point to achieve a disproportionately large effect. Although Lu Xiong had no direct contact with other undercover forces, he was very clear about one thing. The Zhengyang sect was merely a pawn on a vast chessboard, and the elves wielded considerable power in Jizhou City. Back at her residence, Lu Xian went into the armory and began selecting the various weapons she would use in her upcoming operations. While polishing a force axe, its cold, sharp edge reflected in her eyes, filled with resentment and murderous intent, making her appear exceptionally dangerous. Every time she recalled her experiences in Xia Town and Guandu City, Lu Xian's hatred for Suan grew stronger. Those humiliating scenes constantly surfaced in her mind, refusing to fade away. After the Battle of Liuxi Town, Lu Xian's attitude towards Suan had actually changed. Fighting side by side and being saved by him had, for a time, made her feel grateful to Suan. But when they arrived in Xia Town, everything changed. Suan completely ignored her during the battle, and she, who had little fighting power, was almost eaten by the mutants. She was furious. From childhood, she had been pampered by Lu Xiong and protected by numerous extraordinary individuals from various sects. She had never been so ignored before. On the way back from Liuxi Town, they encountered demons, and Fong Nan and the others risked their lives to save her. This was because if anything happened to her, not only would Fong Nan and the others be doomed, but their families would also be dealt with by Lu Xiong. But at that time, Lu Xian had no choice but to curry favor with Suan. She knew she couldn't survive on her own. So she swallowed her pride and actively flattered Suan, promising him various benefits upon returning to Jizhou City, and even showing him concern along the way, opening her water bottle and handing it to him. But what was the result? Suan treated her coldly, trampling her dignity underfoot, leaving her utterly ashamed. When the war broke out in Guandu City, Suan once again left her far behind. This time, she lost an arm, and her body was never whole again. In the dead of night, facing that unfamiliar metal arm, she felt as if she were seeing the claws of a vengeful ghost, her body convulsing with fear, and she desperately longed for her original flesh and blood body. The mechanical arm was powerful, but even the strongest is still a machine. It could replace the function of an arm, but it could not fill the void of a person's wholeness. No matter how advanced the neural connection technology, it could not eliminate the natural barrier between flesh and machine. The phantom pain would always appear suddenly, day and night, tormenting her to the point of wishing she were dead. The depth of her gratitude towards Suan, the extent of her fawning over him, now matched the intensity of Lu Xian's hatred for him. She couldn't rest easy until Suan was dead. For her, as long as Suan lived, her shattered self-esteem could not be pieced back together, and her broken body could never truly become whole again. Chapter 103. At the base training ground, the Anxia sect's extraordinary individuals were finishing a round of combat drills. As Suan, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qingyun emerged, Sun Zongxing, who had been observing for a long time, clapped his hands with a smile. The pride of Dongping District has all gathered together. The three of you working together can easily wipe out a 3-star sect. Even if several 3-star sects were to come together, you could easily behead them. Recently, the Anxia sect's extraordinary individuals had shown remarkable training results. Some elite veterans, seeing their own group's superior numbers and equipment, were gradually becoming arrogant. To temper the sect members' mentality, Suan, Zhang Yueying, and Li Qinyan formed a team and pitted them against a carefully selected group of 30 to 40 Anxia sect members in a combat-ready terrain exercise. They successfully captured the flag. Zhao Xiaokui glanced at Sun Zongxing. I don't know about other 3-star sects, but if it's the Xingqing sect, with your cultivation level, they would have easily taken down your base. The reason she spoke so bluntly was that she had recently broken through to the 7th level, while Sun Zongxing, who had reached the 6th level earlier, hadn't made any further progress. Most people would be embarrassed and annoyed by Zhao Xiaokui's blatant digging into their past, but Sun Zongxing seemed quite adept at handling the situation, chuckling as he said, having my stronghold destroyed by experts like Sect Leader Su, Sect Leader Zhao, and Sect Leader Li isn't exactly a disgrace. Besides, we're all on the same side, your strength equals my strength, right? Zhao Xiaokui was speechless at Sun Zongxing's shamelessness. She stopped joking around with him, and turned to Suan and the others, who had gone into the rest area to get water. Have you seen the latest battle report? The commandery isn't doing well. Suan nodded slightly, as expected. Recently, the Northern Demon Clan, driving a large number of evil spirits and joining forces with the Black Tide, along with various large and small forces from the Chaos Lands, launched attacks from all directions on the outskirts of the officially controlled areas. Almost simultaneously, battles broke out in dozens of towns within the Lingdong province, and the military camps of the local military commands were also attacked. The scale of the battles ranged from hundreds to thousands of people. According to the information Suan received, most of the dozens of officially controlled towns fell within a day and night, and the military commands abandoned many of their garrison camps. The entire battle line was continuously shrinking towards the major cities. As the capital of Lingdong province, Jizhou City naturally received the brunt of the demons' attacks. More than a dozen towns in the western and northern regions were fiercely attacked, with demons and mutants appearing in droves. Sun Zongxing sighed, we're currently in the initial stage of the war. The demons' objective is to infiltrate officially controlled areas, eliminate outlying towns and strongholds, and reduce the operational space for official troops, clearing obstacles for subsequent operations. In short, the demons have only deployed an advanced force. Their combat strength isn't particularly formidable, and the attack is largely probing. Before launching a major offensive, they need to ascertain whether the Yin Kingdom is adequately prepared, the combat capabilities of each department and region, and our overall strategic deployment. Only then can they launch a targeted main offensive. And once they understand our strengths and weaknesses, they will definitely intensify their attack. If they discover any weaknesses in our defenses, they will strike those weaknesses with full force. The Lingdong province covers over 500,000 square kilometers. Besides Jizhou City, it has 7 cities with populations exceeding 1 million and 4 cities with populations in the hundreds of thousands. About 1/3 of these cities, being relatively close to Lingdong province, became targets of demonic attacks. However, these cities were both local economic centers and military defense nodes, each with a considerable outer control area serving as a buffer zone. Before the arrival of the demon army, it was impossible for the demon cultivators and the forces of the Chaos Lands alone to launch a simultaneous and powerful attack on these areas. Even if the demon army crossed the Chongling Mountains, it would not disperse its forces to attack these cities evenly. The intensity of the attacks would vary, and the order of attack would be prioritized. Cities with greater weaknesses and obvious vulnerabilities would be targeted by the demons with concentrated force. Sun Zongxing continued, in summary, in the initial stage of the war, although the demon race launched a full-scale attack, their forces were dispersed, primarily for probing, and they kept their elite troops hidden, giving them strategic flexibility. However, if the government's response is inadequate, the offensive could immediately intensify. Not to mention the smaller towns on the outskirts, even Jizhou City might be targeted. I studied our previous major battles against the northern demon race, and this was the case most of the time. His words caused everyone present to fall into thought. Zhao Xiaokui stared blankly at Sun Zongxing, unsure whether she hadn't grasped his lengthy explanation or hadn't expected him to have such insight. Suan had recently crammed on the situation in Lingdong province, knowing that while the officially controlled cities seemed impressive, they actually comprised only a dozen or so territories. In a much wider area, there were countless towns and villages. The number of people living there without Yin Kingdom residency, those not officially counted by Yin Kingdom, was no less than, if not greater than, the urban population. Lingdong province is a border province, bordering the demon race, and is frequently at war with. Relatively speaking, it is sparsely populated. However, many people who cannot survive in the cities of Yen migrate from various provinces, resulting in densely populated and diverse rural areas. If the demon race were to fully mobilize this force and concentrate their attack on one or two cities, then every city except Jizhou would become an isolated island in a vast ocean. Jizhou City is relatively safe. As long as Lingdong Province is not completely conquered by the demon race, Jizhou City, with its size and strength, is unlikely to fall. However, Jizhou City is not absolutely safe. If the demon race's goal in this war is to take Lingdong Province and incorporate the Chongling Mountains into its territory, then it is uncertain whether Jizhou City can hold out once the demon army launches a massive encirclement. For the demon army to reach Jizhou City, it must defeat the border troops. The border troops stationed in the Chongling Mountains are still capable of fighting. Su Tangjing served in the border army for many years. Suin felt it wouldn't be easy for the demon army to invade. As long as the border troops weren't defeated, no matter how much chaos the demons within the territory stirred up, Suin didn't believe Jizhou City would fall. Of course, not falling was one thing, but whether chaos would ensue was another. If the seas churned and storms raged, whether the small boat of Anxia sect could survive was yet another matter entirely. Suin knew nothing about the demon army's deployments, nor how much hidden power they possessed in Jizhou City. His judgment of the future might not be accurate. He only understood one thing: no matter how the external situation changed, whether the circumstances were good or bad, only by possessing sufficient strength could one stand firm and thrive. That night, 3 armored vehicles drove out of the Anxia sect base. That afternoon, Suin received a call from Wang Zhe, who cheerfully told him that the powerful figure behind the Zhengyang sect had contacted him, proposing to invest in the Dongping district supermarket and fresh food market. In return, the figure would provide Wang Zhe with opportunities to enter other businesses. Wang Zhe readily accepted the proposal and told Suin that the powerful figure had considerable influence in the provincial assembly, and that becoming partners with him would bring immeasurable long-term benefits. Wang Zhe bluntly stated that the powerful figure in the provincial assembly might not actually be interested in the Dongping district supermarket and fresh food market. After all, many forces had already entered the market, and the profits the figure could receive would be limited. What the figure truly wanted was the influence of the provincial governor. It's obvious that with the provincial assembly and the provincial governor working together, they could easily unlock a vast empire of wealth. Wang Zhe had 2 purposes for calling Suin. First, he promised Suin that he wouldn't forget Suin as a friend and would definitely involve Suin in the new project once it was finalized. Second, he instructed Suin to contact and negotiate with the Zhengyang sect to divide their interests in Dongping district. The Zhengyang sect, also known as the Zhengyang group, originated in Dongping district. Although its headquarters have long since moved to a more prosperous and central economic area, it still has many subsidiaries, some of which are located in Dongping district. Therefore, the Zhengyang sect can be considered a local power in Dongping district, wielding considerable influence at the grassroots level. This time, the important figure from the provincial assembly intervened in the Dongping district market, orchestrating high-level strategic moves, while the ones truly working on the ground were the Zhengyang sect, or more precisely, its subsidiaries. According to the agreement between the other party and Wang Zhe, the future grassroots sphere of Dongping district will be jointly controlled by the subsidiaries of Zhengyang sect and Anxia alliance. The 2 sides will divide the territory of Dongping district, forming a community of shared interests, either squeezing out other miscellaneous forces or incorporating them into their alliance for control. Suin went to see the people from Zhengyang sect tonight to discuss this matter. Before leaving, Suin spoke with the people from Zhengyang sect by phone. They revealed their ambitions extended beyond supermarkets and fresh food markets, also aiming to expand into other grassroots economic territories. If things develop well, it will undoubtedly bring new opportunities for both sides. The Anxia Alliance and Zhengyang sect are not small fry. The Provincial Administration Commission and the Provincial Assembly are even more formidable. Since they have joined forces, it would be unreasonable for them not to pursue something significant. And this is precisely the benefit that a powerful alliance should bring. The prospects are extremely tempting, the financial future is bright. Anyone facing such a great opportunity would be excited. The meeting place agreed upon by Suin and the Zhengyang sect was a well-known, bustling bar. It wasn't owned by the Anxia Alliance, nor was it Zhengyang sect territory. It was located in a busy, easily accessible area. Unsuitable for an ambush, it was perfect for a first meeting. Sect leader, shall we go in with you? After parking the car, Zhang Yunjun, one of the sect's only 2 level 6 members, offered his suggestion. Suin glanced at the dozen or so elite veterans he had brought, then pointed to 4 level 5 transcendents among them. You come in with me, the rest of you stay here. Zhang Yunjun hesitated. We won't go into the private room with you. How about we set up backup positions along the way? That would be more appropriate. Suin thought for a moment, then shook his head again. No, you stay here. With that, he led his group towards the bar. Led by a waiter, Suin and his group went up to the second floor. Several members of the Anxia sect observed and checked around, confirming that apart from the bar security guards, there were no other superhumans present. They arrived at a private room, where 2 soldiers from the Zhengyang sect stood guard. Suin left 2 behind, and led the other 2 inside. The private room was spacious and brightly lit. Drinks and snacks were laid out on the table. A person sat on the sofa opposite the door, and 2 other superhumans stood beside him. Seeing Suin enter, Lu Xian stood up with a smile and greeted him with the warm tone of a close friend and comrade in arms. Suin, you finally arrived. It's been quite a few days since we last met in Guandu City. I originally wanted to come in person to thank you for your care in the Chaos Land, but unfortunately, I was busy with surgery to adapt to my new arm and didn't have the time. Since we're going to collaborate, I asked my father to let me contact you. I should at least treat you to a good meal first. Suin sat down on the sofa beside her, glancing casually at the other woman's mechanical arm, and said pointedly, the word take care is a bit of an overstatement. The situation was dire then. I didn't really take care of you. Lu Xian's smile was pure, and her delicate face was quite convincing. It's true that you saved my life in the Battle of Liuxi Town, and it's also true that I wouldn't have been able to navigate such dangerous places if I hadn't traveled with you after we met in Xia Town. If that doesn't count as taking care of you, do you expect me to treat you like a princess? At the end, she even blushed slightly, her face turning a delicate pink, and gave Suin a playful glare. Suin sighed deeply. It's wonderful that you think that way. Lu Xian opened the wine bottle and began pouring. If not that way, how else should I think? Do you think I'm just an unreasonable, morally bankrupt playboy? Besides, this cooperation between Zhengyang sect and Anxia alliance involves that important figure in the provincial assembly, and the future of the provincial governor's son. What reason do we have not to do our utmost? Her meaning was clear. Even if she still harbored resentment towards Suin, she couldn't go against the wishes of the provincial governor and the powerful figure behind Zhengyang sect. Offending them would have far too severe consequences for anyone to bear. As she spoke, Lu Xian handed a glass of wine to Suin, blinking her large, watery eyes beneath her long eyelashes, and said sincerely, nothing in this world is more important than money. I hope we can work together. Suin took the glass and raised it. Xiancheng is indeed very important. Lu Xian's lips curled slightly, and she downed the wine in one gulp. But when she put down the glass, she noticed that Suin was still holding it, staring at her meaningfully, showing no intention of drinking. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Xian didn't urge him directly. Suin smiled gently. If I don't drink this, will our cooperation be impossible? Lu Xian was taken aback. What are you saying? Suin said slowly, I'm afraid. Afraid there's poison in this wine. Chapter 104. Lu Xian's expression immediately changed. Her eyes darkened with anger and embarrassment as she said, it's just wine poured from a bottle. I drank it and I'm fine, but you be poisoned? Suin, what exactly do you mean? Seeing her angry yet aggrieved look, and sensing her self-righteous accusation and annoyance, most people might realize they were in the wrong, think they were overthinking things, and choose to drink and apologize to avoid escalating the situation. If things ended badly, the cooperation broke down, and a promising future vanished without any evidence, it would be a loss for everyone involved. However, Suin remained unmoved. Why don't you drink this cup for me? Lu Xian felt deeply humiliated and could no longer tolerate it. She stood up abruptly, her chest heaving with anger. I spoke to you kindly and sincerely, but you acted unreasonably, humiliating me for no reason. Do you really think I, Lu Xian, am easy to bully? If you don't want to cooperate, just say so. The Zhengyang sect never forces anyone. I will report today's events truthfully, and any consequences are none of my concern. With that, she turned and left her seat, heading straight for the door, clearly not intending to continue negotiating with Suin. Up to this point, her every move had been perfectly reasonable, without the slightest hint of impropriety. Given the current situation, Suin had no reason to continue his forceful actions. The Zhengyang sect didn't dare ruin the cooperation between the two sides, and Lu Xian had consistently shown sincerity. What reason did Suin have to insist on letting things spiral out of control based solely on conjecture after repeated probing? Suin scoffed. Do you think you can walk out of this door? Lu Xian stopped, looking at Suin incredulously. You still want to attack me? You want to kill me? What reason do you have to do that? Sitting calmly on the sofa, stroking her wine glass, Sue neither turned nor looked back, her demeanor as composed as ever. She said indifferently, once you step out of this door, the private room will immediately become a hellscape of explosions and gunfire. It won't be me who wants to kill you, I'd be reduced to ashes myself. Upon hearing this, the two extraordinary individuals from the Anxia sect immediately became alert, swiftly drawing their guns and aiming them at Lu Xian. The two soldiers behind Lu Xian also pointed their guns at them. Then, Lu Xian's response finally faltered. She should have roared in fury and slammed the door shut. If she were truly magnanimous, she would know that Suen had even less reason to attack her. But she didn't do that. On the contrary, she turned to face Suen, her face alternating between pale and ashen, her expression rapidly shifting. Lu Xian was certain she hadn't given herself away, so there was only one reason Suen could remain so defiant. He already knew about her plans for tonight. The news had leaked. How the information was leaked, Lu Xian didn't know, but this was the only explanation at the moment. Now that things had come to this, Lu Xian stopped pretending. She simply walked back to her previous seat and sat down, looking directly at Suen without fear. Do you think you'd be safe if you leave me here? Do you think I'm still that nervous, flustered little girl from before? Suen put down his wine glass, meeting Lu Xian's resentful, hostile gaze, her eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. He suddenly smiled. You poisoned the inside of this glass. If I drink it, I die instantly. If I don't drink it, it's either because I'm ungrateful, or because the negotiations have broken down. You can then use that as an excuse to retaliate and leave cleanly. The moment you leave the private room, the pre-planted bomb will detonate. If you're clever enough, you have two plans. If you're not, you might only have one. Unfortunately, whether you're clever or not, these schemes will fail. These words successfully captured Lu Xian's attention. She stared intently at Suen. How did you find out? I thought I hadn't given anything away. If our meeting goes smoothly, a bright future is within your grasp. If our negotiations break down, we bear enormous consequences. What makes you think you can press me so relentlessly? And what makes you think I attack you? In the past, Lu Xian might not have asked these questions. If the situation spiraled out of control, she would have simply acted. But now she had changed, embarking on the path to becoming a stronger person, and thus had an instinctive drive to improve herself, wanting to understand where she had fallen short. Suen chuckled. You have many questions, which shows you lack experience. You're still just an ignorant young girl. Being contemptuously called a little girl by someone younger than herself made Lu Xian want to devour Suen. Suen continued, actually, it's not that complicated. Ultimately, it's because you don't understand your opponent, you don't know the principle of know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you knew me, you would know I'm very cautious. Hearing the word cautious, Lu Xian felt a sense of absurdity that made her want to laugh her head off. With only 3 or 4 people, they dared to fight hundreds of black-tide mutants in Xia Town. Encountering a strange team from Willow Town, they dared to try and seize their weapons. With such unstable factors, they dared to fight in Guandu City. This guy actually dares to claim he's cautious? Suen noticed Lu Xian's disapproval, but ignored it, continuing, caution makes me never easily trust anyone, especially not someone who hasn't been tested. You don't understand me, but I understand you very well. I still remember the look in your eyes after you were injured in Guandu City, a look that wanted to drain me of my marrow and grind me to dust. For someone like you, accustomed to a life of luxury and arrogance, the most intolerable thing is the disobedience and offense of someone of lower status. Since returning from Guandu City, I haven't let my guard down around you, so my people noticed your spying, tracking, and investigation of me. The Provincial Assembly and the Provincial Administration Commission are indeed not people to offend, but the prerequisite for offending them is that their plans to enter the Dongping District's supermarket and fresh food market fail, not my life or death. My death doesn't necessarily mean the cooperation will break down. Since your powerful backers can offer Wang Jie a new business opportunity in exchange for access to the Dongping District market, why can't they pay a price to compensate for the losses my death inflicts on him? For those high-ranking officials, everything has a price. Those below are simply a matter of how much they're worth. Once I die, and the Anxia Alliance disintegrates, your Xinjiang sect will have complete control over the grassroots of Dongping District. Such benefits are enough to quell the anger of your powerful backers. A century of history. Your relationship with the Provincial Assembly must be very strong. Do you really think they abandon a deeply rooted 5-star sect just because I'm dead? And me? How long have I known Wang Jie? How long have I cooperated with the Zhang family? Our interests aren't intertwined that much or that deep, they can afford the loss. Besides, even if I die, your plan to enter the Dongping District supermarket and fresh food market can still continue. What Wang Zhe and the Zhang family deserve, you can still give them. At this point, Suan smiled enigmatically. The Anxia alliance is indeed quite powerful now, but not powerful enough, at least not to the point of being irreplaceable. Regarding this business, even if the Anxia alliance is gone, with the power of Wang Zhe and the Zhang family, they can find a replacement. Suan understands himself and sees the situation clearly, so he can do the right thing. Lu Xian pondered silently. Clearly, Suan's words had a significant impact on her, prompting her considerable reflection. Suan said unhurriedly, if the Zhengyang sect had sent someone else to discuss this with me, I might have thought you were sincere in your cooperation. But the Zhengyang sect specifically sent you. Lu Xian, you might think that by having you step in, you can bridge the gap between us, using your indifference to the past to make me feel that you only have gratitude for me, not hatred. But I know you. Due to the circumstances, you might accept my survival, accept the cooperation between the Zhengyang sect and the Anxia alliance, but you absolutely lack the magnanimity to personally share a drink with me. From the moment you entered, I've been testing you. Not testing what deadly tricks you have up your sleeve, I could tell those just by glancing at the surroundings. What I'm testing is precisely your magnanimity. You've been too magnanimous. Even though I've been staring at your prosthetic limbs, you haven't shown any aversion. This isn't you. The real you is the one who glares at me every time I ignore or offend you. Even if you quickly adjust your mindset due to the situation, the hatred in your eyes will only grow stronger. Lu Xian was finally enraged by Suan's confident demeanor and his ability to precisely control her thoughts. She snapped out of her reverie and, genuinely furious, retorted, you keep saying you're cautious, but to me, that's all nonsense. If you were truly cautious, you wouldn't be so preoccupied with your own calculations and feelings, nor would you merely be wary of me targeting you. You should be cautious about maintaining the possibility of continued cooperation. You tested me and angered me, but have you ever considered how to maintain cooperation? You haven't been cautious about your promising future, nor about the great opportunity that could change your destiny. Lu Xian's breach of defense didn't cause Suan's emotions to fluctuate. On the contrary, the more inappropriate his opponent's behavior, the more stable and calm he became. His calm even carried a hint of leisure. He shook his finger, saying leisurely, you're wrong. This is precisely where you don't understand me. In fact, I've been cautiously maintaining this possibility. If you finally decide to leave, I'd be absolutely certain you're genuinely cooperating, thus negating all my ulterior motives. I chase after you and apologize at any cost. You must understand, when two acts of caution are opposing forces, only by completely eliminating one can you fully embrace the other. Isn't that a kind of caution in itself? Lu Xian, blushing, refused to back down and retorted sharply, your men have already drawn their guns. You think I accept your apology just because you chase after me? Suan remained calm and composed. If your previous displays of reconciliation and friendliness were genuine, it means you were willing to make significant sacrifices for our cooperation. You wouldn't have so readily terminated it without incurring any real loss. In that case, if I show a sufficiently good attitude and offer you ample compensation, why wouldn't you accept it? You see, the facts prove I understand you better than you understand yourself. I understand not only the you of today, but also the you imagine yourself to be. Unfortunately, you ultimately couldn't maintain your composure. Just one step away from success, you retreated and turned back, thus failing at the last hurdle. Completely exposed, Lu Xian felt utterly ashamed and stood up in a rage, pointing at Suan's nose and shouting, who do you think you are? Just because I am a certain way doesn't mean I am. You are not me. What you're saying is all just your delusion. Suan laughed, a smug little fox's laugh. Lu Xian, your experience in Guandu City may have changed your personality, but it's only superficial. You're already 20 years old, your personality, your underlying thought patterns are already formed. Now, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. You see, you want to grow, you want to become stronger, but you still can't accept the pain that growth brings. Self-denial and self-reflection are always the most painful, aren't they? Even humiliating, dangerous experiences can drastically change your personality, but a single experience won't increase your abilities much less transform you from unintelligent to wise. You're currently in a helpless rage because you lack wisdom. With your current state, how could you possibly have a chance to beat me? Lu Xian was so angry she felt like she was about to explode, her hair standing on end, like a balloon about to burst. However, the next moment she suddenly sat down again, her raging anger replaced by cold contempt. She glanced at Suen disdainfully and said, "You think you're so smart? If you were smart enough, you should know that poisoning the drinks and planting a bomb in the private room can't handle all situations. If I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't only have these two plans." Suen's smile grew even more mocking. "Are you going to tell me now that the reason you've been telling me all this is to give you time to complete your third plan?" Lu Xian's gaze froze. That was indeed the case. Suen smiled and said, "This third plan is nothing more than using superhumans to surround the bar, trapping and killing me here. It's a desperate measure, a last resort. You can't arrange the combat personnel in advance because you know very well that when I enter the bar, I have people observe and check everywhere. Once they find anyone suspicious, they certainly won't enter the private room and fall into your trap. So you need time for these people to arrive." "Perfect, that's what I was planning too. I need this time as well." Lu Xian's face turned extremely ugly again. She slowly stood up, secretly mobilizing her primal energy, staring intently at Suen. "I admit you have some skills, but you still made a fatal mistake." As her combat readiness became apparent, the atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. The two soldiers she brought and the two extraordinary individuals from Anxia sect involuntarily held their breath, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Suen calmly stood up. "I'd like to hear the details." Lu Xian's lips curled into a vicious sneer. "You forgot, regarding extraordinary. For this kind of person, clever tricks are useless. Strength is the foundation of survival. Before absolute combat power, all calculations are futile. I'm willing to turn back, not because I can't leave the private room, but because I simply don't need to. Now that we're standing face to face, I want to see how you plan to leave. I will personally kill you, pulverizing you to pieces." Suen chuckled. "That's exactly what I want." After all the scheming and maneuvering, at the final moment when their wits were exhausted, victory still depended on their cultivation and combat strength. If Suen's raw strength was insufficient, all his previous advantages would vanish. But Suen's ability to survive in the world of extraordinary beings was primarily due to his own combat power. Chapter 105. Before the words were even finished, Lu Xian launched the first attack. Suen and she were each at one end of the table. She leaped out, swift as the wind and powerful as a galloping horse, instantly crossing the table. Her mechanical arm was fully charged, and the force array emitted a dazzling light. "Die!" Lu Xian shouted angrily, her fist hurtling through the air. Suen neither dodged nor evaded, but instead met her fist head-on, colliding heavily with it. Instantly force erupted, the sound like muffled thunder, the wind whipping around them, their hair flying. Suen's arm immediately went numb, a dull pain spreading through him. He was forced to retreat, the sofa being pushed back half a meter. His heart skipped a beat, his brows furrowing slightly. He chose to clash head-on with Lu Xian to test the power of her mechanical arm. Although he had been prepared, the result still surprised Suen. This arm was ridiculously powerful. Not only did it possess biomimetic force nodes, but its force array was also incredibly advanced and powerful, greatly enhancing the force's power. In short, it was like a normal attack with a critical hit. Its destructive force surpassed that of a level 6 superhuman and was comparable to a level 7 combat soldier. This arm itself was a genuine force weapon, of exceptional quality. Something not easily obtained. Even silver-medaled combat heroes weren't qualified to purchase it. While Suen became wary, Lu Xian was also greatly surprised. In her mind, her punch should have broken Suen's arm and knocked him down on the spot. She knew her mechanical prosthetic arm, or rather, her force-powered arm, better than anyone. Even a level 6 superhuman couldn't withstand its full-force attack, which was precisely why she was confident she could defeat Suen. During her trip to Liuxi Town and Guandu City, Lu Xian had witnessed Suen's strength firsthand. She knew that although he was only a level 4, he could already project his origin force, making him comparable to a level 6. She hadn't underestimated him, always considering him an elite level 6 fighter. But the current situation still exceeded her expectations. How could Suen withstand a punch from her and remain unharmed? Was it a misjudgment, failing to recognize Suen's true combat strength, or had his cultivation improved significantly in the short time since returning to Jizhou City? Could a level 4 extraordinary being be nearly as strong as a level 7 warrior? Lu Xian's murderous aura surged. The stronger and more capable her enemy, the more enraged she became. If she couldn't kill Suen today, he would undoubtedly become even more difficult to deal with in the future. With thoughts racing, Lu Xian pressed forward again, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks on Suen. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from both sides as Suen and Lu Xian's guards exchanged fire. The private room was cramped, and with 4 guns firing simultaneously, A slight misstep could injure Suin and Lu Xian. The guards dared not fire freely, dodging and weaving, quickly transitioning into close-quarters combat. Not only were those inside the room caught in the melee, but intense fighting could also be heard outside. Suin moved swiftly, subtly dodging Lu Xian's relentless punches aimed at his face. Her opponent's attacks were fierce. Her anger made each strike seem capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Suin, however, moved with effortless grace, his movements agile and nimble, like a leaf in the wind or an eel in the water, elusive and unpredictable. Suin's purpose in taking Lu Xian's punch head-on was to test her strength. Now that he knew the extraordinary power of her primal arm, there was no reason to continue with brute force. He changed his tactics. His tactics rendered Lu Xian's attacks like cotton, achieving nothing for a long time. She possessed great strength, but couldn't inflict any real damage on Suin. This infuriated Lu Xian and also made her underestimate him. She believed that Suin's reluctance to fight her head-on meant he was weaker than her. Now, Suin was forced to dodge, barely able to parry, appearing weak and pathetic. Lu Xian had seized control of the situation, and could deliver a heavy blow at any moment. This subtle shift in her mindset emboldened Lu Xian's offensive. She couldn't wait to knock Suin down, crush her, and show her her power, making her cry and beg for mercy at her feet. Suddenly, Lu Xian saw an opportunity. Suin, in his hasty dodge, was accidentally blocked by the sofa, his movements restricted and his rhythm disrupted, making it impossible for him to escape her attack range in time. A surge of joy filled Lu Xian's heart. She immediately seized the opportunity, stepping forward and unleashing a powerful, heavy punch, determined to smash Suin's skull and leave him bleeding. But just as she raised her hand, a mocking glint of triumphant cunning flashed in Suin's eyes. Seeing the large range of Lu Xian's swinging punch and its long wind-up, Suin decisively ducked, advancing instead of retreating. While dodging the attack, he delivered a powerful punch to Lu Xian's abdomen. Suin had been avoiding the attack for so long precisely to lure her into his trap. He had flawlessly created an opening to lure her in, and now, when he struck, it was a thunderous blow. With a single punch, Lu Xian's body stiffened, her eyes bulged, her feet almost left the ground, and her body arched like a shrimp. No matter how strong her primal arm was, it was still just one arm. The rest of her body remained unchanged. The blow to her vulnerable abdomen caused real damage. In this critical situation, Lu Xian didn't give up. Although she lacked combat experience, she knew that if she didn't fight back, Suin's relentless attacks would push her to the brink. Ignoring the pain, she gritted her teeth and quickly raised her left arm to throw a punch, trying to force Suin back and buy herself space to regroup. But Suin didn't let her have her way. Suin would never give her a chance. As Lu Xian's left fist came flying, Suin perfectly timed his movement, easily dodging the punch. The timing and movement were so perfect that it was as if the two had rehearsed beforehand. Thump! Suin's left fist struck Lu Xian's right waist again. Whoosh! Lu Xian swung her right arm again, her force power fierce, the sound of it tearing through the air incredibly powerful. Thump! Suin shifted his stance, dodging her hasty counterattack, and simultaneously delivered a heavy punch to the side of her chin. Struck by this heavy blow, Lu Xian let out a low, miserable groan of pain, her body falling uncontrollably to the ground, slamming into the floor tiles with a crisp sound. She had been relentlessly attacking Suin for a long time, appearing incredibly powerful, yet she hadn't inflicted any real damage. Now, Suin's first counterattack, a combination of punches, had her down. This was the difference in skill. Skill wasn't just about who was stronger. Seizing the opportunity, Suin pressed his advantage, and just as Lu Xian fell, his right foot unleashed a devastating soccer kick, striking her head hard and sending her flying several meters. Her body slammed solidly against the wall, Lu Xian's face already covered in blood. Suin's kick had shattered her cheekbone, leaving her once delicate and fair face a gruesome, mangled mess. Her dazed expression revealed she was no longer conscious. Suin grabbed her hair, dragging her off the ground like a dead dog, and tossed her onto the sofa, his face cold as he drew his dagger. At this moment, the battle between the guards was still undecided, but Lu Xian's group was stronger. Both of Anxiasek's extraordinary individuals were injured, putting them at a significant disadvantage. Given more time, they might have been killed on the spot. Unfortunately, the Zhangyang sect members could no longer gain any advantage. The battle was over. When Suin's dagger was pressed against Lu Xian's neck, her two guards had no choice but to stop. So, the Anxia sect superhuman once again raised his gun at them, disarmed his opponents at the entrance of the private room, and took them all inside for custody. When Lu Xian regained consciousness, everything had already settled down. When she realized her situation, she trembled with fear, like a kitten shivering in the cold wind. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. I thought you yell a few more words, hurl a few more insults. Suin picked up the unbroken wine bottle, poured himself some wine in a new glass, and leisurely sipped it, making no attempt to hide his contempt for Lu Xian. Looks like you don't have the courage. You, indeed, are still that timid and cowardly pampered young lady. A crushing defeat completely shattered Lu Xian's confidence and dignity. Her precarious position, like a fish on a chopping board, left her trembling with fear. Even now, publicly humiliated by Suin, she didn't retaliate. Her delicate body trembled, and she lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Suin was right. While the trauma of Guandu City had drastically changed Lu Xian's personality, a single experience couldn't significantly enhance her abilities. Although the Origin Energy Arm greatly increased her strength, it couldn't transform her from a weak, wealthy young lady into a seasoned combat elite, a valiant veteran. Unless she was given a few more years to hone her skills. Even then, 2 years later, she still wouldn't be a match for Suin, because Suin would undoubtedly be even stronger then. Lu Xian lacked the wisdom to see this, believing that possessing the Origin Energy Arm would allow her to easily defeat Suin, just as she had defeated her own level 6 superhuman. Therefore, she suffered a crushing defeat. Tell me, I give you a choice. How do you want to die? Suin glanced at Lu Xian calmly, his expression as indifferent as if he were chatting with someone, showing no trace of the urgency one would expect in the eye of a storm. I don't want to die. Can I please not die? Lu Xian sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice pleading as she looked at Suin, as if she were looking at an untouchable god. The person who could decide her life or death, wasn't that a god to her? I give you whatever you want. Whatever you ask for, I promise I get my father to agree. Suin, I was wrong. Give me a chance, please? I make sure you're satisfied. Lu Xian sobbed as she got up, struggling to crawl towards Suin, seemingly wanting to cling to his arm and whine. She felt Suin's murderous intent all too clearly, and was terrified that she would die at any moment. Suin lifted her leg and kicked Lu Xian, who had climbed up the sofa to her, away, saying with a look of disgust, I still prefer your proud look. Chapter 106. The Lu Xian before him no longer harbored any resentment or hatred towards him. Even her fierce and violent aura had vanished. Her newly emerged fangs and claws were shattered. She had reverted to the weak and useless young lady she once was, and now, with her confidence and self-esteem utterly destroyed, her appearance was even more wretched. She was no longer a threatening eagle or vicious dog, but merely a piece of rotten rubber that could be molded into any shape at will. Suin lost interest in humiliating Lu Xian. The gap between them was too vast, they were simply not on the same level. Just as a normal person wouldn't derive pleasure from torturing an ant. Have your men withdraw? Tell them you subdued me on the spot, and need no further assistance, Suin ordered expressionlessly, setting down his wine glass. Seeing a chance of survival, Lu Xian felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly complied. As she picked up her phone, Suin saw her sobbing uncontrollably, and had to speak up, reminding her, you better show some composure. If your people notice your tone or demeanor is off, I won't give you another chance. Lu Xian's shoulders twitched, and she quickly straightened up, adjusting her breathing and composure to appear victorious. After she finished the call, Suin waved his hand, ordering the extraordinary individuals from the Anxia sect to slit the throats of Lu Xian's 3 guards, leaving only the sole level 6 warrior in the room. The 4 people Lu Xian brought had 1 level 6 and 3 level 5 cultivation levels. This wasn't because Lu Xian couldn't bring more level 6 warriors, but because she worried that Suin, seeing all the level 6 experts before him, might hesitate to enter the private room for his own safety. Seeing Suin suddenly kill again, his actions decisive and his expression indifferent, Lu Xian, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tensed up again, her hands trembling so much she could barely hold her phone. Tell me, what's your complete plan for tonight? Suin took Lu Xian's phone. We can't just kill me, and then leave us hanging. Lu Xian dared not hide anything, stammering, I already got several subsidiaries combat personnel ready to go. Once we take you down, we attack the Anxia sect base. Eager to prove herself and secure her survival, she added, there are 5 3-star sects, about 200 extraordinary individuals. I know the Anxia sect is currently very powerful, so we can't afford to be careless. Once we wipe out, eliminate the Anxia sect, these sects will further control the grassroots order of Dongping district, paving the way for future business. Father will personally intervene to divide and win over the other sects of the Anxia alliance, replacing them with the Zhengyang sect. Suin chuckled lightly, unconcerned, just these few 3-star sects. Didn't Lu Xiong send any experts to back you up? Lu Xian's face was ashen. I told father not to send any. I felt these manpower were enough. Once you're dead, the Anxia sect will be leaderless, and its subsequent actions will be like autumn leaves being swept away. I want to hone my skills. Only when the strength used isn't too exaggerated can it be effective. Father agreed to my suggestion. This made Suen both laugh and cry. Using 5 3-star sects against 1 3-star sect, even with his sect leader already dead and gone, such a power imbalance is considered not exaggerated. It just goes to show how arrogant wealthy families are. Next, Suen asked Lu Xian a few more questions to make sure nothing was missed. Finally, after looking Lu Xian up and down a few times, Suen suddenly said, "Go to the restroom and tidy up. I don't want people to see you're injured when I leave." Once Lu Xian was ready, Suen pointed to 2 of his men. "You 2 stay here and keep an eye on the scene." He then instructed the other 2 men to secretly coerce the level 6 man out of the room. Before leaving, Suen ruffled his hair, feigning a disheveled appearance, and said to Lu Xian, "Be natural. Tell the people at the bar that you need the private room tonight, and tell them not to bother you." Outside the bar, in a secluded, dark corner, a Zhengyang sect expert hung up the phone and said to his companion, who was leaning against the wall smoking, "We can go back now. It's over. Miss has subdued the Anxia sect master. Future operations will go smoothly. We don't need to keep an eye on things anymore." Lu Xian had told Lu Xiong not to send any experts to keep watch, but Lu Xiong couldn't really do nothing. He sent 2 skilled men to secretly keep watch outside the bar. If they sensed anything amiss, or received a signal, the 2 would immediately set off, striving to prevent any accidents from happening to Lu Xian. However, they clearly saw that Suen had brought 4 level 5 warriors with him when he entered the bar. Their strength was significantly inferior to Lu Xian's group. Even if they fought, they wouldn't be a match. The other guards Suen brought didn't even enter the bar. They waited in the parking lot. This indicated that Suen was completely unsuspecting, and Lu Xian's arrangement would easily work. "Wait a little longer. I won't feel at ease until I see Miss come out," the other expert cautiously replied. "You're always making a fuss." The man who spoke earlier sounded impatient. The call he had just received was from Lu Xian's subordinate. Lu Xian herself had said the matter was resolved and instructed everyone not to go to the bar anymore, so what need did they have to continue monitoring? However, he was merely impatient. He didn't insist on leaving early. Shortly afterward, the Anxia sect guard Suen had left in the parking lot drove away first, followed by Lu Xian walking out of the bar. Half of Lu Xian's face was obscured by her long hair, and the surrounding lighting was dim, but the 2 men still recognized her at a glance. Lu Xian was personally escorting a young man who looked listless, moved slowly, and staggered, appearing to be seriously injured. They recognized him as Suen, the sect leader of the Anxia sect. There were 3 people following Lu Xian, but they only recognized the composed level 6 cultivator among them. The Zhengyang sect was vast. Given their cultivation levels and status, they wouldn't normally give a second glance to those below level 6. The 2 men's gazes followed Lu Xian until she escorted Suen into her car, at which point they both looked away. The first to speak smiled. Miss has indeed grown considerably. The fact that the Anxia sect's guards left beforehand must have been because she threatened Suen, ensuring they wouldn't see her escorting him out. Just wait, when Miss leads her large force to the Anxia sect's base, they won't have time to react. If handled properly, with Suen as a hostage, Miss might be able to take down the Anxia sect without bloodshed, forcing them to submit. The other nodded with admiration. From today onwards, our Zhengyang sect has gained another capable person. The sect leader's son is already outstanding enough, but I never expected his daughter to be so capable after her sudden awakening. Truly worthy of her noble lineage. The 2 turned and left, their steps light, discussing where to go for entertainment and relaxation. After they left the alley and got into their car, in a darker corner not far away, someone took out their phone and said in a lazy tone, "The people the Zhengyang sect sent to keep watch outside the bar have left." Things went smoothly. After the car left the bar and drove several blocks to a secluded section of road with few pedestrians, Suen had Lu Xian, who was forcing herself to stay alert, stop. Once Zhang Yunjun and the others, who had left earlier, arrived in their car, Suen had them sit in the passenger seat, then ordered Lu Xian's level 6 subordinate to drive. Sitting in the back seat with Suen, Lu Xian was uneasy, but by this point, she realized many things and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you make me pretend to be holding you hostage when we left the bar? I didn't have any people outside the bar. The superhumans, who wanted to go into the bar to help, as you instructed, all went back." Suen smiled. "Because of caution?" Lu Xian was speechless. I didn't have any people outside the bar. The superhumans who wanted to go in to help earlier, I had them all return, as you instructed. Suen intentionally continued to put psychological pressure on her to prevent her from having other thoughts or doing anything that would hinder subsequent operations. He said, you didn't set up any people outside the bar because you were afraid my people would find out, which scared me so much I didn't dare go in. It's normal for you to have that thought, but just because you don't do it doesn't mean others won't. Do you think Lu Xiong really trusts your abilities and won't send someone to keep an eye on things for you? You're wrong, he doesn't trust you that much. To tell you the truth, Lu Xiong sent people. The reason is simple, he knows your abilities are insufficient, just like I do. So he had people watching the bar, ready to provide support at any time. Even if I subdue you, if I'm exposed when I come out, the experts from the Zhengyang sect will immediately strike. With their combat strength, they can easily rescue you, or at the very least, capture me. So now you know what you missed? These words left Lu Xian pale and trembling uncontrollably, whether from anger at herself or a heightened fear of Suen, it was unclear. Suen's words were actually half true and half false. Lu Xiong might not necessarily think Lu Xian was incapable of succeeding tonight. If he truly thought so, he wouldn't have let her risk her life. However, as a father, Lu Xiong loved his daughter, and would definitely send people to secretly protect her. Those people wouldn't leave until they saw Suen subdued by Lu Xian. Your reinforcements should be arriving at the bar soon, right? You didn't send them back, did you? If someone was secretly protecting me and attacked when we left, with so many of your men, they could definitely kill me. Seemingly unwilling to admit her incompetence in missing her chance to escape, Lu Xian retorted with a few words of resentment. Suen chuckled, uttering a fact that struck Lu Xian like a thunderbolt. I didn't send any reinforcements at all. Lu Xian's eyes widened. You said back then. Suen's voice was cold. That was a lie, just to shatter your self-esteem and confidence, to push your emotions further out of control. You didn't really think I'd be stupid enough to reveal my true plans to the enemy before they were under control, did you? Lu Xian froze. Her half-unaffected face turned pale, then flushed. After a long while, she weakly asked, You said you were very cautious? Why didn't you send reinforcements? Suen said calmly, Of course, it's because my men are on other urgent missions, and also because I'm absolutely confident I can take you down quickly. Feeling the confidence in Suen's words, Lu Xian, who felt utterly worthless, was speechless. What could she say? The fact was, Suen had indeed easily subdued her. Suen took out Lu Xian's phone and handed it to her. Give those sects orders to proceed according to the established plan and assemble near the Anxia sect's base. Lu Xian's hand trembled, and she said in terror, What are you going to do? Suen glanced at her contemptuously. Do you think I tell you now? Chapter 107. Andyun asked me to buy a bottle of aged wine. Where should I pick it up? Several brands of aged wine are temporarily out of stock. Which one do you want? Osmantha sent. Follow me. In the simply yet elegantly decorated office, with its exquisite ornaments, Lianqin saw the mature woman again, dressed in a business suit, with a graceful figure and light makeup. The woman was leaning back in her chair, legs propped up on the desk, enjoying a box of cookies. Oh, my dear little darling, you come? Do you remember this cool night? We met at the same time last time. In this unfamiliar city, I heard familiar footsteps and knew it was you. The woman stood up, opening her arms, as if to give Lianqin a warm hug. Lianqin suddenly took a half-step back. Andyun, time is of the essence. Andyun, her mouth adorned with crumbs, shook her head with a look of regret. My dear little darling, she said, you're only a teenager. How can you be so rigid and boring? Life needs fun. If you keep being so dull and clueless about romance, when will you ever win your lover's heart? Your precious youth can't be wasted. You have to seize the moment. Lianqin blinked her innocent, wide eyes, looking bewildered. Andyun, what are you talking about? Youth is for doing serious things, not romance. That kind of thing only hinders our ambition. Her small, doll-like face was so earnest, so matter-of-fact, that Andyun was speechless. Defeated, Andyun reluctantly put down the cookie box, took a stack of documents from her desk, handed them to Lianqin, and sighed, I really don't know what to say about you. The Starfire base is great in every way, except it teaches people to be too serious. This is the information we found. Take it back, it should be very helpful to you. After quickly flipping through the document, Lianqin's spirits lifted, and she said with bright eyes, We need this right now. With it, Suen's troubles will be greatly reduced. She looked at Andyun with admiration and said gratefully, Thank you, Andyun. You're amazing. This document is very timely. Even a few hours later, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Antian chuckled and sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs and swinging them proudly. Lianshin's admiring gaze pleased her greatly, but she still remembered to be modest. A large part of the reason I came to Jizhou City was to take care of you. These things are just what I should do, it's nothing. Lianshin nodded emphatically. Instead of leaving with the documents, she placed them back on the table and said seriously, however, I can't take these. Antian's swaying, graceful legs suddenly stopped. Why? Lianshin also paused, her face displaying her signature. Your strange look is making me strange expression. If I take the documents back, am I supposed to give them to Suin? Of course, that way he can give them to Zhang Zhenlin. What if Captain Zhang asks where these documents came from? Zhang Zhenlin won't. What if Suin asks me? Antian sighed, rubbing her chin in distress. That's indeed difficult to explain. Lianshin said earnestly, so, Antian, why don't you just give the documents directly to Captain Zhang? Antian shook her head. That's not appropriate. Lianshin continued, if Antian can't contact Captain Zhang directly, then send someone else to deliver the documents under the guise of a report. Antian nodded in satisfaction. That's excellent. After Lianshin left, Antian picked up the box of cookies again, happily continuing her unfinished business, muttering to herself as she ate, honestly, why do I always have to test this little girl? Every time, I look like a fool. With her abilities, does she really need my guidance and correction? Cars roared up and stopped on the street, and squads of fully armed superhumans stepped out with imposing presence. Even in the relatively sparsely populated suburbs, this display still attracted considerable attention. Li Keating looked around at the ready-to-go soldiers, a surge of ambition welling up within him. As the sect leader of a 3-star sect backed by the Zhengyang sect, he felt a sense of pride and self-satisfaction. What are you looking at? Looking for death? A young man passing by, not lacking in boldness, couldn't resist stealing a furious glance at them, which immediately drew Li Keating's displeasure and rebuke. A nobody like him dared to spy on their elite troops? He should have been filled with fear and immediately lowered his head, running as far away as possible. Sect leader Zheng, we've been waiting for you, aren't you coming? A sect leader called out impatiently from ahead. Hey, coming. Seeing that it was the head of the Zhengyang sect subsidiary speaking, Li Keating immediately put on a smile and hurried over. Sorry, I'm late. Li Keating was from a local sect in Dongping district. Although he was backed by the Zhengyang sect, he was merely living under their banner, fundamentally different from a subsidiary like a direct descendant. Sect leader Zhou, we're sure we'd be wreaking havoc at Anxia sect tonight, right? Approaching the other man, Li Keating quickly launched into a conversation, trying to build rapport and demonstrate his enthusiasm and bravery. I'd definitely be at the forefront. Sect leader Zhou glanced at Li Keating, gave a cold laugh, and remained silent, turning to walk towards 2 cars parked separately ahead, clearly disregarding him. Li Keating wasn't annoyed. His smile didn't fade, and he followed closely behind, bowing before a red car to await orders. Li Keating knew that the Real Command was inside. He heard it was the daughter of the Zhengyang sect leader. Making a good impression would surely bring many benefits. The car window rolled down, and Li Keating saw the imposing figure. The man sat with his legs crossed, leaning back in his seat, not even bothering to turn, his aloof and arrogant demeanor unmistakable. Li Keating could only see half of the woman's face, obscured by her long, flowing hair, but he was convinced she was a stunning beauty. There were 4 people in the car, but Li Keating paid no attention to them. They were merely the other party's guards, meaningless to him. Suin has been captured. The Anxia sect is leaderless, and its members are willing to surrender to my Zhengyang sect. There probably won't be a battle tonight. Just be wary of Suin's cronies resorting to desperate measures. You come with me to disarm them and take over the base. Hearing the orders from inside the car, Li Keating felt a pang of disappointment. According to the other party, there wouldn't be a battle tonight. Without a battle, there would be no opportunity for him to prove himself, and how could he leave a good impression? 200 or so extraordinary individuals attacking a sect that has lost its leader would be a simple and riskless undertaking, the perfect opportunity to showcase their abilities and earn rewards. Unexpectedly, things have taken such a turn. What Suin, what Anxia sect, a bunch of useless trash. They should at least put up some resistance. I wasted my precious time, it's infuriating. Li Keating grumbled. When the large force entered Anxia sect, Li Keating managed to secure a position at the very front, allowing him to follow closely behind the daughter of the Zhengyang sect's leader. This somewhat eased his anger. Even though she didn't turn to look at him, Li Keating still held his head high, displaying his best posture and walking with the most imposing stride, as if he were her personal guard, able to bask in the Zhengyang sect's prestige. Upon entering the base gate, Li Keting saw many Anxia sect members gathering from various directions in the open space in front of the office building. Some were shouting, instructing them to lay down their weapons. Li Keting knew that Suan, under Lu Xian's coercion, had given the order to surrender to Anxia sect beforehand. They would first disarm the enemy forces before taking over the entire base. Shortly after entering, Li Keting saw several people rushing out of the office building to greet him. The leader was surprisingly a young girl, probably just coming of age. Even though she possessed a level 5 cultivation, Li Keting didn't take her seriously. Not to mention he himself was a level 6 warrior, and he was the victor. "Halt!" Li Keting shouted, displaying his imposing manner, and strode past Lu Xian. Although he knew they were there to surrender, he still wanted to make a good impression, adopting a guard-like stance towards Lu Xian. "The daughter of Jingyang sect is here. No one is allowed to approach. Kneel down." This boastful shouting made Li Keting feel incredibly powerful. "Shut up. Who gave you the right to speak?" Lu Xian's cold rebuke caught Li Keting off guard. He froze, not daring to utter a word, and quickly lowered his head to the side. For a moment, he had no time to ponder the deeper meaning of Lu Xian's behavior. Instead, he was reflecting on what he had done wrong to anger her. "You're Li Anqin? Very well, lead the way to your sect leader's office." Lu Xian led Suan forward quickly, while Li Anqin and the others followed behind with their heads bowed. At this moment, the 200 or so extraordinary individuals were divided into two groups. One group entered the Anxia sect, preparing to be taken into custody at the control base. The other group remained outside on guard, prepared for any unexpected situations. As Li Keting followed Lu Xian inside, he suddenly noticed that sect leader Zhou hadn't followed. He turned around and saw sect leader Zhou, his steps slowed, brows furrowed, gazing thoughtfully at Lu Xian's retreating figure. "What's this guy dawdling about?" Li Keting asked, puzzled. He was, of course, unaware that sect master Zhou had already noticed something amiss. For instance, Lu Xian had personally escorted Suan the entire way, and her movements were rather strange. She was sticking too close to Suan. Logically, Lu Xian had no need to kidnap Suan herself. Even if she harbored hatred and wanted to personally humiliate him, she could have done so directly. Why get so close? While sect leader Zhou was still pondering this, Li Keting had already stopped at the door, yelling at the Anxia sect members who had followed her in. "Who led you in? A bunch of clueless idiots. All of you, stand outside." Once Lu Xian entered the office building, with Li Anqin as her guide, she could simply inventory the Anxia sect's financial records. What if other Anxia sect superhumans followed with malicious intent? In this situation, even if the Anxia sect superhumans launched an attack, in Li Keting's view, it would be suicidal, no different from suicide. However, he had completely assumed the role of Lu Xian's bodyguard. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Keting saw the Anxia sect superhuman in front of him smile. It was a smile that at first glance seemed full of goodwill, but under the light, it appeared extremely eerie. Before Li Keting could react, a piercing pain shot through his lower back. Before he could move, the superhuman in front of him, a dangerous smile on his face, swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into his abdomen, violently twisting and crushing his intestines. What happened? How could I be attacked from behind? Terrified, Li Keting's eyes widened, and he collapsed weakly. He couldn't understand it at all. Behind him were Lu Xian and her level 6 guards, and Suan, who had already been captured. Why would these people suddenly attack him? As he fell, Li Keting struggled to look back. Just one glance, and he was terrified out of his wits. Suddenly, several heavily armed superhumans rushed out of the office building. Each one possessed considerable skill and agile movements. With a single ferocious attack, they slaughtered the several Jingyang sect superhumans who had entered with Lu Xian, killing them all with a single blow. Chapter 108. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted and explosions followed one after another at the base. From the windows and rooftops of the office building, training building, and other nearby buildings, tongues of fire from gun muzzles spitting out a continuous barrage, glittering like stars. Bullets from various levels of force-based firearms pierced the air, forming a three-dimensional crossfire network, spraying clouds of blood mist, and tearing chunks of flesh from the Jingyang sect's superhumans entering the base. Combined with the deafening crash of grenades, the unsuspecting soldiers were thrown about. The Anxia sect superhumans, who had just assembled in front of the office building, feigning to surrender their weapons, instantly threw grenades, grabbed rifles, drew their blades, and unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the approaching enemies. Under the cover of their comrades, they quickly retreated from the open area, slipping behind nearby building cover. The Jingyang sect superhumans, who had followed Lu Xian into the base, never imagined that she would lead them into a death trap, into their graves. Even with a shrewd individual like sect leader Zhou noticing something amiss, the short distance and limited time prevented them from pinpointing the crucial flaws, let alone reacting effectively. The 100 or so members of the Zhengyang sect who had entered the base were caught completely off guard and met with a devastating attack, suffering heavy casualties in the blink of an eye. Watching their own men being completely engulfed by the hail of bullets, their comrades instantly riddled with bullets and blown to pieces, everyone was terrified and fled in panic. An ambush! Retreat! Get out of there! The level 6 superhumans instantly grasped the situation and shouted frantically. The superhumans inside the base who were firing at them outnumbered them by more than 3 to 1, and their firepower was inconceivably intense. Grenades rained down relentlessly, exploding within 2 meters, leaving them nowhere to land. The enemy attacked from multiple directions, holding a clear geographical advantage with various buildings as cover, while they were mostly in open terrain with few obstacles to rely on. Caught off guard, they were unable to mount a counterattack. If they were slow to retreat, they would be wiped out in moments. Only by retreating from the base and rejoining their comrades outside could they possibly stabilize their position and devise a long-term plan. Save Miss! Quick, someone save Miss! Charge into the office building. Sect leader Zhou was very close to the office building, accompanied by a dozen elite soldiers. As the sect leader of the Zhengyang sect subsidiary, he was Lu Xiong's direct subordinate. Seeing Lu Xian trapped, his first reaction was to lead his men to rush into the office building. Once inside and established a foothold, they might be able to use the building to mount a resistance, or at the very least, have a chance to escape elsewhere. Anything was better than being riddled with bullets from all sides. Furthermore, if Lu Xian were to encounter danger before him, and he didn't save her, even if he survived, he would inevitably be punished by Lu Xiong afterwards, putting him in a life-or-death predicament. Lying in a pool of blood, Li Keting was powerless to move, but he didn't immediately die. He turned his head, and saw sect leader Zhou leading his men rushing towards him, and a flicker of light appeared in his dull eyes. Before entering Anxia sect, he desperately hoped that Anxia sect would put up some resistance, giving him a chance to kill enemies and earn merit. But when Anxia sect actually launched its attack, he found that he couldn't even fight back, let alone perform well. He was inexplicably already 1 foot in the grave. A strong sense of frustration and absurdity welled up in Li Keting's heart. He felt like a clown jumping around, oblivious to his own limitations. Even now, he didn't fully understand what had happened. Had Lu Xian defected to the enemy, or was she an imposter, or had he been coerced? He felt a chill run through his body, knowing his life was in danger. The extreme fear of death overwhelmed all other feelings. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. But if sect leader Zhou could break through and repel the Anxia sect members inside, he might still have a chance to be saved. A fierce will to survive made his eyes widen, fixed intently on his opponent. The next instant, Li Keting felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He saw sect leader Zhou and his group rushing towards him suddenly freeze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. He could clearly feel their panic in that instant. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire echoed in his ears. Li Keting watched helplessly as sect leader Zhou and his group were sent flying, covered in blood, one after another, more than a dozen people killed in the blink of an eye. Sect leader Zhou and his group seemed to have been killed by ghosts. This scene deeply shocked Li Keting. He involuntarily opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. He felt his heart stop beating. And indeed, it did. In his final moments, Li Kai must have died in terror and despair. The dead are gone, but the living may not be able to survive. A small number of the Zhengyang sect's extraordinary individuals, relentlessly bombarded, managed to escape the base gates, but they soon discovered that their comrades outside were neither there to meet them nor to fire upon the enemy inside. Because their situations were no different. Outside was no peaceful place. The Zhengyang sect's extraordinary individuals here were also in a blood-soaked inferno. Gunfire erupted from buildings all around, and grenades were being hurled from seemingly nowhere, turning the streets into scorched earth. One by one, superhumans fell by bullets, fallen soldiers were blown away by grenades, groups of elite soldiers scattered and fled, only to be torn apart by limbs along the way. The number of enemies lying in ambush was unknown, but judging from the firepower, there were definitely no fewer than 300, possibly even more than 400. Where did the Anxia sect get so many people? Clearly, it wasn't just the Anxia sect attacking them, but the entire Anxia alliance. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even the slowest-witted among them realized that Suan had already amassed a large force and set up a defensive position tonight, and Lu Xian, the daughter of the Zhengyang sect, had personally led them into the abyss. The change had happened too quickly. If time had been longer, perhaps the superhumans on guard outside would have sent some into the buildings along the street to check, set up sentry posts, or even search the gardens and fields along the roadside. From the moment Lu Xian walked towards the Anxia sect base until the battle broke out, only a few minutes had passed. Those superhumans closer to the armored vehicles could use them to evade some fire and barely organize a counterattack. Those farther away were trapped, with no way to escape or flee. Any attempt to run or shout would result in them falling to the ground in a pool of blood. What made their despair even greater was that the Anxia Alliance superhumans within the Anxia sect base had already launched a coordinated pursuit. Surrounded from both sides, they had nowhere to hide, nowhere to flee. Only one path remained: death. The 200 or so Xinjiang sect superhumans, who were originally intended to take over the Anxia sect's base and wealth, and later, through Lu Xiong's strategy of divide and conquer, to take over all of the Anxia Alliance's territory, perished before their mission was accomplished, each death more humiliating than the last. Lu Xian collapsed to the ground. She had clearly witnessed the battle unfolding both inside and outside the Anxia sect. This clarity left her weak and disoriented. When she fell into Suin's hands and was taken back to the Anxia sect, she had considered what she would face next, and what Suin would use her for. Suin hadn't killed her immediately, which was good news. Lu Xian realized then that Suin intended to use her as a hostage to change his own situation. So what exactly would Suin do? Lu Xian felt the most likely scenario was that Suin would use her life to threaten Lu Xiong, forcing the Xinjiang sect to withdraw from the Dongping district and abandon its plan to enter the supermarket and fresh food market. This was the most logical development. Suin's demands for some compensation would be reasonable. The key was how the two sides would negotiate afterwards. Regardless of the circumstances, the Anxia sect and Anxia Alliance were fundamentally different in strength from the Xinjiang sect. There was a huge gap in their power. Suin couldn't very well engage in a fight to the death with the Xinjiang sect. Even if the Xinjiang sect attacked the Anxia sect first, and even if Lu Xian set a trap for Suin, all Suin could demand was compensation. Strength determines everything. The disparity between the two sides was undeniable. If a full-scale war were to break out with the Xinjiang sect, the Anxia Alliance would have no chance of winning. It would be tantamount to suicide. If Suin were truly so ruthless, he wouldn't have allowed Lu Xian to live. Therefore, even if Suin resented her and the Xinjiang sect's actions and felt deeply humiliated, he could only endure the humiliation for now, at most resulting to buy time to develop and then retaliate when he grew stronger. Upon arriving at the Anxia sect, and being brought into the Anxia sect base under the guise of escorting Suin, in reality, being held hostage by Suin, Lu Xian was completely bewildered. She didn't understand Suin's words and actions. Why would he tell others that Anxia sect had decided to surrender? Why would he allow the Xinjiang sect's extraordinary individuals to enter the base, preparing to take over everything from Anxia sect? If Suin wanted to negotiate, there was no reason for him to do these things. The things Suin said along the way distracted Lu Xian, making it difficult for her to concentrate. She wondered if Lu Xiong truly lacked confidence in her, looked down on her as his daughter, and whether she had always been worthless in Lu Xiong's eyes. A moment later, she couldn't help but think again. She botched this mission, and Suin had used her as leverage to demand compensation from the Xinjiang sect. What would Lu Xiong think of him? Would he trust her even less in the future? Would everyone in the Xinjiang sect look down on her because of this? Would she lose the ability to command respect and work for the sect forever? Would her future be ruined? How much compensation would Suin demand from the Xinjiang sect? How angry would Lu Xiong be? Was it possible that Suin would tamper with her? Lu Xian couldn't sort out these chaotic thoughts, yet each question was extremely important to her, a matter of life and death, honor and disgrace, leaving her no choice but to think about them. Especially since Suin was constantly attacking her psychological defenses with facts, she couldn't help but feel self-pity and self-doubt. Therefore, Lu Xian hadn't seriously considered resistance along the way, nor had she tried to risk her life to give the Xinjiang sect any hints. In her mind, Suin was already like a demon, powerful and terrifying. She instinctively felt that those underhanded tactics wouldn't succeed, and would only worsen her situation. Rather than create unnecessary trouble, it was better to wait patiently for Suin to negotiate with the Xinjiang sect, cooperate obediently, return home as soon as possible, and then spend more time improving herself to find an opportunity for revenge. As Lu Xian entered the office building, a strange feeling crept into her mind, and a sense that something was amiss crossed her thoughts. However, her mind was in a fog, and she couldn't think of a solution in time. What could she possibly do at that moment? Escalate the conflict, let them fight, and what if Suin, in a desperate act, killed her on the spot? When the gunshots suddenly rang out, Lu Xian felt a jolt, as if she had been jolted awake from a nightmare in the middle of the night, or as if she had fallen into an abyss, trapped in a terrifying nightmare. She turned around, and saw the superhuman beside her suddenly fall, saw the explosions erupting throughout the base, and saw the Zhengyang sect soldiers outside being dismembered. She was terrified, frozen in place. She hadn't expected, and dared not imagine, that Suin would actually kill 200 superhumans from the Zhengyang sect. When she realized that Su An's purpose in using her wasn't to extract leverage from the Zhengyang sect, but to take the lives of these many Zhengyang sect soldiers, Lu Xian felt as if the sky had fallen, the earth had collapsed, and the sun and moon had lost their light. Because of her, the Zhengyang sect lost 200 elite soldiers. Even if she returned alive, she would face countless accusations and scorn. How could she ever hold her head high again? But Lu Xian couldn't understand. Why would Suin do this? How dare he do this? Is he out of his mind? What was Suin thinking? Lu Xian, pale as a ghost, mechanically turned her head to look at Suin. At this moment, besides her and Suin, there was no one else in the hall. All the Anxia Alliance's extraordinary individuals present, including Li Anqing and Zhang Yueying, had already fought their way out. Fires blazed outside the gate, smoke filled the night, and shouts of battle echoed, along with cries of agony. Suin's men were surrounding and killing her people. While the scene outside was bustling and noisy, right before her eyes, one could hear a pin drop. Suin, the leader of the Anxia Alliance, didn't personally intervene. He sat leisurely on the sofa in the reception area, a bottle of fine wine on the table in front of him. Lu Xian watched as Suin calmly raised his wine glass, leisurely lit a cigarette, inhaled the pleasant aroma, exhaled wisps of smoke, and listened to the gunshots outside the window like firecrackers and explosions like thunder, remaining as serene as someone detached from the world. To either side of Su and sofa lay several extraordinary individuals from the Zhengyang sect, their bodies still oozing warm blood, which slowly spread across the cold floor tiles, as if sketching a beautiful, blood-red landscape. Lu Xian stared blankly, lost in thought. She didn't know what Suin was thinking. It was a vast, unfathomable world, a profound realm she could never reach. Lu Xian finally realized with absolute clarity that she didn't understand Suin at all. Never had. Chapter 109. The Anxia Alliance, centered around the Anxia sect, the Immortal sect, the Glazed Tile sect, and the Prosperous sect, has recently been expanding its influence, now boasting 7 3-star sects and 20 to 31 and 2-star sects. Its combined extraordinary combat power exceeds 800 people. While realistically speaking, the Anxia Alliance is currently only a loose alliance. Even the ship of interests formed by a few core sects would immediately disintegrate after Su An's death. But at least while Suin is still alive, these people can unite under his command. Therefore, he was able to mobilize such a massive force tonight, effortlessly annihilating the 200 or so extraordinary individuals from the Zhengyang sect brought by Lu Xian. Looking at the chaotic, bloodied battlefield, Zhang Jinling's face was ashen, unaware that his cigar had burned to the very end. The battle for the Anxia Alliance was over, and the soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield, but Zhang Jinling knew that his challenge had only just begun. This challenge Suin presented him with was far too difficult. So difficult that Zhang Jinling didn't even want to step through the gates of the Anxia sect's base. Do you know what you just did? You're directly engaging in battle with a 5-star sect. Zhang Jinling threw away his cigar and stomped it out, turning to Suin, who stood calmly to the side. The Zhengyang sect isn't just any ordinary 5-star sect. It has a century-long history, deep roots, and is backed by powerful figures in the provincial council. Even I would be cautious and prudent when facing such a force. How dare you make a direct attack? Suin didn't respond, nor did his expression change. He stood there calmly, watching his men busy on the battlefield, as if he hadn't heard Zhang Jinling's words at all. Zhang Jinling pulled out another cigar, but before lighting it, he couldn't help but speak again. You clearly had a better way to handle this. Why did you choose such a reckless and impulsive approach? Now that you captured Lu Xian, you could have used her to blackmail Zhengyang sect. Even if you couldn't force them to abandon their plan to enter the supermarket fresh food market, you could still get ample compensation. I know you've been wronged, so just ask for more money. Why make things like this? What's more important than making money? Zhengyang sect acted against you without authorization, disrupting the overall business. With this bargaining chip in hand, I can stand up for you and force Zhengyang sect to take a smaller share of the business in the future. Let Anxia Alliance dominate the grassroots level of Dongping district. But you missed a golden opportunity. It's too late to say anything now. He lit a cigar, took a deep drag, exhaled a large cloud of smoke, and said with exasperation, "I thought you were both wise and brave, but I didn't expect you to be nothing more than a brute at heart. I had such high hopes for you, it's infuriating." Suen remained silent, standing there calmly, without making a single unnecessary movement, as if everything Zhang Jinlin said had nothing to do with him. Zhang Jinlin waited for a long time without him speaking, and said irritably, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Suen replied calmly, "I'm waiting for Uncle Zhang to finish speaking." "You?" Zhang Jinlin was so choked up that he wanted to kick Suen. He held back for a moment, but couldn't help it. He said in a rough voice, "This was originally a great opportunity for the development and progress of Anxia sect. But because of your mishandling and your desire for momentary pleasure, you have turned an extraordinary opportunity into a huge problem. You brat, you still haven't realized your mistake?" Suen remained silent, but his expression showed that he truly didn't think he had done anything wrong. Zhang Jinlin, furious, took a deep drag on his cigarette, not wanting to speak for a moment. After a long while, Zhang Jinlin finally couldn't hold back any longer, waving his arms and saying, "Fine, I said my piece. Now you can tell me your reasoning." Suen then calmly took out a cigarette, lit it with an indifferent air, and slowly began to speak. "When Wangzhe approached me, I genuinely thought it was a golden opportunity. When the Zhengyang sect called to invite me to meet, I also thought it might be a windfall. Since its establishment, the Anxia sect has developed rapidly, and after the establishment of the Anxia alliance, things have gone even more smoothly. In just a few months, I have achieved what many sect leaders struggle to accomplish in 10 years. If this matter continues to go smoothly, and the Anxia alliance leads to become a true power in Dongping district, I will be so happy I wake up laughing in my dreams. Faced with mountains of gold and silver, who wouldn't want to take them all home? Seeing a plump duck already cooked, who could resist taking a bite? In life, who doesn't want everything to go their way? But life is like a journey against the current. How can it be smooth sailing every step of the way? What you perceive as a great opportunity was actually a trap set by someone else from the very beginning, waiting for you to fall into it. You thought everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, storms come at you, and before you can react, you're already facing ruin. If I had been a little more complacent, a little more arrogant, wanted a little more, I would have been in trouble in the bar tonight, either poisoned on the spot or fried into mincemeat. I'm still alive because I maintained enough caution even when faced with sufficiently great temptations." Zhang Jinlin admitted that Suen had some merit. He didn't say it aloud, but inwardly he admired Suen for not being blinded by self-interest, and for seeing through Lu Xian's scheme at a crucial moment. But for now, he still snorted arrogantly, "You're cautious? You're cautious, yet you still want to fight to the death with the Zhengyang sect?" Suen turned to look at Zhang Jinlin, his gaze sharp, and asked, "Does Uncle Zhang really think I have other choices?" Faced with Suen's sharp and profound gaze, this time it was Zhang Jinlin's turn to remain silent. Although he didn't speak, his face was full of resentment, as if every strand of his beard was protesting. "What? There's no choice?" Suen lowered his voice, using Lu Xian as a hostage to negotiate with the Zhengyang sect, exchanging benefits and development opportunities for them, enduring the humiliation now, and retaliating later? Is that even possible? Anyone with eyes can see my plan. If Uncle Zhang were Lu Xiong, would he risk releasing a tiger back into the mountains, raising a tiger to cause future trouble, to let me achieve my goals? Uncle Zhang, don't forget, before I did anything, Lu Xiong and Lu Xian had already laid a trap for me. He killed me once, and he definitely killed me a second time. The fact that I escaped the first attempt proves I'm not someone to be trifled with. If Lu Xiong had any sense, he would eliminate me at any cost before the threat grows large enough to be fatal. Don't think Lu Xiong will actually hesitate or be timid. If he can bear the cost of killing me once, he can certainly bear the cost of killing me twice. And what about me? The reason I was able to break Lu Xian's trap this time wasn't because I'm clever, but because the forces deployed by the Zhengyang sect weren't strong enough. Next time Lu Xiong sends a group of level 7, 8, or even 9 experts to attack me, even if I stay in the base and remain secluded, I won't be safe. These words left Zhang Jinlin speechless and dumbfounded. Suen's analysis was incisive, like a sudden awakening, a profound realization. Zhang Jinlin remained silent for a moment, still unwilling to give up. "I can send people to protect you. The Zhang family still has some strength, and I can mobilize some experts from the Demon Extermination Bureau." Suen smiled. "There's no such thing as 1,000 days of guarding against thieves, only 1,000 days of thieves. With demons rampant, the Demon Extermination Bureau is swamped, and the Zhang family is locked in a fierce battle with the Huang family. How can they afford to send a large number of experts to sit idly by my side for an extended period?" Zhang Jinlin fell silent again. Suan was right. Putting down his cigar, Zhang Jinlin said stubbornly, perhaps Wang Zhi could suggest. He offers some help, the business is a partnership, and he wouldn't want to be delayed in making money, right? With him putting pressure on them, wouldn't that make the Xingyang sect back down? Suan didn't actually want to answer this question, because there was no need to answer. If Wang Zhi truly had that kind of intimidating power, Lu Xian wouldn't have attacked him tonight. The provincial administration and the provincial assembly are both behemoths. They won't really fall out because of someone as insignificant as me. So even if I die, given Wang Zhi's status and the position of that important figure in the assembly, their cooperation will definitely continue, Suan said. I only known Wang Zhi for a short time. Our current partnership is only because we're each other's value, and can bring mutual benefits. He will protect me, but the extent will definitely be limited. Beyond a certain point, it would be a loss for him. When faced with self-interest, even the closest of friends and family aren't necessarily reliable, let alone someone as close as us. The Zhengyang sect is powerful and wealthy. If they can offer enough compensation after killing me, what reason would Wang Zhi have to truly turn against a big shot in the provincial council, and give up such a lucrative partnership? In Suan's view, Lu Xiong understood this perfectly, which was why he agreed to let Lu Xian take action against him. For Lu Xiong, neither Suan nor the cost of killing Suan mattered, as much as helping his daughter overcome her inner demons and grow into a capable person. Ultimately, what does a little money mean to the Zhengyang sect? After hearing Suan's words, Zhang Jinlin's anger completely dissipated. He no longer blamed Suan for ambushing and killing the Zhengyang sect's extraordinary individual. On the contrary, he was completely convinced of Suan's clear-headedness. With a sigh, Zhang Jinlin's face turned grim. Is there really no other way besides a direct confrontation? This business is so profitable, is it truly beyond repair? Suan asked. You're quick-witted and good at leveraging opportunities. Can't you come up with a foolproof plan to ease tensions with the Zhengyang sect and keep this deal going? Suan could tell that Zhang Jinlin's greedy nature was kicking in, and he couldn't bring himself to decisively give up that lucrative opportunity. Exhaling a round smoke ring, Suan stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes hardening as he stared directly at Zhang Jinlin. Uncle Zhang, don't blame me for not warning you. A moment of wishful thinking leads to certain defeat. The weak always think that bowing down and submitting will appease the anger of the strong, that taking a step back will open up a world of possibilities. Little do they know that when the weak retreat, the strong will only think of advancing immediately, pressing forward relentlessly. Interests must be fought for, opponents must be crushed. If I were the stronger one, I would have no reason to be soft-hearted. Faced with a powerful force like the Zhengyang sect, the weak Anxia alliance, to protect its interests, must not retreat an inch, must fight for every inch of ground, and has no other choice but to make its opponents pay a bloody price for every step forward. When fear, cowardice, and illusions arise, defeat will follow. If defeat is inevitable, then die standing. If there's even a sliver of hope, then fight to the death. Until we're at our wits' end, who can say for sure whether the strong will retreat in fear first, or the weak will be crushed to pieces first? Looking at Suan, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, and whose body radiated sharpness, Zhang Jinlin was momentarily dazed, as if some memory was surging in his mind. He stammered, You just said you were very cautious. How come you're about to gamble everything and fight to the death? Suan replied firmly, You can't conquer an empire with just caution. What's the difference between excessive caution and cowardice? Hearing these weighty words, and seeing Suan's captivating brows, Zhang Jinlin's thoughts drifted uncontrollably to the distant past, to the depths of his memories. He almost subconsciously said, In that case, this business deal will truly be a failure. Not only will the gold and silver mountains vanish, but the Anxia alliance will also have to pay a huge price, inevitably losing its original reserves in the battle. Suan's killing intent was palpable. The weak rise against the tide, the lower classes overthrow the higher-ups. Their path is inherently long and arduous. Without the will to overcome setbacks, the courage to face failure, and the determination to endure pain, how can one rise to the challenge, let alone talk about grand ambitions? If business fails, but you still want money, supplies, territory, and spoils of war, then you can only take them from the battlefield, just like when you conquered the Mingcheng sect and the Donghai sect last time. Furthermore, although Suan wants to test his skills against the Zhengyang sect and engage in a direct confrontation, this doesn't mean that the business at the Dongping District Supermarket and Fresh Food Market is definitely doomed. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Jinlin finally came to his senses. He looked at Suan clearly. So, this battle is inevitable. You were able to seize the initiative by using Lu Xian to eliminate 200 of their soldiers. which undoubtedly fired the opening shot and established a certain advantage for your side. But this result is far from enough. Have you thought about how to deal with the Zhengyang sect? Suan replied matter-of-factly, Uncle Zhang, aren't you from the demon-subduing division? This situation is no different from the past. We can proceed according to usual procedures. Zhang Zhenlin was stunned, as if he had heard a colossal joke. You think the Zhengyang sect can be slandered? Those small sects are one thing. Framing them for colluding with demons isn't difficult. Even against Wang Hai, we could use that excuse to restrain him, achieve a balance, and prevent him from sending police into battle. But the Zhengyang sect is a century-old sect. Its reputation speaks for itself. You can't smear them. Besides, they have powerful figures in the provincial council behind them. How could I possibly frame them? Earlier, when Suan described how troublesome the Zhengyang sect was, he had clearly explained Lu Xiong's unbridled behavior. Zhang Zhenlin had thought Suan had other methods, but he never expected such a naive suggestion. It's self-contradictory, utterly reckless, with no chance of success, and not even worth trying. No, not even such a thought should have crossed my mind. Suan, however, was completely at ease, so at ease that she spoke with self-righteousness. Who said we were going to frame them? What if it's true that they colluded with the demon race? Zhang Zhenlin's eyes widened, utterly bewildered. Suan turned to look at Lianqin behind her. Lianqin looked blank, her heart pounding. Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze, Zhang Zhenlin's phone rang. After answering the call, and hearing only a few words, Zhang Zhenlin's expression became extremely complex. Chapter 110. Upon meeting Suan's gaze, Lian felt her heart pound wildly. Suan's gaze was somewhat unusual, a peculiarity that stirred her guilt. She believed the other party must have sensed something, otherwise, they wouldn't look at her like that, much less speak so confidently to Zhang Zhenlin. She forcibly controlled herself, trying not to appear flustered or reveal any weakness. Suan, of course, sensed something. However, this wasn't the time to explain. Zhang Zhenlin quickly finished his call and turned to look at Suan, his face flushed, his previous distress and exhaustion gone, even his voice becoming exceptionally loud and powerful. You little rascal, you're really something. I knew you were capable, but I never expected you to be this capable. Suan smiled slightly. Uncle Zhang, what news did you receive? He had no idea what Zhang Zhenlin was talking about. He didn't even know his own capabilities, and he hadn't done the deed. He could at most deduce the general direction of events, which was why he uttered that statement. But at this moment, Suan couldn't show his ignorance. Instead, he had to wear a mysterious smile, appearing to have everything under control. Zhang Zhenlin laughed heartily, patting Suan's shoulder forcefully, saying, Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Zhengyang sect really is colluding with the demon race. The Demon Extermination Bureau just received a report, a very large and thick letter. My assistant has already read it. The evidence listed inside is extremely strong. We only need to conduct a simple investigation. With such a valuable piece of information, why didn't you bring it out sooner? You made me worry for nothing. Suan remained calm, further confirming, Uncle Zhang, are you sure? With this evidence, we can deal with the Zhengyang sect? It's highly promising. Zhang Zhenlin waved his hand. Of course, while the materials are sufficient, we still lack witnesses and physical evidence. Didn't you want to fight the Zhengyang sect head-on? Now you can go all out and have a big battle. Zhengyang Building. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of Jizhou City shone like a galaxy, the towering buildings and neon lights of the long streets reflecting each other. Inside the windows, two people sat on the floor across a chessboard, playing chess and drinking tea. Suan is courting death, ambushing 200 of our soldiers, and still has the nerve to propose negotiations. The first to speak was the young man sitting on the left, with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and a hooked nose, both handsome and noble yet sinister and ruthless, like a blood-red sword. He should be killed with lightning speed. He was Lu Xiong's son, Lu Junhan. Just moments before, they had learned of Lu Xian's entry into the Anxia sect, and the ambush of 200 extraordinary individuals, only to receive a call from Suan. He calmly and forcefully stated, the Anxia Alliance and the Zhengyang sect were supposed to cooperate, but you used business negotiations as a pretext to assassinate me during our meeting. This is intolerable. I have already eliminated those lackeys who plotted against me, but my anger has not completely subsided. If the Zhengyang sect does not give me an explanation, this matter will not end here. Lu Xiong picked up a black chess piece and slowly placed it on the board, casually and calmly saying, Suan is like this chess piece, I can place him wherever I want. He thought he could struggle to survive, but he doesn't realize that no matter how many ideas he has, he is still just a chess piece. Can he jump out of the chessboard and become a person to sit in front of me? Lu Junhan understood Lu Xiong's meaning. The other party was saying that Su-in was simply not qualified to compete with the Zhengyang sect. He nodded. Wang Jie and Elder Su will likely need a substantial compensation. Before Su-in's call, Wang Jie and Elder Su from the provincial assembly had already begun questioning him. Clearly, Su-in had complained to Wang Jie first, prompting Wang Jie to step in and try to calm the situation. Unfortunately, the father and son showed no intention of stopping. The Zhengyang sect was a 5-star sect, having fought its way through Jizhou City for over a century. If they couldn't even suppress a newly established 3-star sect, who would respect them in the future? Losing prestige and failing to fulfill the tasks entrusted to them by the Holy Envoy would be a fatal problem. The Zhengyang sect has been making money for over 100 years. Isn't that what they're going to use at times like this? We can give them double what they want. Lu Xiong twirled a chess piece between his fingers. I already arranged the manpower for you. They should all be in place by now. You must set off immediately. Remember, after tonight, there can be no more of that damned Anxia sect in Dongping district. Lu Junhan immediately stood up. Father, rest assured, I will bring my sister back safely. Lu Xiong nodded slightly, saying nothing more. He studied the chessboard for a long time, a cold smile gradually appearing on his square face. Lu Xiong wasn't entirely surprised that Su-in could see through Lu Xian's trap. Su-in's audacity in using Lu Xian to ambush his 200 soldiers was even more unexpected. And Su-in's willingness to negotiate after doing such a thing was not surprising to Lu Xiong. Whether the ambush of the superhumans was an angry retaliation or a deliberate show of force, Lu Xiong didn't care. None of that mattered. The crucial point is that the Anxia alliance simply lacks the strength to fight the Zhengyang sect to the death, and Su-in wouldn't dare disrupt Wang Jie and Elder Su's business. Therefore, they will ultimately return to the negotiating table. As long as Su-in still intends to negotiate, Lu Xian's safety is not a concern. The moment Su-in sits at the negotiating table will be the moment his head is separated from his body. Lu Xiong knows that Su-in will be accompanied by powerful figures to protect him during the negotiations, possibly from the Zhang family, Wang Jie's men, or both. Lu Xiong doesn't care. It's useless. Because those people won't expect Lu Junhan to suddenly kill someone at the negotiating table, so no matter how many people from the Zhang family or Wang Jie are present, they're all just for show. They only react after Su-in dies, and by then it will be too late, everything will be settled. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xiong might be undecided about whether to kill Su-in, and when to kill him could be carefully considered. However, given the current situation, Su-in must be beheaded tonight, the Anxia alliance must be immediately destroyed, and the Zhengyang sect must quickly seize control of the grassroots level and the fundamental livelihood of the people in Dongping district. Only then can Lu Xiong smoothly advance the task assigned by the Holy Envoy. Everyone knows that Jizhou City is difficult to conquer. If the demon race decides to advance, how could they not be fully prepared? It's time for the Zhengyang sect to play its proper role. 100 years of accumulation, wasn't it all for this moment of explosion? Sect Master, Dr. Lei from Research Institute No. 3 just reported that the Horn Potion experiment is progressing very successfully, and the corresponding experimental subjects have perfectly met the requirements. Please send someone to check it out. Dr. Lei also asked when the mass production materials would arrive. A moment later, the secretary pushed open the door and respectfully said. Lu Xiong's spirits lifted, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Before and after the Holy Envoy's arrival, the demon race had given him batches of Vajra Gaze potions, instructing his men to dilute and slightly modify them to create enhanced warriors, whose source couldn't be traced. These were to be used in conjunction with the demon army's frontal attack on Jizhou City. Go to Research Institute No. 3 now, and verify the potion's effects. Tell the pig farm to prepare the first batch of piglets, I need to mobilize them tomorrow. Lu Xiong immediately ordered. His secretary responded repeatedly. Lu Xiong rose from his seat, stood with his hands behind his back by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the magnificent night view of Jizhou City, his brow furrowed with triumphant confidence. What Su-in? Just a flea. What Wang Jie? A money grubber. They're nothing compared to the grand scheme his Zhengyang sect is meticulously preparing. Once the preliminary work is complete, all that's needed is the sounding of the horn, the surging tide, the avalanche, and the entire Jizhou City could be trampled underfoot, including the provincial administration office and the provincial assembly. Everyone who stands in their way will be reduced to ashes, in a bustling, busy street. The car pulled into a parking space. Su-in looked at the brightly lit, thronging commercial district before him and shook his head, with a complex expression. Who would have thought that the demon race's stronghold in Jizhou City would be hidden in the busiest place? Lianqin, in the passenger seat, looked confident. The more crowded the place, the easier it is to hide people. In the area with the most frequent flow of goods, transporting shady items will go unnoticed. Suin pulled out his walkie-talkie and gave the various sect leaders of the Anxia Alliance the order to enter. Soon, ordinary-looking cars of various sizes entered different designated areas from the streets, and superhumans disguised as cleaners, security guards, freight company employees, and ordinary citizens entered the commercial district in an orderly fashion. While Lu Junhan was preparing to head to the meeting place to meet Suin, Suin did not go to the same place. Instead, he led a group of Anxia Alliance superhumans to this seemingly unrelated commercial district. They would cooperate with the Demon Extermination Bureau to attack their target location, the Zhengyang Sect's Research Institute No. 3. Meanwhile, Zhang Yueying led another group of people to the Zhengyang Sect's pig farm with the Demon Extermination Bureau. After arranging the operation for his subordinates, as the superhumans entered, Suin lit a cigarette, glanced at Lianqin, and calmly asked, "How did you find this place that even the Demon Extermination Bureau couldn't find?" Lianqin lowered her head guiltily, and remained silent for a moment. The whistleblower letter Zhang Jinlin received earlier contained evidence of collusion between the Zhengyang sect and the demon race. A crucial piece of evidence was that the Zhengyang sect was conspiring with demons to conduct forbidden supernatural research in Jizhou City, cultivating armed forces resembling demons and mutants. The document not only detailed the situation, but also accurately marked the locations of their operations. Tonight, Suin had no intention of negotiating with the Zhengyang sect. The reason Lu Xiong received his call was merely a smokescreen to mislead them, divert their forces, and create an opportunity to strike when they were vulnerable. In a direct confrontation of supernatural power, the Anxia Alliance was no match for the Zhengyang sect, but that document gave Suin the possibility of avoiding direct confrontation. If the Anxia Alliance cooperates successfully with the Demon Extermination Bureau in their raid and obtains the relevant witnesses and evidence tonight, they can definitely deliver a heavy blow to the enemy. How do you know this has anything to do with me? Lianqin suddenly looked up and asked, also, I clearly didn't tell you anything. How could you confirm in front of Uncle Zhang that the Zhengyang sect was colluding with the demon race before the materials even arrived? Suin smiled slightly. Of course, it was because you revealed a flaw,